Good Friday morning, everybody. John and Lance, along with Dell, here with you for the next 3 hours on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And off we go. Joe Mixon practiced yesterday. I don't know. He was limited in practice. I don't know how he's going to be able to, if he's still gimpy, what kind of effect will that have on him running the football? He was not happy, though. We've got sound of Joe Mixon, and I can't blame him. You have and everybody says the same thing. Your free hip drop shirt needs to be burnt, okay? The hip drop has cost the Texans possibly the season.
No, the free hip drop's never leaving.
Okay?
It is, I'm giving out free hip drops.
You're giving
That's what it means, free hip drop. Ask me for one.
No, you're trying to free it. You think that the NFL is being.
I know what it means.
Yeah.
It means I'm giving out free hip drops. When I wear it, if you'd like a hip drop, I'll hip drop you.
No.
Just start running.
Dell,
Just
what is his free hip drop
You
shirt
can't tell
mean?
me what it means because I'm telling you what
it doesn't mean that because you're not capable of giving anyone a hip drop tackle.
Just start running, but not fast.
You're not going to catch anyone. So
run by me like this.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
And then
you'll hip drop.
Grab you and then unburden my weight and sling it forward, and we'll pull you down and we'll do a hip drop.
You're not.
I don't want to see you slinging nothing.
We know that's not true because you're incapable of giving one to anyone because
let's try it during a break.
Okay, let's go then.
All right.
We'll try a hip drop, but don't try to get away from me.
Wait a minute. Isn't that how
I'm giving them away. You have to want one.
No, because we heard your stance on it before the year. When the rule came into effect, you were vehemently against it.
No. I wasn't against it.
Why don't they just put the dresses on? That's what you said.
No, I didn't say that.
I think you did.
I wasn't against it. I wasn't against the hip drop rule.
You were saying how
because
unfair
I saw how
it
your
was.
guy got. Now I just made
not
fun
my
of you
guy.
because your guy got hurt.
Not my guy.
One of your guys, A-Chain, right?
This wasn't about A-Chan.
Isn't
by the way.
A-Chan now considered the most injury-prone player in football history?
No, he's not. That still belongs to Tua. I tried to get there before you did, but you still got there first. No, but it affected Mark Andrews and it cost him nearly the entire season. So it affects guys.
And it affected Joe Mixon. And that's the only important thing.
No, what I said is but they're not giving out penalties for it. Pretty much just fines. They already said that. In real time, it's hard for them to catch it, but Joe Mixon's was easy to catch.
It was not. Joe Mixon's was very easy.
And honestly, that's when it should be reviewable. You should be able to review a hip drop tackle. You should be able to review, all the targetings, anything that can cause the injury that they're trying to avoid. It just should be reviewable. Even if you don't call them, you should be able to review them. You should. Oh my gosh, did they not cover?
Yeah, they did. You didn't see the end?
I see the very end. Why did he slide down at the one then?
He thought, I got to, you know what, I'm going to be a hero and slide down. And they went, no, we're going to score.
You'll have people try to murder you if you do that. I'm watching San Francisco going, like, if you literally didn't cover the spread there,
and not only
you could have died. People could have killed you.
Yeah. Not only that, well, that didn't hit the overhead already. It hit already,
yeah.
That was a rookie thinking he's doing what his coach would want.
Meanwhile,
his coach was not even looking at the final yards he was covering because he was turning back, celebrating his offensive line getting him free. So he didn't even see the kid slide. And then anyway, they just gave it a youth check so he could score and celebrate with his wife who was in the front row.
Oh, that's nice.
If I was a Seattle Seahawk fan or a player, I'd be like, get juice check and Kittle's wives out of the front row.
They were smoked though.
I don't care. Like
if they're smoked, then they can go.
When they score a touchdown, I gotta watch you guys jump up into the stands with your wives. I was like, who sold them those tickets?
The only thing that I can be happy about is that the 49ers found another running back that can step in. They're down to their third running back. He had 10 carries for 99 yards.
Yeah. Well, he had that one.
Of course, he had one super long. Yeah. He didn't do a whole lot. But Correndo, by the way, is a championship sprinter. He's like 250 pounds, 235 pounds, and he was a high school 100-meter champion. Indiana, like that dude can roll.
Yeah, but in Indiana, I mean,
his time was okay. I think he was like a 10-9.
I mean, it's sprinting champ
not the same
in Indiana.
As Florida.
It's like, that's like being the heavyweight champ in Wisconsin.
Person.
There's a lot. I mean,
wait, what?
I know, maybe it's not.
That's not the right comparison because you're just calling a lot of people fat in Wisconsin.
Well,
no, it's like the tallest little person.
Yeah.
Congratulations to you, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
for your accomplishment.
Nice job, Garendo.
Oh, I take it back. He ran a 10.51. That's pretty fast.
It's all right.
Still in Indiana, though.
It's not in Texas.
Well, a 10.51.
That's not
is fast.
A-Chan or A-Chain, as you call him.
But he's
Okay.
like 60 pounds heavier than that 150-pound guy.
Speaking of Lance calling people, I'm reading my Houston Chronicle today, and all of a sudden, up pops Lance Zierlein.
What am
And
I
I'm
doing
like,
there?
what the hell?
What am I in there for?
Well, I'm reading about the Texas OU game and how lopsided it is.
Oh, is this Kirk Bowles?
Yeah.
I didn't see.
I think the difference
You know
between
what he did?
Texas.
Well, Kirk Bowles, I guess he sent me an email. I'm on the show. It's like 9:30, and he texted about 5 minutes. Hey, did you see my email? I said, hey, I'm in the middle of a show right now, so I'll try to get to it when I'm done with my show, Kirk. Almighty. And then he asked like 9 questions.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I think the difference between Texas and Oklahoma is pretty substantial when you look at the quality of players across the board on both sides of the ball. NFL.com draft analyst Lance Zierlein said,
Preeminent.
how is he? Okay, what about
Preeminent.
ESPN
Did
97.5
Kirk
talk
Bowles-
show host?
Well, did Kirk Bowles email you while you're doing NFL.com stuff or while you're
Yeah.
doing ESPN 97.5
Yeah, he
stuff?
knows that the opinion of a radio host in Houston doesn't really matter.
Well,
Did you let Kirk Bowles know that OU has their top 5 wide receivers out? Is that part of the analysis?
no, wasn't part of
Their
any
top
analysis
five?
by
Their
anybody.
Their top 5 wide receivers
Yeah, we don't care
aren't
about
playing.
that.
Okay.
So when we're talking about across the board, yeah, if the top 5 guys on the depth chart at wide receiver aren't playing, Texas is going to have a bit of an advantage.
Yeah,
A,
that's what I
a
said.
little bit.
That's what I said.
Well, we were talking about this game last night, as a matter of fact. 5-Star was with us last night over at Nick's place, and he was like, bet the Longhorns. They're going to destroy them. They're going to destroy them.
Yeah, he'll be in studio because he's in town,
Yep.
and he's got some thoughts on some games that are not going to be in his 3 he gives out.
14-point spread.
Uh-huh.
14 points.
Biggest in 20 years.
Yeah, and so we'll see.
But Texas is a lot better than Oklahoma.
Lance Zierlein went on to say, I think the reason for that is twofold. For one, Texas has done a much better job of identifying and developing talent than they have at any point since the middle of Mac Brown's tenure. As for Oklahoma, I think they are experiencing some of the ebbs and flows of the roster relative to losing a head coach and now having to deal with the transfer portal. And they suck. Wow, you put in
I
that?
didn't say that part.
I did. I think you
I
did.
didn't say that.
Who wrote that for you?
Yeah.
John wrote that.
No, You
I
sound
know that part is smart.
you
all
sound
that-
far more eloquent in your email than you
Yeah,
ever
than
do
you
on,
are
on
in real
here.
life.
So who
Well,
wrote that?
when as a writer,
Yeah.
I'm one of the preeminent writers of
Ah,
draft
okay.
content.
How
also.
come on this show you go, yeah, they're good.
I don't go, yeah, they're good.
You do say dare a lot.
I don't say they're good.
They're good.
Yeah, they're good.
And then on this, well, the roster relative to losing a head coach.
The ebbs and flows of a roster.
Oh my
relative to-
gosh.
Why don't you start
Yeah.
talking like a normal person?
Yeah.
Because I
Oh.
got that in me.
Okay.
I have to dumb the show down for you two knuckleheads.
Okay, sure.
You're getting the dumbed down
We get
version.
that.
When I do it for smart people, I smarten it up.
Well, I don't know what you're doing off air because you sound just as dumb. So I'm not sure what you're doing.
First of all, I'm good Will Hunting. I'm Will, but I'm also one of his dumb. I can play the role that I have to for you guys.
Not just
the
for
Affleck
us,
brothers
for the
in
people in the
Good Will
office too. You do it for you go dumb for the people in the office too, apparently, because you don't get much brighter off the air.
Yeah.
I don't go dumb for anyone.
Yeah, you do.
What are you talking
According
about?
to you, you go dumb for us. That
Yeah.
happens off the air too, because you sound just as dumb.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
I can't do eloquent stuff around here. This place is just not going to be as eloquent as I am. I have to take it down. I can't speak to people that don't understand what I'm saying. I have to take it. I have to be like, hey, what are you doing this weekend? Are you going to drive around with your truck with mud flaps on it and
Who here has mud
and your
flaps?
glass
Well,
packs?
yeah,
I don't
what?
know. Maybe Sam does.
But
I don't know.
I told Sam she had big mom energy. That I
Yeah.
said she was going to be a mom because she's bossy. She goes, that's kind of a compliment. I say, exactly. That's why you're going to be a mom.
is that kind of a compliment?
Well, for her, I guess if you want to be a bossy mom, it is.
I guess so.
What else did Lance Zierlein, did Freeman, the draft analyst, say anything else there?
He
No,
might
but
have.
you're like the Connor Wegman of the show. It depends on who you're talking to, I
You
guess.
code switch is what it
I
is.
do code
Yeah.
switch. I do. I code switch for smart people. I'll smarten it up,
Yeah.
like the Kirk Bowles of the world.
Is that
For
what
you
it's called?
guys, I
Code
gotta dumb
switching?
it down.
Yeah.
We have new words for
It's not
everything.
particularly what he's
No, code
suggesting he's
switching's
doing.
been
It's a
around.
different way of just talking depending on who you're around.
It's the
But
same.
no, but you don't get more intelligent around others. That's not code
It's
switching.
my way of speaking. Yes. It's my way
No,
of
what I'm-
speaking.
You know,
I
with
use
Kurt
better
Bowles,
words.
he's like,
Yeah.
well, the execution and the ebbs and
I
flows
use
of
better
the
words for
offense is
him.
relative to the head coaching search.
Here, listen to the calls we have.
Okay.
I gotta take it down. Listen to what John says. Turn around. Not guilty. Judge Granado. I can't be doing ebbs and flows with him.
Well, someone
Literally, people would go to jail for not being attractive in his world.
Well, that's
he
true.
would jail people and let society free with just absolute villains
Smoke.
if they were hot.
With absolute smoke.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they were hot.
That's right.
And you can get out and keep murdering. I mean, God forbid a serial killer with a rack was out there. John just had people slaughtered in the streets.
That's all right. That's fine.
Give
That's
her
fine by
another
me.
chance. Society's been hard on
Well,
her.
who's she killing? That's the question. Okay.
What if
Well-
he's killing other attractive women?
Then that's a problem.
Okay.
That's a problem.
But like Dexter was killing bad people. Like his
Right.
dad said, "Hey,
And maybe
you
she
know,
would be killing ugly
Hey,
people.
you're a serial killer
She's a
by nature.
serial killer for ugly people? Well, that's a great
You
way to.
see why I got to do this?
Apparently. Well,
I got to take it down.
I got to
Kurt
inform.
Bowles would never put that in an
Well, I'm
article.
gonna
serial killer.
I'm going to
for ugly
shut
people.
this down right now because we got a winner coming up next.
Whoa.
Willie
yes,
Fritz.
we do have a winner. Willie Fritz going to join us on the
That's
other
right.
side right here on ESPN 97.5. He's going to join this tomfoolery next.
He
But
didn't want to be
first,
part of this.
but first, we got Maestro.
Maestro Nobel is a tequila of choice for many people. If you have ever had Maestro Nobel, you know what I'm talking about. It could be you maybe had the Cristalino. A lot of people have the Cristalino called the Diamante is the name of it. And Diamante is Spanish for diamond. And you would understand why when you taste it. It is a high caliber Cristalino. The Cristalino is a type of tequila. It's 3 different tequilas that are blended. And then they're charcoal filter for clarity. Then they're distilled and aged. And the result is a very, very smooth sipping tequila with just a hint of sweetness on the back end. Really, really delicious. I think you'll absolutely love it. And you know, you can use this you can use it in cocktails as well if that's what you like. But a lot of people just stick an ice cube in there and start sipping it, some at room temperature, because it stands on its own. Great flavor profiles with the Reposado, the Añejo, the silver, the smoked silver, whatever your flavor, whatever your particular schism is, they've got you covered with Maestro Nobel. Wherever fine liquors are sold, grab a bottle, take a picture, tell me how you like it. It's Maestro Nobel.
Hey, time to talk about Doc Linville. Time to talk about your hair. Time to talk about your need to do something now. It's drastic. You woke up this morning and There were hairs on the pillow. You washed your hair, and there was hairs going down the drain, and you're like, what the heck is going on here? Well, I'll tell you what's going on here. You're going bald, and you don't want to go bald. You're too young. Stop already. If you are going bald, this is the time to see Doc Linville. He will stimulate the growth in your hair, or he can move the hairs from the side and back to the top of the head. You do not want to don't wait until it's too late, okay? Because then the work is really, really, really tough. It gets so much tougher. Do it now. Call Doc Linville, all right? The process is fantastic. The neografting is awesome. It's basically painless, but he's got a 3-day anesthetic as well. I mean, it just doesn't get any better than what Doc Linville. I did the other process, and it's horrible. So Doc Linville's is the best. It's wonderful. It works, and you need to do it now. 975hair.com, 975hair.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. It's a bye week for the Cougs, so probably Coach is out recruiting. We will talk to him next week. All you Cougs fans, we apologize.
Was last week a bye week?
What's that?
Was last week a bye week?
No, they beat TCU.
Oh, he won.
Beat the snot out of them.
He won what?
But the game was on Friday.
Game was Friday.
That's the key.
Why?
That's the key. I forgot it was on Friday.
Yeah. You didn't.
They scored too.
What do you mean?
I'll do it, Willie Fritz, if you want. Oh, we were really happy with how we ended up scoring points this time. Helped us out a lot to win the game.
Points help you win games.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, and then we made that a priority to score.
I don't know what. Well, I do know what they did different. Zion played.
Yeah. They had a
well, Zion was playing before that, though. He was switching in and out with Donovan.
Yeah, but he played and it was his game.
It was his game. And boy, did he play well. He had he led the team in passing and rushing with 97. Dude can run now.
Yeah,
he can run.
Long touchdown run too.
Yeah.
Dual threat quarterbacks. I mean, the great thing about them is you don't have to have an on-day passing to have an impact on the game. If you're a pocket-only quarterback, but I think it is.
Donovan's not though. Donovan can run. I remember a couple of years ago when they played Texas Tech, Donovan killed him with his legs.
Not like this.
Not like he's a different runner.
Yeah, this is an explosive runner.
Yeah.
I was thinking about this with NFL quarterbacks too. The runners, the guys who are run first. You know what makes Jaden Daniels so special to me? This may be Reagan. What makes Jaden Daniels so special to me is that he's a good passer from the pocket. Like Lamar is a dual threat who's much heavier run than pass in terms of how good he is. Yeah. But Jaden Daniels is like when you can really throw from the pocket, that's like being a shooter. It doesn't just go away. Yep.
Well, the coach is here. Okay, we would love that.
Bye week. We had a bye week, and he's still here.
Yep.
Jimbo would never on a bye week.
No. A lot of coaches won't because they're out. And Coach, I would imagine Willie Fritz joining us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Congratulations on the great win. What's this week? We thought you'd be out recruiting right now. Are you?
Well, I am. I'm driving to a high school. So I just I goofed up last week. I didn't want to goof up 2 weeks in a row.
Well, he had a game on Friday.
Yeah, the game. We apologize. We tried, and it was game day, so Friday was tough for you, and we realized that. But we're glad that you could join us today. Congratulations on the win, boy. Zion looked really good, Coach. The offense came to life last week. Must have been a big sigh of relief for you finally seeing your offense start to click.
No, it really was. I thought Zion threw the ball well early in the game. I thought we did a good job of getting him in rhythm, getting a lot of people involved. We had 14 offensive players touch the ball, running backs, tight ends, receivers, obviously the quarterback. Then he ran the ball well. That play right before half where he ran a quarterback draw, they kind of got everybody out of the box, went enough to block everybody, and he went 71 yards right down the middle of the field. And I don't know if he saw it or not, but I think he's got the fastest time GPS for offensive players. He went 21.5 miles per hour running down the middle of the field. So he's got great speed. And the other thing I was happy about, he got, cramped up real bad in the third quarter. And so we have a big drive in the fourth quarter, and he couldn't go. So we put Donovan Smith in, and he led us on a 7.5-minute drive, and we kind of put the game out of doubt field goal there at the end to make it 30-19. So both those guys did some great things for us.
Yeah.
And Coach, 4 of your 6 games, you've allowed 20 points or less in 4 of your 6. So defensively, you continue to hold up. You did it again against TCU. They scored 19 against you. You had Oklahoma scoring 16. Iowa State, who's now ranked 11th in the nation, scored 20. I mean, to be able to keep your team, the offense will come around when it comes around, but the defense has done their job in terms of there's been some bend, not a whole lot of break. Can you talk for a second about the job the defense has done from a consistency standpoint?
Well, I think Coach Wood and the defensive staff, those guys they're all real good coaches, and they work extremely hard at it. And we got some good players over there. We're able to roll some guys. Sometimes you don't have that luxury of being able to play, 8-9 guys on the defensive line, being able to roll 3-4 linebackers, being able to play 3 or 4 corners and 3 or 4 safeties. So we're playing about 20 guys, 22 guys each game on the defensive side of the ball. And you also utilize those guys in the kicking game, which helps you as well. But they've done an excellent job of tackling, playing with leverage, staying over the top, not allowing big plays, which sometimes is a lot of people's Achilles heel. They play real good defense, and then somebody gets behind them either on the on the outside or over the middle of the field. So they've done a very good job of playing the basics and then scheming them up, and the kids knowing where they're supposed to be at.
Willie Fritz brought to you by Chastang Ford and HRP right here on ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Both those guys, Mike Holly, Patrick Chastang, big Coug supporters. So we appreciate them supporting you here on the show, Coach. Coach, how did, I would imagine the guys were hanging their heads a little bit after the previous 2 games where you couldn't score and, shaking their heads. And how do you keep as a head coach? And then you come out with that performance last Friday night. How do you keep guys' heads on straight? How do you keep them motivated when you're going through a rough stretch like that?
Well, it's a life lesson. We're all going to deal with adversity, and how do you face adversity? And it's got to give it your best every single day. I talk about it over and over and over again, and I'm very consistent in our message. And I know this is part of building a program, and part of that is installing your philosophies with the guys and how you want to go about work every single day, and practice meetings and how you travel and how you prepare in the locker room and we had a little bit of good fortune early. We haven't had a lot of good fortune. The ball has not bounced our way. We were +4 turnover takeaway, and we fumbled the ball 3 times. They all bounced right back to us. That didn't happen the weeks before. They bounced into the other squad, the other color jersey. So, we just hung in there and kept playing hard the whole ball game. And that's what you got to do. You just got to keep playing. You're not going to get the calls all the time. It's going to happen. We had a couple, I thought it was offensive pass interference. They called it on us, touchdowns, and it's going to happen in games. You got to just fight through it and then keep playing as hard as you can and keep coaching as hard as you can. And sooner or later, good things will happen.
Coach Willie Fritz with us here. And it is a process. It's a results driven, everyone else looks for results. Coaches look for process. From a process standpoint, where are you in your particular process? Do you start to see what you need in a year, or when you look at process, do you really not focus too much on the micro, and do you look at the macro and the big picture at the end of the year?
Well, you look at the big picture for your whole program, every day. But the thing that we've talked about this season, if we want to have success, we got to play well. We got to play smart. I've had teams where I've rolled the ball out and been able to win, and maybe didn't play as well as you were capable of, but your Jimmys and Joes are better than their Jimmys and Joes. We got to play good, and I think the kids understand that. And we had a practice that wasn't fantastic a couple days ago, and got to stop practice. And I said, "Hey man, we're trying to go 1-0 two times in a row." I said, what was difficult is, one of the teams I had, we did 26 times in a row. That was tough. One time I had a team we did 16 times in a row. That was difficult. All right, but going hard and doing everything you're supposed to do 2 weeks in a row, that ought to be pretty goddamn simple. So I think they understand that we got to put forth great preparation every single day in order for us to have success and be on the winning side of the ledger.
Willie Fritz with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, brought to you by Chestang and by HRP. Coach, it's a bye week. You're recruiting. How are you approaching it with the portal now? You still got to get high school players. Are you getting the kind into the doors, into the living rooms of the kids that you really want to compete in the Big 12? How's it looking?
Well, it's going really well. We're not allowed to, have face-to-face visits with the student athletes right now, but you can go to games. I've got coaches are out all over the place. Yesterday and today, I went to a couple games. I won't tell you where I was at, but there's a stadium at one end of the parking lot, and there's a stadium at the other end of the parking lot. I think you guys can figure out where it is.
Yep.
And I was able to just walk back and forth and watch both ball games. So, recruiting, you got to be on top of 24/7. And, the portal part, they just finally gave us the dates the other day. I think it's December 8th through December 28th, and then April 16th through the 25th. So you got to wait until that occurs before you can approach it. We want to build this program with high school student athletes, provide a culture where they want to stay year after year after year, so we can develop them on the field, off the field, and in the classroom. So that's our number one priority, but I'm sure we're also going to have to get in the portal as well, and at specific positions, and provide us depth, and also some guys that will have an opportunity to start. So we're looking at all things right now.
Yeah, where do you stand on portal versus recruiting? Because recruiting is how you sustain. Portal is how you, sometimes survive, or it's short-term fixes. It's kind of like the JUCO route, isn't it, Coach? The portal's become the new JUCO. There were some teams that wouldn't do it. Now everyone seems to have to do it a little bit.
Yeah, you really do. If they wouldn't have had the portal when I took the job, we played an extra week than everybody else last year with the conference championship game. And, by the time I got here, school was over at Houston. Kids had already dispersed and gone home. And so I didn't get a chance to talk to a lot of kids. And there were some kids who made the decision to go other places, and which is their right. But without the portal, I don't know what I would have done. We ended up, I think we had 63 new kids on the squad this year, and about 20 of those were via the portal. So you got to do a good job of finding guys, evaluating guys. The big thing with recruiting is you got to be a talent evaluator, but you got to be an information gatherer, and you got to find guys that are going to fit how you do things, not just schematically, but how you do things on the field, off the field, in the classroom. Last thing I want is to have problems. We're fortunate. High school coaches, they got to take the kids that are in the hallways. We get an opportunity to pick. NFL gets an opportunity to pick, who they want to have on their team. So you got to do a good job of gathering all the information you can and finding the guys that are going to fit with how you do things.
Do you like the dates, Coach, and finally some rules to this thing as opposed to just the Wild West?
I was talking to Coach Sampson, and he thinks it's crazy that football's got 2 dates. Every other sport's got one set of days that you can get in the portal. Football's got 2. I guess it's to accommodate, post-spring ball is what I'm guessing. And, so we've got 2, and that's a little different. I wish we could have 1, and you had it after your signing date, which the first one will be That way you're able to, see what you got in high school. And the thing I don't think any of us want, I don't think most people don't want, is you don't want to neglect the high school student athlete. And I think colleges are signing, somewhere around 20% less high school kids each year because of the portal. They think they're getting immediate, results with these portal guys. And, I'd rather do it with the high school guys and develop them.
Yeah. Did you talk to Coach Sampson about getting on his private jet? Did he get that private jet yet?
I don't know. The difference is people have asked me that is, we get an opportunity to recruit a local, and we can get in the car, and all my coaches drove where they're recruiting, these last couple of days. He recruits nationwide, and so it benefits him a heck of a lot more than it does us. And I understand why he's looking to have help in that manner.
Yep. We'll see if you can get on there. Maybe we'd like to join you on that too if we can. That's great stuff. That's Coach Willie Fritz. Congratulations on the big win, Coach. Have a nice weekend, and then back at it next week against Kansas. We appreciate you. Thanks for calling in.
Thanks, guys. Go Cougs.
All right, there's Willie Fritz with us here every week on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, brought to you by HR&P and by Chastain Ford. That's nice stuff. And John Daspit.
And John Daspit, personal injury lawyer. And if you're looking for a personal injury lawyer who can help you with the finding financial recovery once you have been injured, that's going to be John Daspit. Whether it is on the railway, out in the water because you work offshore, a refinery, the roadways, it could be a slip and fall somewhere because water, slippery sign wasn't posted, you cracked your head open, you ended up with a concussion, had to go to the hospital, spent a day in the hospital. I don't know. I'm kind of just spitballing what your injury might be here. I'm just telling you this, the personal injury law firm that you call is 713 now, because that's John Daspit. Daspit and his law firm is the biggest here in the city of Houston. They're the very best when it comes to making sure that you are going to get the recovery that you deserve. And that the recovery includes physical therapy money. It includes all the x-rays and medical bills, hospital stays. For people who are badly injured, it's going to be a long process. It's going to be a costly process. The other side has to pay for that. They need to pay for your pain and suffering. They even need to pay for time you miss from work, because that's what your family is counting on. It's what you are counting on. So make sure that John Daspit is on speed dial, ready to call if anything ever happens to you or someone you love. 713 call now, or go to daspitlaw.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Not very nice for the coach. That was nice of the coach to call in on his recruiting trip. And usually on bye weeks, coaches don't call in, but that was cool. It was good. Nice way to go into a break, right? That win. Holy crap! Well, they had to be gripping after 2 straight shutouts.
Yeah.
No score. They couldn't score,
So
and to
much
put up
pressure.
a 30 against TCU.
Mhm.
That's nice.
Yeah.
That was I would imagine a big relief for everybody in the program to get that done. You don't want to go into 2 weeks with yet another loss or another toe stub offensively. So that was a really nice way to finish up that first half of the season and get to the second half.
Now, there's video has surfaced of Angel Reese in Chicago at a Wild and Out live show in Chicago, which I have no problem with. It's her off season. People are like, you need to be in the gym work. Do you even do anything with basketball? They just ended their season.
Yeah.
She can't go out and do something to have fun.
Yeah.
What are you people?
Actually, she probably has to work. They don't pay her enough.
I know.
Yeah.
She's probably working somewhere as a makeup consultant.
Huh.
What?
Huh.
What did I say? Why did you back away from the microphone? I don't love the eyelashes, but the rest of her. My point. I'm just not an eyelash guy. I told my daughter this yesterday. I said never wear fake eyelashes. I personally don't think they look good. But my point, Dell, you can get back in the screen here. You can get back to your microphone. But the point is, in the video, you seem to not know. You seem to not be familiar with Angel Reese's game here in this video. It's.
I see her game there. It's substantial.
It's substantial.
Yes.
Yeah, I
got a lot of game.
I didn't know because I showed John. I intentionally didn't want to. I want to see if he knows that this is Angel Reese.
I didn't know her
in
from
this
behind.
Outfit.
I didn't know her from behind until she turned around. And
you
said,
just
whoa.
don't follow her. I don't follow her social media anyway, but it doesn't take long.
Listen, in my courtroom, she'd be not guilty.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let the record. That's what I was saying. This is a good. This is
right. Now,
I had no problem with this video.
Now, Brianna Stewart.
Guilty?
She was guilty of missing a layup to win the game last night. That's what she was guilty of. She missed the game-winning layup in overtime.
I came over to Nick's place and watched these games. I never saw WNBA on any of the TVs.
Yeah, it was on.
You had a WNBA TV?
WNBA
on the
was
wall of TVs?
Yeah. No, not on the one we were watching.
The side one.
On the side.
Well, for accuracy's sake, she was fouled on that layup. She missed a free throw that would have won the game.
No, and then in overtime she missed the layup to win the game. That was.
Please don't challenge
that
John
was
on WNBA stuff.
I mean, stop. So and then at the end she misses the layup to win the game.
That would have tied the game.
Huh?
That would have tied the game. The overtime layup would have tied the game. It wouldn't have won the game.
Oh, would have tied it. Yep. And she did. And she look at.
So she missed.
Angel Reese did.
She missed the free throw that would have won the game in regulation. Then missed. Missed
the
layup that would have tied the game.
Yeah. Game tying layup. But
you're saying she's guilty?
She's
guilty as charged?
We'll have to go through.
I don't know what charges she's facing. What charges is she facing?
Guilty as charged. Whatever it is,
you can't just. You can't just.
John already has said guilt and innocence.
We'll have to see all the evidence.
You just can't arrest someone and then convict them for not being attractive enough. She would actually have to commit the crime first.
Well, he's never going to win a judge's position. Oh, he could get voted in technically.
Yeah, you can. That's a position where you can get voted in.
You can run, John.
Yeah, you can.
Well, don't you have to have?
That would be my campaign.
Don't you have to have some qualifications? You can't just run for a judge.
He's in the Hall of Fame,
right?
Why not?
He's in the Hall of Fame.
Why not? Because you have to know the law. What do you mean? Why not?
Yeah.
He knows Yanni.
You can't.
Yanni next to Tillman Fertitta.
That doesn't qualify you.
He's been on a PJ.
I don't think I sat next to Tillman Fertitta. I never
sat next to him at a basketball game or something?
No.
What about just at a table?
What?
At a table somewhere?
I'm sure we've spoken. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe.
Well, if you're going to win, you need to say
I know. Well, that's not going to get me the win.
He's had Mattress Mac on the radio.
You do need people to donate to your campaign.
Yeah, I do.
Yes.
Easy. Yanni.
Not Yanni. Yanni.
Chad. Justin.
Yeah.
It'll have to be a small
Reagan.
group. Reagan. It'll have to be a small group.
Right.
John has surrounded himself with people with money. He's going to be okay. How many poors do you hang around?
That was my. I hang around with poors.
You do?
Yeah.
I don't know anybody poor. Kevin Sumlin, not poor. Alonzo, not poor.
No.
Dana, not poor. Yanni, not poor. Who are the poors?
Yeah, name all your poor
Everyone
friends.
at Lulings is not poor.
List all your poor friends, John.
Oh, I've got
poor friends.
I got poor friends.
I've got poor friends.
I don't want to out them.
Friends.
I don't want to out them. You're one of the poors.
Name a poor friend. Name one of your friends you consider poor right now.
Lance?
Is he your friend?
Del?
I'm not your friend.
Raheel?
That was the point. I'm not your friend.
Okay. Yeah, you're my friend.
No, I'm not.
We're friends
You
now.
can't
We're
choose
not.
if somebody sees you as a friend.
Yes, I
can.
Sorry. You are friends.
No, we're
Chance,
not friends.
Frank. Okay.
He's just naming everyone from 1560.
Yeah. What?
That's all he's doing.
Yeah. Jackie, he's poor.
Is he?
I don't know.
Maybe compared to Tillman, sure.
Yeah.
He's John's.
Everybody's-
He's in John's pool.
Who's the richest person in Houston? Everybody's poor compared to Tillman.
We remember that segment from last week.
Yeah, that's a great segment.
Was it?
Yeah.
He's beating that one guy. He just took over the lead from that other guy.
He did from Jeff Hildebrandt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank
Good
God we
old
finally
Jeff
got a real
Hildebrandt.
rich guy in there. As rich as
Well, Jeff lost about $6 billion last year. Okay. How would you like to lose $6 billion in a
he's
year?
still in second.
Okay. Right. He still had another 7 or 8 left over.
He can donate to your campaign.
Yeah.
Except you badmouthed him last week.
I did not badmouth him. I didn't call him one of the poors.
Come from Tillman.
I didn't call him one of the poors.
Yeah, he can't run for office.
Like John's entire campaign would be hot or not. That's how that was. Are you hot or are you not?
You act like that can't get votes though, Del.
I'm sure it can.
I mean,
I'm just pointing out what it would be. It wouldn't be any real issues. It'd just be hot or not.
There's
Like
some Trumpy stuff with him. Like he's not qualified. I don't think it. I don't. Trump was a sport.
But don't you have to have a law degree to be a judge?
I actually don't know that you have to.
Yeah, probably.
You could just be a judge and with no qualifications.
I think it's like a popularity contest, like at school. Like I'm running for treasurer. I'm running for class president. I don't know if you have to have it or not.
I'm pretty sure you do.
Know some law, right?
I mean, I would hope so.
I would hope. You would think that you wouldn't win anyway.
Some
that
of the
people wouldn't be dumb enough to vote
from
for
some
me.
of the local judges aren't great.
You would hope. And by the way, if only good-looking people are going to vote for me, I don't think I'm going to win. No. So
I mean, you got a better chance in California, but they would not vote for you.
So not every type.
You'd have no chance in California.
No.
So not every type of judge needs a law degree, but most do. So maybe John can run for a judgeship where he doesn't need a law degree.
Yeah.
I think county judges. I'm not sure if you have to for county. Yeah, obviously for higher courts.
Well, I'm not running for judge, okay? All right? Nobody's going to vote for me. Nobody's going to vote on the platform of are you hot?
Here it is. Judges of the constitutional county courts must be well informed on the law of the state, but are not required to be lawyers. See,
I watched. As a matter of fact, I watched a Law and Order yesterday.
Yeah. It's almost impossible not to if you turn the channel at all.
Right. I did. I stopped on one. I was like,
you could be a judge. John could be a judge. That could be his new gimmick. Judge John.
Oh, I got the Angel Reese video now. Why is this happening? Why is she assaulting us like this? Stop doing it, Angel. That's terrible.
Better than assaulting backboards with her layups.
745 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Dalvin Cook is calling the show.
Hey, we get people from all parts of the sports spectrum calling this show.
No, this is not Dalvin Cook. I'm
I
pretty
need
sure.
Google Dalvin Cook and see if he's trying out somewhere.
All right, Dalvin.
Hey, Dalvin Cook, are you going to try?
Are you going to actually try this time, Dalvin?
Yeah, change your voice
the Cowboys
even a little bit.
No,
Dalvin Cook.
This is his bit.
This may be Dalvin Cook to the Cowboys.
Or no, because Jordan Mason got dinged up.
Hi, it's me, Dalvin Cook. That's it.
No.
That's it. 49ers.
Yeah, well, it says it up on the board.
Yeah. Well, let's see. All right.
Yeah,
hey,
okay.
Dalvin Cook, how are you?
Hey guys, good morning. Good morning. I'm fresh legs wasting away on the Cowboys practice squad. The Niners have CMC on IR, Elijah Mitchell on IR, Jordan Mason busted his shoulder. I am ready to be the starting running back of the San Francisco 49ers. Please make it happen for me. My legs are fresh. I had a big run to salt away the game against the Texans in the playoff game last year for the Ravens.
Okay.
I am ready. Cowboys, trade me.
Let me ask you something. That's not how that works. The 49ers have to sign you off the practice squad, Dalvin. That's how that works. He's already hung up, but I'd ask Dalvin, we watch Zeke Elliott have no juice, and you can't make the active roster. Why have the 49ers come and get you?
Yeah.
This isn't James Cook. This is Dalvin.
Yeah. Dalvin, you are for Wash King. You're one of the Wash Kings, I think, right now. It's over for you, I think.
I think it is over for him.
I mean, you're bulked up to look like a linebacker anyway, so maybe switch positions. Maybe that might help your cause.
Yeah, he's a little too big now.
No.
You think he should be a lineman?
No, linebacker.
He looks like he's about 225 pounds now. He's huge.
Dalvin.
Yeah, Dalvin. Dalvin, you sound just like
Keith.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe that's why you can't play. You sound like Keith. I've seen Keith. He don't look like a running back to me.
You don't sound like a running back at all.
No.
All right, we got a break. Thanks for calling in, Dalvin Cook. 713-780-3776. You got to talk about Vanderford Air.
I get to. I don't have to. I get to. It's my pleasure to talk about Vanderford Air because I know I'm going to save people money and I'm going to make them comfortable. In the Houston heat, today the heat is going to be, the high today is going to be only 89. You're still going to have to, we're in the middle of October. It's 89. No big deal. You have to have the air conditioner on. That's fine. But if you have an air conditioner that is properly sized to your home, you're not going to have to run it all the time. In fact, it'll be able to get to the cool temperature faster, and it's going to be able to, you're going to be able to stay there. They can do so much for you. You get new lines. When they install new air conditioners, they put new lines and up in the attic, just completely change everything out. Crystal clear, clean lines. If you need, they run heat checks in every single room. What they can do for you is cut different vents into your home to make sure that air is getting into your home and cooling all the areas properly the way they're supposed to. And that's what I love about my friends over at Vanderford Air is their entire thing is about getting you comfortable, getting you cool, and keeping you that way and doing it at an efficient rate so that your cost comes down. Now, if you have an air conditioner that's not old and you just need something repaired, replaced, or you just want to get it checked out or the furnace checked out, they do that with their checkup system as well. So make sure the Vanderford Air is the number that you have on your phone. Even if you don't need them, you're going to need an air conditioning person at some point. Make sure you have somebody that you can trust. Years of family-owned and operated air conditioning service. 281-557-COOL. That's 281-557-COOL.
All right, time to talk about Chastang Ford, my people over there. The deal over there, the Broncos right now, the deal that you can get on the Broncos is incredible. $5,000 off all in-stock Broncos, $10,000 off Bronco Raptor in stock, $10,000 off a Heritage Bronco limited edition, up to $12,000 off Ford F-150s. This month is flying by, guys. Take advantage of this month. This is happening. It's the 11th. You still got a couple of weeks left, but take advantage of these deals because these vehicles are going to be taken off the lot. They got to be in stock. So get on over there to Chastang Ford or go on the website. As soon as you go on the website, you're going to have somebody pop up in the corner and ask how they can help you. And they're going to ask you, where do your payments have to be? That's a big deal to Chastang Ford. They want you to have the best car buying experience you could possibly have. Not gouge you for as much money as they can possibly make, but have your car buying experience the best they can possibly be. That's what they do every single time at Chastang Ford. Love them for it. I've done it 4 times now. I bought 4 vehicles from Chastang Ford, and I will continue to buy my vehicles from there. Once you buy from Chastang, you really join the family, okay? You join the family at Chastang Ford. It's really a family-like atmosphere. So if you're looking for that vehicle, get the best deal you can at ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. It's just 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Did you hear why last night the referee said they didn't see the fumble on the punt, the muff punt? Did you see that?
No. What did they say?
They said the league didn't have the same
angle.
The angles.
Yeah, the TV angle that Amazon showed. Well, they're supposed to.
Yeah. For whatever reason, the referee said
talked about
that.
that.
And the clarity of that they're not using the same quality camera.
It should be more clear than anything ever before. You should just get broadcast angles. They've got cameras that they don't, that aren't. I mean, they've got all these old angles, all these angles that they don't use because the director doesn't go to that camera. They got all these angles and shots. You should have everything, right? What are you using? You're only using broadcast versions. Yeah. You're not using separate cameras.
Well, that was a kind of a big deal, especially for everybody who had the over San Francisco, that they gave the ball back to the Seahawks. Right?
You're very specific there.
Well, I was with a bunch of guys that had the over.
No, that's
last night. Yeah.
You're going to speak to a very small group.
Well, I don't know. Most people bet the over as opposed to the under. Yanni is supposed to bet the under and was rooting against everybody because that's how he is. And but he didn't win. He lost. So that made me happy. But those are big plays, man. You can't they don't. What do you mean they don't have access to the same camera angles?
They have to.
They should.
They have to.
If you can see it on the Amazon Prime broadcast, but you can't see it in New York?
No, that's what you use. Is you use the TV broadcast angles. So I don't understand what that even means.
I don't either. I don't either.
Because you can say, okay, show me all your cameras. Show us this camera, this camera, this camera. The pylon one, I mean, that's a whole different one. To me, if you had any tracker in the football at all, you should be able to. You should be able to have the goal line technology that soccer has, where if it breaks the goal, you should have that. It should be easy to assess that. They constantly have the worst angles. They don't have. I just don't understand how we have so many cameras in stadiums, and then we end up seeing angles that don't capture what you're looking for. I'm always blown away when I'm like, man, how do they have this many cameras and don't get a good angle on a play that they're looking at? But for what you're talking about, absolutely, you should have everything that Amazon. What they said was that they didn't get to see an angle that was shown on TV. Mm-hmm. Why? How? If it was shown on TV, how did you not see it? I don't understand how that works.
Yeah, I don't get it either. And there was something to do with the clarity of the television of the camera too.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that's really weird.
Yeah, I got to find a quote, but yeah, absolutely, that had something to do with it as well. So Dell, let's play the Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon was pissed yesterday. Joe Mixon practiced yesterday. He's a possibility to play. He was limited at practice. Kamari Lassiter did not practice. But after the practice, Joe Mixon was talking about being back out there and the possibility of playing. And here's what Joe had to say.
What you think? I want to be out there. You got out there. I was number 1 in the league in rushing. I want to be out there. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, other than, obviously I was stopped because of that weak ass hip drop tackle. You know what I'm saying? So I can't do nothing about that. I want to be out there more than anybody. You know what I'm saying? So obviously it's frustrating, but at the end of the day, it is what it is. I'm gonna just keep on working, and when it's time to, you know, be out there, I'm gonna do what I gotta do to show up the best on the field. Simple as that.
He'll be there. All the three. Damian was at practice. Joe Mixon was at practice. Your boy Cam Akers was there. He'll be fine. He'll play this week.
Well, but is he going to be have the same effectiveness he did in week 1? I don't know.
Well, let's see if they block it. Let's see if they play the Colts.
Well, but he created a lot himself with his speed and his.
He did. I think he will. I don't
let's
think
hope
he'll
so.
come back until he's ready to play. I mean, he's missed a lot of football.
Yeah.
He's missed 4 weeks. So that's a pretty good recovery time.
Yeah.
You're getting treatment every single day, I would imagine. E-stim, ice, heat, E-stim therapy. I mean, he's going through it all. So when he's back, he'll be ready to play because the Texans aren't going to, I don't think, I mean, they're clearly not rushing him back. And it's clearly not a high ankle sprain, or he'd be out longer. Of course, if he is out this week, I would be concerned because it might be 2 more weeks. But the fact he was in practice is a really good thing.
All right.
That is a big loss.
Yeah.
Joe Mixon, the way he ran week 1, you're right. It wasn't just blocking. Joe Mixon was creating yards for himself.
Yep.
That has been a big loss because this offense runs better when the running game is dangerous. It's easier. And now that Nico Collins is out more than ever, you need to be able to run a football.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, when we come back, let's hear from Bobby Slowick. He had a couple of things to say first about
you notice
about
how
Nico?
snarky Bobby Slowick hadn't called in a long time.
Yeah.
You know, ever since he was riding high, the Bobby Slowick on a mobile, he was riding high whenever he had the interviews with other teams. And now all of a sudden, now that the fans want him gone,
they've turned on him.
Yeah, they've turned on him. I'm canceling season tickets if Slowick is still there. I can't stand to see 437 yards of total offense in a game.
I don't get it. I don't
know why he decided to start calling it bad plays.
Time to talk about Aqueduct Plumbing and the good play that you're going to make when you call 281-488-6238, because that's what you call Billy's company, Billy Brown, and you're going to get a guy that comes to your home. You're going to get a guy that is going to give you an estimate that's absolutely free. You're going to get a guy that knows his business. You're going to get a guy that's going to give you a square and fair price, right? And then you decide, you know what? Yeah, whether or not you're going to do it. But here's, you know what? You're probably going with the guys, right? Get another estimate. That's fine. But here's the deal. Make sure that one of yours one of them has to be from Aqueduct Plumbing, because Aqueduct Plumbing, I tell you, we've both experienced them and how good they are. They are fantastic at what they do. Get a square deal, get a free estimate, get great workmanship, get people that know what they're doing. I'm telling you, I don't know about the plumbing business that's got a bad reputation. Not at Aqueduct Plumbing. They're great. 281-488-6238 or aqueductplumbingcompany.com. Time to talk about MyBookie, mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. If you're looking for the best way to play, win and get paid, I got it for you. MyBookie.ag, promo code Bet975. I was on there yesterday. I get on there every day just to see what the lines are, or if I find something that I really like. I mean, it's so easy. I'm looking at it right now. Okay. The Coastal Carolina Chanticleers +9. Boom. Hit the number. Bingo. And then you make your bet. Okay. I don't know if that's a good bet. I have no idea.
Just wait until 9 o'clock.
I ought to, because they're playing James Madison, who's really good. I'm
they
not
played
sure.
last night.
Oh, they played last. Who won?
James Madison smashed him.
Oh, see, I've
Yeah.
got to bet them today. Then guess what would have happened? You see, that's the problem with just doing what I just did. So you're looking for the best way to play, when it get paid. Do some studying. Don't be like me. Do some studying. All you need to do is get. And oh, by the way, 5 stars coming in here is going to give you winners. You got a free pick last night. You've got a great website to navigate, and they'll double your money on your deposit. 975. All you need to do is go to mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. Do it now. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Bobby Slowick met the media, and y'all can just keep your Bobby Slowick slander to yourselves, okay? The Texans are 4-1. Their offense is going pretty good. They didn't have a running game, and yet they're still putting up numbers. CJ's throwing for over 300, okay? I know I don't know what you're looking for here. Here's Bob. Now they lost Nico, and here's Bobby Slowick talking about, you know what? If you're a coach and you lose the best wide receiver in the league, it's got to affect you. And he says, well, yeah, it's going to affect us.
You know, Nico is a guy that is really irreplaceable. You know, I think he's been playing probably the best ball of his career. I think right now I'd say for us, he was the best receiver in the NFL and what he was doing. And you know, you can't replace that. But at the same time, we got a room full of guys that are hungry, that want to go in, they want to get their ops. I think Hutch did a great job in the game. After Nico went out, he took advantage of his ops. He showed up in the run game. He works every single day. Obviously, you have Metch, you have Woody, you have Sims. I mean, we got a lot of guys that can go out, that can play, and that can function. So we have full confidence that we'll just keep rolling.
You better be careful how he's using ops, because what he could be saying is they want to go out there and get their ops. And if you're going out there to get your ops, you know what ops are, John? He's using them as opportunities. That's not what ops is. They'll tell him what an op is. An op is your opponent, is your arch rival. And in some cases, it's a violent physical thing. Like your op is the cart marshal. What's he called? The
cart
guy
path
who
only?
drives around and
the
says
marshal?
cart path, the marshal who enforces cart path only. That's your op.
Yeah.
That's one of your ops. Another one of your ops might be, who are John's ops? Oh, Del, who are John's ops? He's got people that he hates.
Anyone who does the wave?
Yeah, they're your ops.
Yeah, that's my ops.
Yes, they're your ops.
Yeah.
100%. People who do the waves are your ops. That's a lot of people potentially. But there's other people. What is he famous for?
Who, John?
Yeah, that he doesn't like. Who are his ops? Anyway, he does the wave.
Cart
But
path
what else?
only, but that's not an actual person. That's a
Well,
thing.
it's whoever if they're enforcing it, if
The
the
marshal
driving around in a cart enforces
That's
it,
one of his ops.
that's be his ops.
Yeah.
But what are you famous for hating? There's another one. Del, remember he hates that it's on for life all the time.
The wave, cart path only. What else is there?
That's all.
Craft beer.
Kind of craft beer. No. There's somebody. Oh, Bobby Slowick is your op because of Tank Dell.
Oh, I hate that.
AJ Hinch.
Hate that when he plays Tank Dell at guard. Yeah, I
AJ
hate
Hinch
that.
is one of his ops.
Who?
AJ Hinch is one of your ops.
Nah,
You're never gonna let it.
that's not
I
an
hated that decision.
Yeah, well, you won't ever let it go.
No, I don't let it go. I'm not letting it go.
Is Jeff Passan your op?
No,
No,
I
Jeff Passan is your op.
It's your
I
op.
like Jeff.
Okay.
Listen to him.
Yeah.
Listen to get a load of this guy.
Do you know? Okay.
I don't know who your ops are, but you got a lot.
No.
I'm just got to think about him. I got to think about who it is.
No,
We're kind of Dell's ops, honestly, and that's the weird thing is we
Dell
go
is
show
my op.
together.
No. Dell is my op.
I'm not your op.
Yeah.
You're my op.
No. You're everybody's op.
It's not true.
Yeah.
You go out of your way to try to limit my potential. You're one of my ops.
Don't limit your potential.
You have done it for years. Just take a listen to your lead-in from my show every day.
Was Craig Sheeman your op?
No, that was Rahil's op.
That's Rahil's.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nobody knows who Craig Sheeman is. You're going way deep.
He did a
Every program
weekly
director is your op.
NFL show nationally with his buddy Bob Berger.
That was a long time ago, bro. A long time
Some people
ago.
got
Nick
long
Wright is my
memories.
op.
How so?
No.
I'm his. He seems to mention me on his national show. He still gets upset.
Skip
me.
Bayless is my op. I can't stand him.
Okay, Skip's your op.
That's my op.
He doesn't know it, but yeah.
Yeah.
Like me and Nick are ops.
Yeah.
Like he knows it and I know it.
You and Todd McShay?
He's not quite my op. I just don't have the respect for him I have for Mel Kiper. Mel's the true OG. And Todd's just
okay, your ops
Todd's
are
just somebody who doesn't seem to act friendly to other people in the space.
Lance's ops are interns with cheeseburgers.
That's true.
No, I'm their op.
Right?
No,
I'm their op.
No, he's their op. He's still in their
I don't
burgers.
think of
Yeah,
him.
but you go just take him
I don't
from
even think of him.
he's
at
one
all.
of their
I just-
ops.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Like I'm not thinking of him.
I'm
their op.
I know who your op is. A brisket is your op.
A brisket's not my op. That's so old. You know that's 5 years old now?
Is it really?
Yes. 2019, summer of.
But
when
people,
Willie was trying to put
anytime a brisket
Florida.
is mentioned, you still get a bunch of tweets.
Okay, well, I'm gonna post every time they do. I'm gonna post the juicy brisket, which is basically squirting all over the place.
Whoa.
It's not?
What the word?
I'll get the video out right now if y'all want to see a brisket squirt.
Whoa.
Do you want to see it?
My
Okay.
gosh.
Well, then I guess we better
Well,
stop. then.
what have we done?
Guess we better stop.
What's wrong with him? Do you
I
want to
press
see
down
a
and it goes,
brisket? Stop making no sound effects
No.
from you either.
Don't do that.
Do you want to see a brisket? What?
Squirt all over the place.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
Mm.
Bobby Slowick did say that their biggest issue, not their biggest op.
Not their ops.
Wait, but between the 50 and the 30 is going to be their biggest op.
And, you know, like statistically, we've been good on third down. We've been good in the red zone. We've been good in yards. There's like this void somewhere between the plus 45 and the plus 30 that we've had some issues in. And that right now as a staff is what we're in there grinding and trying to figure out. Because really in the game where we stalled in the second half was we had three, if you count the 44-second play, times where we got across the 40-yard line and we had no points to show for it, you know, which that gets hard. That's hard to win in the NFL when that happens. So we were fired up as a team that we were able to rally together and get that done.
A good way to avoid that, big plays, 60-yard plays. Then you avoid the 45 to the 30.
Well, you don't want to have to do that every time.
Well, I know, but
You like to be better. You like to be good everywhere if you can.
right. Apparently,
I mean, it's preferable.
apparently the 45 to the 30 is their op.
Yes, it is.
And they need to.
Yes, it is.
Right?
Yes,
And
it is.
Bobby needs to do something about that. Okay, let's go, Bobby. Let's get off Bobby Slowick in this town. Okay.
Well, stop
Yeah.
forcing your kicker to kick 50-plus yard field goals, and we'll get off you.
Okay. No. Well,
Yeah.
you know what? We got
Score more touchdowns. How about that?
You what?
Score more touchdowns. How about that?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah. Then
That'd
we'll
be
get
nice.
off of them.
and then and cover.
Well, sure, for other people, but you score more touchdowns, you probably will cover. So let's not get off of Bobby Slowick. Let's demand greatness. And you know what? I love Kaimi Fairbairn being great, but how about you be great, Bobby Slowick?
So you want to limit Kaimi Fairbairn?
No, if there's a clutch kick that's needed late where you don't have the time, sure, Kaimi be great, but in the middle of the second quarter, maybe I don't need him to be great. Maybe I need Slowick to be great. Stop being carried by your quarterback and your kicker. How about that? Dial up the
Or you
plays.
can look at it the other way. That you are anti-Hawaiian.
Okay. You're clearly anti-Hawaiian.
No.
If Tua's Hawaiian, you're clearly anti-Hawaiian.
I don't mind Kaimi.
But as far as Bobby Slowick is concerned, yeah, if there's a void, fix it. Be great, Bobby Slowick. That's all I'm asking for. I'm not calling for you to be fired, but I'm calling for you to be great.
Good. You're not calling for him?
No, I'm not one of those.
You're not calling for his head?
I'm not one of those crazy people who thinks he needs to be fired, but I do want him to be great.
Okay.
That's all.
Asking Bobby to be great is not asking too much.
No. That's fine.
I'm pretty sure he's trying to be great.
Well, what does trying get me?
Well, now he doesn't have Nico. You want him to be great.
Yeah, it gets me 50-plus
he
yard
lost
field
his
goals.
best weapon, and you're asking him to be
all
great.
Right,
well,
is Nico a crutch?
That's how it works.
Is Nico a crutch, or does he have it? Does Bobby have it, or does he need crutches?
You don't need no crutch.
Is Nico one of his motorized scooters?
Yeah, look how good a manager Aaron Boone is with Juan Soto and Garrett Cole and Aaron Judge. By the way, I saw something. It just pissed. I'm definitely not for. I'm really definitely not for the Yankees moving on any further than the ALCS. We can't let them win.
Oh no! Somebody put out there.
But
somebody put a tweet out there. They're going to play either the Guardians or the Tigers, not the Astros. And I was like, what kind of tweet is that?
Well, it means they have a chance now.
Yeah. Well, maybe that's what it means.
Yeah. What the Yankees have, it turns out, is something more than just Aaron Judge and Juan Soto show. Soto played well. Something more than that. I mean, God forbid, do they need to get Ohtani now to have a shot? They've got something more than that. Soto played well in the series, and Judge, after struggling early, laced a double and walked twice in Game 4. With one other American League Central team left to conquer for the Yankees to return to the World Series, Judge said, there's something special here. I think we got a little bit of the ghost from the old stadium, a little bit of magic there, too. You guys are so lame. Aaron Judge, that's so lame. There's something special here. I mean, you've got a payroll of like $500 million. There's something special here. I think we got a little bit of the ghost from the old stadium, a little bit of magic there too. It is so romanticized Yankees stuff. And you would think that like they didn't pay for Juan Soto. Like Aaron Judge, okay, he's homegrown. I'll give you that. Garrett Cole, you went and bought him. You're doing what the Yankees always do. You're just going and buying. You got a few more homegrown guys than usual. Stop telling us about old stadium and magic. And the only reason you got a shot is the Astros aren't in it.
By the way, you clinched in Kansas City. It had nothing to do with your ballpark.
Yeah.
Right?
There's something special. There's something special here. As soon as I read that, and it's in the headlines, I'm like, wait, what? There's something special here. As soon as I read that somebody from the lame-ass Yankees was saying, talking about how special things are when the Astros aren't in it to break their ass in half, all I could think of was, you know what? I really want them to lose so bad. And I want them to lose to A.J. Hinch. I want 17 Astros manager A.J. Hinch. You cheater! I want the old cheater to go in there and run them out of business. I want them to get beat by Skubal and Trubel and just a bunch of other guys. Just a bunch of nobodies. Please, Jesus, please, baby Jesus, when you're not watching out for the Texans this weekend and C.J. Stroud, do whatever you can to ruin the Yankees' chances of going to a World Series.
That's not very Christian-like of you.
Don't care. The Old Testament is a bunch of smiting down and smiting. There's some stuff in there.
Yeah,
it's not nice. There's some not nice stuff.
I'm aware,
yeah,
but it's not very Christian. The new Christian of you to do that.
Well, there's a lot of mean Christians now.
Well, the old Christians, they smite.
I know a lot of
people
smiting,
now.
praying for God's vengeance to come down on others, but.
Yeah.
I'm praying
for him
to humble, and maybe
you ask God to smite your enemies.
I want him to humble the Yankees.
David did that a lot in Psalms, brother.
Now I'm saying, God, can you smite the Yankees and humble them? But maybe that's more like the Iron Sheik is where I want to make them humble.
Iron Sheik would humble people by doing stuff to them. Is that what you want?
I just want them to have errors. I want them to strike out. I don't want them to score. I don't want the Yankees, if they're going to say something lame, this team that tries to buy championships left and right, like finally, after the Astros have had this 7-year run, the Yankees like, oh, it's something special. The magic is back. The old ghosts of the old stadium are here. The romantic version of the Yankees.
That's so stupid. You're in Kansas City. It had nothing to do with the stadium.
I think they mean the year, the season.
Oh,
I think
year.
when fans are
Shut
clapping
up
in the
about
stadium.
your year. You suck, Yankees. The only reason you're going to get there is because the Astros aren't there. And if it is the Yankees and Dodgers, I'm just going to throw up all over myself. I honestly.
You got to make a choice.
Oh,
who do you pick?
I'm taking the Yankees because I can't stand the Dodgers.
Golly, you're taking the Yankees?
I'm taking Yankees over Dodgers, yes.
Oh,
the Dodgers are the worst people.
I'm hoping for a Padres versus.
I know.
I'm hoping for
trust me.
I almost want the Mets to be there so the Yankees don't get it. I'd almost rather have Mets and Tigers.
Oh, that'd be totally sweet. No, if both of them are eliminated, it's great. But I think the Yankees are getting through. 816 ESPN. What is Chris? What are my ops?
Oh, he's going to tell you on the other side.
On the other side, he's going to tell me. But first, I got to tell
you have some ops that we're not thinking of.
No, I don't have any ops. I love everybody except
Barron.
the Dodgers and the Yankees.
David Barron.
I like David. David's fine. I saw him over at Ken Hoffman's. We talked. He's not. That's fine. He's fine.
Yeah. Now that he's out of telling you how bad you are or how low your ratings are.
Yeah, things have changed. Circumstances have changed.
Well, I do know this. I know what's highly rated, and that's Jim Fumey's windows. That's highly rated. The installation is highly rated. How about that? The Better Business Bureau has given them awards the award for excellence, as well as the Pinnacle Award from the Better Business Bureau. Those are the best. Okay. And in a recent survey conducted by Friedman Swift Associates, Gulf Coast Windows has been rated one of the most trusted window and door companies in Houston, if not the most trusted door company. Listen, when you've been doing it for 36 years like Jim Fiume has, when you got the product that he has, when you got the doors and the windows that are second to none, and listen, with the hurricanes and everything else, you want the best windows that you can possibly get to withstand the weather that we get here. The sun that's constantly beating down on your windows and leaking through other windows and causing your electricity bill to be so high. Not the case with Gulf Coast Windows. Double pane, double strength, the best windows you're going to find. And the doors as well. All at gulfcoastwindows.com. Give them a call, 713-849-5454, or get on the website, gulfcoastwindows.com.
Hey guys, they had to reschedule the Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC car show because they were expecting rain last weekend. I was out of town. I don't know if you guys got that rain or not, but I got to tell you, when you go to the website Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC, you're going to be able to see information on the car show. You're going to be able to see information about new vehicles in stock. You're going to be able to see the pre-owned vehicles, how many miles they have, real pictures of the pre-owned vehicles. You'll even be able to start the car buying experience and even finish the car buying experience online with people who will give you your the trade-in value for your vehicles. They'll work with you on whatever you're looking for, whether it's a lease or a purchase, any APR rates or dealer finance options you have available. Dealer incentives are a really, really big deal right now as well, because the dealer incentives change from month to month to month. So you got to go check them out for yourself at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC.com. But Saturday, November 2nd, as I mentioned, is going to be the 7th annual Classic Car Show. And these are some of the coolest cars you've ever seen. It costs just $20 to enter your own car. And they pop the hoods on them, pop the trunks, open the cars up, and sit by their cars, and you can ask questions. You can just, it's really a cool opportunity. The coffee trucks, food trucks, music, all kinds of things to keep the entire family occupied. But it's a really fun time, and the weather should be amazing there in November. So make sure that you mark that on your calendar, the Classic Car Show, the 7th annual, with all proceeds going to charity. It's your chance to get involved or get a new car at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Ryan Stanek is going to be joining us in a few minutes here to talk about this Yankees run that they're on. He and Phil Maton have joined them, and we will be talking to him in
He's going to be awake?
Yeah, he said he'd be up.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. He's got two little kids, young kids.
Well, still.
No, they get up. You know that as well as anybody. Yeah, he's going to be up. I think he probably got an afternoon workout at the park today.
Who? Stanek?
Yeah. Yeah, they got to keep on working. They got to wait and get. I mean, they got to wait on this Dodgers Padres series to end.
Yeah, he's He's not Yankees. He's Mets. I think
he's on the Mets. Did I say Yankees?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
he's on the Mets. No, I'm sorry. No, he's not on the Yankees. He's on.
Oh, and you know what? He's East Coast anyway.
Yeah, he's East Coast. It's 9:30
so,
there.
Yeah,
it's 9:30 there. So anyway, yeah, he's. I'm sorry. I know he's on the Mets. He and Phil Maton both joined the Mets this year, and look at what they're doing. Although Stanek, he was with Seattle, and look at this ride. He was with that crappy organization, and now he's in New York playing for a title, as opposed to that garbage organization in Seattle. So nice for him. That's pretty damn good for him. He's turned it around, and he's pitching well for the Mets right now. So we will talk to him in just a little bit. We got Chris here until then. What do you say, Chris?
Hey, what's up, guys? Long-time listener, many-time caller. So just wrote down some notes here as I'm driving South Texas. Do you want, I've got 6 or 7 things. You want them all at once? You want me to pop them off one at a time? So
Okay.
let's make some ingenious comments.
Okay. One at a time.
All right. Houston players named Jalen, both Petrie and Green. Those are ops of yours, right, John?
That's strong to call them ops.
No, I don't. I wish the best for all of them.
Yeah, Jalen Petrie. I wouldn't say that they're ops. Yeah.
Yeah. I hope they play really well.
What?
Yeah.
How about Lent? Lent is an ops of yours, and the next morning after, when you're off of Lent.
Who?
Lent.
Ops, right?
Lent is actually a lifesaver for me.
Yeah, rescues his.
It saves my life and my liver. So you're.
What about Ted Cruz at Astros game?
Oh, that's an op.
Yeah,
that's an op.
Or any big sporting event.
Yeah.
How about setting up your own technology without Dell to help you?
Setting up your own technology without Dell to help you?
I am probably the best engineer we have here. Okay.
What about
other than AD.
Don't serve Coors Light.
Okay.
How about bars in California that don't serve Coors Light? These are hassles and annoyances.
No.
An op is like
someone who's actively working against them.
Yeah. You literally are enemies.
Okay. What about Cal McNair before he got hit? He was an op back then, right?
Cal McNair before
he got hit. That's not a.
No, he was a
Jack Easterby.
Yeah. Well, these are all.
He's a busy bee.
These are all of our ops, though.
Yeah.
I mean,
exactly.
That's not specific,
John.
Thanks,
Love
Chris.
you guys, show. I just wanted to call in with a couple of those options.
Yeah.
All right, thanks.
Well,
Your op needs to be like,
you went
this
over.
is a sworn enemy now. Well, let's not use it
Cart
lightly.
path only
Like
is a sworn
Jalen
enemy.
Petrie and Jalen Green are not your ops.
No, I'm wishing the best for them.
Yeah.
I want them to play well. If they don't play well, then I talk about
anybody that does a wave in the 7th inning of a
Yeah,
close
you're
game,
my op.
you've now made the
No.
list.
The wave, cart path only, and there's
But
one
an op is a person.
and putting Tank Dell at guard.
An op has to be a person, though, or people.
Yeah.
Well, that's Bobby Slowick.
Then Bobby Slowick's your op.
So Bobby
Well, he
Slowick
was
is your
that
op.
one for that play. He was that one play. He was
Can't
my
have a
op.
one play.
Get Bobby Slowick out of here. Okay.
I feel like there's people that we're just missing. If we asked your friends, we would probably know. There's somebody you probably really don't like. There's somebody you probably really don't like that your friend group could tell us, like, man, I hate that guy. Do you ever say I hate that guy?
No, I don't
okay,
hate
if you
people.
say I
don't
hate that guy
people.
and he hates you, then you're ops.
I just don't hate people. Okay.
Let's not believe in that.
Yeah, I just don't. Here's Ryan Stanek is texting me. Let's get. Yeah, I know, Martin, that I said Yankees. I meant. No, Rich. I like Rich. No, you guys are all off
Who
on this.
sent
stuff.
you that?
Huh?
Who sent you that?
Real. Let's get Julian in here. Hey, Julian.
What it is, John Turkeys. So last time I called, y'all asked about baseball. Y'all were amongst yourselves wondering who I cheered for. I'm not a big baseball fan anymore. When I met my fiance many, many years ago, there was a little bit of a unspoken agreement. I give up baseball and basketball, but I get my football 100%. And I'm okay with that. But Derek Jeter and the Yankees are who I used to root for.
It's no surprise.
96 is when I started liking baseball, and it was only because of Derek Jeter. With that being said, last night, no CMC, no Jordan Mason. People were in and out of the lineup with injuries, and Brock Purdy still led them to like 400-plus yards of total offense. I don't think the Seattle defense is bad at all either. Let me make sure I say that. Brock Purdy doesn't get his just, and I just feel like I wonder when is it going to be time to say, yeah, Brock Purdy is right there with the top quarterback.
I guess whenever you win at the highest level.
Yeah. Well,
like the Texans do.
Yeah. Well, he got him in the Super Bowl, so I mean.
Well, but a division title is pretty good too.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Well, it's 3-3 now. They're gonna take that division. There's no question.
Brock's a good quarterback. He's a good quarterback. He's not gonna be put up there with Josh Allen and Lamar and those guys. That's just not gonna be the case.
All right, Ryan Stanek is joining us. New York Met reliever Ryan Stanek, former Astro, with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We really appreciate you getting. I know you got two daughters, right? So you got to be up early anyway, right?
Son and a daughter, but yeah.
Son and a daughter.
We're up and at 'em. Just hanging out. Actually, gonna go to the field in probably an hour to go get a workout in, because we still got to figure out where we're going in a couple days.
So how awesome is it? You started in Seattle, and now they were going nowhere, and you end up in this situation in the NLCS. Boy, life must be good right now.
Yeah, it's wild how life turns out. Going from one corner of the country to the other, packing up the whole family, and then getting out to New York and trying to figure out how to maneuver this city, which is definitely not the simplest city to get accustomed to on the fly. So it's been a pretty wild ride for the Stanek family, for sure.
Yeah, New York on the fly.
On the fly,
not exactly. That's a lot to buy. Where do you live?
Yeah.
Like, where do you and the family live?
Yeah, we're in a place in Long Island. Gonna say hi. Say hi.
Mm-hmm.
And did you?
Say hi, Joe.
Oh yeah. Did the team help you set that up and all that when you get there in the middle of the season?
Yeah, you don't have time to mess with that.
Sort of. They kind of give you like some ideas of where to look, but they don't really set anything up. They give you a couple days at a hotel, and then you kind of you kind of got to figure it out on your own. We actually got lucky. Somebody was actually headed out from the team, and we actually took over their apartment, which made it a little bit easier on us, especially with two kiddos. Like finding someplace with like a good amount of space that the kids can like run around and play and have room for everybody is definitely not as easy here as it might be in other cities.
Long Island is about your only Long Island, unless you want to move much further out. Long Island is about your only choice.
Yeah. Ryan Stanek.
Yeah, it unless you want to live in an apartment like in the city or something.
No,
but like it's hard to do that whenever you got kids. Because I talked to, obviously Mayton got traded over here a little bit before I did, and we were like, so what's your living situation like? And they're like, yeah, we got a pretty nice place. It's like 900 square foot. And I'm like, there's no chance that works with two kids.
No.
Like mama would be ripping her hair out.
Hey,
with the two munchkins and 900 feet.
That's big if you're in the city. 902 bedrooms,
Right.
900 square feet.
That's going to be about $9,000 a month, $10,000 a month.
Yeah. Easily.
Ryan Stanek with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We were just reading the Yankees quotes. Oh, it's so special, and it's the magic of the state. Being an Astro, you had to hate the Yankees. Do you hate them just as much now being a Met?
Honestly, it's weird because like they're obviously being in the NL right now. Like it's not like the concern. The concern is just taking care of the teams that are on our side and moving on. And I guess like I don't know. It's like I don't really like anybody that I'm not on the team of. So it really kind of makes the job a little easier.
Ryan Stanek here. This is something special though. What you guys are doing. Lindor's homers in the ninth inning. Alonso's homer. I mean, you guys are on some kind of ride. It's been unbelievable the clutch hitting that you guys have come up with.
Yeah, no, I mean we've had some pretty special moments late in games that, like everybody's stepping up. Obviously, like the superstars stepping up for the team is what people expect. But we've had a lot of guys come up really, really big. We've had some really big pitching performances. Like Manea threw the ball great the other day. Quintana threw the ball great. Obviously, the game 4. We've just kind of done it in all aspects. Like Iggy at second has played great. We've had young kids step up. We've just had a lot of guys step up and do their job. And I think come postseason time is you got to play clean baseball and you got to have guys step up in some moments where it may not be the superstar in the moment to get the job done, but like those guys have done it in those moments too. So it's been pretty special, and the team really never says die. So late inning heroics has been kind of in the MO for the offense lately.
Former Astro reliever Ryan Stanek, who's currently with the Mets, and waiting to find out who they're going to play in the next round in the NLCS with a chance to go to the World Series again for Ryan Stanek. Hopefully another opportunity. You know, I'm curious, and you maybe can shut this down if you want, Ryan, because maybe we romanticize things, but it just seems like, culture in a locker room, it seems like chemistry in a locker room, guys playing for each other, loving each other. Maybe that's storybook stuff, and it's really just about clutch hitting and who the best players are. But you've seen it. You've been here with the Astros. You went to Seattle. You're with the Mets now. Like, is too much made of chemistry in locker rooms and guys, loving each other and trying to play for each other? Is too much made of that, do you think? Does it just get down to pitching and hitting, or is that still an intricate part of the magic that being an Astro was for those years?
No, I think it's something that's not even talked about enough. Like the number one thing that can kill a good team is cancer in the clubhouse. Like that's the quickest way to derail a good season is by having people that are problematic in there, and it's not so much like that. Like there's a specific type of person or type of whatever that is problematic, but it's someone that's problematic to your clubhouse or somebody that's good for your clubhouse. Like it always changes based on the personality of the clubhouse, because one guy could be really, really like a really, really poor fit in clubhouse A, but in clubhouse B, that guy is the absolute glue guy. You know what I'm saying? So like, I don't think there's enough to be said about having a good clubhouse, but also like the vibe in each one is so entirely different, because like what works in our clubhouse here in New York versus what works in our clubhouse in Houston are very different. And not one's wrong, but they're just different. And I think without a good clubhouse, you can't win. And like, I don't know, it's hard to undersell how important like the boys playing for each other is.
Well, that's why, I mean, the Mets, you guys are a perfect example now. And of course you weren't on the team, but you're familiar. They just said, okay, we're going to throw, and like a lot of these big money, big market teams just throw a bunch of money at Justin, throw a bunch of money at Scherzer, and this will fix everything. Now Scherzer and Justin Verlander are gone, and you guys are in the NLCS. And last year, the Mets, I mean, I'm sure you followed it from afar. The Mets and their fans and the media and the owner was like, what the hell is going on here? We're spending all this money. We can't get it done. We're going to sell these guys off. It's dread in the city of New York for the Mets. And here you are. And, you know, things can change based not just on individual, you know, talent, but on just, like you said, like, I just wondered if it was maybe just partially just the locker room, just kind of vibing together.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously really hard to win without good players, but like, yeah, I think it's definitely something that like teams are starting to understand has real value, because it's like over the course of 162 and the playoffs and spring training and all the things that go into it, like you're together for, I don't know, 200 and I don't even know the exact number of days, but like 225 days or more throughout the course of the year. Like if the clubhouse and the chemistry isn't good, it's going to be a long year. It's going to feel even longer than it already is. So like you have to have good players to win, but if your clubhouse isn't good like that, like it just makes it hard, because you're fighting against not only the other teams, but you're fighting against yourselves too, like to keep everything where it needs to be.
Ryan Stanek, Mets reliever, with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So you're going to either be facing Ohtani or Betts or Machado or Tatis, or in the seventh inning of a clutch, a critical NLCS game with the game on the line. You're standing out there with everybody screaming in the ballpark. How do you keep your emotions in check?
I don't know, man. I think it's more just something that I've experienced before. I think in these moments, you got to lean on what you've done and where you've been before, and you kind of get through this situation where obviously it's never something you get like 100% used to, but like at least you can lean on to past experiences to help you keep yourself calm and keep yourself in the moment and keep yourself moving forward, as opposed to like over analyzing and letting the pressure kind of get in your own head and in your way.
How do you, well, I don't want you to give away secrets, but I mean, Ohtani can hit a low ball. He can hit a high, he can hit any pitch. When you're standing there thinking, okay, what do I throw him here? It's gotta be nerve wracking to know this is the pitch that I can get him out with.
I mean, yeah, I mean, there's like, he's a really good player, and I mean, there's a lot of really good players out there. So you just kind of know your report, know what your strengths are, know what you're trying to do, go execute. I think that you can't put any extra emphasis on one guy and then ignore the others. Like, there's too many good hitters, especially in both the San Diego and the LA lineup. Like, there's too many good players to, like, just focus on one guy. It's like he's really, really good player, but also, like, you forget there's Manny, there's Fernando, there's Mookie, there's just guys all over those lineups on both the other teams' lineups, like, that are really good players. So yes, you have to be prepared to face Shohei, but you got to be more than prepared to face everybody else too.
Yeah. Well, it just seems like you guys got something. They got, all those great players. You guys got great players too, but it seems like there's something magical going on there. Really does. From outside, I guess you're feeling it too. But it.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it feels like a special group. It feels like a group that can really do good things in the playoffs, and obviously continue to do good things that we've already started. So I don't know. It's a fun group for sure. I think it's something that when you're having fun, it makes the gauntlet a little bit easier, and you just kind of like live in the moment as opposed to like looking forward to anything or looking past anything. We're just very, very like present in each game, and I think that's served us really well so far.
Have you ever seen Phil Maton smile?
Handful of times.
Do you know that
over the course of the past 4 years?
Do you know that there's a thing called the resting Maton face?
I did not know that, but it seems like it tracks.
You can use it if you want.
Yeah. His face when he's on the mound just never changes. Never. And we were calling it resting Maton face.
That's fair. I mean, it's the same face he makes about 97% of his life.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's pretty fair.
Were you in the room? Were you in the locker room when his brother got a hit off of him in that game and he punched the wall or whatever he did to hurt his hand?
I was not. I was still in the bullpen.
Oh, okay.
You missed
I would do the same thing if my brother. I got a brother 2 years younger than me. I'd probably do the same thing.
Yeah, I would have done it too.
I could feel where he was coming from on that one.
Yeah.
You never.
Yeah, that would not be a situation that I would be envious of.
No, facing your brother, no, because then it's forever. He's got that on you forever. That's Phil. That is Ryan Stanek here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We'll let you go. We know you got work to do. You got the family to take care of before you go to work. We appreciate you, and we'll be watching and we'll be rooting for you against either of these teams.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate it.
Ryan Stanek here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Great stuff. That's got to be a lot of fun about in New York with all of those fans. If it's a Yankee Met World Series, holy crap. We had it once, and the Yankees took care of it. I'm rooting for Ryan Stanek in this one. Time to talk about Coors. Time to talk about the way you're going to watch your game, the way we were watching the games last night. You know how many buckets of Coors Light we had at Nick's place last night? It was ridiculous. It was awesome. We had just the best time. We had pizza and wings, and we had a table full of guys watching the game, and everybody's enjoying a cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. It just is the way to do it, okay? It was so much. That is just the way to go about life. Watching the games, drinking your cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light, throwing down with the Blue Mountains. So much fun. So good. You're looking for the best way to enjoy your games. There's one way to do it. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Watch your games. Keep chill with Coors Light.
Let's talk about Zadig Jewelers, what they can do for you. If you're looking for a new watch, you big in the watch game, they buy, sell, and trade watches. And it's not just any watches. We're talking about timepieces. That's how you know it's good. It's a timepiece. These are collections from around the world. They are makers from around the world. If you are into watches, you understand the history and the craftsmanship that are attached to all these different timepieces and these different groups of watchmakers. I mean, they have the finest watchmakers in the world that are right there at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. People come in from around the state to come shop because they have the best selection. And as I mentioned, they not only sell, they also buy watches and they even trade watches. So don't miss out on an opportunity to have the very best watch at your disposal right there with unbelievable customer service, great selection. It's all available at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. They've been on Post Oak for over 40 years, and they are the preeminent they're the preeminent watch, they're the preeminent watch salespeople in the city of Houston. But obviously we know about the diamond rings, the necklaces, the bracelets, but make sure that you check out the great selection of watches at Zadig Jewelers.
All right, time to talk about HR&P. Time to talk about your business and talk about how well you're doing it. If your business is growing and it's getting a little bit out of control with the payroll, with the HR, you can't handle it, you're hiring more people. Don't hire more people, hire HR&P. Hire HR&P to do the business to do that work for you because they'll do it better. When it comes tax time, you're going to have to get a tax expert that you're going to have on your payroll. When you've got a tax expert right there at HR&P, tax experts, and makes it so easy. The technology that they have versus what you have is, let them do their work. Let them do what they do. You do what you do. Let them do what they do. Okay. And what they do is they get you your company's payroll and more affordably than you can, more technologically perfect than you can, more advantageous come tax time than you can. Affordable Care Act is still out there. Do you know it? No, they do. So you're looking for the best way to handle your payroll, your taxes, your HR, hrp.net, 281-880-6525 or hrp.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN. Sorry about the long break, but we had to combine because we had Ryan Stanek. That was really nice. Nice job, Martin, helping us get Ryan Stanek here on the show. We appreciate you.
Who's bringing up food today?
Nobody. It's ridiculous that nobody's bringing us food. You people. Well, you know what? 5-Star's on his way in right now.
Oh, you just never know.
You never know if he's going to stop.
What about Nico's? Can we get some hot chicken?
I don't think they're open.
Hot chicken?
You know what I would like is Nico's. That would be totally sweet.
That'd be good too.
If Demetrius would do something like that. But
I just take breakfast.
I'm just
tacos,
saying.
I guess.
You would think Nick would get up after we were there last night. and do something for us.
Uh-huh.
But he's lazy. Not a good person.
Well, not everyone's lazy if they don't just get up early to bring us free food.
Are they bad people if they don't bring?
I don't think it makes them bad people.
I do.
Inconsiderate, but that's not the same as bad people.
Yeah.
You can be inconsiderate and not be a bad person.
Lamar Odom and Joey Votto are not my ops.
Perfect examples of your ops.
That's not my ops.
Yes, Joey Votto's 100% your op.
No,
That's a very definition, isn't it, Del?
No, because that's a dream that he had.
Yeah,
Lamar Odom legitimately could
But
be.
John still gets mad about it.
He shot his shot, and then he got shot
You
down.
got up and told him to get away. That was odd behavior.
Yeah, well,
They had a confrontation.
It's all in that instance. But since then, I hope he straightens his life out. I don't. You know what? I don't wish ill will on him.
Where's Wendy right now?
Wendy's in L.A.
Where's Lamar right now?
No,
I'm just asking questions.
I don't know.
They're
where
not
Lamar
related.
is.
Do you think he still lives there on the Pacific time zone?
Don't know. Don't care where Lamar lives.
Do
He
you
could live
think-
next door, and I wouldn't
Is
be
there
worried
any
about him.
chance that Lamar's been watching or reading the trades or whatever and said, I recognize her?
I'm
Where is
pretty
she?
sure.
Is it hard to find KABC?
She was just
Let me ask you a
a
question.
female that was sitting at the front row at the game. That's all she was.
If he
to him.
recognizes her and you're in town here
Yeah.
and he's there, and I was asking, how hard is it to get a hold of Wendy? Did Gilbert have Wendy's number?
No. Well, at the station, yeah.
Yeah, Gilbert could get a hold of Wendy, couldn't he?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Lamar Odom could
Well,
get
he
a hold of
couldn't.
Wendy.
Actually, he just left her a message every day.
But he never talked to her?
No.
She never picked
don't
up the
think-
phone?
I don't think she ever did. No.
It's a blessing for her
I'm
because she'd have
pretty
had to
sure-
get him steak and corn on the cob.
Well, did you?
Salt and pepper.
Have you done it
I'm
yet?
probably doing it today.
What? I mean, you told him you would do it.
I'm probably going to do it today
Yeah,
because I
don't
don't
you-
want to deal with it next week.
Don't you think you should do something that you said you were going to do?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't put a timeline on it, but I know Gilbert has a timeline on it.
Well, he hasn't had steak and corn on the cob with salt and pepper in a long time,
Yeah,
right? I
Yeah.
mean,
yeah. I'll take care of Gilbert this week.
but it's today. It's
well,
the end
I
of
was
the
gonna
week.
do enchiladas. Remember? I may do enchiladas anyway just to watch him melt down.
Why do you want that to happen?
Well,
Yeah,
because he
then
said
he'll say no. That's not what I
I
wanted.
know, that's the problem.
Yeah.
That's the problem is it won't count.
Yeah.
You're
Well,
right. We have to think this way because we know what it means.
Yeah.
What it's going to mean to us. It would mean that it didn't count. You have to do things that count in his mind.
Yeah.
So he can move on to the next thing.
That he wants to count.
Yeah.
Right.
So I better do the Chili's. And I can't bring a burger. Like, you're right. It's gonna let me look online.
You can't bring a burger? No.
No. Not if you didn't order a burger.
No. He didn't order a burger. Yeah. So
Well, this is a chopped sirloin burger. This is technically chopped sirloin, Gilbert. That's not going to play with him. Yeah, I didn't say I want any bread anyway. I don't want who eats cheese on a steak anyway. Yeah, that's fair. cheese on
Just
a
get
steak.
it done, Lance.
I know.
Stop procrastinating.
just do it. Just do what you said you were going to
Because
do.
when you do it, then it flips back to John.
Yeah.
The longer you wait, it's over your head. But once you do it, then it's John's turn.
So who are we? So we really haven't talked that much about New England. Like, I don't think there's any fear about beating New England. Because
no,
of Drake
as a matter of
May.
fact, that's probably my favorite game of the weekend.
What Houston?
Well, yeah,
What are they laying?
7.
That's pretty reasonable.
Yeah.
I
No,
mean, no Tank. We'll see what that means to the offense. Do you know how much time? Do you know Tank Dell has been with the team for 4 years and he's missed time? And not Tank. I'm sorry, Nico Collins. You know, Nico has been with the team for 4 years and he's missed time all 4 years.
Yeah.
People don't really. I want to take a look at his time missed because people were bringing it up the other day, and I hadn't really thought about it at all. How much time has Nico Collins missed in his career? You had 2 games his first year he missed. He missed 6 games his next year. He missed 2 games last year. And this year he'll miss a minimum of 4, I guess. So, yeah, it's more than a lot of receivers. Like if I pulled up Justin Jefferson, I'll bet you Justin Jefferson hasn't missed that much time.
No, Nico. Well,
Most receivers
we
don't miss that
didn't
much
really
time.
notice it as much before because it was like, well, Nico's out. Oh well. Now Nico's out. Holy crap!
Now Justin Jefferson
is terrible.
Justin Jefferson missed 17 games. He
was hurt
missed.
last year.
7 games last year.
Last year he was hurt.
Yeah, he missed 7 games last year, but the first 3 years he missed 0 games.
Yeah.
Nico Collins, his first 3 years missed. So the 17-game schedule. Wait a minute. Is that playoff games? When did the 17-game schedule go into effect? That was wasn't that just last year?
Yeah.
So how do they have him for 17 games started in 21? That must be a playoff. That must be playoff stats also.
No, the 17-game schedule
2 years ago?
At least 2022. Yep.
Is that what started that? It started
I
this
thought
is
it was
the
just
third
last
year
year
of
it
it?
started.
No, 2022. I think is when that started.
So this is the third year of it. Yeah. Well, Nico's missed some time. And Justin Jefferson has not missed a lot of time, except last year. It's a little unusual the amount of time he's missed for being a receiver and a receiver of size. They typically don't miss the amount of games that he's missed. It's not Will Fuller territory.
2021, actually.
Wow,
really?
it was already 2021?
Yes. Really? I would have
Yeah,
never.
because it says Jamar Chase 17 starts.
Bet.
17 starts, but Jamar Chase has missed a little time too. He missed 5 games his second year. He's missed 1 game. He missed 1 game last year. He hasn't missed any games this year. Not a ton. He hadn't missed a ton of time. I am curious to see how the offense, are they going to have any kind of downhill threat, a downfield threat? Because what may happen is New England may say, you know what, we don't have to sit in a too deep safety look. We can be a little more, we don't have to worry about Nico Collins. And if Tank Dell is not going to be a deep threat, and if Stephon Diggs is not a deep threat, and if Xavier Hutchinson, who, by the way, is not a deep threat, Robert Woods, not really a deep threat, not a classic vertical threat, this may give New England, without Nico Collins there, it may give them the freedom to do a little bit more defensively than they have been doing against teams with the Nico Collins type. So they actually might have the opportunity to do some different things against CJ Stroud. I'm not really worried about it. For some reason, I just think CJ is going to have a strong game. I think offensively, Texans get to at least 24 in this one.
I hope so.
Maybe you're looking at something like 24-10. I can't see Josh. I just can't see Drake May having a good game. I can't.
No way. All right. Well, 5-star is going to tell us what he thinks on the other side, and the way to bet whatever 5-star was 3-0 last week. Okay, he's been unbelievable. He hasn't had a losing week with us yet. So if you're looking for bets, well, we got it. And I got the place to go too. MyBookie.ag, promo code Bet975. MyBookie.ag, promo code Bet975 is the place to go to get your bet on, people. You're looking for the best way to play, win, and get paid. You're looking for the best way to take advantage of a bookie. Holy crap. When they're doubling your initial deposit, they're doubling, or not even your initial deposit, your deposit, whatever. If you got to reload, put in promo code Bet975 so that they'll double whatever it is that you're loading up on. Okay, so I think it's up to a certain amount of money that they will double, but try to get as much as you possibly can. Looking for the best way to play, win, and get paid. Looking for the easiest website to navigate. Looking for all the bets that they've got on there. Looking for casino as well, or election. You want to bet on the election? You can do that as well. All at mybookie.ag, but you got to put in promo code Bet975.
All right, let's talk about Quick Assist chance to sell your tickets. You got tickets you can't get to a game. Maybe you're a season ticket holder at Michigan. You're calling and you live in Houston now. You're a season ticket holder at LSU, Longhorns, Aggies. This is your dream come true. Quick Assist can help you sell your tickets. When you got tickets that you can't get to a game, you got 2 extras, sell it through Quick Assist. You know why? You download the app Quick Assist, Quick ASYST. They actually put your tickets, they will price your tickets for you, or you can do it too. I mean, you can get online. It's very, very easy to see. But they can help you price your tickets from what the market standpoint is at that particular time. They put it on 15 different ticket sites for you. You're going to go put it on one site. They're putting it on 15. And they've got dynamic pricing where the ticket price they can move it up or down based on what's going on in the marketplace. So if supply starts getting low, they can raise your ticket prices for you because the demand will get higher and you can actually end up making more money, and you don't have to do a thing. You don't have to make these changes. Their algorithm is able to do it on the back end. It'll also lower the prices to make sure that your tickets get sold. They take their percentage from it. You do nothing. You don't have to do anything. Quick Assist handles all the heavy lifting. Why would you go anywhere else to sell your tickets? NBA, NFL, college football, NHL, every sport you can imagine, they're doing it at Quick Assist. And it's a locally owned company as well. Quick Assist, ASYST, Quick Assist.
So we started the show this morning with Angel Reese. Well, it was in the first segment, wasn't it? Angel Reese was at a concert last night in Chicago.
She's at Wild and Out. It's a comedy show.
Oh, it's a comedy show?
Yeah.
Oh. And she wore something that was aggressive.
Form-fitting.
Yeah, but it there wasn't enough material to cover everything.
Well, enough is relative.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
you want her to put more clothes on?
No, I didn't. But I mean, it seems like she might have caught a cold last night.
Might have been chilly.
It was chilly, I would imagine.
October in Chicago?
I would think it's a little bit cooler in Chicago than it is here.
Yeah, that's true.
So, did you see this though? The odds for Angel Reese's next boyfriend? It's a real thing.
Yeah, I saw it came out like a week ago.
Yeah, wicked.
But it's an athlete, right?
It's the next NBA boyfriend.
Yeah, that's what it was.
NBA
yeah.
boyfriend. Jalen Duren is the favorite at 6-1.
How did they come to that?
I have no idea. No idea.
He must have been. There must be something on social media between them.
Maybe Victor Wembanyama is 7-1. Ben
No.
Simmons 8-1. Paulo
No,
Banchero.
Ben Simmons is too weak for her.
Yeah.
Victor Wembanyama, there's not a chance.
No, I don't
no
think so.
chance.
Paulo Banchero 8-1. That might be good.
Jalen Duren's a good-looking guy.
Thanasis Antetokounmpo.
No. Why are we making jokes now?
Jalen Johnson. Tari Eason 10-1.
I could see it. LSU and LSU.
Yeah.
I could see that. Then you're going to have to. She can't be your op anymore.
What? She's not my op.
Oh.
And she's nothing
She
to
was
me.
your op.
Josh Giddey 16-1. She's too old
She's
for him.
nothing to me.
I mean, I don't have anything for
Why
him.
does Cam Newton look like he's wearing a neck brace on TV?
Because he probably is.
No, it's probably his bedazzled neck for one of his weird.
Tristan Thompson is 75-1. Isn't he dating everybody?
No, Tristan was with what's her name? Was with the Kardashian.
Yeah, right. But
So
then,
that's
he
probably
also
why
was
that's
with
going in.
a lot
I
of
think
other.
Tari Eason's the one that makes the most sense. Wembanyama, they're just throwing names.
Cam
out
Whitmore's
at this point.
40-1.
No, the Jalen Duren thing.
Jarris Walker 20-1. I mean, all right. LaMelo 16. Nah, I can't.
Can you put a bet down somewhere for that?
This is at it's Bet Online Sportsbook Futures. Yeah,
How did Jalen Duren become the favorite? There's got to be some history there.
I don't know. It must have been something, but I think you're onto something with Tari Eason and LSU.
Yeah, that would make some sense.
I'd like to see that. He got to be tall, 6'7"
I'd like
or
to
6'8".
see that.
Yeah,
What does that
NBA. She
mean?
said.
Yeah, NBA. She said. What do you mean?
She's on her Unapologetically Angel podcast. She said he got to be tall, 6'7", 6'8", and NBA.
Oh, so she's already. So they got a 6'7", 6'8".
So they're
that's why they took her information.
Lines, yeah. Chet Holmgren's 12-1.
Oh, I feel like it needs to be higher than that.
I don't know.
If I'm a girl, I would never get with Chet Holmgren. He's nasty looking.
What? Brandon Miller 12-1. I think those are good odds, but that's Bama. I don't know if she'd go for Bama.
Is Chet the only white guy? What about Jack Landale?
He said Josh Giddey.
You said Giddey?
You didn't hear John's
I didn't
joke?
hear Giddey. Giddey's tall enough.
You didn't hear John's
She's
joke?
too old for him.
I didn't hear. Who else?
Are you going to ignore what John said again?
What? Oh, too old. Yeah, I'm going to ignore it.
Amen and Os are 75. Why so low? Well, they're not tall enough.
No, Amen works too hard.
What do you mean? He can't date someone?
Yeah,
he works too hard.
He's too busy with basketball. We don't
worker.
need that distraction.
What do you mean? He's going to have to go on her podcast, go to different concerts, go do this, go do that. Angel likes to go out and do a bunch of stuff. Amen. Let our guy work. We're trying to win championships here. We're not trying to win podcasts.
This is what you said right before CJ went on his tour. Like he works too hard. Those guys find time to do other stuff.
No,
not Amen Thompson. Amen's about ball.
Yeah, that's all.
Okay. How old is he again?
Like 16.
He's not 16. I imagine Amen Thompson is about ball, but he has a lot of other time.
He's probably 21 by now, maybe just 20.
I'm not saying he will be dating Angel Reese, but I wouldn't use he's too busy as a reason why he wouldn't.
Well, he is.
He isn't. No 21-year-old is that busy.
Yeah, he's too busy. Bull.
Well, I mean, you can still find time to date.
Wait a minute. Bull, Kristaps Porzingis, and Zach Edey.
Well, that's not dating, but is it really going to be a long-term relationship?
Who said we're looking? Who said he was looking for long-term?
Who's Angel Reese going to marry?
Oh, that's different.
Let's do that one.
That's different. Zach Edey, 200-1.
Good Lord.
So is Porzingis.
Are we just listing everybody who's over 6'8"?
Yeah,
she got to be. That's why Amen isn't. He's not. Is Amen 6'8", 6'7"?
He's 6'7".
Is he?
Yes.
Oh, then I guess.
Where's Lawndale?
I don't think he's making the list.
Jock Landale is not on the list.
Well, how come? Well, why not?
I don't know.
Or Steven Adams?
Tell you who.
Steven Adams.
What about Steven Adams?
Rui Hachimura. No.
I can see it.
Why not?
I can see it.
Nah.
I can see it.
I don't see why that would be so out of bounds.
I don't know. I'm just saying.
No, I don't see why it'd be out of bounds either. I can see it.
He's only 26 and he's 6'8". Fits the profile.
I want one of those short kings who are 6'5" to try to come at her.
like who? Like Cade Cunningham?
Okay. Like
Cade Cunningham.
Van Vliet?
Well, that's not even 6'5".
Red Van Vliet. She would not even. She just keep looking past him or looking over him. Do y'all hear somebody talking? She would try to.
Yeah, an NBA champion is talking.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's
NBA
right.
NBA champ. Yeah.
Would you win? She'd say college
she won,
basketball.
Yeah, she
title.
won. She was.
She'd immediately
she was
do
a
that
champ
to him
yeah,
and fade him.
Yeah, right in his face. Do this. Yeah, wave her hand in front of her face.
This show's got a lot of potential.
I'll bet that Angel Reese podcast is awesome. Sign deaf people.
That's not nice.
That's not nice at all.
Sign deaf.
Josh Giddey plays in Chicago now. He may have an actual chance.
He does do that.
But
I feel bad for Alex Caruso.
Yeah, he's got no shot.
No, he's in Oklahoma City now. If he was in Chicago,
Alex Caruso,
who knows?
With the headband,
who knows? I feel bad that he got out right before he had his opportunity.
Yeah, he could have got some of that.
I don't like the way you phrase things, but sure.
I don't think
we can go.
I don't think he's not even on the list.
Yeah, he's probably too short.
Yeah, way too short. And everything else.
And what? He's an NBA player.
And
that was one of the
too short.
That was one of the criteria, but he's too short.
No.
But he fits half of the criteria.
Where's that headband?
Not all the time.
You don't know. He probably goes out to dinner.
No, I've seen him in other situations. He doesn't have the headband on.
He doesn't go get a burger with his headband on.
No.
You sure about that?
He won't go to an OKC steakhouse and have a headband on.
I don't know. That says you.
No, I've seen him
you
out.
Don't know.
I've seen him out.
But not all the time.
So you think there are times where he puts on a headband while he's not playing basketball?
You don't know.
I can't believe Ben Simmons made that list only because he's LSU.
Yeah.
Because he is too soft for
And
her.
there's one guy who won't have any time, who has plenty of time. You're using, man's got to practice and play. Ben don't play.
No.
He got plenty of time.
No, let's put in, what are you talking about? We'll put in his twin. Put the twin in.
Oh, you want
Also? What's the difference? She won't know the difference.
We'll take our guy.
She can. But he's got to say he's amen.
Cam Whitmore would.
He's got to lie.
Cam's not. Are we
You're at Detroit? No thanks.
Oh, okay.
So Cam's not tall enough? Because I feel like Cam should be
Cam's on the list.
Cam Whitmore is?
Yeah, he's on the
Oh,
list.
I didn't hear you say him on the list.
Yeah, he's on the list.
Did Alpy get on the list?
He made the list. No, Alpy's
but
not
Cam's
on the list.
Not 6'7". Cam's shorter than that.
Cam is 40-1.
He's 6'7".
Is he listed at 6'7"? There's no way he's 6'7", is he?
Just going by what the listing said.
Michael Porter Jr. is on the list. What about his brother?
He's got plenty of time.
Well, he needs the money. Of course, she don't have money. She
doesn't have advertising.
Yeah, she does.
She got that money.
All right, you got to talk because we got 5-star coming up next. You got to talk a little Allstate siding.
I'll talk about Allstate windows and siding. It's not just the siding, it's the windows. But I talk about windows a lot, so I do want to focus on siding for a second. Siding is an immediate upgrade for the way your home looks. It immediately upgrades the way people see your home. The curb appeal is a big deal when you're trying to sell your home, but it also is a representation of who you are when people see that home. And when you don't have wood, if you have wood, vinyl siding, or if you have wood, especially the wood, it becomes dilapidated. The paint chips. You've got to paint it. You've got to make fixes and corrections to that. When wood starts to become too dilapidated, you have to cut part of it off, and then you have to. It's just, why? What are you doing? What are you doing? Just have my people over at Allstate Windows and Siding come out there. They'll do a complete siding job for you, and they give you a discount on complete siding jobs. It's a great opportunity for you to have them do something for you that's going to look great. It's a one-time deal, so once you get that put in, you're all set to go. You're done. It's going to look great. It's going to add protection against the elements. It's going to make your home more energy efficient. And like I said, it is literally a one-time purchase, and your home is going to look great. It's Allstate Windows and Siding. Of course, when you call, ask about windows. They do great window work, and everything for 97.5 and 92.5 listeners is going to have a discount attached to it. But you got to tell them you heard about it from right here on the station. It's allstatewindowsandsiding.com.
GiveMeTheVin.com. GiveMeTheVin.com is the place that you go sell your car. I've been talking to him about John Clay Wolf for years now, years and years, and this guy is he's blown up. It's unbelievable how big it's gotten. You'll hear him tomorrow. He's on in about every major city, I think every major city in America, buying cars. He'll do it on the radio, okay? How do you get this big? Well, his plan was this. I'm going to pay you more for your vehicle, and then I'll bring it to auction, and I'll sell it. I'm not going to make as much as the other guys make, but I'm going to do volume because I'm going to give more. He's going to give you more for your vehicle. I mean, and it's a guarantee because if he can't beat CarMax, he says, I'll give you $100. I'll give you $100 if I can't beat CarMax's offer. So he's paying you more for your vehicle, which is the thing that you want. I don't know. You like your car. Yeah, that's great. But you want as much as you can possibly get. And you do that at GiveMeTheVin.com. There's one place that you have to go if you're selling your car to find out what the value is. And that's GiveMeTheVin.com. That's GiveMeTheVin.com.
I do. I think they're going to win. I just don't.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 5-star joining us in studio. You're from here originally?
Yeah, the boot, right?
Well, I'm from Houston. Is always going to be home. My father's, rest in peace, been here since 1974. And I came here, I was born here, and then my parents were divorced. And after they got divorced, I moved to Monroe, Louisiana with my grandparents. I went to school there, and I moved to Houston permanently when I was 17. I've been there ever since.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You're Houston.
Well, how long have you been in Vegas now?
I've been in Vegas now since 2016.
Okay.
Yes, 2000. But this is my
Houston's home.
Houston's always going to be
And
home.
your wife is from here too?
Yes, from Sugar Land, Texas. Yep.
Yeah. She
She's
came
from
out
Sugar
last night, saw us last
Yeah,
night. It was
yeah,
nice.
yeah. We had a great time last night. This guy here is something special, man. I'm bringing John to Vegas with me. That's all I'm gonna say.
You couldn't believe that John could get up to do the show after last night.
I
last night was no big deal for you.
It was a Thursday night. What?
Yeah, it was just
That's what we do, right?
We had a bunch of buckets of beer. I can tell you that.
know.
Hey, really good time. Great fellas. I appreciate the invite, man.
Yeah, that was good. That was good. Thanks for coming. We appreciate it. We got some. You've been red hot. Okay, you're having yourself a really nice year. Right, so far.
Yeah.
And you got to keep it
3-0
going.
last week?
3-0 last week.
3-0, man.
Mhm. And then even better than that, because I saw he was even better than that.
Yeah.
I saw 6-0 at least.
Yeah.
So that was really nice. Let's go. What you got? And you got some. You're not taking the best teams, right?
Nah.
You don't. It's not about the best team. It's about the numbers, right?
The numbers. Yeah.
So you got Northwestern. That's not a great football team.
No.
Let's start there.
But they have a great history versus Maryland. Maryland, they've beaten them throughout the last 4 times. Also, I'm not a fan of Mike Loxley, man. Maryland's coach he's not that good. And on the other side, we have Northwestern's coach, Braun, who's the Big Ten Coach of the Year last year. Does a really good job of getting the most out of his kids, kind of like what Pat Fitzgerald did. It's pretty much the same program, just a different guy, in the front. The big difference for Northwestern now is the quarterback change. They have now Jack Losh playing, and he's opened up that team where they can kind of go vertically. They had Mike Wright playing initially, the transfer kid from Vanderbilt. He's limited. He couldn't do much, more of a scrambler, not a big arm, really scared to let the ball go. Not this Losh kid, he's throwing it. And even though they were blown out and they didn't cover against Indiana, the game was close until the fourth quarter. They turned the ball over late. I think that Northwestern can get this done. I think they can come out on the money line, too. I think the money line is like plus 400. You know me, I'll be playing that as well. But the big bet will be the plus 11. Maryland's banged up. Their 2 top receivers, Caden Prather and Ty Felton, are both out. And that's going to be huge for them. So I'm on too many points, man. It's a Big Ten game. It's a Friday night game. We're taking
tonight.
We're going with Northwestern.
Get it in tonight.
Northwestern plus 11.
Where is it? In Chicago or there in Maryland?
No, it's in Maryland. It's at College Park in Maryland. Yep.
All right. So Northwestern plus the 11, and you're even going to play the money line. Upset on the road.
I think they can do it. They have a really good history against that team. Two coaches that are really familiar with each other, and I think Braun's the better coach.
All right. Now, then we got now you got a couple of pro games as well. You've been dabbling more in the pros, like, because you were a heavy college guy.
I'm still a heavy college guy, but it's a lot of bad numbers in the pros lately. Like this year was especially the traders have been slipping, and every time they slip, we try to catch them. So yeah, they've been putting some bad numbers out there on the pros. More sharper numbers actually this year on college football, especially the national teams, the big teams that are nationally televised. They've been on that one pretty good, but now we're hitting into the time of the year where we can catch them slipping on like MAC football on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, Sun Belt and stuff like that. So I'll be hunting those markets. Yeah.
Well, you're hunting the NFL now, and you're not taking the best of teams this week.
No, but that's you take the best teams, you pay the premium numbers. It's like going and shopping you're shopping retail instead of shopping. You shop retail, you're going to pay the highest prices.
Yeah.
And sometimes you got to go find spots and
well, when you're married to my wife, as long as I have been, you don't look for retail. You just can't. She never shops at retail.
Yeah, well, well, she doesn't shop at retail. She doesn't shop retail. What does she shop?
She shops always premium. Always.
Yeah. Well, retail meaning you're paying the highest price.
What about
you're not.
What about premium outlets?
No, Wendy's not shopping premium outlets either. Yeah. So outlet shopping is what you try to do with we're going to go get
the Best Buy.
Yeah. Go try to get the Best Buy. You've got. Let's talk about these games. The teams. Okay, the Jaguars got their first win. They've been close. They almost, and some would say maybe should have beat Houston. Jacksonville has been really bad, but they also have shown some signs of life as well. You've got Jacksonville this week. Tell us about the number that you have right now and why you like the Jacksonville.
I gotta go with Jacksonville. They're basically a London team. I mean, Shad Khan has them playing over there twice a year before anyone was even really going to London. He was taking them over there because as being a football fan,
right?
That he owns Fulham, right?
Yeah.
So he's really familiar with that market. I think that Chicago's a little overrated by the books. If you watch Chicago play, Caleb Williams only had one good game, and that was the last game. The rest of those games, he's been, he's been a regular rookie quarterback. Not anything that you can invest in and trust that he's going to come through and cover the line for you. Now they're traveling overseas. They've been winning with defense. Their defensive captain is out. Jaquan Brisker is huge for that defense, as you guys know.
Big.
Like, he's the playmaker on the back end. He's the defensive coach. He's the one that Eberflus works through and gives his plays to and gets guys in right positions. He's going to be missing. I know the Jags, they suck, man. They're not a really good team. They don't look too motivated, but they have pieces everywhere. They have good players. They picked up a lot of good free agents. Now can Doug Peterson get on the same page with Trevor Lawrence? And I think that they do. They're in familiar territory playing in London. I think they're 6-5 in their trips over there. Just a different type of situation for Chicago. I don't know how they're going to handle the travel. Jacksonville will be there for 2 weeks because also they play New England the following week in London.
Mm-hmm.
So as I said, the Jags are going to have a lot of fans out there. It's going to be basically a home game. And I'm not as high on Chicago as everyone else because I've watched all their games, watched the all 22s, and it's their defense, special teams, turning teams over is the reason that they've been winning.
One thing that's going to be curious is to see if they run the football like they did last week, because Swift was really good last week. They finally got it going. Will they be committed to the run? And then will you be able to
Swift has
run
been good
the
last couple of weeks.
Yeah, Swift has been. But by the same token, I always ask myself, is this team, whoever the team is, if they're not typically a good team, are they ready to be laying points to someone else?
Right.
And maybe you could say that about both teams,
right.
Jacksonville and Chicago. But I do think that's an interesting angle talking about Jacksonville, because Jacksonville will have legitimate Jaguar fans over there.
Yes.
Usually you see London and you can have the Falcons playing the Vikings, and you got people with Green Bay Packers jerseys and Cowboys, and they're just showing they're fans of the NFL. Jacksonville's different because Shad Khan is Dell's boss at Fulham. He tells Dell what to do since Dell's a Fulham fan. So Dell's kind of like a Jaguars and Fulham fan. It's kind of a combination.
Same thing.
Yeah,
same thing.
And but they have
team.
real Jacksonville fans over there. So it should be a pseudo home field advantage.
Well, and then the other game is another one that are you sure that they should be laying points to anybody?
Right.
And that's Tennessee. Right. And
Yeah.
you like the Titans.
I like the Titans. They're coming off a bye week. I actually like their coach, man. I think that their coach knows what he's doing. He's, a second generation coach. His dad coached forever, Bill Callahan, and I think he learned something from him. I like the way that the Titans come out early in games, especially. They seem to always have a really good plan. You're just dealing with a quarterback who's, hasn't had many
they've
snaps.
given away wins. Let's not forget, like they had the Bears. They could have beaten the Bears at one. Like they've given wins away because of just mistakes, single mistakes.
Is that going to stop?
Well, look who they're playing. They're kind of looking at themselves in the mirror when they see across the field, and the difference is now you got old ass Joe Flacco. He can't keep playing at that level. No. I really hope Anthony Richardson starts this week, but I don't think he is. I think it's still going to be Flacco because Flacco actually gives them a better chance to win.
Right.
No
running backs.
No running backs. Zero. Now the guy that they picked up, what's his name? Trey Sermon. Yeah, he's out as well.
Is Sermon officially out? I know Jonathan Taylor is. Even if they're not.
When does Jonathan Taylor ever play?
Yeah, I know. He's hurt all the time.
He's always hurt.
You got Goodson, who is the running back out of Iowa from a few years back. So, yeah. I think the time is right for Titans coming off of, you mentioned they had a bye week.
Yep.
So you got a week to prepare for a young quarterback, which is really important.
Right.
For that quarterback to have extra time in preparation. And Flacco is not going to be a guy if you can get into the pocket and rush him, because the Colts are beat up too. Braden Smith is beat up. Ryan Kelly's beat up. Their offensive line is. They've got injuries in the secondary. Like the Colts have a lot of injuries.
Yep. All right. Let's break it because we got Justin coming up.
Okay.
Beat the warehouse guy.
All right.
We'll see if he takes your picks, or John, who's on hold, if he takes your picks.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
So we got that. John's going to be playing against Justin next, right here.
We'll ask you about some other games.
Beat the warehouse live, and then we've got News of the Weird that you got to sit in on.
All right, I'm here.
All right.
Oh yeah.
I love News of the Weird. I heard you guys talking about Angel Reese's boyfriend. That was hilarious. You wrote the right one with Jalen Duran.
Yeah, they got him as a favorite.
He's already her creep. I don't know if he's going to be a boyfriend.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, they already hanging out. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I knew somebody knew something for him to be the favorite.
Yeah.
But what about Tari Eason?
Yeah, we got to get Tari.
You got to put Tari in the game. We don't know if his mom's going for it though. He got a pretty sharp mom.
I forgot about
Miss Eason. She don't play the game, so. Yeah.
I want you to play this game. I want you to play the Hogue Landscape Services game. Okay. Hogue Landscape Services is different. It's big. It's great. You talk about Matt he doesn't do anything small, bro. He just doesn't do anything small. He's going to make your backyard look like nobody else's backyard, be it a pickleball court, a basketball court, the swimming pool that he puts in, the fire pit that he puts in, the bocce ball court, the kitchen that he'll put in. I mean, it ain't gonna be just another backyard. It's gonna be something that everybody goes, wow, look at this. Okay. So that's what you're looking for. You want something special, you want something great, you want something that is gonna stand out, you want something that's livable. Okay, you want your outdoor TVs and your relaxing area. You want that to be special and perfect. This is what they do. All right, they're exterior decorators, and they will make your backyard look like nobody else's backyard. Hogue Landscape Services, HOGUELS.com, HOGUELS.com.
Hey, let's talk about underdog fantasy. I'm looking right now, as a matter of fact, and looking at this Lamar. I got a feeling Washington-Baltimore is going to be a really high-scoring, fun game. So I'm taking a look right now. Jaden Daniels passing touchdowns, 1.5. You know what? I like his rushing touchdown. Let's go higher than 0.5. That is a 1.29 multiplier. So it's going to be 1.29 times. And that's what you do. On the cash pick'em game, you look at all these different stats for all these different games, and you go higher or lower. I'll give you an example. Derrick Henry in that same game, I'm taking a look here at longest reception, 6.5. You know what? I'm going to say lower on that one. I don't think we're going to see a lot of checkdowns. I think we're going to see a lot of running the football. I don't think we're going to see a lot of checkdowns or passes. So I'm going to go lower on that one. And then I'm going to go in the same game. Let's go higher. Let's go higher than 10.5 yards on longest reception for Justice Hill. That's the running back that catches and passes. Boom. I just put 3 players in right there for underdog fantasy on high and low. That's how easy it is. It's simple. You've got profit boosters in there now that they've put in there for the you can play daily fantasy if you want, but I'm just telling you right now, the big money right now, up to 1,000 times your original play. You can find these payoffs with underdog fantasy. It's completely legal in the state of Texas, and it's easy to get started. Go download the app, head over to Underdog Fantasy's simple to use mobile app or underdogfantasy.com. Sign up with promo code Lance, and Underdog's going to give you a free pick on your first cash pick'em entry, plus up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you deposit. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code Lance. Claim your new customer special of a free pick and your deposit offer. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Conservative play. Call 800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John Lance and 5-Star in studio. And it's time to play Beat the Warehouse Live Guy, which has not happened yet this year.
Yeah, it did.
No, he didn't. He didn't get beat last week. No.
I thought Dell told us he got beat.
No, he had 3 wins. They both had 3 wins.
Yeah, if we're going by soccer rules, Ricardo would have won. He would have won on points, but you have to have more victories. Because Ricardo was 3-1-1. Justin was 3-2.
But the double banger got
3-1-1. No, he was 3-1-1, and Justin was 3-2. So you got to have more wins.
They're Justin's rules.
Yes.
Oh, they're Justin's rules.
Yeah, Justin's rules.
Well, who won the double banger?
Well, it doesn't matter. They were 3-1-1 and 3-2.
Then why do we care about double bangers? I thought they were for double points.
No, it's not double points. It's just somebody's going to win.
Guys going against
each other, and somebody's going to lose it.
Oh, I'm not even going to celebrate.
You've been around for years.
Anymore.
You don't know what double
bangers
bangers
double
about.
bangers meant, man, this is serious.
No,
it is serious. It's head-to-head competition. And it's finest.
How about you pay attention to the show?
Nothing.
Yeah,
it's never been about game. It's not a rack like the 3-point line. You get
that's
extra.
what I thought it was. No. Like the money ball.
No, it's not a money ball.
It's not a money ball. It's just they're going head to head, a double banger. Okay, Justin, he doesn't know nothing about the game.
Steam out of double
Justin,
bangers.
tell him about the game.
Technically, a double banger is worth double, though. I mean, it counts 2 instead of 1.
Yeah,
so
you win and he loses.
Yeah. Lost all its
He had no idea what it was about.
He doesn't know what the game is about. That's okay. He's been playing. What did you learn this weekend in 1 sentence? And he's never done it in 1 sentence yet.
Yeah, I have before.
No, never. And we've been doing that for how long now? Justin is with us, Warehouse Live. What's going on at Warehouse Live this week, bro?
Another week of a little bit of everything. Tonight we got the Scream Queens, which is a burlesque show. Tomorrow night we got Inner Shakira, which is a rock show. We got a Sunday Fun Day, as usual, with tributes to Seether, Ghost, Danzig, and the Misfits, and it's always free, so come on down. Tuesday we got the Wonder Years, which is a rock show. Actually, we got a lot of rock shows. Wednesday's Rain City Drive, which is a rock show, and Thursday we got Panteon Rococo, which is a Mexican ska band.
We got a burlesque show. And in other news, I mean, burlesque show. They got the pasties and the whole thing?
it's not as good as it should be. We'll say that.
That's Justin.
Way to sell it, Justin.
Warehouse Live guy with us here every week, and you're trying to beat the Warehouse Live guy, and we'll see if John can. John, welcome into the show. What do you do for a living, John?
Hey guys, how you doing?
What do you do for a living?
Assistant manager at a tugboat company.
Oh, nice.
All right, there you go.
Assistant manager. Now, and how about going to a game, John, and the limo ride and 4 tickets, okay? And being a big shot for you because Justin's sending you with the big limo. Justin, what game are we going to play for?
Man, I tried to give the Rockets game away for 3 weeks, but that's coming up a little quick here. So let's move down the road to October 19th. We'll mix it up and do the Dynamo versus the LA Galaxy second row midfield.
Second row midfield. Oh, against the Galaxy. That's
one of the glamour teams in MLS.
Yeah, that's a big game. That's a nice game. A little soccer there, John. Here we go. Are you a soccer fan, John?
Yeah. No, I like soccer.
All right.
Cool.
He likes soccer, so that's going to be good. And you get the limo ride there and back. If you can beat the Warehouse Live guy, let's see if you can do it this week because nobody's been able to do it yet. Let's go, and let's see who takes 5 stars picks that he has had here. Justin, you're first or you defer?
I'll go ahead and keep going first. Let's start out with Green Bay. The Arizona defense is terrible, and I don't think Kyler's going to love the grass at Lambeau. And they actually beat San Fran last night, but got outgained with just a couple San Fran turnovers. So let's take Green Bay minus the 5.5.
Green Bay minus 5.5. John, who you got?
Well, that was me, my first pick. So how about Denver +3?
Denver is playing against the Chargers +3 at home. At home. That's a nice pick. The Broncos have been playing better lately.
5-star just said that's an L.
5-star ain't all about that pick. Okay.
Well, let's find out.
We'll see. 5-star.
You got to play the game.
Justin, you're next.
I found this incredible stat today. The head referee for the Dallas game is 81-55 against the spread, 92-47 straight up for the home team whenever he is the head official. So he's in Dallas this weekend, so I'm going to take Dallas plus the points. I think Detroit. I think they're both a little overrated, but I think Dallas can keep it within a field goal.
Dallas +3 at home against the Lions.
Yeah, I like that one too.
Yeah, well, see,
to me, from a handicapping standpoint, I just fire Dallas, and
wow, that's a hell of a stat for a referee.
I like that one.
He likes the home. He likes to make the home crowd happy.
Yes.
John, you're next.
Let's go. That game will do over 52.
All right, over 52. Over 52 in the Lions-Cowboys game. Over 52. Justin?
Well, I had Jacksonville as one of my fringe bets, but if 5-star likes it, I got to like it. Let's take the Jags.
Jags +1 in London against the Bears.
Let's go.
Let's go. Jacksonville +1. John?
Tennessee minus, what is it, 3? 2.5, 3?
Tennessee minus 2.5 right now. Tennessee is minus 2.5 against the Indianapolis Colts.
That's 5-stars pick too.
That's 5-stars pick right there.
Good job.
Justin?
I'm going to stick with the Jags game and take the over 44.5.
Over 44.5 in the Jacksonville-Chicago game in London.
Players.
Over 44.5. John?
I got the Saints over 41.5.
The Saints over 41 it is now. 41. And Tampa and the Saints over 41. Spencer Rattler? I'm not sure about that.
A rookie quarterback.
A rookie quarterback against that Bucs.
Let's find out though.
Against the Bucs defense.
He a baller.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Justin?
I feel that 5-star is in the studio and he needs some experience at double banger. I don't even know who Denver's playing, but I'll take the opposite.
All right. That is a Justin playing the Chargers -3. That is a double banger.
Smart man.
Ich bin der Wundklon und Steinheiser. Ich bin der Wundklon und Steinheiser.
I love double bangers. And finally, your final pick, John.
That same game will do under 35.5.
Which game?
The Chargers.
The Chargers goes under 35.5. Under 35.5. Dell?
I know.
Let's go with Justin's picks. He has Green Bay minus 3.5.
No, 5.
5.5.
5.5.
Okay, Dallas plus 3. Jags plus 1. Jags over 44.5. And Chargers minus 3 as part of our double banger. John has Denver plus 3, a pick 5-star does not like. Lions, Dallas over 42. Titans minus 2.5. Saints, Tampa Bay over 41. Denver, Chargers under 35.5. Is that the number?
That's it.
All right. Does that sound right to each of you guys?
Yeah, that sounds right. 5.5 on that Packers game.
Damn, the Twitch really wanted the double banger. They were calling John an a-hole.
What?
Give me this. Yeah, they're like, come on, John. F John. Damn it, John. Little bitch ass John.
Why?
I mean, they were mad because he wouldn't put a double banger out there.
Justin obviously could have done it too, and he did at the end.
Justin did. Justin made Twitch happy.
Give it to me. They called him the P word.
Oh man!
I mean, my goodness,
that's awful.
What's the problem?
Bobby Slowick haters.
I know. Justin is our savior.
Justin saved the show.
Bang it,
John.
Justin for the
best
W.
of luck, man. We're rooting for you. We want to see you beat the Warehouse Live guy.
Thanks, guys.
All right, man. Thanks for listening. We appreciate you. And once again, warehouselive.com. Warehouselive.com. See all the shows and get on over there. And we're rooting against you again this week, Justin. We want the people. We love the people. Okay? Sorry.
As always.
Yep.
As always.
Yep. Justin, thanks again. We appreciate it.
Hey, we've got to ask 5-star a couple other games for people that are the Oregon. You and I talked about this yesterday.
Yeah.
Oregon's getting points at home against Ohio State. What I told John is like, from a handicapping standpoint, I don't even analyze the game. I'm just taking Oregon plus the points at home. Got a team traveling from the Midwest all the way to Pacific Northwest. It's a loud stadium. Oregon is also considered a good team
It's a good
in college
stadium,
football.
too.
It's a very good stadium. What are your thoughts on that one?
I'm with you. It's an automatic bet just simply off the number. If you see a team as loaded as Ohio State is, and they're only laying 3, the books are pretty much telling you that they're bagging the public and they want the public on Ohio State. I'm not big on Will Howard, man.
No.
I don't think Will
Has he
Howard
played in this kind of game? I mean, Kansas State has played in some not this.
The Big 12 championship.
Yeah.
He played in the Big 12 championship, but he's not the typical Ohio State caliber quarterback, and
his big games were on the afternoon at Kansas State.
Exactly. I think Dylan Gabriel has a good game.
Yeah.
He's played in a lot of big games. We know, and we saw him play really well in the Red River rivalry last year as well. So I think that Dan Lanning, I think Dan Lanning gets it done, but I think he comes up with a defensive scheme that kind of, bottles up Will Howard. I think they slow down the run. I think it's a close game and comes down right to the end. So I definitely take the points on that one.
All right.
And there was another
What do you
game.
think? What do you think about Texas and OU?
yeah.
Oh, I'm on Texas, minus 14. I already played that one. So you guys actually got a lot of plays for me today. But if you guys want to subscribe, you can always DM me on X, and I'll let you know if after the vetting, if you can come into the group. But
you keep it smaller.
Yeah, we're going to keep it small, super small. But I love Texas in this game. Oklahoma's top 5 wide receivers out. And as you know, they're starting a quarterback who's a freshman. Good luck with that. Against Texas is the baddest team in the country, man. Whether they have viewers out there or, man, it doesn't matter. They're the most talented team, and they're playing with the right type of pulse. I really love everything that's going on in Austin right now. I think they're the best team in the country. I think they're going to embarrass Georgia when they come to Texas a little bit later this year.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh. Yeah. All right, so there you have it. There's a couple more freebies from 5-star in Vegas. We got News of the Weird coming your way next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, though, I'm talking about Kent Jones. I'm talking about a guy. I mean, you hear all the stuff that 5-star that goes into all these picks, how much research he does. That's what Kent Jones. I mean, it is ridiculous the amount of information that this dude has, and he's been doing it when you do over 1,400 mortgages in your career. over 1,400 mortgages. You know the game. You know how to work the game. You know the best way to get those home buyers into that house at the best price you can, saving thousands of dollars. Brokers are just better, more experience, and save thousands. 75% of the public is doing it wrong. Are you in the market for a home? Even if you're just in the market and you want to find how much it would cost you per month, he can give you a scenario quote over the phone. Other guys don't do that. Look, if you're looking to buy a home, love this guy. You'll love this guy. He keeps it small. He wants only a few people that he's working with so that he can put all the attention on it, and you're not getting that kind of attention with these big mortgage houses either. 713-520-5626, 713-520-LOAN, or 975loans.com. All right, I keep saying this about game day. It's just different. There's a bunch of testosterone replacement company. You know, if you're sluggish and all of that stuff, erectile dysfunction, all of the things that point to low testosterone. I mean, if you're not feeling yourself, you're getting older, you definitely need to. I mean, I don't care who you are. You're going to be losing testosterone, and you need it. Men by the age of 45 are going to have 40% of men are going to have low testosterone. 52% of all men will struggle with some form of erectile dysfunction. And they don't just throw pills at you. They've got a permanent solution to erectile dysfunction. So find out about that. They don't just, you come in and get a shot every week. It's not it. How about they send you? They can send it to you so you don't have to go there every week. You need to go there for the initial consultation, which is absolutely free, which is different than the other guys as well, because they charge you like $150 or more for your initial consultation. Plus, they've got the lab right on site at game day, which the other guys don't. So you find out right away. And you need your lab work done periodically throughout your experiences there anyway. And you got the lab right there. It's all just better at GameDayMen'sHealth.com. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Have you ever been to a live sex show?
Personally, me?
Yeah.
No.
Why are you asking him his business
No,
like that?
Well,
Oh, you're in the middle of News of the Weird now.
Yeah.
No, it's
So it's not just John talking to you during a break.
No, I live in Vegas. I just don't participate. So,
Okay, yeah, but
I've been invited.
You have been?
Yeah, I've been invited.
Yeah, me either. I've never seen one.
Yeah.
Apparently, 18 people were treated for severe nausea
No.
in Stuttgart after an opera of live sex and piercings.
Oh,
I don't know that
man.
I would want. I mean,
No.
Such a European thing to do.
It really is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently, hackers took control of robot vacuums in multiple cities, and they put in racial slurs. I mean, of all the things,
You you vacuum.
yeah, your vacuum starts to
Mind your own business vacuuming.
You throwing the vacuum
Guinea,
out
get
the
out the
window.
way. No, stop calling me a wop.
Oh my God.
What the hell? So apparently some officers found a bag that was written on it. It said, definitely not a bag full of drugs. Okay. And you know what ironically was in there?
Drugs.
They
tried
drugs.
to they tried to use the
Tried to get away with
reverse
it.
psychology.
Yeah.
But those
The
nosy
reverse
kids.
jank.
That's exactly what it was.
Those nosy kids, or what did they say on Scooby-Doo?
I would have gotten away
If
with
it not
for
if
you
it
meddling
meddling
kids.
kids, it was you meddling kids. Yeah.
Apparently, I don't know if I want this job, but the new mayor was just took office in southern Mexico after his predecessor was beheaded.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that News of the Weird?
That is, well, you don't get beheadings of a mayor every day.
Yeah, well, it's pretty
But
pretty common in Mexico.
Yeah, I'm thinking that's not.
No,
That's
pretty
News of the
rare.
Friday.
Yeah.
I
It's
don't
kind of weird.
I don't know that. And this is what he's doing. He's giving a Nazi salute.
I don't think that's what he's doing. I think he's maybe pointing at somebody.
No,
his
he's
hands
got
are
his hand
together.
straight out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that what he's actually doing?
Maybe he's a Nazi. I don't know.
He's gonna need it in
the
Mexico.
new mayor of in a town in Mexico?
I don't know. He's making the
What's
Nazi
his
salute.
issue?
That's
Okay.
all I know. Are you a breakdancer?
Breakdancing was never in my category.
No,
Yeah.
you never broke down. Apparently, breakdancers are now at risk for head spin hole. There's a new term called head spin hole.
Yeah.
If you spin around too much,
Oh yeah, top of your head.
the top of your head, you get a hole in it.
Well, I mean, I know I could do some stuff to your hair, probably.
Well, I would imagine it does. Yeah. Americans lose 36 days a year to content consumption. Are you more or less? You're more.
I'm more. I'm on the phone.
But that's your
24/7.
job, though,
Yeah,
content.
it's my job. It's content and research and stuff like that. But I definitely say I lose more.
Well, how about just fooling around stuff?
Messing around, just scrolling.
Yeah.
Not as
36
much,
hours?
36 days a year.
36 days. 36 days.
36 days a year.
I mean, you count if I'm watching Netflix on my phone?
Well, yeah, that's content. Oh, you're way more than that.
Yeah.
Way
27
more.
days though? Nah, I watch the most of my
Well,
stuff
how
at
much?
home.
But when
No,
you get down
I'm
a
not that
rabbit
much.
hole,
Yeah, but you said on phone or just anything? Like on my computer when
yeah, whatever.
Oh,
Content
man.
consumption, yeah.
Because sometimes I get in a rabbit hole. Well, watching tape isn't content consumption.
No, that's your
Work.
job.
Yeah,
work.
okay.
Yeah.
No, I don't think I'm going to be 27.
I think it's 36 days at least for you. I'm
36?
36 days a year.
Good
Yeah.
Lord.
Eating normally 5 days and fasting 2 could boost your lifespan by 12%. You might
Cool.
live to 2029.
Yeah. Gilbert's got me dying in 2027.
Right.
Let me ask you something. If you think you're going to live until you're 80 years old, and now you tell me 12%, which is going to be 9.5 more years. I mean, do you
Do I
really
want
want to
that?
live that long?
Well, are you sure you'll live until you're 80? Really? You're only living until you're.
Well, Gilbert's killing me off,
Yeah.
but I mean, let's just say a person, a general person. Do you want to live until you're 90? I mean, maybe
90-something?
you do, but I'm just thinking.
Well-
I think I didn't really take this into account when I was younger. And you think, oh, you know what? If I live until 85 years old, and
No.
the midpoint is only this, and I started looking at older people and realized, man, their life's not that great.
Not at all.
I thought I was going to die at 40. I mean, well, I was running hard.
You were trying,
I
right?
was trying to end my life at 40.
I
Right.
could tell by that picture you had during the break.
Right.
A couple walk from
Hey,
opposite
did you leave the
ends.
cannoli in the? Did you leave the cannoli or did you
I
take?
don't know
the
where she
cannoli?
got that.
Part of the outfit.
I know. Yeah.
I don't know what the hell that was.
I
A
was
couple walked
G'd
from
up.
opposite ends of China's Great Wall, met in the middle, and then they broke up.
Divorced. I saw.
Yeah,
Wow.
Then they got divorced.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, it was a good run.
well, now
Right.
We walked all this way.
to meet
Now
each
what?
other. Now
Yeah.
beat it.
I've got a fun idea. This will make our bond grow stronger.
No,
Divorce.
no. Spending all that time apart, we realized I'm better off.
I kind of like
I kind of like how this is. I kind of like how this is. We're done. 5-star. Thanks as always, man. Appreciate you.
Always
That is
good
great
to be
stuff.
with
Good
you guys.
luck with
this weekend.
hopefully another 3-0 week for 5-star here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Or
Who
now
do we like?
after the
Do
games
we like?
we
Do you
talked
like
about.
the Texans?
The Texans better be careful. I'm not going to say they're going to lose the game, but if you're laying the 7 points with them,
Down to 6.5 now.
yeah, see, I don't
There's a
like
reason
that.
for
Yeah,
that.
it's a reason for that. And
That's
what
a
happened the
big
last
jump.
time the
Getting off
Texans
7 is
played
a
a
big
rookie
thing.
quarterback? Remember?
Yeah.
So last time we played a rookie quarterback, they looked pretty good.
No,
So
Caleb Williams looked like crap.
no, not him. Last year.
Oh, last year.
Yeah, last season.
Yeah, but not this year.
Who
Not
was it
this year.
last year?
Oh man, I'm trying to remember. I
They
did
lost-
a stat.
which team?
They lost to him. Yeah.
Oh, we lost to Bryce Young.
Bryce Young. Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
that's
Bryce
right.
Young.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bryce Young, first
Yeah.
start. So we'll see. Drake may be able to scramble around a little bit. My football mind says lay the 7 with the Texans, but the market is out. Oh man,
You're
Texas
saying
gonna-
pass. There's more games.
Yeah, I got to pass, man.
Just
Texas got
watch
to
it.
beat the team and Vegas on that one. So
Yeah.
good luck.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Houston Powder Coaters is what we're talking about now. Robin and the great people over there. I'm telling you, if you've got anything that needs, you need to save it. If it's metal, they're just awesome. When you go see, I went and saw the process that they do. I mean, they leave nothing. And the workmanship is fantastic. Car parts, wheels, lift kits, bumpers, boat parts, anything metal, boat anchors, all your patio furniture. They can not only fix the metal, but the hardware, the straps, the slings, they can fix that as well. But Robin will make that decision for you. You can text her a picture of your patio furniture, and she'll tell you. She'll be honest with you whether or not they can save it. But here's the deal. There's one place to go to get your powder coating on. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Free pickup and delivery on anything. 281-676-3888. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Y'all have a great weekend. We will talk to you again on Monday. Go Texans.
Welcome into the show. And this show likes to close plot holes like it's a TV show. So we'll get to the question I asked about Cam Newton's hat and what he would wear on his first appearance on First Take as a paid employee. Sean was right. The hats weren't toned down. But this hat matches the environment. I'm starting with that because I'm watching Cam on First Take right now. First Take's at Tennessee State. And it's him, Shannon, Stephen A., and a woman I can't identify right now. So they're at Tennessee State. Cam's got a hat on that matches the environment. We'll get to that. But yesterday, particularly last night, I was on Pierce near Hamilton, which isn't remarkable in any way, except for the fact that I got caught in a bike tour. And if you don't know what a bike tour is, there are businesses in the area who will set up a bike route for hundreds of people, and they just ride around the city, casually taking in the sights. And this one had bikes with LED lights on them, all lit up. So much like Aaron Rodgers, I did my research to find out who was behind this bike tour, and I'm not sure I want to give out the name of the company specifically because of what I'm going to say next.
You don't want to make powerful enemies,
or maybe I just don't want to get after a black-owned business. I'm not sure what it is. That might be a clue about who I'm talking about. If you know, you know. So I'm at the stoplight on Pierce, about to get on 45, just going to head home. And the bike tour rolls through. And I'm like, okay, I'm at a red light. Let's watch like hundreds of bikes roll by. And then at some point, there becomes a realization that they're not going to stop no matter when this light switches to green for me and it switches off for them when it gets to red to them. So I'm like, you know what? Cool. I'm going to sit here. I'm going to wait. And hopefully at some point, someone in the pack will realize, wait a minute, we don't have the right of way anymore. We're going to stop and we'll obey the rules of the road and just let these people go who are in their cars patiently waiting. You know what didn't happen? That didn't happen.
It's adorable. You thought that.
I assumed because I'm a person who follows the rules that they would just stop and go, you know what? Okay, look, I know we're rolling 300 people through this intersection. We're going to understand that these people want to go, and they're doing us a courtesy because you're making the assumption that the people in the cars are right-thinking individuals because you never know. I'm not advocating for it. I would never. Notice I didn't. That's why I'm here and not in jail. But you know what someone might have done? I'm going to start, and you know what? I'm going to threaten to roll through this pack of bikes with my car because no one's moving. I'm not that person. But did it cross my mind after I was on my way home? Because as I got more and more furious, mostly because the rudeness of the group of people. Like, in fact, they had their own traffic control. Most of the people were in regular bikes, but they had a couple people in motorized bikes. And one guy peeled off from the pack and started going back and forth in the crosswalk in front of the cars waiting. Like, okay, guys, I'm not a traffic cop, but I'm going to act like one to keep you from moving or even thinking about moving.
The pack moves as one. You got to protect the pack.
Yeah, like he's a sheep herder.
Yeah,
like
thinking more gazelle.
It almost was like everyone in the group. I would shoot them some bail if they're like, you know what, we can't stop because we're like a herd of prey animals, and there's a lion coming after us. And if one of us stops, someone's going to get run over. But I don't even think they gave that consideration. They thought to themselves, ain't no one going to do nothing to us. We're just going to keep moving through. So I think I missed two lights waiting for this pack of 300 people to roll through.
300 bikes?
It was that's a guesstimation, but there are hundreds of bikes. Hundreds on this tour.
That's crazy.
It took, I would say, probably 5 minutes for all the bikes to roll through, which is about the equivalent of missing 2 turns of the light.
Was this at like you left from the station?
I was in the area,
okay.
But I was happy. Actually, I did. I had to come back and get something from the station. But
it was later.
It was later. It wasn't like probably when it was a nighttime tour. The LED lights were on the bikes and on, so it was probably around 8 something. So there wasn't going to be a lot of traffic, but there was enough. There was cars on the side of me, cars in the back of me, and the bike tour is like, we don't care. We're just going to keep rolling through.
Yeah. No, as someone who grew up like basically off Washington Avenue,
we got a lot of bike tours going through, and yes, they move as one, so they don't separate the clump.
Yeah, the herd just moves.
No matter, like you said, no matter how many lights they miss, they just keep going. It's like they have a police escort, you know.
Except they don't.
Except they don't.
Except there's nothing that says I should have to wait for you to go through, other than my reasonableness, because I'm not going to pile and drive through a load of people. I'm just going to sit here and wait and just get punked by a bike group. I got more and more mad. Now I'm getting mad again. I had calmed down. I was coming last night while I was thinking of this and talking about it. I was like, Sean, I'm going to have to tell Sean hit the button, because at some point I'm going to call, because the only word I can call them has to be a curse word, because there's nothing that fits what they were doing that isn't a curse word. Maybe I'm not eloquent enough to think of it. I'm not British. I don't have a handle on Webster's dictionary. But the only thing I can think of is to call them something that you'd have to bleep. And censoring it by going, oh, they're an a-hole or D-head doesn't fit. Like, I want to call them, they don't rise to the level of the C words or a-holes. They're probably in the range of D-heads. Like, I want to call them that, but I've calmed down enough that I don't want to force you to do that. But that's what they were. They're just a bunch of, okay. Because I know earlier this week, Paul cursed and you had to hit the button.
I can do it.
All right, fine. They're a bunch of dickheads. That's what they were. That's what they were. In that instance, that's what they were. It was, I don't know if that's what their lives are like normally, but the fact that you think you can just roll through and make everyone else wait and just, hey, I'm on this bike tour. I can do what I want. I don't have to have any consideration for what's going on around me. That's what they were.
Does that feel good?
Calling them that, yeah, that felt good.
Yeah,
I did my research this morning to find out the bike tour. I don't want to put the name out there because, like I said, what would it look like me crushing a black-owned business? I can't do that.
Yeah. Not while Cam Newton's wearing that hat on first day.
Yeah, they're at a HBCU. I can't do that. I'm watching Black Excellence. I can't do that. I'm sure that man or that person, whoever's running it, is doing something great for the community.
Yeah.
But not my community.
It's healthy.
Not the people in the car community that I was in last night.
Oh, yeah.
It wasn't great for me. Wasn't great for a man with low blood pressure rising. It wasn't great for that.
The mid-size sedan community didn't love it.
Yeah, the small SUV community didn't love what was going on last night. Hey, I get it. It's cool to ride around on your bike in the middle of Houston, 3rd Ward, and have the bikes lit up. But at some point, you got to look and go, okay, these people may want to go home. Mm-hmm. Get the F out of the way. But no, you sit there and wait for them to ride through. And you go, you know what? You just take it. That's the biggest thing. I just had to sit there and take it.
Yeah. Were you first in line?
I was. So I got a great view of everything.
That's the worst part.
Yeah. And that and the fact that the guy who was doing the traffic control for them was on a motorized bike and was like, you know what? I could see him right in the eyes while he was just scanning, making sure no one was going to try to make a move.
Taking the law into his own hands.
Honestly.
You should have called the cops on him. That's what I would have done.
You're Kevin. Hey, if you had experience with the bike tour and had to sit through it, solidarity, brother and sister. River, I see you. We'll get to you on the other side. I just had it. I had to. I couldn't believe it. It was the only thing. I don't get bothered by much. And frankly, yesterday was a very stress-free day. But sitting through that and knowing the entire group was like, they ain't going to do nothing. We ain't going to get these 300 people through this intersection. And they were so locked in. Now, Pierce at that point is a one-way street, but they sent other people on the other side. I guess they didn't know. They were going to control traffic on the other side. But no one was coming in the opposite direction. It's just a one-way street. But they had it locked in. Like, y'all ain't gonna do nothing here. We're gonna get our bike tour off.
This town.
At least at 8:00 at night they do. At least they thought they did. Hey, I understand you're a businessman or woman, but let me get through the intersection.
Yeah, no, the bike. I don't know. I think the bikes are worse than the pedal drinking tour things. You know the ones where it's like 2 rows of people facing each other and they have drinks and they're pedaling to like move the little cart. that's bad, but at least it's only one at a time.
Yeah.
The bikes, because what you laid out, like they take over the road. Like it's just so many of them.
And they know you have no recourse other than to
hit them.
Well, yes, if you want to ruin your life, you can do that, or you can sit there and watch them as they do whatever the hell they want over the course of 5 minutes.
Hey, I watched the Aaron Hernandez show. Things are seemingly going great for that guy.
Yeah, sure. Taking the law into your own hands.
Yeah.
All right. I'm done. But River, if you want to, please hang on. We'll get to you on the other side. You want to talk about bike rides and maybe tours as well. We're just getting started here. I don't usually use the first 15 minutes of the show to rant, but once I started looking up what they do, it pissed me off even more this morning. All right, we'll get into some Texans. Bobby Slowick spoke. Joe Mixon did as well, as he returned to practice in a limited fashion. The question is, will he play? He spoke to wanting to get back, so we'll see where he is today as practice will begin here in the next probably hour and a half or so. So we're just getting started here. We got Michael Carroll coming up at 11:30 as he walks by. He heard his name and kind of almost peeked in. Michael Carroll of Comcast will join us at 11:30. We'll get to more college football. And the Texans play at 12 here. There's another, maybe the best game of the weekend going on at the same time. It feels like that's the clear second screen option, or maybe your multi-view option as the Texans are playing. We'll get to that at some point too. Just getting started. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
All right, River, we kept you on longer than we'd like to. Let's get to River here. He wants to talk about bike rides. What's up, River?
Hey, Del. How's it going? Well, why don't you tell us what you really think about bikers?
I mean, it's not about bikers. It's that particular instance. I'm not a person who goes, get them off the road. They don't deserve it. But in that instance, when it's clear that they don't care, that other people are waiting, in that instance, I had a problem.
Yeah, so, there's a lot of bike rides in Houston. That's why I was calling in almost every night. And some of those are big. Last night's, I think, would have been Clutch City Cruisers. And a lot of those aren't set up by businesses. It's just individuals that set them up. So that one would have been probably a few hundred people at least, I'm guessing.
Yeah, that's why I don't want to name it up, because I wasn't sure. I mean, it looked like a group I looked up online, but I didn't want to drop a name because I wasn't sure. And thanks for that information that it could be one of many. So look, it was a one-time thing for me. I'm sure other people deal with it more often. I just thought to myself, a little consideration for everyone else, but they didn't have it.
Yeah, the problem is, as bikers on those rides, one person is leading it, so you want to try and keep up with the group, right? So if you separate at a stoplight, you're not going to keep up with the group. And yeah, if you let a car in, then it gets dangerous because you have cars in between the bikers. And but yeah, when you have a really big one like that, because there are some that get up to 1,000 people. I think last Friday of the month is definitely over 1,000 people, and Clutch City Cruisers, which was last night, would have gotten pretty big too. Yeah, it does kind of suck for the cars, but I mean, for the bikers, it also kind of sucks because Houston isn't a pedestrian-friendly or bike-friendly city. So it's kind of difficult to go out biking on your own. So it's generally a little safer if you do it in groups.
Understood. I appreciate that, River. Like I said, I'm not against bikers. It just was it just happened and I felt it, but understood. There are two sides, and I appreciate you giving me the other side. I am calmer than I was 5 minutes ago. So it's good. It's all good. I'm not against bikers. I just was not thrilled with that situation last night.
Now, I am on a lot of those bike rides, so sometimes it does get a little rowdy. There's certain bike rides I won't do. Like last night, I haven't really done because it's too many people. Generally, the first half of the ride is a little calmer. On the second half, after the midpoint, after some people have had some drinks and stuff, it does get a little rowdier. I mean, you made valid points. So at 8 p.m., it would have been the start of the ride. But yeah, you still get some, because you get all different types of people on the ride.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that the individuals themselves, while they were riding, were rude as far as their actions. It's just the whole thing was like, okay, this is a little bit of surprise. No, there is no consideration for what's going on as far as traffic flow. But it's cool. I mean, it happened. I'm good. I won't see a bike and freak out going forward. So I appreciate you chiming in and giving me kind of the ins and outs of it all.
Yeah, I'd say I'd call and give you some information, but it happens pretty regularly. Houston, I don't know if it happens in other cities, but Houston, there's definitely a lot of bike rides every night. A lot of them take off from Market Square Park or Discovery Green area. So yeah, if you don't want to be involved in that, I'd stay away from that area around 7 or 8 p.m. because that's generally when they take off.
Got it. Thanks, River. Yeah, I probably wouldn't be in that area normally. It just happened to have to get something for work. But River, appreciate your call. I thank you for the information. That's River. Bike rides. Yeah, I looked up Clutch City Cruisers. It might have been them. Possibly. I don't know. That's why I didn't want to name anyone specifically, because I was not quite sure. Okay. Rant over. I've been calmed by the reasonable bike rider named River, and we can move on to a less infuriating topic, unless you hate Bobby Slowick, which I do not, but some people certainly have taken issue with his play calling. And we've talked a lot about this week since the news broke that Nico Collins would not be available. We've heard from CJ Stroud about it. We've heard from D'Amico Ryans about it. Well, let's hear from the play caller. What's Bobby Slowick's take on the loss of CJ Stroud?
You know, Nico is a guy that is really irreplaceable. You know, I think he's been playing probably the best ball of his career. I think right now I'd say for us, he was the best receiver in the NFL and what he was doing. And you know, you can't replace that. But at the same time, we got a room full of guys that are hungry, that want to go in. They want to get their ops. I think Hutch did a great job in the game. After Nico went out, he took advantage of his ops. He showed up in the run game. He works every single day. Obviously, you have Metch, you have Woody, you have Sims. I mean, we got a lot of guys that can go out, that can play, and that can function. So we have full confidence that we'll just keep rolling.
That would have been a little bit scarier if I was right when I misspoke and said the absence of CJ. Would have changed the complexion of the rest of the season. But yes, Nico Collins is the guy who is out for the next 4 weeks. And I gave you the numbers yesterday about the lack of explosive plays coming from non-Nico Collins receivers. We expect Tank Dell to be fed more. What's that mean in New England against a defense that has some similarities to what the Vikings want to do? We'll see. We'll see if they've learned some valuable lessons from what Brian Flores did to them. The Patriots aren't as good defensively. They aren't as tricky in what they want to do, but they'll bring pressure from odd places. They'll try to certainly confuse the quarterback, much like most defenses want to do. So we'll see how CJ and Bobby Sloak handle it. Fortunately, it is a game where you can play. You can kind of manage this game by how your defense is doing against the Patriots offense. You won't as long as you don't put yourself in a position where you're giving the Patriots short fields where they can run the football and be comfortable doing that and scoring points that way. If you're forcing them to drive the field, you can let the game script determine how you play, and I don't think the game script will be in the Patriots' favor very much unless the Texans make mistakes. I watched the Patriots last week in a game where the only reason they scored a touchdown was because there was a turnover in plus 40 territory for them, and 2 plays later, they broke off a play for 33 yards, a long run from Ramondre Stevenson. The Patriots aren't going to be driving the field. At least the Jacoby Brissett Patriots weren't capable of driving the field against this Texans defense, who has done a pretty good job causing havoc. We'll see what a Drake May-led Patriots offense does. I don't suspect they'll be that explosive. We'll just see if they take some more shots down the field, which is something Jacoby Brissett did not want to do. And if they do, the Texans aren't going to have Kamari Lassiter to help protect from explosive plays happening. He didn't practice yesterday, didn't practice Wednesday, is not expected to play on Sunday. So Sean brought it up as we continue to go further and further in the week. And this was before Joe Mixon practiced, so we did get some relief there. And Titus Howard came back, and we expect Larry Tunsil to play. All those guys were back at practice. But there was a point where, okay, how many guys are going to leave or be absent before we have a real discussion about the margin for error for the Texans against the Patriots is now very small because of some of their frontline guys not being available. Well, some of those guys returned, so that's helpful. Kamari Lassiter not among them. We'll hear from Joe Mixon when we come back about his absence and how much he did want to be out there. But first, Sean's going to tell you about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks. You got Texans going on Sunday. You got playoff baseball basically every night with some game 3s or game 5s coming up. You also got definitely the biggest Saturday in college football so far. And the best way to watch is, on your TV. And what you have on your phone when you're watching it on TV is Prize Picks. It's how you can put a little bit more interest into the game and, if you know your stuff, make some money. And the good thing about all these big games is it's a bunch of teams you've been watching all year. So in these big games, what I like doing, here's a little advice from Shawnee Prize Picks right now. I like taking quarterback rushing yards, mores in these big games because receivers going to be covered, got to make a play. You're not saving anything. You're not going up against some no-name schools, so your coach isn't telling you not to take hits. No, you got to lay it all on the line when it's Kansas State versus Colorado or Mississippi versus LSU or Texas versus OU. You got to lay it all on the line. So that's a little tip from me to you. Another tip from me to you is to go on your phone, download the Prize Picks app if you don't already have it, and use code MAPES. That's promo code MAPES for $50 instantly when you play at least $5 on Prize Picks. That's code MAPES, $50 instantly for $5. You don't even need to win to get that bonus. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So I was watching a clip during the break of an actress talking about nicknames she likes and doesn't like, and she said it depends on who's giving her the nickname. So is Shawnee Prize Picks a nickname we all can call you, or are there only certain people who can call you Shawnee Prize Picks?
I think everyone can
call you Shawnee Prize Picks. Would you like to have that as something Michael Carroll records at some point?
No.
Really. You don't want it to go that far?
Yeah, I just kind of want to let it live
inside the show.
Inside the show and inside the 60 seconds every show that I talk about.
So you only want to be Shawnee Prize Picks when you're talking about Prize Picks?
Yeah, or when I have the Prize Pick app open.
Okay.
Then I'll mutter to myself or
Shawnee
whoever
Prize
I'm with, Shawnee Prize Picks in the kitchen right now.
Okay,
Cooking up a lineup.
So right now on my phone, you're Sean Mapes. You don't want me to change that to Shawnee Prize Picks.
Whatever you do on your phone's your own business.
It is my own phone. I
can ask you to download the Prize Picks app and use code Mapes. That'd be cool.
Okay, because I have nicknames.
And then you can Then you can call me whatever you want.
Like I have nicknames for people.
Trash Ass Lance.
Trash Ass Lance, a friend of mine from years ago, still is called Insizzle for reasons that will remain between us. But as far as you,
is that like T Sizzle?
She wanted a nickname. She got a nickname. I don't know.
Okay,
that's all. I don't use that name in real life. It's just in my phone. What am I? I wouldn't call someone Insizzle in real life. What am I? So we'll stick with Sean Mapes in the phone. Okay, Joe Mixon. I'm sure he has a nickname too. But all we care about is him being RB1 for the Texans. And he's back at practice. He practiced yesterday. We'll see what his status is after today's practice. If that thing moves from limited participant or full, then we don't have any concerns about whether he'll play or not. If he's still limited, we'll see. I know even after that practice, there was some talk about they're not quite sure about whether he'll be a go for Sunday against the Patriots. Well, he was back at practice. He was happy to be at practice, and he was asked about what it felt like to be out and if he's happy to be back. And here's Joe Mixon on that question and more.
What you think? I'm waiting for you out there. I was number one in the league in rushing. I want to be out there. You know what I'm saying? Other than I was stopped because of that weak ass hip drop tackle. You know what I'm saying? So I can't do nothing about that. I want to be out there more than anybody. You know what I'm saying? So obviously it's frustrating, but at the end of the day, it is what it is. I'm gonna just keep on working, and when it's time to, be out there, I'm gonna do what I gotta do to show up the best on the field. Simple as that.
Now he had a great week one, and sometimes that old line, Sean, absence makes the heart grow fonder. The Joe Mixon I expected this year, I expected him to be an okay back. I didn't expect him to be someone we thought of as the difference between the Texans being an explosive, productive offense and one that's kind of skittering along and having its stops and starts. I didn't think he was the difference. And it's only been 1 week plus whatever time he spent in the Bears game. But the Joe Mixon's absence has really raised his status as far as what we thought of him, because a lot of people, maybe not Texans diehards, because the thought of Joe Mixon got them excited, but a lot of it was he was okay in Cincinnati. He wasn't the explosive guy he was before. It's a nice addition, but how much is it really going to mean? Now it's like, oh man, we're getting prime Joe Mixon back.
Yeah,
let's get excited.
150 yards in week one.
Yeah, of course that's going to continue, right?
His only healthy game this season. Yeah, no, I think part of the excitement for Joe Mixon coming back is that they've been playing these games without Joe Mixon or Dameon Pierce. So it was a lot of Cam Akers. There was a lot of Dare, who did have the game-winning touchdown catch, and has been mostly fine, I think. But it's been a lot of running the third and fourth running back on the depth chart, as opposed to the guy you went out and signed to or traded for and then signed to a deal. So I understand the excitement in the way now it's viewed as a come up from Cam Akers to Joe Mixon.
I will say now he might have got a couple carries after he left and came back from his injury, but the last time we saw him, 9 carries for 25 yards. It wasn't
a good Bears defense, though.
or just an subpar Texans offensive line. And he played a bad Colts defense. At least they were playing bad in week 1 as far as stopping the run.
How many? You said 29 yards?
25 yards.
25 yards?
On 9 carries.
So that's still what? 80? 80 over 80. That's like 80 or 85 per game so far.
What do you mean?
85 rushing yards per game.
Oh, for him?
150 and then 25 averages out to 85 per game. That's good. That's a 1,000-yard season.
Yeah, perhaps a lot of Joe Mixon's success was because he was playing the Colts. We'll find out when he's back. But the last time
we only have 2 data points.
Yeah, the last time we saw him play, even before he got hurt, he wasn't exactly lighting the world on fire or the Bears on fire in that Sunday night game. So we forget that he wasn't hurt on play 1 against the Bears. He was hurt deeper into the game, and he wasn't having so much success running the football.
Weak ass hip drop tackle.
Yeah, it was.
I mean,
it wasn't so weak. You've been out for a while, so it wasn't that weak.
Broke his ankle.
But I get
whatever,
what you're saying. It's a maybe cheap ass hip drop tackle is what he meant.
Trash ass.
That's another way you can describe it. But Joe Mixon, if he's not going to play on Sunday, you can probably expect him back the next week. But we're hoping for Sunday. We'll see how practice goes for him and whether he's put in that questionable status and a game time decision for Sunday against the Patriots, or maybe they're just like, you know what, he's good to go, which would be great to have him back. You lose one of your stalwarts, and Nico, maybe get one back in Joe Mixon. There's a game last night. The 49ers won, although they were thinking about blowing another game. They didn't get much help from the referees. If you missed it, the Seahawks were in the midst of trying to come back. It was 23-17 at the time, I believe, and they forced a punt. And a Seahawk, for whatever reason, decided to touch the football. It got away from him, and the 49ers recovered. Immediate recovery. Everyone would say that's 49er football. But it was said at the time of the play that no Seahawk touched it. That's a dead ball. 49ers recovered it. Wasn't a muff. That's just first down Seattle. Replay showed that it did touch the hand of a Seattle Seahawk. Unfortunately for the 49ers, that replay wasn't in the hands of the league. They didn't have an angle, and apparently the quality of their cameras wasn't enough to determine that it was touched by a Seahawk first, which makes me think, wait a minute, it's a standalone game. Like, as college football fans, depending on what your team is doing and how good they are, there's some games where you're not going to have a lot of cameras. If you are one of the small, like if you're on the ACC network, or maybe you wind up on CW, you may not have all the cameras or the angles, or every camera doesn't have HD. You may not get an angle that shows down the line where you have a first down or a touchdown. That happens. But in the NFL, on a standalone game, the NFL didn't have the camera that Amazon had. How is that? Forget about the fact that you would think they could just use the broadcast camera, but maybe that's against the rules. I'm not sure how they do things. But how on a standalone game, the featured game of maybe not the week, but at least the start of your week, certainly it's Thursday, you don't have a camera that would show something that anyone watching the Amazon broadcast would show. I can't explain it. I'm not sure how they do explain it other than we effed up.
Yeah. No, I don't know. Cause this isn't a situation where there's some stadium. This is more of a college football thing where they can't actually put the camera like right down the goal line.
Yeah.
So it's always at an angle. So it's hard to tell
who got over,
whether they break the
his
plane.
knee was down. Yeah. But
God
this
forbid
one,
you're playing on ESPN Plus and then you have no camera angles.
Yeah, you better hope nothing questionable happens in your game that goes against you.
But I mean, this is also a streamer, maybe it's just.
But the streamer had the angle. The streamer had the pick.
The streamer's also like the biggest company in the world.
And it was fully in position to show the world, whoever was watching. The streamer could tell the NFL, that billion upon $billion business, didn't have a clear angle. If you want to tell me like a camera wasn't operating at the time and you couldn't see, it's nonsense, but okay, maybe I can accept it. But to tell us you didn't even have clarity, like the cameras you did have weren't clear enough to show, what are we doing here?
Yeah. No,
there's no real way to explain it other than they own some BS. The NFL own their BS right now.
It's just an insane thing.
It's an insane excuse to use that we didn't have an angle, but the partner we're with to broadcast these games to people did have an angle.
Do you believe them?
I don't believe them. I don't know what the reasoning is, but I don't believe it. That one sounds like garbage.
It feels like they blew the call.
But how could they have blown the call when they see? This is why it makes no sense. I don't believe them, but it's the only thing that makes sense considering the broadcast could show that they were wrong. You would think they would have access to that, and why wouldn't they have access to it? So the explanation is so ridiculous, I have to believe it because it's mind-numbing. You're playing games in my face if you think if you're going to get that off and not be true.
Yeah.
So I guess I got to believe them, but I don't because it flies in the face of logic that they wouldn't be able to see. This is Seattle versus San Francisco. This isn't App State versus FIU.
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
Coastal Carolina on the teal field.
Yeah. What are we talking about? You couldn't see that. It didn't hurt the 49ers because Seattle got the ball, didn't score. Eventually, Geno threw a pick that led to 49ers points. And speaking of 49ers points, let's get to this before we wrap it up. If you didn't watch the end of the game, Geno Smith did lead a drive to get the Seahawks within a score. He threw a touchdown to Tyler Lockett. So with under a minute to go, they had all their timeouts under the 2 minute. It wasn't under the minutes ago. It was under 2 minutes. So the 2-minute warning had already passed, but they had all their timeouts. Instead of doing the onside kick thing that never works, they kicked it deep. They thought, okay, we get a stop. We stop them 3 times. We get the ball back. We don't have any timeouts, but maybe we can pull something off. Instead, the 49ers break out a long run by Garindo, the rookie running back. And he does the thing where, hey, look how smart he is. The thing that everyone applauds players for not scoring. He slides down at like the 3-yard line when he could have scored on a long touchdown run. It would have been his first touchdown as a rookie player. And instead, he slides. So the thought is, okay, the 49ers are going to run this clock out, not put their defense on the field anymore. No more special teams plays. We're just going to end it here. Kneel, game over. Instead, they gave it to Kyle Juszczyk. He scores and goes and celebrates with his wife in the front row. And if I'm a Seattle player or fan, I'm like, all right, George Kittle got that off because Kittle's wife and Juszczyk's wife were sitting next to each other. All right, we've already seen this once. The game's over. I don't need to see you jump into the crowd and celebrate again. In fact, I'm asking whichever Seattle fan sold those tickets, you're banned for a game. You're banned for a game, particularly for selling those tickets to the wives of 49er players and them winding up on television multiple times because you did that. Get out of here.
Maybe it's a different Juszczyk. I don't know.
Unless the Juszczyk family has Seattle season tickets and they just took advantage of it, that's very unlikely.
We would have heard about
that. Would have been on Amazon. Kyle Juszczyk grew up a Seattle fan. We would have known that already, or his wife did. Whatever. That fan gets banned for a week. You want to sell it to a random 49er fan? Okay, we'd rather you not do that, particularly in that position where players are going to be seen celebrating. But whatever. But you're selling it to the Kittles and the Juszczyks. And now 2 times in that game, they're jumping into the crowd. Not a lifetime ban. That's too much. But our next home game, you can't be there.
I like that.
Sorry.
We're the 12th man. We got.
Yeah, what
we have
exactly? The 12th man did that? Beat it. And if you're a corporate sponsor, what if you're a corporate sponsor? No, the corporate sponsor doesn't sell it. That's where they bring their clients to the games.
No, what it is. They have to retire the 12th man for a game. They did 1 game suspension.
They brought
on the 12th
shame
man.
on the 12th man, so that's got to be
A&M
wiped
was the
out.
only 12th man for 1 weekend.
If you sell your tickets to an opponent's wife or wives, and they show up on television because their husbands are scoring touchdowns
because they're awesome seats.
Yeah, of course they would be on television anyway. But the fact that they had 2 jump in the crowd celebrations means the 12th man gets retired for a week.
Maybe it's 2 weeks. Maybe it's 1 per celebration.
Well, that's now on the players for giving up touchdowns, but I see your point. We'll workshop it. We'll see what the punishment is for the Seattle Seahawks.
Go back to the tribunal.
Yeah, but before we do that, Deebo. I mean, I don't know a lot about Deebo Samuels other than what he does on the field, but what he said about Garindo sliding makes him a real one because I agree. Here's Deebo Samuel on that play where the rookie gave up a touchdown.
What it's like to see that? I mean, not only the 2 guys on defense, but the rookie running back.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I don't know why he didn't score. I would have scored. He said he was looking at the sideline and people was telling him to go down for what I don't know. Why he looking at the sideline running anyway. But, man, that's just huge. It's kind of like next man up mentality. We always want money out there, but Ronaldo went out there and took advantage of the opportunity he had.
He's right. What are you doing, Garindo? I don't know who told you to slide. It wasn't your head coach. Kyle Shanahan was looking back at his offensive line for paving the way. He wasn't even looking at you as you passed him. He turned the opposite direction. He didn't see you slide. He was so thrilled about breaking that runoff. I think he assumed you would score. And you know how I know this? Because it's not like he took a knee. He go, hey, Kyle Juszczyk, you've had an interesting night. We appreciate what you do. You get a touchdown here. Garindo's got to be like, mother. You gave a big touchdown run on Thursday night.
Game.
Score.
Yeah, make it a 2-score game.
Yeah, I understand the whole, hey, we run the clock out, but your coach had no interest in running the clock out.
Yeah, it's a rivalry game. Run it up. Wait, what was the line? Did they cover?
I imagine.
After
that touchdown they did.
But at 5, were they covering? They were covering.
They were? So it wouldn't have mattered?
No.
Maybe the over hit, though.
No, wouldn't have mattered for the over.
Okay, so Garindo just gave up a touchdown.
For no reason.
For no reason at all.
He'll get one next week.
His dad didn't have the under. They were covering, and his dad didn't have Seattle plus the points. Score your touchdown, man.
Yeah, 0 career touchdowns.
Yeah, and just give it to Kyle Juszczyk. He scored. He's played in a couple Super Bowls. He don't need another touchdown. Go get you one. Instead, you slide. Your coach doesn't care. He wanted to score anyway. So the 49ers avoid falling to 2-4. They're tied up top with the NFC West with the Seattle Seahawks, who are now 3-3 after I think they started 3-0, or was it 3-1? Maybe they started 3-1. Now they've lost. I know at least they've lost their last 2 to the Lions and the 49ers. Right?
Seattle Niners, 49ers, Lions, and then one before that.
I'm trying to figure out, because there's this thing about when you play Dan Campbell's Lions that you get your ass kicked the next time you step on the field. So I don't know if Seattle had played a game between their game against the Lions or not, or the trend continues, because apparently no one can face the Lions.
Yeah, they would have played Sunday. Hold on.
Yeah, they lost to the Giants. You're right. They've lost 3 in a row. They lost to the Lions, lost to the Giants by 9, and then lost to the Seahawks. So
God,
the trend,
that's also like 3 games in like 11 days.
3 game. Yeah, that Monday night game was the 30th. They played the Lions and they played the 49ers. But hey, you play the Lions, you're up to go on a bit of a losing streak. The Seahawks are the latest with that. We'll see what the Lions do to the Cowboys, which you can hear here, right? On ESPN 97.5. We have Cowboy games.
Yeah.
You'll hear the Cowboys against the Lions on Sunday. Okay. We need to go to a break. And before I do that, I want to talk about my bookie. If you like the Lions against the Cowboys, there's a place you can go. Maybe you like the Cowboys to win. You think the Cowboys have found some answers after their win against Pittsburgh? My bookie is that place. Just go to mybookie.ag and put some money down on your favorite NFL matchup of the weekend. It's not just the NFL. College football. There'll be a game tonight. There'll be games tonight. There'll be all the games on Saturday, and a big weekend for college football. Whether you have a feeling on one of the big games or maybe one of the smaller games fit you. Maybe you're sicko and you're going to bet the under in a game no one's even paying attention to. My bookie's there for you. That's because they have this slogan: bet on anything, anywhere, anytime. So from college football to the NFL to NBA preseason, the NHL is going, their regular season has started. You can look at that as well. And also international soccer. All the sports betting you like. And of course, the live casino action is there for you too. You can play cards, from poker to blackjack to baccarat, all there for you with MyBookie. Use that promo code BET975 to take advantage of that match, 100% match up to $1,000. Place your bets at MyBookie right now. Go to mybookie.ag where you can bet on anything, anywhere, anytime.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
We'll close this plot hole here because we're up against it anyway. I brought up Cam Newton being a new contributor First Take. I didn't break the news, obviously, but it was out there. And I asked a question. Would Cam tone down the hats? And Sean was a strong no. In his first appearance on First Take, he's playing to the crowd. They're at Tennessee State this week, or at least today. And he put on a Tennessee State colored hat. He's got the blue. He's got a red, I think, ribbon at the top. So while it's not one of those hats where his dreads can pop up out of the top because there's a hole cut in it.
Yeah, which to me, that is him toning it down, is that he doesn't have that.
Yeah, I think he is toned down, but he does know who his audience is.
Yes, but if anyone else wore that hat, we'd be like, oh my God, what hat are they wearing?
Yeah.
But for Cam, this is like this is the intro, the hat 101.
If Dan Graziano was wearing that hat. Wait a minute, huh? What's going on here?
What?
I don't know if I've ever seen Dan Graziano in a hat, even just a ball cap. I don't think I've ever seen that. The man in a world where you can pretty much wear anything on First Take as long as you're a former athlete.
Dan dressed like Two-Face? Why is he wearing this?
Yeah, Ryan
Clark
dressed as Two-Face. He can't pull that off now. Ryan Clark has already done that.
Oh my God, we need Ryan Clark and Cam Newton on the same set.
Ryan Clark was back in studio. So yeah, so when the tour for First Take winds up back in Bristol, we'll see with Cam and Ryan Clark, two guys who I don't know, obviously never played in the same division, but at some point probably came across each other.
Yeah, they overlap.
Yeah, at some point they've had to play against each other. So I'm sure we'll hear stories about that at some point. But yeah, Cam Newton, now that's the new member of First Take. And he's wearing a hat that says Tennessee. He's wearing a jersey too under his blazer. So he's honoring the HBCU with his own how he would do it.
I have a question.
Okay.
Do you think that Cam Newton had that hat already and it just so happened to be the same color as TSU or Tennessee State? Or do you think that this was a special, because he knows this is his first show. We would have talked about it earlier in the week for First Take. So he's like, we have a crowd. Let me play to the crowd. Let me buy this hat.
I think once he knew this deal was going to be finalized and he knew where he was going to make his first appearance, he had that hat made.
Okay.
Yes.
I think there's a chance he just had a hat that
but
was
the color understood.
Because it's not that wild of a color.
Because blue and red isn't that crazy, but it's a matching blue specifically to TSU's colors, or in this case, Tennessee State's colors. That blue and red, like there are different tones of blue and red, and it matches exactly the colors for that school. I think he had that hat made for them for this appearance on his first time out.
Because that is like a very Cam Newton hat. Like that's a hat that he has a lot of similar hats to that.
No, yes, it fits who he is, but I think he knew he was going to be there today.
That's believable.
And he had that hat made in those colors. Probably got the color palette from whoever he needed to make sure it worked out. Yeah, what is it called again?
Pantones.
Pantones. He got the Pantones from who he needed to and made sure that hat matched exactly the colors of that university. You can't put that past Cam Newton.
Does he have a hat guy, you think? Like he calls up like Reggie, his hat plug.
Oh, do you think he has a specific hat maker? Yes, of course.
Because they're all consistent.
Yes, it's a hat where he doesn't have to go to a person. Hey, my hat's size. He doesn't get measured for hats anymore. Some guy knows what to make Cam, and he gets the color and what colors he wants, and gets it done.
Do you want a convertible hat or a hard top?
In this case, I want a hard top. And he's got a hard top for the Tennessee State appearance, which is now over, it looks like, as we're transitioning to Pat McAfee, who is
he's wearing a hat too.
It's not the same. I'm sure you can get that hat anywhere. You can get that, probably can't get that sleeveless hoodie on. You can't get that sleeveless hoodie anywhere, as he is on site in Eugene at Autzen for Oregon versus Ohio State, one of the big games. Now we had 2 versus 3 earlier that resulted in the home team winning. Is this another game of the century? Or do we only have one of those a month, or one of those every couple weeks?
I think it also hurts this game of the century, the fact that there's like other games today, or not today,
that
but
are
this
big
week
ones.
that are big.
Yeah.
So it's not like standalone. I think also it feels a little bit later, just to have a little bit of little bit of room between them.
Yeah.
I think it's hard to have 2 in 3 weeks.
Like you have LSU, Ole Miss in Tiger Stadium in Death Valley. Yeah, that's a big one. Texas OU.
Oh, yeah.
Which we will get to because they're new. Well, it's not new because OU's been dealing with this for pretty much all season, but they thought they might get a receiver back. They will not. So we'll get it. I know you're all broken up about it.
No, you just hate to see it.
Yeah, I know. As
I want to play him at full strength.
as evidenced by your Texas bandana on. Yeah, that's our headband on. Yeah, it's dumb. I want to play him at full strength. No, I don't care.
F that.
F that. You. How much did you enjoy playing them when they didn't have a quarterback a couple years ago? That was fun, right? Hey, they're at full strength last year. How did that feel?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you
I
mean you
wanna
want to play them at full strength?
I just want to win.
Yeah.
Any means necessary.
Who cares?
Any means necessary.
What you're gonna talk less ish if you beat them because they are without their top 5 wide receivers? I'll run down the names. If you were thinking about putting some money on that game in my bookie, maybe take team total. Take the under for Texas. I don't know how they're going to throw the football. I mean, their quarterback isn't really all that adept
Team
at it
total
anyway.
under for yeah.
Oh yeah. Texas should be. Well, Texas may take their foot off the gas too. Who knows? Actually, it's a rivalry. They probably won't. But
They didn't a couple years ago.
no, they did not. But OU's defense is better, so you may think of it that way, and maybe they go the way that Tennessee, as I said before.
They can slop it up.
Yeah, Tennessee might go. They might go the way Tennessee went. There's no way they can beat us as long as we don't make mistakes. We'll just run the football and get out of here. So we'll see how that goes. We'll get to all the guys out for OU as hour 2 begins. Michael Carroll will join us at 11:30 or so to talk about what you should be watching if you want to take a break from sports at some point this weekend. He'll give you some options. Hey, it's spooky season, so I'm sure there are a lot of Halloween options that he may or may not get to, because Michael is not a big horror movie person, but it's that time of the year where they will be coming Fast and Furious from all the streamers. So we'll get to that a little bit later. We're just wrapping up hour 1. We'll have hour 2 when we come back. my good friend Kevin G. Joseph, if you want to be specific, he agrees with at least my thought, and I think Sean's right there with me, that Cam Newton 100% had that hat made specifically for that occasion.
I just wanted to ask because I thought it's not outside the realm of possibility, but the specifics with the color, yeah, probably got it.
I think according to KJ, Cam has a hat company.
There we go. So he has a lot of hat guys, I imagine, that work for him.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Cam Newton made his first appearance on First Take earlier today, and it was at an Tennessee State, an HBCU. Okay. So the Texans are playing at noon our time. It'll have our focus, but I kind of wish the Baltimore-Washington game wasn't in the same time slot. It is, at least in my eyes, the most intriguing game beyond Texans Patriots. And let's be fair, Texans Patriots is only intriguing to the people here and the people in New England because Drake May's playing. Around the country, whatever. But I don't want to get into is Washington for real, but I do want to see what Jaden Daniels looks like against Baltimore. They can lose that game. They should lose that game. But is he a Stroud-like player this year? Is he going to be a guy who can handle anything that's being thrown at him? And it's also kind of a referendum on Cliff Kingsbury. Cliff Kingsbury, when he got hired with the Commanders, everyone's like, well, what are you doing putting a young quarterback with Cliff Kingsbury? He doesn't do a good job mentoring quarterbacks. Mostly people referencing the Kyler scenario where Kyler got worse, or at least the team got worse as seasons went on, and that's in season. Then as the seasons went on, year after year, the team wasn't better than what they were earlier in Cliff's tenure. So why he got fired. But so far, so good. The question is for them is that a Cliff thing? Is it a Daniels thing? And is Baltimore, who currently leads the NFC East, a team we should actually be considering a potential contender? Contender strong. I'm not sure who is a contender in the NFC. There eventually will have to be one, but I watched the 49ers play yesterday, and as the injuries continue to pile up for them, I'm not sure about them. Seattle had a chance to kind of stamp themselves as one, and they kind of fell on their face. So that would make you think the Commanders have a slot to kind of fill as far as one of the teams to consider in that conference, and they got a chance to prove themselves because Baltimore, despite the tough start, is one of those teams we just immediately think is going to be around when it matters. Now, what they do in the playoffs, we can start having discussions about Lamar Jackson and his inability to play as well as he does in the regular season. But as a perennial playoff team, Baltimore is one of those, always considered a favorite, and Washington has a chance. So that's a small screen one, I think, for me. I can go multi-view, I guess, possibly. But I think I'm going to keep the Texans on the regular TV and just keep track of Baltimore and the Commanders. Got to have my full focus on the Drake May era beginning, I guess. But Baltimore, I guess.
Those last two words really took the knees out from under.
I mean, come on. I don't have high hopes for Drake May, actually, overall, to be honest with you. But as far as this game,
especially not,
yeah, no. But I kind of wish they would have pushed Washington and Baltimore to the later window, because the later window is not that great. I think you got the Lions and the Cowboys, and that's
Lions,
about
Cowboys. But I think it's a situation where they're trying to clear the way for that to be the marquee game of the late window.
Sure.
Because you get some AFC West with Chargers, Broncos, NFC South with Falcons, Panthers, and the only real game, and it's more of a TV game than an actual interesting one, is Steelers, Raiders. That's your late window with Lions, Cowboys. So I think it's a week where they're like, hey, let's try to just make the Cowboys game an extra national game.
And if you're looking at the early window, sure, we're Texans centric, but the early window isn't filled with great games, so they probably wanted one in each window.
Is there a lot of buys or something?
Well, it is bye weeks for some teams. I don't know that the teams on the bye would be ones we would care that much about. Yeah.
It's just whenever there's like a week like this.
Sure.
That was a weird way to say that. I always think, like, are all the good teams on bye? Oh, Kansas City and the Rams, the Dolphins,
Yeah,
and the Vikings are on bye.
Yeah,
so KC and the Vikings.
But unless they're playing each other, I mean,
Yeah.
they'd still be playing teams that weren't that interesting. So that's what it is. We'll obviously be Texans centric, but the best game of the early slate is that Baltimore Commanders game, and we'll see what Baltimore has for Jaden Daniels as they will try to get tricky and confuse him a little bit. He hasn't had many problems. That offense has scored early and often in their ball games, and that's why they're 4-1. Baltimore is a touchdown favorite in that one with a total of 51.5. So points expected to be scored in that one. To who? The Commanders?
Yeah. Touchdown underdogs. That's what Texans Patriots is.
Okay, when you put it in those terms, yes, it is disrespectful. But
I guess the Ravens are at home, the Patriots are, or the Texans are on the road.
Yeah.
So that's a couple points there.
The Texans at home against the Patriots are probably
they would have been
10.5, 11.
Yeah, 9.5, 10.
Yeah, something like that. So, and we'll see if the Texans can live up to that because they don't cover. They did cover last week.
They did cover. They're on a hot streak of covering.
Yes, they're 1-4, but they're on a hot streak.
1-1 in the last one, or 1-0 in their last one.
Congratulations to them. They were a great team last week because they covered. Before then, they had simply just been an awful. Well, they were an awful team one week, and the other couple weeks they were a good team. Yeah, yeah. So we'll see what the Texans do, and can they cover a touchdown point as a 7-point spread as a favorite going into New England. Oh, I mentioned KJ as a guy who confirmed that Cam is a hat guy because he has a hat company. KJ actually wore a hat to the listener party. I've never seen one of these hats before, and I immediately asked, where could I get one? It was a Franklin hat. Franklin from the Peanuts.
Oh, that's GTA 5?
Yeah, no. Franklin from the Peanuts. The one peanut, well, the only way I can describe him is the one black peanut. He's the only, and he became a thing on the morning show because someone sent a picture of Franklin comparing him to me because he was the one peanut sitting on the opposite side of all the other peanuts.
I've seen that picture.
Even Snoopy had a prime seat. Well,
Snoopy's
Franklin,
white.
I was gonna go. He's the white guy's best friend, but sure, Snoopy's white. Okay,
He is white. Look at him.
He is a dog that happens to be.
What color would you say?
He has white fur, yes, with black tinge on him with his nose and his ears. I guess he has black accents, but yes, but overall he is a white dog.
Not a black accents.
No,
not black.
Snoopy doesn't talk. Snoopy doesn't bark with an accent. No, he has black accents like clothing. It'd be funny if Snoopy opened his mouth and he sounded like he was from name a city. There.
I won't do it.
No.
I'll just steer clear of that.
Yeah, you should still steer clear. But yeah, so I said, hey, give me that hat. And I got a Franklin hat at home.
That hat.
And I didn't say that. I said, where'd you get that hat from? He said,
Okay.
I
was going to say, did KJ just take it off his head and give it to you?
No, I didn't say, hey, give me that hat. He ordered
7 3/8, right?
He ordered that hat for me. I was going to get it myself, but he ordered it for me. I appreciate that. Came in. I haven't had a chance to wear it yet, but I was like, yeah, Franklin, that's my guy.
You're the Franklin of ESPN 97.5.
No, at least from 7 to 6, sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Better than being the Pigpen, I guess. Who's the Pigpen of 97.5?
Let's not go there.
No.
No.
Yeah, I wouldn't give
Linus. How about that?
Who's a sweetheart and everyone loves him? No one's the Linus of 97.5. What are you talking about? There's not one, but well, Michael probably has the highest approval rating.
MC.
If we're gonna give him Linus, Michael Carroll probably has the highest approval rating. So if we're gonna give him the meek piano playing persona, which I'm not, but yeah, he would be the Linus.
He has an instrument too.
Who would be Charlie? His voice?
Yeah, and Adobe Audition.
We all have that.
But he makes
he does a great job with it. Yes.
Yeah, I can play piano, but I'm not Mozart.
Oh, the Mozart of Adobe Audition at 97.5. Credit to Michael Carroll. Who's the Charlie Brown?
Probably
a big-headed dope who never learns his lesson. Oh, look at the football. Who's that guy?
He's I was gonna give him leader of the pack, but I guess
I guess Charlie Brown is that, but
it's Charlie Brown and the Peanuts.
But is there a Lucy that tortures Charlie Brown day to day? Someone asked who Pigpen is. Art, we're not answering that question. I don't know that anyone stinks here.
But, no.
Or who's dirty all the time. No.
No, pretty good pretty good
hygiene here.
hygiene from all.
Well, for the most part, we'll see.
There's some tissues.
We'll
that
see.
I don't
Man,
know.
Lance is the pig pen. He always leaves like his coffee marks and tissues around.
He's
not a dirty. He doesn't have a cloud of dirt following him. He just leaves stuff around.
Yeah, he leaves the dirt behind.
Yeah. Unlike Pigpen, for somehow, Pigpen's actually magical. The fact that a cloud of dirt follows him. It's a wonderful thought. Hey, we're just gonna have a kid who dirt just sticks to him.
Maybe it's an allegory for the.
You think Charles Schultz was in his bag?
The mental health issue. He's depressed.
Yeah,
that's what
you couldn't get away with calling him. Possibly, you couldn't get. He had a bad family life. His dad's not as around. His mom has to work too hard. Yeah, you can't get away with calling a character Pigpen anymore.
No, you can't.
No, the cartoon or actual
what do we
live
name this
action.
kid?
There's no chance.
Pigpen.
It's not a thing you can do.
Stinky.
But Art, to answer your question, it's not a like for like comparison, but I would go Lance Zierlein. He's already trash assing my phone. Might as well just throw Pigpen on it too. But it's not a real good one though. People wash here, thankfully.
Yeah, thankfully.
I don't know. Sometimes on those Saturdays when you think no one's going to be here, that can get a little sketchy.
Hey.
Not you specifically.
You're right. But
I know.
Hey.
I wasn't attacked. I've been a guy who came in on Saturdays when no one's going to be around. Shower, whatever. Ain't no one going to be here. I'll do that when I get home after an 8-hour shift, alone in the building.
And it's also like because I used to do Saturdays and Sundays like 8 to noon or 8 to 2, and I was just like,
yeah, the Friday night.
I rather just have the extra 15 minutes of sleep.
Yeah, no one's going to be here. I'll take care of that when I get home.
Just
what do I care?
Just spray extra on the deodorant.
I'd be lucky if you got that. If I knew no one was going to be around, what am I using?
Mostly
spray?
for me.
Yeah, just for yourself. You don't want to catch a whiff. Understood. Yeah, that's always a little. Ooh, oh man.
I really smell like last night, huh? Maybe chew some gum.
It's rough. It can be a rough one sometimes on those Saturday mornings when you're strictly a weekend guy. Okay, we'll come back with we'll hear from Bobby Sloak again, talking about what he considers the big issue for the Texans and what they're trying to correct going forward. Because when your kicker can make all those 50-yard field goals, that's cool, but you'd rather have him not have to attempt them all. So Bobby Sloak will discuss that issue, and we'll hear from him when we come back. But first, I want to talk about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. And you know who isn't a pigpen? Billy Brown, the owner. And if you go to him, he'll make sure your home isn't a place where dirty, disgusting water, stinky water is all around. Whether it be a leak or you need a full-on repiping, they'll take care of you. Bad water, smelly water can change your home in its entirety. You don't want that in your walls. You don't want that on your floor. That's why you go to Billy Brown. You call Aqueduct Plumbing Company, 281-488-6238. That's the number. You call them. You want a free price quote? They'll do that for you too, because we're not always sure what the problem is. You just know there is one. Get the experts out there to take care of you and check it out. So they do the small jobs. Could be a leak. That's not something you can take care of, but they will. Or it could be a big job, from repipes to getting a plumbing contractor out there, new construction, remodels. They do it all. Water heaters, tankless water heaters, all that is in their bag at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
That's Michael Carroll. You're hearing him actually in the studio a little bit later, and he can tell you it's not the same, but he'll be back here joining us to talk about all the things you should be watching if you're not watching them. All right, Bobby Slowick joined us earlier. And by that, I just played some sound, or at least Sean did. He talked to the media yesterday. The first clip we played was him discussing the absence of Nico Collins and what that might mean. And he kind of echoed what I've been saying all week. We're not comparing notes. Just we happen to agree on this. Nico Collins is not replaceable. We can talk about how good of a player Stephon Diggs is, the impact that Tank Dell had last year before he got hurt. But Nico is your number one. The talk about we'll distribute to who's open. We found out that's not real. If you have a number one receiver, you are doing your best to get him touches because he's the guy getting open more often than not. The offense is built around showcasing that guy, and we've seen that through the first 5 weeks of the season. Now they have to change. So Nico Collins was here around, and they were still struggling in a certain part of the field. All those long field goals are great, but there's a reason why they had to take them. Here's Bobby Slowick discussing their problems once they get beyond the 45-yard line and what they need to do to correct it.
And, like statistically, we've been good on third down. We've been good in the red zone. We've been good in yards. There's like this void somewhere between the plus 45 and the plus 30 that we've had some issues in. And that right now as a staff is what we're in there grinding and trying to figure out. Because really in the game where we stalled in the second half was we had three, if you count the 44-second play, times where we got across the 40-yard line and we had no points to show for it, which that gets hard. That's hard to win in the NFL when that happens. So we were fired up as a team that we were able to rally together and get that done.
Yeah. Now, they took advantage of the Bills making a mistake by not running the football or simply not even getting a first down late, gave them a chance to make a short completion, call a timeout. Then Kymie Fairbairn made that field goal. But the drive before, they were in that area again, 3rd and 5. They got called for intentional grounding, pushed them out of field goal range, and they had to punt. So it has been a thing in clutch situations, in the middle of the game. It's something you got to correct. They are not where they want to be offensively beyond the penalties because of that. They're on the other side. They're on the other side of 50 too many times to have struggled the way they have been, particularly in the second half offensively. Sean and I went through those numbers earlier, that since the Colts game where they could run the football, Joe Mixon was available, they have not scored more than 7 points in the second half of a football game. They top out at 7. That has to change. This is a team we expect to be dynamic offensively. Now they just have to overcome the absence of Nico Collins to do it. So we know it's a point of emphasis. D'Amico Ryan said that about penalties too, particularly in the offensive line, and those have for the most part gone away. So we will see on Sunday if this new point of emphasis, when you're at the 45 plus, are they turning those into touchdowns as opposed to settling for these long field goals? You know what? Baby steps. How about we make it 35-yard field goals, 40-yard field goals? Maybe we don't stall out immediately when we get to like the 40-yard line. I don't need 3 touchdowns in your first 3 possessions once you cross the 45. But you want to get into the high red zone. You want to challenge getting into the end zone. I take it. I don't need everything to be perfect right away. He's already going to do it. And while it's great, the fact that your field goal kicker is going to be maybe a record holder for 50-plus yard field goals, it's good and bad all at the same time. You want him to do it when it's 5 seconds remaining and you're trying to win a ball game, and you don't. There's not a lot of pressure on your offense because the field goal range line is at the 40-yard line. That's great. But in the second quarter, let's go score a touchdown. So, we hope the Texans can do that going forward, and maybe the running game helps. And if Joe Mixon's available, which he possibly could be, that would be a good start. Okay, when we come back, we're going to be joined by Michael Carroll of Comcast. Michael Carroll will recommend things for you to watch, and we'll also discuss what is happening on Comcast this week, which I don't know if this is a recent thing, but I saw the grid, which is it just gets sent around to us so we know what's going on every week. Comcast has a new time. It is from 8 to 9 tonight, I believe, on ESPN 975. So sometimes paying attention to those emails you kind of discard, they work out. I didn't want to sound foolish and go 9 to 10. And Michael's like, actually, 8 to 9. So you can find Comcast tonight, 97.5, 8 to 9. And speaking of where you can listen and how you can listen, if you're having issues driving around the city, east or west, there is a solution where you don't have to flip from 92.5 to 97.5. It is 97.9 on HD2. So if you have an HD radio, 97.9 HD2, you get clear listening no matter where you are in the city. Give it a beat. Doesn't come on immediately once you flip it on to 97.9, but it will come. And then you'll be able to hear us and anyone else you want to listen to on the station clearly, no matter where you are, from Galveston to Kingwood. 97.9 HD2. All right, we'll be joined by Michael Carroll when we come back. Michael Carroll is in the building, and there's a lot of Comcast for you to take in if you want. There are
There's a
three
lot this week.
episodes this week. issue 560, issue 561, and because 561 was so long, they did a double episode, one featuring Toxic Fans, and that one won't be on tonight from 8 to 9. The Agatha All Along and Penguin spoiler review episode will be on. Michael did the podcast with Fred of Durf Designs. You can listen to that from 8 to 9 here on ESPN 97.5. So you did go see Joker.
I did.
Follow You Do. I have made it well known that musicals and me don't mix. I am not watching anything that asks me to listen to people sing as they drive the story forward, or in some cases, maybe doesn't even drive the story forward. I'm just out.
Yeah.
So you have seen it. I know what happened in it, but we don't have to get spoilers for people who are still interested. It just came out. Your non-spoiler thoughts on Joker Follow You Do.
It's not a terrible movie. I don't know if Sean has talked about it on the podcast on the show as well, but it's not a terrible movie as some reports make it seem.
Okay.
It is a okay movie, but it's not great. It's definitely not something that I would recommend go see. The thing that kind of like you, I'm not a big fan of musicals. I'll watch a musical here and there, but for the most part, I'm not into them. But I would also argue that this one, while it does have musical elements, they didn't even go full bore with the musical. It's not like they did these full on, like there's songs in it that go on for 2 or 3 minutes, but it's nothing that I would expect from
Wicked. It's not like
Wicked. It's not like Wicked. It's
yeah.
not like Greatest Showman. It's not like anything like that.
High School Musical.
Yeah, not the greatest of them all, High School Musical.
Mm-hmm.
It's nothing like that. It's. I had at one point. I don't know if I talked to you about this, Sean, but I had at one point in my theater where Joaquin Phoenix as Arthur Fleck starts to sing in a critical moment of the film, and I just heard a bunch of people laughing, and one guy go, "Why?"
Yeah,
it was just like it was so like it because it does it what the first film did. Again, I talked about it last week. The ambiguity of the first film is what I liked. This time there really isn't much in terms of the ambiguity because the fantasies are the songs, so it's not like you question whether that really happened or not. Obviously it didn't, because they're not doing a song routine right in the middle of it. It's not like a bunch of people get pulled into it. It's strictly Joaquin Phoenix. And even at that, Lady Gaga is not even, they bill it as Lady Gaga, Joaquin Phoenix. She's a plot device to a certain extent for a lot of that movie.
Okay.
She's underutilized, I would say. And they don't even let her like go full bore with her singing voice, which is baffling if you're going to have a musical.
So she's not
there.
even, so she's more just, I guess I would say she's supposed to like blend in. So like Lady Gaga's voice would be something that would obviously, if she was opening up, would be big, but it's just like a mentally ill, I guess, person singing, as opposed to it's Lady Gaga singing.
There's a
I
whole
haven't
thing
seen
with
it, so
there's a whole thing with her character.
Yeah.
It also seems like it's a little bit of like, hey, we don't want to blow Joaquin Phoenix out of the water. Like we have to like keep this relatively even in the singing department, because Joaquin Phoenix is just kind of like
because they're not on the
talk
same
singing
level,
or like mumble singing through like Joaquin Phoenix doesn't really pop the clutch and really
no one
go for it.
Really tries. There's not, I don't know.
No one goes for it.
No one goes for it. Yeah.
Okay.
And a third of this movie is musical, and it's
none of it works.
None of it works. It's all like an amalgamation of ideas that were not fully fleshed out, it feels like. And I've seen people that have made the case, well, these are Arthur Fleck's fantasies and he's not really that good of a person, so that it's not going to reflect like this great thing. And I get that, but if I daydream of myself being a singer, I'm going to daydream as me being the best singer that there is.
Yeah,
I don't daydream being like, if I'm playing basketball, I don't daydream to be a sixth man, or not even that, a 12th man on the bench.
Yeah, when we were kids growing up and you had a court, whether you're at home or at a park, you don't think let me get this off as a rebound for a putback to win the game. That's not what that's not what kids think about.
I'm counting down and I'm taking the final shot.
Yeah.
If I wanted to reenact my real life, I would be sitting on the bench.
Yeah.
I'll just sit on the sidelines.
Yeah, no one goes in the shower and goes, I'm going to put in a mid-performance here.
Yeah, no one does
No one
that.
sings that way. No.
And
no.
if it is in his head, I would imagine he would have, I get what Sean's saying though. They can't push him too much.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't have
There's limitations there.
Yeah, there's limitations. But it doesn't even feel like they really pushed him either.
No.
So, Sean, does it reach your level of bad movie? Because you say you like bad movies. Michael's saying it's not even that bad. Does it reach the level where it's so bad you're entertained by it?
No, because the singing, like, it's not enjoyable, but like he was saying with his theater experience, like you do at a certain point, I was just kind of chuckling with like, oh my God, they're doing this again. Like this obviously isn't working. It's like watching a team keep calling plays that just aren't working. Like every time they run the ball, they get stuffed at the line.
So
but they keep calling runs.
So a lot of people's Bobby Sloak experience.
Yes, exactly.
Whether that's right or wrong, yeah.
And the non-musical parts of the movie are like mostly pretty good.
I mean, they're great performances. Don't get me wrong. Like the Joaquin Phoenix, Lady Gaga for what they do.
Brendan Gleeson.
Brendan Gleeson.
Brendan Gleeson's eaten in this movie.
Zazie Beetz only has a brief moment in this movie.
Yeah. The little guy from the first movie.
Yeah, Lee Bell. His character Gary Puddles. But like there are brief moments where it's like the acting's great.
Okay.
Cinematography solid. There's nothing where. I know there's the thing about Cinema Score had Madam Web as a C+ and Joker Folie à Deux as a D. I don't know where Cinema Score gets that. That makes no sense because there are literal mistakes in Madam Web where stuff doesn't match.
Yeah,
editing's
that's
bad.
charming though, Michael.
That is the thing. Madam Web is like enjoyable bad. This is not enjoyable bad. It's just bad.
It's just it's mid. It's very mid.
Mm-hmm.
Because I gave it 2.5 stars on Letterboxd.
Okay.
Because I was looking at other 2-star movies that I've seen. I was like, well, it's not really that bad. It's just it doesn't go full bore into a lot of the ideas. Because there's a case to be made that it tries to look at how mental health is treated in our state systems. In terms of court, in terms of prison, and it's an idea that's expressed a little bit, but doesn't really push it. There's different ideas where
there's a lot of parts where they brush up against being a good movie, and then they go away from it to sing for 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
That's like the most succinct way to put it. It's like it's almost a good movie, and then they start singing.
And for people that are mad about it not being more DC connected, DC focused, because there's very outside of Harvey Dent, Harley Quinn, which they don't even call her Harley Quinn, they call her Lee.
Yeah.
And Arthur Fleck, there is no other genuine connections. But that is not a detriment to the movie. That is what the movie is, and I think that was made clear in the first one.
Yeah.
If you're coming here for connected universe DC connections, you're at the wrong movie.
Okay.
And I would say that for the first one as well.
And if you're looking for a spoiler-filled review, a more in-depth version of what you just heard, you can listen to issue 560 of Comicast, Michael Carroll with Elliot of Movie Files. They break down all you need to know about Joker Folie à Deux. Maybe you've already seen it. You want to hear other people talk about it. That's there for you.
Fun fact, Elliot did not like it either. So there you go.
So we're at 3 for 3 for people here.
It's very statistically probable that if you talk to any person who's seen this movie, they don't like it.
There's one reviewer that I follow that I wanted to get on the podcast because they liked it.
Mm-hmm.
But her schedule didn't work. But there's out of the people that I follow, there is one person that likes it.
I'm just saying because the Rotten Tomatoes are in the 30s.
Yeah,
that chances are
9 out of 10 don't like it.
You have a 30%. No, it's 7 out of 10.
Okay, 7 out of 10.
All right. So you can make your own opinion, or if you've seen it, once again, you can listen to Michael Carroll, form your own opinion, But if you've seen it, you can go listen to Michael Carroll and his full-on review of Joker Folie à Deux, 560, issue 560 from Comicast. Okay, let's be kind and say it had middling reviews.
Yeah, I would say middling reviews.
What about things you are all in on as far as what people can watch this week?
This weekend, theater-wise, I don't know of. There's 5 big releases, I would say. Piece by Piece, the Pharrell documentary kind of, but it's told in Lego. It's getting good reviews, so if folks want to go check that out. We Live in Time, the Florence Pugh, Andrew Garfield romance drama movie.
Yeah.
That's getting good reviews. The Apprentice with Sebastian Stan as Donald Trump. If you want to go watch that, that's out there. That's a wide release Saturday night. The personal, like low key one that I know it's probably not the best movie of this bunch, but The Silent Hour with Joel Kinnaman is out there in a limited release. So it may be a little bit hard for people to go see it. It may not have a ton of theater times, but that one I'm curious about, as Joel Kinnaman plays a cop who's returning to duty after permanent hearing loss.
If you don't know that name, you'd know the face. Certainly, he is
Yes.
from The Killing. He was in Suicide Squad. You're gonna, if you see that face, you're gonna know who he is, even if you don't know his name. Also, he's in For All Mankind on Apple TV as well.
Altered Carbon on Netflix.
Yes,
first
he's
season
been
of
he's
that.
been in a lot of
ton of
stuff. Yes, that if you listen to us and you like what we're doing here, you've seen it. Suicide Squad, For All of Mankind, Altered Carbon as well. So that's in the theater. You got anything for people who want to stay home?
There's a lot. So Uprising, a film, a Korean film, South Korean film that's on Netflix right now. It looks pretty, like if you want just action movie, like high budget action flick, that looks like a good way to go. La Máquina with Gael Garcia Bernal and Diego Luna is on Hulu, which is that one's getting really good reviews so far. I'm very curious about
Have they
that
done
one.
something before together? Like an acclaimed movie from years ago?
Yeah, E2
Tambien.
Tambien.
It was like those two as young dudes, and there was this older woman.
Yeah, I think that was 2001.
Yeah, a love affair. Yeah.
And so this is like they've kind of done projects here and there, but this is the first time I think that they've done a series together.
Okay.
Gael plays a aging boxer. Diego Luna plays his friend that helps him get back to the top after a devastating loss. But of course, nefarious people get involved. It's a whole thing. Diego Luna looks unrecognizable because of the character that he's playing. It looks good. I really want to watch this. This is probably, outside of Uprising, those are like my top two picks for streaming wise. Again, La Máquina's on Hulu, Uprising's on Netflix. But you have Disclaimer, a limited series on Apple TV Plus starring Cate Blanchett.
I watched the first episode plus of that.
Any?
I'm not sure about it
Not
yet.
sure? Okay.
Maybe I can't really go in on it too much because I was in a haze. I was about to fall asleep. So I can't crush it or really say it's great. I may have to give the first episode a rewatch. It has Kevin Kline in it. It has Cate Blanchett in it as well. It is a story about a woman who, the mystery's evolving, but for the most part, it looks like a woman, the Cate Blanchett character, did something when she was young that completely destroyed a family. That's what they're saying. I don't know about her side of the story. And Kevin Kline is someone who's trying to take some revenge on her for that. So his character is. So we'll see how that plays out. It's okay so far. I got through one. I was looking forward to see two, and I just kind of episode two, so I kind of fell asleep. So I would say give it a look and see if a drama like that is for you.
Also, if you're looking for something like a comedy drama, this new show called Sweet Pea starring Ella Purnell is on Stars. It's getting, currently, it's not like a ton of reviews, but it's 100% right now on Rotten Tomatoes for folks if they want to check that out. I'm a fan of Ella Purnell. So
she was in a Fallout. She was a major character in the first season of Yellow Jackets. You could guess why she may not be a major character in season 2 if you know what that show is about. But yeah, once again, one of those people who, she's a British actress, so I don't know if you know her by name, but if you've seen Yellow Jackets, you've seen Fallout on Prime, that face is going to be pretty familiar.
Also, I watched the first season of the show Citadel when it released. I think it was last year.
I didn't think much of it.
It wasn't good. Yeah, it was not good.
But it's a whole connected universe. I didn't know because they have Citadel
Diana releasing today.
I watched
last night.
First couple episodes yesterday. It's all in full. I think you can see them all. It's an Italian language version. Sorry, Sean, subtitles. Also, there is an Indian version of that coming out too. Honey, I think a Citadel Honey something.
Because it's the idea is this Citadel group is a worldwide organization. So the franchise element of it came from that. Like, what if we have Citadel starring people here, people there?
Citadel Honey Bunny is the Indian version of it. It'll come out, I think,
next year.
I think it's in November. Yeah, it's November 7th.
Where did
I didn't know Citadel had that type of type of pull that
I didn't know
it was
Citadel-
popular enough to get 2 spinoffs.
Also, I watched the 49ers Seahawks game last night, and that was the first time I had heard about Citadel Diana.
I had seen it because I watched a lot of Prime, so I knew it was coming.
Okay.
But I didn't know the dates. I just knew that at some point this was going to be.
I had zero idea that this was coming this weekend.
Like the Richard Madden, Priyanka, I don't know how to say her last name. She's dating or she's married to one of the Jonas brothers. I just
Yeah.
forgot her last name. Sorry about that. Chapranka, I think maybe is her last name. Chapranka. She was in it with Richard Madden, who is Rob Stark. I was like, I'm out of here. I don't want to watch this. And then they turned it into a entire franchise.
Yeah,
I didn't see that coming at all.
I remember I think because the Russos are kind of
They're part of that,
involved
I
or
think, yeah.
something. But
Priyanka Chopra is her name.
the red flag was they were trying to start a franchise before they even got the first thing off the ground.
So they're kind of already locked in. Yeah.
And the show Citadel with Richard Madden and her, it was not good. It was more substance than it was more style than substance. And at that, the style is like okay, but it's not great.
So I watched the first episode or two of Diana. It's better than the English language Citadel show. So we'll see how it goes.
It's getting solid reviews,
Yeah.
83% right now.
Yeah.
On Rotten Tomatoes.
So there it is. There's plenty to watch. I'm sure there's more we didn't get to because Michael's always in. You got
Starting Five. Last thing. Starting Five.
Well,
the NBA docuseries.
Yeah, some of the clips from that kind of nuts. I mean, Sean and I joke about Jimmy Butler's lack of availability or buy-in sometimes, and turns out he was going. I knew he had a leave of absence. Turns out his dad died last year, and that led to a leave of absence. So you're getting a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff with some of the NBA's most prominent names. Jason Tatum's in it. Anthony Edwards is in it. That's on Netflix, right?
Yeah,
Starting
that's on
Five.
Netflix.
So you can find that too if you want some behind the scenes of last year's season. You can take a look at that. And Anthony Edwards, we know, is a character. I'm not sure the send the video part of his life is going to be part of that. I'm not sure Netflix got that part because the story about that's broken the last couple of hours that he is he's not taking that woman at her word currently. So we'll see how that goes going forward. Anthony Edwards, star player on social media and in the NBA. So we'll see where that leads. All right, Michael, thank you for joining us. Michael Carroll, Comicast, the host of that. John Lee's still on paternity leave. He'll be back at some point, but Michael Carroll's doing a great job right now.
Thank you.
8 to 9 here on ESPN 97.5. Remember, it is the Joker Folie à Deux review. No,
it's Agatha All Along, and the Penguin review.
Penguin review. You can find that. But if you want to see all these done this week, just find Comicast wherever you listen to podcasts. Thank you, Michael. We got one segment to go before we're done for the week. We'll be back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Texans practice is beginning. Joe Mixon is back at practice, so that's good news. We'll see what his designation is after practice. We'll see if he's full or limited and whether he's questionable or no designation mean he's good to go for Sunday against the Patriots. So that'll be something the shows later on can discuss. I mentioned this earlier regarding injury news, and we talked a lot about Texas OU, the number one team in the country, in action against their biggest rival, particularly since they don't play A&M anymore until this year. The top 5 wide receivers for Oklahoma are not playing. Deion Burks, Nick Anderson, Andrew Anthony, Jaleel Farouk, Jaden Gibson. They're all out. I'm not a huge better, but with a young quarterback, top 5 wide receivers out, that Oklahoma under team total seems like a pretty good bet. Texas has a good defense. Oklahoma doesn't have anyone to challenge them. Kind of like it. Kind of like the under team total, unless that Sooner Magic nonsense starts. But there's no reason on paper to think Oklahoma's going to challenge Texas on paper.
Yeah. The thing with the under, or the team under especially, is turnovers and things like that.
Yes, short fields for Oklahoma.
Yeah, I mean, they got a pick 6 2 weeks ago against Auburn.
Yeah.
So they can force turnovers. Brent Venables is a good defensive coordinator. He's a great defense. Might be the best defensive coordinator in college football.
And Quinn Ewers, particularly early last year.
Yeah, he threw I think 2 picks.
Wasn't good.
Yeah, and then he settled in and completed like 25 straight passes in the second half.
Yeah.
So there is a little bit of, I mean, that last sentence is the Red River experience.
2 picks.
It starts with 2 picks. There's like a block punt in there too. And also they end by moving the ball super well, and then they lose.
And still lose. The guy,
the
guy who completed 20 plus passes in a row still lost the game.
Yes. These games are long, but as a fan, they feel like they're 17 hours long.
Yeah.
And it feels like the battle of the Alamo every time.
And as we said before, it's a good week in the sport, at least on paper. Last week, we didn't expect much, and we got chaos throughout the sport.
Yeah.
But we talked about it earlier this week, Ole Miss going to LSU. LSU's a road dog at home. Home dog. Yeah, you're right. Home dog. That was actually the big point of it all. They're a home dog at night in Tiger Stadium. And Brian Kelly he's 16-1 at home as the LSU coach. And in night games, it's even better. I think he's undefeated in night games at LSU. The trend is take LSU. Oregon is hosting Ohio State as a home dog. Going across time zones, Ohio State, their first major test. I think their only other road game was at Michigan State. Kind of like Oregon here too. I think they'll have enough offensively, and I don't trust Will Howard very much. It's just my bias against Will Howard. I know he was fine at Kansas State, but he's a step down at quarterback. Not from Kyle McCord per se, but that's why Kyle McCord's gone. But as far as the thought of playmaking Ohio State quarterbacks, he doesn't fit.
No.
Which one of these things is not like the other?
He's not Justin Fields. He's not CJ Stroud.
Not even JT Barrett, honestly. But he'll get a shot to prove a lot of not just me. A lot of people are questioning him in that environment.
Cardale Jones.
Yeah, not even.
Braxton Miller.
He's not any of those guys for multiple reasons. He'll get a shot, though.
It's at least one difference.
Yeah, Sean, I get it. I just didn't want to highlight it. I
He's
knew
not Craig Krenzel. There we go.
Yeah, national champion. He shouldn't be. That flag still bothers Miami people 20-something years later. But it's a big weekend, and there are some games like Kansas State, Colorado. Colorado is 4-1 in the Big 12 title chase. Team that a lot of people are laughing at. They got a shot. They got Kansas State in Boulder, so we'll see how that goes. We're done. Gallant George up next. So if we're done, Sean, what does that mean?
We did it!
We did. I'll talk to you on Monday.
Fellow high draft pick who started as a rookie, is there any advice you would give someone in that situation?
Not this week. But no, I'm rooting him on. I hope he does good, not against us, but in his future.
Here's my advice. Run for your life, Drake May. Texans Swarm! Hello, and welcome aboard Gallant George. It is Friday, October 11th, 2024. We are live at Drift on, is it 18th? Is it 19th? I don't know. I've come here it's 20th. There we go.
I mean, we're close.
I come here so often and I have no idea where it actually is. That probably says a lot about what's happening while I'm here, but we're here at Drift all afternoon, and this has now officially become my favorite place on 20th because I had no idea that there are just cats everywhere.
You didn't know, so you didn't know that?
I had no clue. I've come here a lot. I think that they've got the best ranch water in town, Joe, but I had no idea how many cats are here. So there might be a couple of segments where I just wander off so I can go say hi to the kitties.
So if Paul's is not back from a break, Sean, I guess we'll just go without him. We'll just make
Yeah, you might have to.
Like, Paul's is gone. Paul's finding new cats.
I mean,
Are you gonna try to take one home?
We'll see. Arya will probably kill it.
Oh, let's not do that.
But I'm thinking about it right now because they're sweet little babies. Anyway, hopefully the Houston Texans will make the New England Patriots their sweet little babies on Sunday. Am I right? No one's gonna be impressed if they do it, but the Texans will win, and they will win convincingly Sunday, right?
Okay, so the
Joe,
no, this is your first part. I actually, because of the amount of injuries that the Texans are now dealing with, no Lassiter,
Kamari Lassiter probably out,
Jimmy Ward
probably out,
Nico Collins of course
out.
So those injuries, specifically the ones in the secondary, it is a rookie quarterback. But when you have 3 starters like that missing this game, it does, leave room for some impressiveness, as that's the way I'll put it. Like, if the defense does perform, if Desmond King or whoever the second corner is, I don't know who it'll be. It won't be Okuda, obviously. He's not ready to come back from injured reserve. So maybe Desmond King's getting promoted and he's going to be the other guy. It's, Eric Murray's been fine. I mean, I think he's probably been better than Jimmy Ward. But when you're missing 3 starters, it is the NFL. So if you win this game and your defense looks great without them, I'll be impressed.
Counterpoint. Name a Patriots receiver.
I can't. Jacoby Myers is on the Raiders.
Yep.
That was the only one I had.
Julian Edelman, retired. Wes Welker,
Douglas.
retired. Demario Douglas, okay, B-Mac.
Jalen Polk.
Oh, I'm going to flex. I know 2 Patriots wide receivers.
Fantasy nerd.
Oh, there we go.
Fantasy nerd.
They got no receivers. And it's a rookie quarterback making his first start. The Texans should win. They should win convincingly. And no one will be impressed by it, but it'll be another step as they have a shot, theoretically, to potentially get the 1 seed in the AFC, and they do seem like the odds-on favorites to win the AFC South, at least today.
Well, and that's why this game is important, because while it may not impress you,
I don't know how important it is, Joe.
Well, because you just want to the more room you can give yourself in your division, when your schedule gets tough, you just have more cushion. If you do struggle against
for the pushing,
yes, if you struggle against the Lions, the Chiefs, the Ravens, it will make us feel very differently about the quality of this football team. But at least if you win this game, you move to 5-1, you increase your lead in the division, and that's all that really matters right now is making the playoffs and then where this team goes from there. So winning a game like this, it does matter. And there will be and part of the reason why it matters, I feel like, is because there'll be so much anger if they lose.
Yeah, I don't even know if there'll be anger. I mean, just sensing the town this week, it feels like they will go back to saying, yeah, I was right about being meh after they beat a Bills team that had won 9 of 11 games. That's been a AFC contender for the last half decade that has been running the AFC East that the Patriots used to run for the last half decade. Yeah, if they lose, people will be like, I told you so. That's what they'll do.
Yeah.
And then they'll go back to not caring. And frustrating for me because I want to talk about football all the time. But alas, that's what it is. But it is a big weekend. We got the Red River Shootout. I don't know if people are going to step in to try and stop us from saying shootout. I mean, there's been such a finger gun violence epidemic in our nation maybe they'll come after us for saying shootout, because I
That's
know
okay.
they changed the matchup name to, what is it now, BMAC? It's the Red River
rivalry.
Rivalry.
But it's always the shootout to me.
Remember, the shootout will air on this station this week.
Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah, it's the shootout.
The Aggies cool with that?
Well, the Aggies are off this week.
Gotcha.
So.
Okay. So they're not, and they don't know. Got it.
I mean, I have obligations to other companies as well. So, and this game was offered to us, so we're running it. Look, there's no one here to throw a 15-yard penalty on us, Paul. So we can say it as much as we want.
Whoa.
Shootout.
Shootout. Shootout. It should be called the Red River Shootout.
What did Gannon do?
Pew, pew, pew. Pew, 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 pew. Or actually, shroom, 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 shroom.
Well, his were
Shots.
lasers. They weren't guns. They were lasers.
I mean, they're still guns.
Shots, explosives.
Explosives. That's true.
Yeah.
You know, you put a little gunpowder in a chamber, and you put a projectile in that chamber, and then you light the gunpowder on fire. Guess what happens? If that chamber goes in a straight line long enough, that thing is going to go in a straight line. That's going to hit something.
Are you mansplaining how guns work right now?
I am. I'm a big gun guy. Everyone knows this. I got big guns, and I got big guns. Am I right? Am I right?
I mean, I'm not gonna say you have big guns.
I don't have a big gun, but I have big guns and a big. I don't have any guns. I have. All right. So if you want to talk about the Texans and the Patriots, you can at 713-780-3776. We're going to have some fun here at Drift. You can join us on our YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can see us. We're sitting in the corner of the bar. You can also get after us on Twitch at ESPN 975 or on Twitter at Gallant Says, at Joe George Radio. We got Shawnee Mapes back at Mission Control. We got BMAC out here with us. The injuries aren't an excuse for a Texans loss, but that's how the Patriots end up winning this one on Sunday by some miracle. It does seem like Joe Mixon is going to be out there for the Texans. Great to see that. Great to hear about that. He still seems rather frustrated about the injury that he suffered. I don't know how many people caught this yesterday. And Sean, sorry to throw this at you last second, but this is Joe Mixon, Houston Texans running back, who had an incredible week one against the Indianapolis Colts, but struggled in week 2 against the Chicago Bears before this happened. This is him being asked if he was upset having to sit on the sideline the last couple of weeks.
What you think? I want to be out there, though. Yeah, I was number 1 in the league in rushing. I want to be out there. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, other than, obviously I was stopped because of that weak-ass hip drop tackle. You know what I'm saying? So I can't do nothing about that. I want to be out there more than anybody. You know what I'm saying? So obviously it's frustrating, but at the end of the day, it is what it is. I'm going to just keep on working, and when it's time to, you know, be out there, I'm going to do what I got to do to show up the best on the field. Simple as that.
Weak-ass hip drop tackle.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why they tried to get rid of it. And I don't even know if TJ Edwards got fined for that.
I don't either.
He didn't get penalized for it.
I don't know what a hip drop tackle is. I refuse to read it. I don't believe that was actually as bad as it was made out to be. There's a person in space. Bring him down.
Yeah.
I do not care about the rules. If I'm playing in the moment, I'm a defender. I'm trying to tackle the guy. Stop crying. Offensive players have so many advantages built in this game now.
But him being back is, I mean, that's why there's really, for me, there's no concern about Nico Collins being out this week. The Patriots can't stop the run. They've given up in their last 4 games 193 rushing yards, 148 rushing yards, 133 rushing yards, and 46 only against Seattle. So they shut down the Seattle Seahawks somehow when they lost 23-20. But the last 3 weeks, these teams have been running all over them.
Right. And I mean, what's worst of all for them, imagine that you're giving up all that rushing yardage against a Dolphins team that cannot throw.
And their best running back got a concussion in the first quarter.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, these are the things that the Patriots are at this moment in time. As somebody who is a lifelong Patriots fan, it's pretty sad to see. But from a Texans perspective, they should be able to take advantage of it. What's your confidence level, 1 to 10? 713-780-3776. And the Texans winning, but also the Texans blowing out the Patriots on Sunday. You can get after us on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. We're on Twitter too, at Gallant Says, at Joe George Radio, at Shawnee Mapes Behind the Glass. Up next, you get to answer that. Plus, there's some NFL issues on full display in Thursday Night Football. And no, we're not talking about Al Michaels checking out. What's the biggest problem in football right now? Stay put.
Coming up this Sunday from 10 to noon, Brian, myself, and Sean, we will be headed to ESPN Bet at LaBerge, Lake Charles before the NFL action kicks off. We'll do a show from 10 a.m. to noon that day. We'll also be getting there for the Red River Shootout, watching all the big college football games this weekend. 24-foot video wall. So when you've got a weekend like this, and you've got Ohio State and Oregon, and you've got Oklahoma and Texas, and you've got those big games, we want to watch the other games you're betting on. It's a great place to do it. They got TVs throughout the venue as well. 19 betting kiosks. You got the sports book you can walk right up to. You got ESPN Bet that as soon as you cross into Louisiana, find that tower, get connected, and you can start wagering on your phone right away. I can't recommend it enough. I love going there. Can't wait to get there this weekend. As always, Chef Lyle, the cook there, he's on point with what he's doing. I highly recommend the hot honey sriracha wings. When you go to LaBerge, make sure you do it and bet there and tell him Joe George sent you by.
It's Gallant George,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Drift Bar in the Heights.
He's Joe and Paul. We're here at Drift. B-Max here. Bartender's here. Some cats are here. And the cats are making me so happy. Really, they're bringing up my Friday spirits. So we are getting your routine answers about the people who just do not believe in this Texans team. Poor Marine. They are going to most likely get beat by the Patriots. It's so funny. Where do these negative vibes come from for this team with CJ Stroud? I understand history. I don't understand how you can feel looking at this game on Sunday, though, that they're going to lose. They could. It's the NFL. Anything is possible. But from the 832, one texter saying 1 to 10, he's got a 10 on the confidence scale. And I feel like that's how you should feel about this game. And it's one of those reasons why I don't really think it's that fun of a game to talk about leading up to it, unless you are one of those people who seem to be rooting against the Texans.
Yeah, I'm a 10 on confidence that they're going to win and confidence that they're going to cover. Line is 6.5, I think, still right now.
Yeah.
So the Drake May makes the Patriots a half a point better than Jacoby Brissett does, but it's a 10. Like, this is a bad football team. This is one of the worst teams in the league. This is a team that's going to be in position with the Patriots to have a top 5 pick in the NFL draft.
Glad you clarified you're talking about the Patriots because there's a lot of people in here who
I know.
say that.
As I was saying it, I was like, let me clarify for the trolls. But yeah, look, the Patriots, they're just not good. So you could be without Tank Dell, Nico Collins both this week, and I would feel confident that they're going to win. Is it possible? Of course. It's the NFL. We see crazy things happen all the time. They beat the Cincinnati Bengals, who, yes, they only have 1 win this season, but the Cincinnati Bengals statistically have one of the best offenses in the NFL this year. The Patriots beat them in week 1. The Texans should not lose this game. They are a significantly better football team than the Patriots. And to the people, to give them a brief second of I understand where you're coming from, because of the Texans' history.
Because he's a Bears fan.
because of the Texans' history.
You get the wiring.
I get the wiring, but this should be different because all that stuff should go away as soon as we start seeing C.J. Stroud take off as a quarterback. That past history shouldn't matter anymore. This isn't Matt Schaub. This isn't Ryan Fitzpatrick or T.J. Yates or Brock Osweiler or Deshaun Watson or whoever the hell you want to name. Like, this is a different era of Texans football because it's C.J. Stroud. And yes, they lost to the Panthers last year, but this is year 2. It shouldn't happen.
Ryan Lost in Texas on the Twitch says he has a 6.9 on the confidence scale. Nice. I feel like it should be over 7 for everybody. I'm at a 9. Everything can, they haven't covered this year. So to win convincingly, I guess I'll believe it when I see it. I guess they covered on Sunday, right?
Yeah.
But that doesn't count when the spread's basically one of those things that's pick 'em.
Yeah.
I think it was what, half a point?
I think it was a point.
Yeah, 1 point, right.
So it's a little bit different. It's like they haven't covered a big spread this year.
No, and this is a big one, and it's a big opportunity with the rookie quarterback, especially considering this rookie quarterback's going to be behind one of the worst offensive lines in the NFL with a very bad receiving core, at least based off of everyone in Boston's opinion. And on top of that, he's going up against a pass rush that has been the team that has provided the most pressure this entire year. So should be a dub. We shall see. The NFL, it is constantly watched, and yet it is constantly complained about. And last night on Thursday Night Football, we had quite the moment. Now, the 49ers, they beat the Seahawks, but the story is more about how Amazon's broadcast, with all these cameras, with all this money going towards the 12-person pre- and post-game team, and Al Michaels, and just the production quality, which is very high. Apparently, this production quality is not available to the NFL, which has always been something in the back of my mind, wondering if the television broadcast is something that New York has available to them. Here is Terry McCauley, who is the Amazon Prime referee analyst in the midst of last night's 49ers-Seahawks game, after the Seahawks clearly muffed the punt, but for whatever reason, no one on the field saw it that was wearing black and white.
The ruling on the field stands as called. It'll be Seattle ball, first down and 10. Timer, please reset the game clock. 14 minutes and 51 seconds. Thank you.
Terry McCauley, this is as close as it gets. What did you see?
Yeah, Al, we've seen 2 different angles where it's pretty clear it hits the finger of the receiving team player, and then there's a clear recovery by San Francisco. I believe this should have been reversed to San Francisco's football.
But it was not.
Nice, Al.
It was not.
It was not. And moments later, we found out from Terry McCauley in the midst of this 49ers-Seahawks game, which the 49ers won, that they did not have access to the replays that the broadcasters were actually watching, which is mind-boggling. Here's more Terry.
For 1 minute here. Terry, go back to that, the controversial play on the punt.
Yeah, Al, I spoke with Walt Anderson in the command center in New York, and what they're telling me, they did not get our enhanced video that we showed the ball touching the finger. What they had was the raw feed from our cameras, and it was not clear and obvious to them that it touched the finger.
Obviously a gigantic play.
That's a massive problem.
I mean, what? I have so many questions. Like why don't they have access to it?
It makes no sense.
Why? I mean, because that's where you get fan vitriol from, and fairly, is that they're showing things on the broadcast. And I've wondered this about, we don't have a rules analyst like this in baseball games, but there's times during watching the Astros throughout the season where they go to New York and Space City will kind of show what the New York room looks like. It's just you don't know what they're seeing versus what we see on television. What we see on television looks very clear and concise. They seem to not have access to that then either. So I just don't. That's why I don't understand replay. Like, I get the purpose of it, but they can't get it right. But they can't get it right. So why do we even have it?
Replay, in case you don't know, I'm going to continue to mansplain things.
Thank you.
Mansplaining a segment. Replay, what happens is, so they show what happened again. So they're replaying it so that you can see it again.
But only us.
Yeah.
Not the important
Not
people.
the referees.
Yeah, the people that need to see it, they don't get to see it.
Especially with the involvement of gambling. It is really surprising that this is something that they haven't figured out. It's something I've always wondered about. I mean, NBC broadcasts have all of these high-powered cameras. Amazon clearly is not sparing a dime on these. ESPN, I'm sure, is doing the same things with Monday Night Football. How are the people in New York not getting this feed? It just seems so easy to take care of. And also, when it comes to a muff on a punt, how do the referees on the field not see that?
Yeah,
that's not. It is actually pretty easy to see that in the moment. I mean, if you're a ref, what else are you going to be looking at? You're going to be looking at the guy catching the ball.
Yeah, I guess like they gave like the benefit of the doubt in the moment that it didn't touch his finger. I guess it's the referees never seem to be. Look, we know it's not the easiest job in the world, and for the most part, they're pretty good. But when you miss big moments, that's when it's the most obvious that there's still something wrong with the system. So whether it's the referees on the field, the people in New York having access to what they need to, it's just a flawed system that they haven't really been able to correct. I mean, even going this is very NFL-y because like you have like what's the catch? Like, we still don't really know.
No.
Like we still don't really know. Like it feels like every other week there's at least one play where it's rule the catch or not, and it's like half of the internet disagrees.
Yeah.
So I just don't understand why New York would not have every angle available to them that's also being shown to us.
Yeah, it's truly crazy. In a way, I think it's fun, but I'm a chaos enthusiast. Now, there's another problem in the NFL too. It's bad quarterback play. Warren Sharp has a very pronounced mustache. Watch out, Joe. It's bigger than your mustache. Okay.
I don't think I want that mustache.
You don't want that mustache?
No, it's pretty intense.
Okay, it's not a Hitler mustache or anything like that. No, it's too thick. It's too thick for that.
It's like the modern day Hitler stash.
If you're watching on YouTube and Twitch, you could see my reaction to that.
I'm just saying, like,
why is it the modern day Hitler mustache? You're on your own island here.
I'm
just defend this one.
I'm just saying, like, I feel like if he was born in this era, like that's the mustache he'd be rocking.
No, if he was born in this era, I would have gone and killed him.
You're right.
I would kill baby Hitler. Would you?
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Not like those cowards in the Avengers that said they wouldn't kill Thanos. Kill the baby. Get rid of the problem.
Well, Thanos is purple, so it'd be easier.
Yeah.
He's a freak. I'm kidding, everybody, but I would kill baby Hitler. Anyway, Warren Sharp, who has a pronounced mustache, I want to start an interesting rabbit hole there, had this to say about people who want to see Deshaun Watson benched for Jameis Winston.
I am sick and tired of people saying they want Deshaun Watson benched. Yes, we know he's been the single worst quarterback in modern history through 5 weeks. But what you don't know is that he's delivered this disturbingly horrific production against the NFL's easiest schedule of pass defenses. The number one easiest. Every single pass defense he's played ranks 19th or worse. I mean, the toughest defense he's played against the pass is the Raiders. The same Raiders who allowed Andy Dalton to roll off of his couch and throw for 300 yards and 3 touchdowns in his first start with the laughingstock Panthers. The same Raiders who allowed rookie Bo Nix to throw for over 200 yards and 2 touchdowns against them. That's the best pass defense Deshaun Watson has played, and he's still the worst quarterback in history. So why don't I want him benched? Because I'm dying to watch the train wreck that's going to take place when Watson finally plays a competent pass defense. Look at this schedule coming up for the Browns. Gaze upon this thing. How incredible will it be to watch Watson go up against pass defenses like the Steelers and Broncos and Chiefs and Ravens? If he's a bumbling fool against the easiest schedule, for once in our life, let's just see how epic this can get. Don't walk out in the middle of the movie. We need to see how this horror film ends.
It's quite the take.
What a spin.
But I mean, you only want to watch this happen if you don't like Deshaun Watson. Now, this entire city doesn't like Deshaun Watson. I think even the first people who were like, Deshaun's innocent, I think even now they're like, oh, well, what island am I getting on here?
Yeah.
You know? So I disagree with this wholeheartedly. You want to have good football.
Yeah, I don't.
Why do you want to watch something bad?
Yeah.
Ironically.
Like, it's not like it's the Sunday night game or the Monday night game where we're all watching it. You're telling me on Sunday at 12 o'clock you're going to go out of your way to watch Eagles-Browns to see how bad he looks?
It's not a bad movie where it's an hour and 20 minutes or a bad TV show like this new Hulu Aaron Hernandez show where, okay, one episode, that's an okay dose. We're talking 3 hours. And then we're talking about that 3 hours plus 17 weeks a year. You shouldn't want to see more Deshaun Watson. And Jameis is fun because you don't know what the hell is happening with Jameis Winston. He's so erratic. He's so fun.
He had some fun videos coming out yesterday from practice.
Oh, what did he post?
Where it was just the video of him at practice, just like getting the people going a little bit. I need Jameis Winston in my life. That's what I need.
It is really crazy that he's more of a vocal leader than Deshaun Watson.
It says a lot. Like, before regular season games, he's giving the pregame speech.
Mm-hmm.
That's really bizarre.
It is bizarre.
Right? What if, like, can you imagine a world where Davis Mills is the guy trying to pump up the Texans before a game? How strange that would be.
It'd be kind of funny.
Like,
it's the most boring person.
And it's because of what we talked about this week, where I don't think anyone in that locker room likes Deshaun Watson or wants to deal with this.
I would think at this point there's very few holdouts unless he is getting them very extravagant gifts.
Mm-hmm.
It's really all he could do. I mean, he's got a lot of money, so he can buy people off still.
That's true. I mean, he spent a lot of it on lawsuits, but
yeah, and
we don't know how much.
The best lawyer defense money can buy, and settlements.
Mm-hmm.
But he's still got a lot left.
He's still got $70 million coming next year, so you can always do an IOU.
I wonder how long. I wonder if he'll ever go bankrupt. It's got to be on the table. But what are the odds for him getting bankrupt at some point in his life?
50-50.
50-50.
Yeah.
I don't know if I go that high, but I definitely think we're talking 20% at least.
I mean, I want to know what these lawyer fees to like Rusty Harden are. I mean, Rusty's had quite a bit of time here in the courtroom and dealings with Tony Busby. So I really wonder how much of this how much of this money he's lost because of this. But yeah, I have no interest in watching Deshaun Watson play football. I think it's even funny. I think it was Mike Florio suggested that maybe at some point he'll try to demand a trade to a better situation. Who would take Deshaun Watson that's in a better situation? Like, who, even if you're in a worse situation, what's the motivation behind
someone who wants to leave town? Somebody who wants to piss off the fan base and pull an Oakland A's. Someone who wants to pull a Cleveland Indians in the movie Major League. That's it. That's all I can think of.
Yeah, there's no reason behind it.
We're hanging out at Drift in the Heights. He's Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 is how you call in. It's how you text it. All show long, we'll be answering this specific question, confidence-wise, 1 to 10. Where are you that the Texans will beat the Patriots? Where are you that the Texans will blow out the Patriots? Eric, the driver, said 8 on the confidence scale, 6.5 on the blowout scale. Up next, we heard a little Al Michaels. I'm surprised by how many people are standing up for, not Al Michaels, but another broadcaster who had yet another, what the hell are you doing, dude, moment in baseball's playoffs last night. Bob Costas' greatest hit next. Stick around. It's Gallant and George. First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie and MyBookie.ag. You enter that promo code BET975, and as soon as you do, they're going to double your first deposit right away. Yep. You get to play with that on whatever you so choose. With promo code BET975, you can bet on poker, blackjack with live dealers. You can bet on football as well. You might have bet on last night's Thursday night football game. Maybe you're betting on the Texans, 6.5-point favorites on the road against the New England Patriots. I actually would take the Texans not only to win, to cover this week, if I did not live in the city of Houston. But since I live here and since I know this team every single Sunday, I am staying away from this game. But if you got the confidence, you can also bet on the Red River Shootout. You know what the spread is for that game? Texas is favored by 14 points. That game is drunk. That game will never be a Texas 14-point victory, no matter how little faith you have in Oklahoma. Those games are so weird. I think Oklahoma does indeed cover. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.ag.
You're listening to Gallant and George,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Drift Bar in the Heights.
Texans Patriots Sunday. The Texans 6.5-point favorites for MyBookie.ag. A texter, we asked the question 1 to 10, confidence wise, where are you at that the Texans will win this game? Where are you at on if the Texans are going to be able to win this game in a blowout? From the 832, only thing I'm scared of is it seems like rookies always have breakout games against us. I guess. I don't know. I mean, Anthony Richardson last year, but he had 2 touchdown drives. He leaves the game. Was he the reason the Colts won that one? No, the Texans took too long to get things going.
Caleb was terrible.
Bryce Young had a decent game, but it wasn't a good game, you know? It was by his standard that he has set in the NFL to this point. It was great.
Will Levis was not good.
No, Levis stunk.
Yeah, I don't think I agree with that. I guess I have to keep looking past that, but
of late in the D'Amico Ryans era, I'm hard pressed to think of a rookie that has specifically given this team issues. And I think this Sunday game is going to be a cakewalk. If it's not, a lot of people are going to be like, why did you think that? Well, I don't know, logic. But if you are someone who's a bit superstitious, I can understand why you maybe are a little nervous to say that you have confidence in this Sunday. They're 4-1. One of the 4 best teams in the NFL right now. Lions haven't played enough games to be in that category. One of the best 5 teams if you really want to go and get technical about it. So yesterday, the New York Yankees advanced to the American League Championship Series.
Mm-hmm.
That's a bummer. But that's not what I want to talk about here. So I went to Syracuse University. I do brag about it a little bit. It's an esteemed broadcasting school that's seen greats like Bob Costas attend classes there.
Mm-hmm. Not graduate though.
Apparently not graduate, but I think that they gave him his degree after the fact, whatever. No one cares about that. What people do care about is that we have gotten a whole lot of Bob Costas on TBS during the Yankees' eventual series win over the Kansas City Royals. And in the 9th inning, this is an actual bit of play-by-play. It's not a bit. It's not artificial intelligence. This is Bob Costas somehow, some way, bringing Kevin Bacon into the clinching moments of a playoff series.
You know, we were talking with Aaron Boone before the game, and I said to him, you know that game, that movie game, 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon, how supposedly you can connect anybody who's ever been in the film business to Kevin Bacon in 6 moves or less? I said, you won't even need 6 moves to connect Aaron Boone to almost everybody, certainly since the midpoint of the 20th century, which goes back to his grandfather with the Cleveland Indians in 1948, his brother Brett, and his dad Bob Boone, who played toward the end of his illustrious career as a Gold Glove catcher and later was a manager, played with the Royals in the last 2 years of his career, 89 and 90. And Boone remembers loving that Royals team with George Brett and Brett Saberhagen and Bo Jackson and Kevin Seitzer. And so the clubhouse guy here goes into a closet and comes up with Bob Boone's powder blue 1990 Kansas City Royals uniform and gives it to Boone. I'm telling you, just name anybody.
That's right.
And not only can you connect Boone to him, Boone probably has a story about them and probably has some sort of friendship with them.
At least 3 pitches were thrown.
I mean, like, what would he say about Dusty Baker? Like in that moment, who's actually been around a majority of the most historical moments in the history of the sport. Dusty Baker has been around.
He would have gone for a while. I mean, he said that there's no figure in the 20th century that you can't connect to Aaron Boone. And we were talking about Hitler earlier. I would have loved to see how Bob Costas could work Hitler into the conversation. He's not as talented as me. It's fine. It's okay. Now, in this moment, you got to take Bob off the mic. This is the kind of conversation that you can have during a June or July baseball game. This is the final frame of an inning where the game is not out of reach and the Yankees are looking to advance in a playoff series for the first time in a while. If you're a Yankees fan, you want to feel a little anticipation because you're going to get excited. And if you're the Royals, you want to see if the Royals can come back. It takes away all the gravitas from the moment, and that's what I don't get about this. How does he think this is good?
That's to me, what I hear is a selfish broadcaster.
Ooh, hit him.
Is that someone that had this was very well prepared in the fact that he knew going into this series, Bob Costas said, I'm going to make at some point this about me to tell this story. And the game was coming to an end and the series was coming to an end. And he found a way to force it in there. Like he was not going to let this off his prep sheet and ignore this story because it was a weird moment to have it. And honestly, it was unnecessary in general. Like, who cares? Talk about the playoff game that's going on right now. Talk about the New York Yankees who are about to go to the ALCS and have the easiest path to a World Series in recent years because the Astros dumped the bed against the Tigers.
And apparently he's a fan of the Yankees. I'm pretty sure he carries around a Mickey Mantle card with him all the time. I feel like I've heard that story a bazillion times. It's strange. Vin Scully could do this, but Vin Scully would keep the action going while he was telling a story. And maybe Bob used to do that, but Bob hasn't been doing baseball enough of late to, I think, seamlessly do it. And I mean, okay, the game's on TV. You only need to see what's happening on the TV. But between that and they had an interview with George Brett for an entire half inning, and they take it away from the action. Guys, unless you're admitting that baseball is a boring and dying sport, which, by the way, it is, unless this is just you falling on the sword and admitting it, you got to do your part to make this game feel like the high stakes of every single playoff game. And I mean, he's completely failing here. And it's weird to see the amount of people that are defending Bob Costas, because Al Michaels has been getting taken down too by a lot of people online. But there's night and day. Michaels is curmudgeonly for sure, and perhaps a little bit annoyed by some of the stuff that's going on in these games that he's now watching on Thursday nights. But Bob, I do not remember, and I am a 35-year-old man. I do not remember a moment in my life where Bob Costas called a meaningful baseball game. I don't. But I feel like the last time might have been in the early 90s. I truly could not tell you. And it's weird that there's some old heads all of a sudden who are like, oh, well, you got to give him his respect. Okay, sure. But did he seem like he was respecting a game that he loves in that moment by going on this riff like he's me in the middle of a radio show?
I say no. I don't get it. This is where I think baseball has missed, the mark on growing their sport. Is one of the things that they don't have is they don't have personalities that people are like drawn to, because the broadcasters don't matter all the time. But when you look at the NFL, like we know Tony Romo, we know Tom Brady, we know Greg Olson, but then there's Joe Buck and Troy Aikman. And baseball just doesn't have that. And maybe it's because all these series are happening at once. So TBS gets its one series and is desperate looking to find someone to call the games. And that's the only person. Isn't that Turner? So couldn't we have Ernie Johnson do it or something? Like, can't you have someone that works for Turner?
That's what I think.
Put Barkley in the booth. Like, that'd be more entertaining than this. Like give me something that just when you've got a boring baseball game, because it was the only really boring series of this, in the DS series between the AL and the NL. But it's just the game's boring, he's worse, and just listening is just unenjoyable.
I guess per ETX Sasquatch, he called the Game 3 homer for Jose Altuve.
Oh yeah, because
if they were Red Sox series,
if they were on TBS, he would have been. Yeah,
gotcha. Okay, if I'm not mistaken, I believe I ended up either missing that game because I was doing Texans reporting, or if I watched it, the game was on mute.
It's also 7 years ago, so
it was game 1 of that Red Sox ALDS where he hit 3 home runs. Yeah.
Well, I'm sure it had a lot of energy.
It didn't.
Knowing Bob, I'm sure a 3 home run game had a lot of energy.
I found exactly what you're talking about, by the way. There's a funny tweet by Back After This that put out this long-winded story, and in the very middle of the story it says, and the Yankees turned a triple play, and he goes back to the story. Well, right after that, someone responded to him, how hard to find anything dumber than a young person ridiculing Bob Costas. So yeah, this seems to be old people versus young people in a way.
I don't get where the old people are coming from.
I don't get it.
Yeah, at least with Al Michaels, it makes sense.
So they just want to stand by their own.
It must be really old, because I'm 41 and I can't stand Bob Costas.
Yeah, I don't know. It's people, and a lot of times it is the older media generation that's going to get offended by when you attack a broadcaster, and they feel like it's their responsibility to put up the shield and defend them. And then, but only in baseball. Only in baseball do I feel like we do this. Where people go out of their way to defend the old guard. I mean, it's for what though? He's terrible. Put someone on there that seems like they're enjoying their job. And he doesn't. So I'm glad that series is over, and I think that's the end of TBS's run in the playoffs. So hopefully we don't.
That's it.
I don't think they carry a CS series.
I thought they did. I thought Fox got one and
maybe
TBS got the other.
That sucks.
But it won't be Bob. It won't be Bob. I doubt it will be Bob Costas.
I'll put that one on mute.
Usually does the ALDS.
Yeah, I'll put that one on mute if that's the case.
He's Joe George. We got BMAC here. Sean Mapes back at Mission Control. I'm Paul Gallant. It's Gallant and George. We were at Drift in the Heights. Come out and hang out. Want to talk about watching meat? Because it's another scandal in the NFL this week. This one's kind of a fun one. Also, confidence level, the Texans too. 1, beat the Patriots Sunday. 2, to blow out the Patriots on Sunday. Send them in 1 to 10. Gallant and George, stay put.
Now back to the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Drift Bar in the Heights with Paul Gallant and Joe George.
1 to 10, what's your confidence level in the Texans? 1, blowing out the Patriots. 2, just beating the Patriots. You can do it in the other order, too. It makes a little more sense than the other way around. Raza956 comments on the Twitch, 8 out of 10 dub. Another comment on the text line, biggest victory of the year, 38-17. Tony the Handsome says 34-3, Texans over the Patriots by halftime. Hell yeah.
By halftime.
That sounds fun.
Yeah, but what does the offense do in the second half? That's where they struggle.
Don't do that.
I'm just saying.
This is the bad vibes. This is your bad vibes Texans guy.
No, 10 out of 10 they win. 7 out of 10 they blow them out.
Okay. Yeah, 9 out of 10 they win for me, and I'm going to say 4.999999, repeating, of course, out of 10 that they blow them out.
Okay.
I want a blowout, though. I'm dying for my blowout. Blowouts are fun. Stress-free. Put your feet up.
Don't have to watch as much.
I didn't say it. I love football. Football's the best. So there's a controversy in the NFL. This one has nothing to do with broadcasters or referees not being able to access the replays that a fancy-ass broadcast on Amazon has. There was something that took place last week, and we haven't really had the time to touch on it, but the NFL Players Association last Friday put out this statement. Over the past 3 years, the NFL Players Association has tried to work with the NFL and Pro Football Writers of America to move media interviews out of locker rooms. However, there has been little willingness to collaborate on a new solution. Players feel that locker room interviews invade their privacy and are uncomfortable. This isn't about limiting media access, but about respecting players' privacy and dignity. The NFL's current media policy is outdated. We, the NFLPA Executive Committee, urge the NFL to make immediate changes to foster a more respectful and safer workplace for all players. In the meantime, we encourage each player to ask for interviews outside the locker room during the week. But some players took this a little bit further. Torrey Smith, who used to be a wide receiver, you might remember him with the Baltimore Ravens, among other teams, said this, quote tweeting that post by the NFL Players Association and saying, "If only y'all knew how awkward some of the male reporters act. Straight meat watchers." I don't think he was implying that they were straight in watching the meat.
Don't think so either, Paul.
One reporter in particular was singled out by Kyle Juszczyk.
I didn't see
49ers
that.
reporter. Maybe we can keep Grant Cohn from always hanging around our lockers while we're changing.
Oh, I missed that. I didn't realize there was some call outs happening. It is weird.
It is strange. I hate it.
But
I
don't like it either.
This is the problem. I don't know how else you do this after a game or after practice other than have it like this, to have a specific room that players are going to go into so that you actually can have one weekly interaction with these players or an interaction with them after the game. I don't know what the other way to do it is. Because if you have them in a room outside of this, great. But, I mean, they could take their time in the shower and just never come into the room.
Yeah.
So
they also all don't come to the room. That's the problem.
They have time to shower. It's not – this is one of those situations. I'm going to sound like I'm defending reporters here. I'm not. The players have time, though, to, after the post-game speech is done, go to the showers, put on a towel. People aren't really walking around naked. It's very rare you see somebody with the confidence in 2024 to walk around a locker room naked unless it's some old guy at the gym with sagging balls, right? Unless he's got some just clackers that are dragging on the floor and he's standing up with one leg up on the bench and he's drying his balls while he's looking at the newspaper. That's it. That's it. It does not – people don't walk around in the locker room like butt-ass naked. They just don't. Now, anyway – this led to a very funny exchange between the Kelsey brothers on their podcast talking about this issue for the NFL.
And it gets the job done. I don't know. I've never cared. I've never thought about it, and I've never noticed anybody staring at it.
We've been in locker rooms our entire lives.
I still remember going into the YMCA in Cleveland Heights and seeing an old man's balls drag along a sauna.
Which is risky in two ways, man. You can splinter those things.
Yeah.
You can sear those things, man.
You know how hard it is not to look at an old man balls in a sauna? You can't not look at those. And there's nothing sexual about it, Tori. It's like, how the hell are those things hanging that low? I don't think this is the problem that it's being made out to be.
It's so funny, though.
I really honestly think guys just don't want to be interviewed in the locker room. And a lot of people are crying wolf right now to just try and get the reporters out the locker room. It's so easy to just not show your to everybody. Put a towel on or go into the bathroom that they aren't in. Like they're not in the showers like, hey, how'd you catch that ball?
This is 100% that.
Yeah, they don't want to talk to the media. I mean, look, we saw what happened with baseball. They used the pandemic as a shield to remove reporters from the clubhouse. And then they never let them back in.
Right.
And now what happens is you watch an Astros game and a player makes a big time mistake and they don't speak to the media.
Yep.
And it's just, Altuve, Bregman, whoever had a good game that day, and typically the starting pitcher. And even then, sometimes not always available. But, you're never going to get Josh Hader at the podium or Ryan Presley when they have disaster outings. And that's why they did this, was to limit that. And that's what the NFLPA is trying to achieve. We did see pushback from even some of the players. I can't remember who tweeted it, but he's like, maybe we should focus on something that actually matters to our Players Association, not the media being in the locker room. Honestly, I don't care. As long as they're made available after the game in other capacities, I'm fine with it, and everyone should be available.
This is the only way you can get someone off the record. You're not going to see these players out in the wild in the same way, and they're going to have their guard up. Rightfully so, they should. But the only way you can talk to somebody off the record is essentially going to have a side conversation off the microphone when you're in the locker room with them. That's it. There's no other setting where you actually have the ability to do it. And again, I do think that the job of a beat reporter on the daily basis is really become that of a middleman. How important really are you? And I hate to ask it like that. I mean, the people who do it, I respect you for doing it, but it's a job that's giving you less and less access. You're providing less and less. Why do I need to pay to see your services, if you will?
Yeah.
So it is getting to that point. No one's going to take the media side here. It's a funny scandal because it's not really a scandal. I think that Jason Kelsey is right, though. This is just them using whatever they can to stop doing this because they don't want to do it.
And to Kyle Juszczyk's point, and then I've seen it happen. I was in the locker room in 2015 or 16 at a Rockets game, and some guy who was not from the United States was there covering the game, and he was trying to take photos of James Harden and Eric Gordon. Now,
wait. What kind of pictures?
He seemed like he was just trying to take photos in there, but they were changing while they were doing interviews while they were changing. And it turned into a huge deal, obviously, because it should. And that guy got banned from the Rockets, from ever covering the Rockets ever again. So guys like that, if there are guys, as they said, meat watching, they should be banned from the locker room.
But how do you determine that?
That's a great question.
Do you have someone walking around hey, eyes up there?
I mean, there's only 10 guys on the PR staff. So there's enough. There's enough in there to find out.
What I do when I'm in there waiting for these players to stand up and be dressed and ready to go, I'm not even kidding. I look at the ceiling. I just walk up and down. I pace back and forth and I look at the ceiling.
Yeah.
Mainly because I know I'm invading their space, and I hate that
100%.
I hate that I have to be there. I don't like being there. I do think it's awkward. I feel bad for them from that perspective. But it's not like it's as bad as it's being made out to be. I really don't think there are people that are gawking over flopping schlongs.
I don't think so either.
Anyway, it is Gallant George. He is Joe. I am Paul. We are live at Drift in the Heights on 20th. It is a beautiful day outside. We've got some really cooperative weather. There's a nice food truck outside as well, and I am going to get myself a ranch water. Yeah, they got the best ones in town. But Texans and Patriots on Sunday. What's your confidence level in the Texans winning? What's your confidence level in the Texans blowing New England out? Stick around. It is ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I didn't plan on it, but I kind of did something similar last year. But just reminding myself and remind everybody it's regular. You give me you mess up, you give me the shot, I'm gonna take it. And I'm gonna just make you pay. So no, I often just have to remind myself too, like I'm still that guy. I can still play this game at a very, very high level. So I think that was just like one of those moments. Like like it's like that.
Stroud mean mugging. He did that after that touchdown pass he threw to Nico Collins. Perhaps a little too soon because that throw that he made to Nico Collins tore Collins' hamstring off of the bone.
Oh, it's CJ's fault?
It is CJ's fault.
I mean, Nico's got to stretch a little more before the games. Maybe it was Nico's fault.
Are you a limber fellow?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Not really.
No?
Are you? Yeah.
Give me a couple of these ranch waters.
No.
No.
That's a different conversation.
No, it's the same conversation.
So if we had the entire office run a 40-yard dash, how many injuries do we have? 50%?
Good question.
60%?
Good question.
I mean, I think Blankers.
You all embarrass me. I'll just be frank.
I think Blankers tears a hammy. We know Lance probably has to go to the hospital.
Don't say that. Now he's going to be mad at us when he gets here.
That's what? It's a day that ends in a Y. That's a day that ends in a Y.
P-Mac said the same thing. You guys have this shared experience of producing. But yeah, I mean, it's embarrassing. It really is.
Who runs the second fastest 40 at the station?
Doesn't
matter.
matter.
I guess it's Mapes.
It doesn't matter.
Mapes is probably the second.
Doesn't
most
matter.
athletic
Y'all
right now.
need to get on my level. We are a team, and I mean, only the boss Todd, who's got the caviest calves of all time. That's it. Everybody else, you got to get on our level, okay? Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm being mean. I'm limber shaming people. I fat shame people, limber shame people.
Mm-hmm.
We do what we got to do, and we hope that the Houston Texans shame the New England Patriots on Sunday. Look, they've been cocky a couple of times this year. Stroud clearly cocky in that moment, and I feel like I have the ability to be cocky about the Texans' chances against the Patriots on Sunday. I think they're going to win. I am hoping they will blow out, though I am not so sure about a blowout. We do have a couple of comments, again, asking confidence level 1 to 10 that they get a win, confidence level that they get a blowout win. Hugh Dab comments on the Twitch, 69-0 Texans.
Nice.
That would be sick. Another texter, Ritter destroyed the Texans last year, co-signed by Captain Fish 317. Ritter did throw for 300-plus yards against them.
I did forget about that one rookie quarterback having success that's no longer a quarterback in the NFL.
Who's that?
Oh, I guess Ritter wasn't a rookie.
Desmond Ritter was not a rookie.
Okay.
No. Desmond Ritter, he just stinks, and he played well. But it's not like he destroyed them. I mean, the final score of that game was what? 20-19?
Mm-hmm.
Walk-off field goal by the Falcons in that one. I don't think that Drake May is going to figure it out this first game of his NFL career. I don't. But I could see how maybe, just maybe, the Texans go into this one feeling themselves a little bit too much, liking the smell of their own, toots.
Yes, but at the same time, like, think about what you were telling us, on after Sunday's game, where it's like it was not a great vibe in the locker room after the game. Like, they weren't, partying and celebrating that they won that game on a last-second field goal. That it was a very calm, and there was, clearly some frustration in that game. So that kind of lends me to the fact that they're so unhappy with how they're playing themselves right now. I struggle with the idea that they would overlook the Patriots because they know how poor they've played and they know how lucky they are to be 4-1.
Mm-hmm.
And that should continue this week. Like, they should be thinking that we're good enough to dominate this team if they stop beating themselves.
Yeah.
So hopefully they're not overlooking the Patriots because it'll be gross on Monday if they lose. It'll be no fun. No fun if that happens.
No, it's funny. This is the market where people see a sports disaster in front of them, they just check out. They don't want to hear about it. They want to bury their head in the sand.
Because I like Drake May, but I mean, even though you're going to be missing part of your secondary, he shouldn't have great success. I mean, when you look at what the Texans have done against quarterbacks when they're blitzing at a high rate, they're struggling. These quarterbacks are just struggling so much.
For sure.
Josh Allen, they should be getting after this kid this weekend.
No Kamari Lassiter should not be a huge issue. they just generate a lot of pressure. Now, for sure, maybe they'd be generating more pressure. I saw this. Someone put together a list of the most impactful free agent signings this offseason. And number 6, Jonathan Grenard, the Minnesota Vikings, 5-0 Minnesota. 4 years, $76 million. You know who didn't make it? Danielle Hunter.
I mean, he hasn't been overly impressive.
Hunter was their biggest free agent signing. Diggs is their biggest offseason acquisition. Diggs has delivered to this point. Danielle Hunter, this is the game where you get those ultra veiny biceps out and clothesline Drake May a few times.
I mean, this, and Aziz Al-Shaair was number 9 on that list. So obviously that's been a good impact for them. Look, this is a guy who had 16.5 sacks last year. He has 1.5. I know numbers are not everything, but when you bring a guy like Danielle Hunter, you expect to see like real results. And also, when you watch this team on defense, while Will Anderson's numbers aren't great either, it does feel that there's more impact on the game, that he is getting more pressures on. I'm sure, and maybe the nerd numbers are going to say I'm wrong in this, but just from feel of watching it, you feel the impact of Will Anderson every game. I mean, he's getting close to the quarterback. He's forcing errant throws. I don't feel that from Hunter, and maybe that's because that's where the protection's going, and maybe that's why you're seeing the success from the interior defensive guys. But Hunter just hasn't been the impactful guy we've wanted. And I know that, there's people are wanting to do revisionist history a little bit and ask about Hunter versus Grenard again. I'm still, team Danielle Hunter in this, but it just hasn't been as great. This is a weekend where he should feast against Drake May.
Feast.
Especially if you get out early. If you get up 14 points on the Patriots and they have to throw the ball and your defensive line can just pin back and go after. I mean, this is a team that I don't know if the Patriots I don't know if they've officially benched Ramondre Stevenson yet.
Stevenson played last week and he was their best player.
Yeah.
They are idiots if they bench him again.
But fumbles are coming.
Yeah, listen, they're so bad, they have to put him out there. I don't know what hey, we're making a point. I think players who fumble know that they got to stop fumbling. If it keeps happening, clearly they're not learning from it. But, I mean, he's the best player. That's the only way they win is if they get 150 yards or something like that from him. They don't have the receivers. The quarterback's in his first game. This should be a win for the Texans. This should be a blowout. 713-780-3776 to call to text. We are at Drift in the Heights. He is Joe George. I am Paul Gallant. I'm getting a ranch water. Stay put.
It's Gallant and George,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Drift Bar in the Heights.
I heard that noise, Joe.
I like your ranch water there, Paul.
The ranch water's here. I'm telling you, these are the best ranch waters in town. Many a night, Paul has stumbled in here and had to Uber home. Many a night.
Yeah, you stumbling in or you stumbling out?
Who knows?
Stumbling in's a whole new issue, Paul.
No, I would never stumble into anywhere because I have impeccable balance like a cat. By the way, shout out to the cats that were here. They're my guys.
They clearing out?
They're my guys. So this is something we touched on earlier in the week. I think there are some people who are looking at, hey, another quarterback coming into this game, and it does throw everything out of whack. So I looked up the numbers over the last few seasons of backup quarterbacks in their first start as an underdog against the spread. So going into this year, and I don't know what the numbers are this season, but someone wrote an article about this. Backup quarterbacks in their first start as an underdog are 20-49 going straight up against the team they're playing. So that bodes well for the Texans going up against Drake May making his first start. However, backup quarterbacks in their first start as an underdog are 37-30-2 against the spread since 2021. So this is something that some people have brought up and say, hey, and I know DJ did when he was on with us on Tuesday, is that, hey, don't bet on a team to cover when a new quarterback is making their first start. I think this is a different circumstance. I think this is a Drake May on a bad team making his first start. A bad team that does not have great receivers, a bad team that does not have a great offensive line. In fact, an offensive line that was the reason that Jacoby Brissett was still playing.
Mm-hmm.
And I think with all that being said, I feel like this is adding up to a game where the Texans should cover. However, I'm too much of a coward to actually feel confident about it. The answer to the question I've asked, 1 to 10 confidence level, Texans beating the Patriots on Sunday. I'm at a 9. But when it comes to the Texans covering, I'm at a 4.999999999.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they cover
9-9.
But yeah, I feel like if the Texans don't cover this weekend, it's going to be because of garbage time.
Oh.
Like, I think we're looking like it's a backdoor cover.
Oh.
Drake May, leads the team down. Wthey're down by 15.
Okay.
They score a touchdown at the end of the game. Texans don't cover. Yeah, you lost your money if you bet on the Texans, but we're not going to, we won't really view it from that lens on Monday. I just don't see it. Like, think about wins, the Patriots winning. Of quarterbacks making their first home start, they always lose. They always lose. I mean, this is not something we see happen very often. Maybe it's different because it's not week one, what the number is. But Caleb Williams was the first quarterback to win his first home game in week one since David Carr. I mean, like it's since 2002 that's happened. 2 quarterbacks have won their first home game in week one. I would imagine that trend is. Maybe it's a little bit different in semantics of week 2 and 3 and 4, but there's not a lot of great success from rookie quarterbacks. And it's not that I don't like Drake May. I think he's going to be a good quarterback. I don't know if he's going to be a great quarterback.
I think he's probably not going to be good.
Really?
Yeah. This is what I say about every young quarterback. They're probably not going to be good. Put him in there. See if he's good. If he's not, move on.
Yeah. Move on.
This is how every team should operate. I think it's very strange that you can draft a guy and you feel, well, we got to make sure he's got the right situation. Just guess what? You're probably going to know pretty quickly. Sure, there are circumstances where a guy works out in a different spot, and bad organizations can make a quarterback be worse than he actually is. But go into it assuming he's probably not the guy. Don't tell him that, of course. And if he's not the guy, guess what? You can move on. You're not going to be married to anything for life. And I think, coaches and general managers are thinking about their jobs and trying to keep it long-term. You shouldn't be thinking about your job in a situation like this. You got to think what is in the best interest of the team I'm working for.
And maybe now that we've seen some success from second chance guys, like maybe we'll see teams move on a little bit easier. The fact that you have Geno Smith, Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold all having success, Justin Fields to an extent having success in the NFL right now. Like you're seeing guys on their second chances. Jared Goff, you can't ignore. And so you're not stuck forever like you used to be. Like there is talented quarterbacks that in the past seems like people wouldn't give a chance to, and now You know, if Drake May is not good and you're in a position to draft a quarterback in 2 years, you might want to move on. I mean, that's why I think like what the Arizona Cardinals did, I give them so much credit for that, for taking Josh Rosen and a year later having the number 1 overall pick and saying, that's not the guy.
Yeah.
We're moving on.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a story that came out today. I don't know if you saw this from Mike Shanahan, that after RG3 won the Rookie of the Year, he tried to go to Daniel Snyder and he demanded they trade RG3. He said, this guy's not as good as you think. Trade RG3 now for multiple first-round picks and give Kirk Cousins the job.
Wow.
Now, that might be revisionist history
I'm
a little
sure
bit.
there's a little bit of it.
But if you know the guy's not the guy, like, you move on.
Yeah.
And like that's why teams like who are in a bad position, like the Jacksonville Jaguars now, who've just given Trevor Lawrence $35 or $55 million, they're screwed. Like, you never want to be in that spot.
And I think for the Jaguars, they clearly assumed that Trevor Lawrence was going to live up to the hype. But you can't get swept away by the hype of a prospect. You can't. Sure, sometimes the guy lives up to the billing. But, I mean, last year with the Bryce Young stuff, I was shocked by how many people were certain Bryce was going to be good in the pros. I thought, based off of what I saw against Alabama specifically, or when he was at Alabama, specifically his game against Texas, I thought to myself, oh my God, this guy's incredible. Texas had a really good defensive line in that game. I remember watching it firsthand, and it just felt like they never had a chance to get to him. But at the college level, Debo had his moments like that too at the college level. Once you get to that pro level, things can change on a dime. And I mean, yeah, with Stroud being as good as he's been, with all the complaining that was being done because the Texans won the last game of the year and they didn't give themselves a chance to get Bryce Young, you really never know. Everything that is done before the draft. Sorry, Lance. It is just so inexact as a science. So go into it assuming that you don't know anything.
Especially at quarterback.
If you get the guy, hey, great. But you shouldn't. People lock themselves into these situations. But anyway, to bring it back to Drake May, I do not think that Drake May is going to be the guy. He might. I hope I'm wrong. Specifically because I grew up rooting for that team. But if he is the guy, I don't think it's going to start on Sunday. I think if it starts, it's going to take a couple of weeks, sort of like we saw last year with C.J. Stroud, sort of like you're seeing this year with Caleb Williams. It takes time. First game, come on. I know it's happened, but we're not talking the first game of the year anymore. We're talking about a third of the way into the season.
Yeah, and even then, like when people say, like, well, look at this guy, X's first game, I feel like there's always a little bit of fakeness with that. Like people might use Patrick Mahomes as an example. Oh, so when he started in week 17 as a rookie for the first time and went absolutely nuts and was awesome. Like, you can't use that as a reference point for like what a rookie quarterback might do in their first start. It's totally a false equivalent.
Right.
Of what's happening.
I mean, he was a second-year player, you know? I mean,
Yeah.
it's at that point, you're a second-year player if it's week 17.
Yeah.
And yeah, and there's this other idea too. You can't put the guy in there. Guess what? I mean, eventually you're going to have to. And I think the Patriots wasted 5 weeks by not putting in May until now.
Yeah, I'm very pro. If you draft a quarterback, start him. Like what?
Yeah,
unless you are Aaron Rodgers, who is behind Brett Favre, Jordan Love behind Aaron Rodgers, Patrick Mahomes behind Alex Smith. Like, unless you're drafted into a situation like that,
the team's winning, right?
Yeah,
Exactly.
and you have like a legit either Hall of Fame or pretty solid quarterback in front of you, you should play.
Remember when the Texans almost did that with Tom Savage over Deshaun Watson? I mean, they made the playoffs the year before. They for a half. For a half. I mean, they almost did it, but they were saying going into it, hey, Savage. What Watson by week 3 was showing, oh yeah, he's really good. Now, not anymore, clearly. And we'll talk about that in a little bit, some more, but you got to put the guy in. They finally put him in. And I feel like they're actually setting him up to fail here because I saw this ridiculous quote from their offensive coordinator, who I told you earlier in the week was their 12th choice as offensive coordinator. Alex Van Pelt was their 12th choice. Alex Van Pelt said this is why they decided to turn over to Drake May. To see his growth and development over weeks of practice and what he's put on the practice field, that's why we're making this move. Against backups? So what Drake May's been doing against backups is why you decided to move on from Jacoby Brissett, who you told was going to be the starter going into the year?
Yeah, because they were putting Drake May out there with the ones in practice.
Yeah,
they were intentionally taking their starting quarterback off the field, giving him less reps with the guys he was going to play with, to have Drake May out there. I mean, Just start him last week.
Yeah.
Start him last week versus Miami, not his first game against the Texans. Like, you're setting this kid up to fail, and the Texans should, ruin this kid's confidence in 1 week.
I think
they should be all over. They should be swarming all over the place, even without Lassiter, even without Jimmy Ward. Like, this defensive line should be giving Drake May nightmares on Sunday.
Nightmares. Texans swarm. All right, he's Joe and Paul. Sean back in Mission Control. B-Mac out here. We are at Drift in the Heights. Come on out. Say hi. About to have my first sip of this glorious ranch water with tahini on the rim. We go around the NFL next. We talk a little bit about what went down on Thursday Night Football. And on top of that, some other things, more Jets drama. And, oh, my God, did he ask the question? Per Troy Aikman, yes. Stay put. Around the NFL we go. We got Texans and Patriots on Sunday. You want to weigh in on that game? The Texans 6.5-point favorites. I'm at a 9 on the confidence scale that they will win the game. I'm at a 4.999999999 that they will cover the 6.5-point spread. Joe, where are you?
10-7.
There we go. Now, Thursday Night Football, decent game. 49ers took down the Seahawks 36-24. My friend Jordan Mason, whose name I could not get right until this moment right here, injured his shoulder. So once again, another team dealing with injuries, overcoming them like the Texans should with Nico Collins. Jordan Mason was Christian McCaffrey's backup. Now he's hurt. We'll see how much time he misses. The Seahawks turned the football over a little bit too much. I did find it very interesting that today Mike McDonald, whose Seahawks have lost 3 in a row, during his press conference, supposedly talked about the WNBA finals last night, asking if people caught the game. I will say, as someone who once pandered to Seattle, see the shirt I'm wearing right now on ESPN Houston and at ESPN 975 on Twitch, saying that you watch WNBA basketball works in Seattle.
Oh, really?
It does.
So today they're leading with the fact that the WNBA finals are what 1-0 or
I guess I don't know.
They're moving to a 7-game series.
Look, man, I don't
even
know who's playing in it. I don't. I get like 4 push notifications last night for the WNBA finals. It's just not for me.
The Minnesota Lynx and the New York Liberty.
But Mike McDonald is asking reporters who are at his press conference, who probably watched the Thursday night football game last night, if they got the WNBA finals.
Hey, I mean,
I got to find the audio of this. One of my buddies in Seattle sent me this, and I mean, my God, the guy is learning to pander really quickly. Shams Charania needs to stop trying so hard with the leather jacket on ESPN. You're not Billy Lucci. You'll never be Billy Lucci. Only he can wear those. Now, continuing to go around the NFL, and speaking of Thursday night football, did you see the cute moment with the wives? Did you see it? Did you? Joe, you're married. B-Mac's married. Did you see?
I think I missed it.
Do you believe in love? I mean, first off, George Kittle scored a touchdown, and George Kittle went up to his wife in the stands, and she shoved him away, and it was kind of abusive, but it was cute. And on top of that, Kyle Juszczyk, he did the same thing. Love. They found love in a hopeless place, Seattle, because Seattle's a hopeless place in the general area around downtown because of all the homeless on their Fenty Wenty.
Fenty Wenty. I was going to say, are we going to get a Fenty Wenty reference there?
Yes.
No, I did not. I must have missed that in yesterday's game.
Well, damn.
But they saw love. They found love. That's all that matters.
Love.
They found love and they found wins.
They did. By the way, the Seahawks were 3-0 at one point. They have played 3 games in the last 11 days. They are now 3-3. Does this make you concerned about the Texans stretch later this year where they play 3 games in, I believe, 10 days?
No, it doesn't really change my perspective on it.
Okay.
Just because I was already nervous, I guess. I mean,
there we go.
I mean, it's the Chiefs and the Ravens.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you might have Skylar Thompson or Tyler Huntley or Tua Tagovailoa at quarterback in that first, and they should beat Miami. The next 2 games are tough. It's really that stretch, the Saturday into Wednesday, where you go Chiefs to Ravens. That is terrifying. Seattle probably just is a little. The 3-0 start was just a little fraudulent. Kind of seems like.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
San Francisco is going to win that division.
They're going to miss Pete Carroll. I don't know why they moved on from him. I don't think he was the issue. There were moments last night where Geno Smith's yelling at the sidelines. You can tell Geno's annoyed with some of the things that are going on there. And honestly, Geno has played well there. He's not the reason. But anyway, continuing to go around the NFL, Troy Aikman, I guess on Pardon My Take on Wednesday, suggested something, and I'm surprised it didn't break the internet. But we already had a little bit of PR cleanup going on. We asked about love. Do you believe in love? Do you believe in love? Do I believe in love? I believe in love now because per Troy Aikman, a little birdie told him that Travis Kelce may have popped the question to Taylor Swift. Oh, my God!
I feel like that would get some bigger attention there, Paul. We've gone from, what was that story? The PR, remember that? The PR letter? The breakup letter?
Yeah.
To now they're engaged?
Just keeping us guessing.
I mean, no one knows what's going on inside the world of Taylor Swift. That's clearly what's happening.
Well, her psychotic fans do. That's for sure.
How about
they stalk her.
I feel like they would be. I feel like
people in the world.
Her fans will have such a meltdown if, like, an NFL commentator breaks the fact that they're engaged.
It would be, yeah.
Over them.
Who is the go-to source for all things Taylor Swift?
It's a great question.
Sam, do you know? No. Okay.
The go-to source. No. I don't know.
There's got to be somebody like who is the
like,
Brian Windhorst? Who is the Brian Windhorst of Taylor Swift? That's what I want to know. Brian Windhorst, famously, LeBron James' first media guy, going back to his time in Cleveland.
I think we just assume TMZ, like as a whole.
Yeah, but I mean, this is Troy Aikman who's breaking this one. So this is the most that we've seen. I want to see love. I believe in love. I want to believe in marriage. It's hard.
But if Travis and Taylor can do it, then Paul and blank can do it.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying I believe in it for me. I'm saying I want to believe in the institution of marriage.
Gotcha.
For others.
Gotcha.
You know?
That makes sense.
You guys are married.
We are
Shout
married,
out.
yes.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
I'm not applauding out of bitterness at all. He's Joe. I'm Paul, continuing to go around the NFL. By the way, everyone forget about this storyline. The Jets, Hassan Reddick. The Jets are such a mess that a guy who they traded for this offseason who has yet to report, that's not even a story because they fired their head coach this week. So Hassan Reddick, he is still holding out. And his agents just fired him. CAA fired Hassan Reddick. He has lost nearly $5 million in holding out. None of that money comes back. And the longer he stays out, the closer he gets to not having a year told on his contract. So he'd still be a Jet next year, potentially losing more and more money.
Yeah, this is actually for once a story broke the right way for the Jets. It makes them look much better.
Diamond hands.
Like, it makes them look much better.
For sure.
In this situation, the fact that his own agency is firing him. I mean, typically you only see this when like a player is a scumbag. Like an agency will disassociate from them.
Yeah, I think Drew Rosenhaus fired Antonio Brown.
Yeah, yep.
That was
the last one that I remember was that, Antonio Brown was just doing so much bad stuff and bad faith acts and negotiations that he fired him. And then now we see Hassan Reddick get fired. And I mean, I don't know what he thinks is going to happen, but that to me seems like they were like, hey, dude, it's time to show up. And he said no. And they said, all right, well, we're out.
This is all I have as a Patriots fan because the Texans are going to kill him on Sunday. This is all I have. All I have is just laughing at the Jets. It's Hassan Reddick. It's Sauce Gardner going off of social media because there's so much negativity. But he did say at a press conference this week that he's playing for Robert Saleh.
Oh, that's nice. That's really nice of them to play now for Robert Saleh.
They always were. This firing makes no sense. It really doesn't.
No,
it's not his fault. I think he was an underwhelming coach, but it wasn't his fault.
No, I re-listened to the Aaron Rodgers on McAfee yesterday, and Aaron Rodgers is pretty adamant he had nothing to do with this, and that the Woody Johnson call was about his injury and nothing to do with this. I remember, and I also remember someone brought up this. Remember, there was a story about Woody Johnson and Robert Saleh this offseason where they got into a screaming match at the end. Like, this actually does seem more like an owner. Like, maybe it wasn't Aaron that got him fired. Like, I know, it's been disputed a little bit what was said on the Ass Man's podcast about the Lebanese flag that Robert Saleh was wearing.
Well,
and that's the reason why but he's been wearing that for years.
Saleh even said this was football related.
Yeah.
It had nothing to do with me wearing a Lebanese flag. But yeah, people took that and ran with it.
They did. They ran with it.
I'm baffled.
Me too.
We wish him well. I am baffled. I am baffled. Anyway, hey, it is Gallant George. He's Joe. I am Paul. We have some more comments coming in. I asked, hey, what's your confidence level in the Houston Texans beating the Patriots on Sunday? And on top of that, what's your confidence level that it'll be a blowout? One texter says, I'm about as confident as I am there will be a Laramie Tunsil false start. Well, I'll have you know, sir, that Laramie Tunsil hasn't had a false start in 2 weeks. I know it's hard to believe, but he hasn't.
Yes, but he still had lots of penalties the week before last week.
True, but last week he had none.
Yeah, no penalties last week.
Yeah, who don't believe in Laramie Tunsil.
Can he go back-to-back weeks?
I mean, I will admit that if there were ever a time
we'll scale of 1 to 10
to bet on Laramie Tunsil to have a false start, it would be a road game. But at the same time, they're playing in Massachusetts.
Be quiet.
At Gillette Stadium, right? No one wants to go to Foxborough as it is. No one really wants to go to Foxborough, which is about an hour and a half south of Boston. No one wants to go to watch this team play. So I think it's going to be quiet enough where Laramie Tunsil has a third straight game without a false start.
That'd be great. I mean,
it would be great.
Maybe the other penalties will subside as well for the whole team, not just for Laramie, because they still had a lot last week. It was 7 in the second half, 7 penalties, I think it was. So they still need to tone that down a little bit, Paul. Not as many penalties.
Yeah, not as many. It would be nice. No less penalties and less shooting yourself in the foot, specifically in the second half. I would like to see the offense actually put together 60 minutes of good football. We'll see if it happens. He is Joe. I am Paul. We are at Drift in the Heights here, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can join us on Twitch and watch us in crystal clear HD at ESPN 97.5 on Twitch, on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Coming up next, okay, the Texans are dealing with some injuries. The latest on Joe Mixon. The practice today was going to determine whether or not he plays on Sunday. And do you have more confidence in the offense or defense to overcome the many injuries that they are dealing with? It is Gallant George with Joe George and Paul Gallant, ESPN 97.5, 92.5.
Back to Gallant and George,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Drift Bar in the Heights.
Yes, we are at Drift. It is a beautiful day outside. We are settling into the good weather season. At least I hope.
Hopefully.
At least I hope. It is nice, balmy. There's a breeze here. Beautiful deck here at Drift. I'm enjoying a ranch water. Joe, what are you drinking right now?
Little Dos Equis.
Dos Equis. Company man. Look at you.
Yeah.
Look at you.
Yep.
Love it. So I just want to do a little quick rant, if that's okay.
Yeah, go for it,
You ever
Paul.
hear something that just gets stuck in your head? You hear it over and over again.
Yes.
It just brings back traumatic memories every single time you hear it.
Mm-hmm.
So, and again, we'll get back to sports, but when I was working at Hannaford's grocery store in North Quincy, Massachusetts for 3 years, we had this playlist. This playlist played the same 16 songs over and over again. There were some good songs, like Baker Street by Jerry Raftery, among others. But there's one song that played on this playlist and it made me want to get run over by the shopping carts that I would occasionally have to push into its little bin.
Mm-hmm.
It made me want to roll in the glass from the bottle machines that I sometimes had to stop Korean women from beating with sticks. It's a song by Toad the Wet Sprocket. All I want is to feel this way. I hate that song with an effing passion because that song played, I feel like, a just disastrously high amount of times when I was working at old Hannaford's, and I just heard it, and I had flashbacks. I had flashbacks to all the times that I had to separate angry old Irish people from some poor non-English speaking Korean folks in very, 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 as one would say, racist city that I grew up in. Never fun because the Irish people were always angry at the poor Korean people.
Always angry.
It was ridiculous. And I hate that song. Anyway, just wanted to get that off my chest.
No, that I'm trying to think what from all my retail years, because I had quite a few, probably close to a decade, honestly, in total. I despise the Christmas music.
Oh,
I like Christmas music, but when you work there every day,
you don't have the Christmas spirit.
And it's the same songs, and it's not the good versions of the songs. It's always like a knockoff. I just got tired of them. I got tired of Christmas music. It ruined it for me. I don't listen to Christmas music anymore because of retail, I think. I used to really, really love it. Now, I pretty much only, there's I have a 10-day window of Christmas music. But once Christmas is over, when the Texans kick off, Christmas music, over. That's it for me this year. I'm not going to, December 26th, no chance.
Are you a communist?
Definitely not.
You're definitely not being Elvis right now. That's for sure.
Well, because I'm short?
No, I did not say that.
Oh,
You're not
that sure sounded like it, Paul.
If you're working at a company and the Christmas music's on, Buddy the Elf, he cared. What about you?
Well, he's an elf. He's a tall elf.
No, he's
he's an elf.
I knew what I was doing there. I knew what I was doing there. Sorry. Oh, God. Anyway, hey, guys. It is Gallant George on a Friday. We are here at Drift. Oh, those cats are so cute. I love them so much. Oh, my gosh. I just want to take one home. But I don't actually want to because my cat wouldn't like it. So, Texans and Patriots on Sunday. And, yeah, it's that kind of week.
It is. It's the hardest part with the NFL season is when we start to have really bad teams and they come up on your schedule. I mean, for years, it was the Texans were the bad team coming up, so we just didn't talk about the Texans. But it's a game like this. It's just the expectations are just so simple.
For sure.
They're not high. They're simple. Beat bad football team. Okay. Like that's what it's supposed to be. Like destroy the Patriots. Pretty simple. I mean, it's really hard to fathom a way in which they lose this game without a major injury.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
And really, that means to CJ. Will fans show up because it's Drake May's first game, you think?
No.
Yeah.
No, they're miserable. They all hate it.
Well, because they don't understand what it's like to be a normal team.
Exactly.
Yeah, they think
it's what Astros fans might be dealing with in 3 to 4 years.
Maybe a little bit now. We saw attendance drop.
A little bit now.
We saw attendance drop by
but not
close to 3 million people less this year than last year.
Fair, but I think that's more about how poorly the season began.
That's probably true.
I still think that the Astros are a good team and that they should win the American League West this coming season.
Agreed.
The Patriots fans have seen 5 years of a mediocre product, and all of the heroes of 2 decades are gone. No Tom Brady, no Bill Belichick. So it's different. But a couple of years from now, I could see Astros fans in this spot where it's really hard to get people excited enough to actually go to the games. But the other thing is, too, the Astros at least play their games in the middle of downtown. And while there may be I read this on the internet, there's apparently a poop problem downtown. The homeless are pooping everywhere.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, apparently we're getting a little San Francisco action here. But still, downtown Houston is significantly better than Foxborough, Massachusetts, which is an absolute dump, and it's so far away from any civilization. Brutal to get to. $50 to park in the parking lots. It's outrageous.
Yeah, it's not one of those that's like on your bucket list. I would say maybe when Tom was there, it was like you want to go see what the environment is in New England. But now at this point, without him, like I'm pretty good without going to New England ever for a game. Well, I'm just gonna pass on that. Maybe if they're good, maybe Drake May's good. But
yeah, it's so out of the way. I actually tell anyone, if you're going this weekend, bless your heart. It's going to be tough. I would advise staying downtown Boston and taking the commuter rail from Boston all the way down, and make sure you get on the way back, because it's such a hike. And I mean, driving there and drinking there, it's just not something that lends itself to having any enjoyment whatsoever. I mean, this is why they were one of the worst teams and least cared about teams in the NFL until they got Tom Brady.
Yeah.
Because it's so out of the way and it stinks.
Yeah, if your stadium's not close,
you should kill them tomorrow. You should kill them on Sunday. They should be killed,
Put them out of their misery. Those stupid old uniforms.
Those uniforms are sick.
I like the logo a lot.
You don't like the uniform? You don't like the uniform though?
I don't like the red.
Why not?
I don't know. Like I wish they're like it's part of like I wish they use like a little bit. I wish sometimes in sports, instead of having to change everything, they would just change a little bit.
Okay.
Like instead of like I don't like the new Patriots logo versus the old one.
The Flying Elvis.
But I kind of like the new colors better. Like I like the newer Patriots.
The navy and red?
Yeah.
Because no other team does that.
I know.
The Texans.
I know. Texans aren't navy. They're Yankee blue.
It is navy blue.
Yankee blue.
There's too many teams with blue as the dominant color. There should be another team with red. The problem is the Patriots had the absolute worst history with those uniforms.
They went to a Super Bowl.
It's kind of like the Buccaneers creamsicle uniforms.
Those are great.
They're great, but they sucked with them.
Yeah.
And they moved to the new uniforms, and then they go to a couple of Super Bowls, and they win them both.
Not to go too deep into the uniform.
Let's go deep into the uniform talk, because the Patriots blow and the Texans should kill them by 8,000 points on Sunday, even though I'm still 4.9999999 confidence level and then covering the spread.
When I was at the game on Sunday, I kind of was like, I wish these were the permanent uniforms. The H-Town blue.
Yeah, they look great.
Yeah, I thought the stadium looked cool, like the logos in the end zone and everything. And I wish they just would have gone with the permanent uniforms that way instead of it making like twice a year.
Yeah, they're not going to, because Cal McNair wants to honor his dad. I think that's what it has to do with. That's the original logo that they had, so they want to keep that as the dominant logo. But it is pretty interesting to see a team put lettering on the side of their helmets in the NFL. There's only a few teams that do that. I think it's just Chicago, the Packers, and Kansas City. San Francisco as well.
San Francisco.
That's pretty much it, though.
That should be everyone. That's everyone.
I'm pretty sure that's everybody.
Yeah, everyone else just does logos.
Yeah, it's bizarre. Or maybe the Commanders now, because they went to the W and they went away from the old chief suntan. I don't know.
Yeah.
What's his name?
I don't remember.
Okay. Riveting.
They won by 30 points this weekend? 20 points?
I mean, there are some good games in the NFL this weekend. There really are. And that's probably the best game of the weekend. It's Commanders-Ravens. You got a little Lamar Jackson. You got a little Jaden Daniels. That's going to be fun. But, of course, we got Texas Patriots. There's no buzz. People weren't feeling it after they beat the Bills. This is a town that just demands excellence.
I mean, excellence is – but they're pretty damn close. Like, it's – they're 4-1 on the season. Like, I'm still baffled by it. I saw that Reddit post that in the group chat that you sent.
Oh, yeah.
When it was someone just, like, going through, it's like –
Let me read this Reddit post. So, look, guys – there is why is this not loading? Here it is. Texans versus Texans fans. The Texans, third most passing yards in the league. Texans fans, fire the offensive coordinator. He makes Stroud look bad. Texans defense ranked 4th in the league. Texans fans, let's hire a new defensive coordinator. Texans lose 13 games and have a terrible season. Texans fans, we could have easily won 12 of those games. We're better than people really think we are. That's the Davis Mills era. Texans are 4-1 with a healthy division lead. Texans fans, we could easily have lost every game. We're not as good as we think we are. Why are we like this?
I don't know. I wish I need to try to get a better grasp of inside the Texans fan mind, because it does seem to be that no matter what they do, it's not good enough. And then when it's bad, they feel like it's better. So it's these weird standards that kind of flip on their head. But they're 4-1. They should win by at least 10 points this weekend. And that should be good enough. It's the NFL. Expecting the Texans to win by 20 points this weekend is crazy, because it's just that doesn't happen that often in the NFL. So to expect it is too much. It might happen, but to go with the expectation they're going to win by 20 plus points. I saw someone say even earlier,
it barely happens in college football now.
Yeah, exactly. I saw someone say 6.5 is disrespectful to Texans. It's not. It's not. You don't see NFL lines that are typically higher than 7. Very rarely, especially when you're on the road, does that happen. Because if you think about it, you always have to remember if it was a home game, they would add 3 points to it, because the home team automatically starts as a 3-point favorite. So if this game was a neutral site, the Texans would be 9.5-point favorites right now. So
is that a rule that it has to start as a 3-point?
That's just how they do it. That's how they do it. Yeah.
Okay.
The home team always gets a 3-point advantage.
Shams needs to chill with this leather jacket.
It's a lot.
Shams Charania of ESPN. He's wearing a leather jacket on TV. I'm sorry. I can't with him.
And you got Marty in his cowboy hat.
I can't. It's slightly more believable with Billy Lucci doing it.
You've ever been to
Texags? I can't with this guy.
You ever been to the State Fair?
Yeah, I have.
I haven't gone yet.
Do you want me to tell you a State Fair experience? And it made me out of the State Fair.
Uh-oh.
So, okay. Beer is obviously a drink that you pour into a glass, right?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, that's what we all agree upon. So imagine you're in line looking to get beer at the State Fair. You're in line for a while, and you know that you're going to have to pay an outrageous amount of money for this beer at the State Fair. So you go up to the front, and you're wondering what you're going to get. This person, to give you the beer, puts the cup that they are going to give to you, dips it into, get this.
Oh, a vat of beer?
Even worse, a cooler of beer with ice in it. And they are dipping their hand into it to get the beer into the cup. I swear to God, this was at the Texas-Oklahoma game in the State Fair for they beat Kyler Murray. Was this 2018,
Okay.
I think? I think it was 2018. I couldn't believe what I saw.
That's tough.
That is just disgusting.
Yeah.
And I was out on the State Fair there. And you know what, Big Tex? He deserved to be burned alive. He deserved to be burned like he was that one time after that happened. It was an absolute disgrace. What are we doing? We're putting beer and ice together in a cooler, and then on top of that, instead of having like a vat that
like a ladle,
the person
scoop it
with
in
their hand. $7.
Did you drink it? I mean,
no comment.
That's a yes.
No comment.
That's a yes.
No comment. But at that point, you're in the line for this long.
I know you're kind of pot committed at
It's
that
hot.
point.
It's brutal. It's brutal sometimes at the State Fair.
It would have been a great year to go. Honestly.
Indeed. Anyway, it's not the State Fair Drift. We're here. We're here till 3. Then the Killer Bees take over. We're going to be here all afternoon. It's a beautiful day. Come out and hang out with us. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. It's a beautiful day here at Drift. We're here another hour. Killer Bees take over from there. I mean, come on, guys. You want to glide into your weekend. Slowly and surely. And you know how you can do that? With a ranch water or two here at Drift. By the way, happy hour until 8 p.m. $4 draft beer, $5 Wells, $6 Maker's Mark, $6 House Wines, $6 Deep Eddy Flavors, $7 Hornitos Ranch Water. I'm telling you, the ranch water it is really good stuff.
Also, 8 o'clock happy hour. It's pretty legit.
Until 8, yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, what are you doing? What are you even doing?
Should come hang out with Chewy.
Quit your job and come out and hang out.
Yeah. I mean, look, jobs aren't that important. Who needs jobs?
Jobs are just a suggestion.
You can always get a new job.
Well, yeah, exactly. You know, the man just wants to keep you in your cubicle. They just want to keep you in there. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to keep you down. So go out and start drinking at 2 on a Friday.
I mean, why not? Look, it's happy hour. It's a Friday. The weekend's here. It's beautiful outside. What are you doing at your office still?
Yeah, just quit your job.
Yeah, I mean, like, we got our own employees don't work that hard.
Whoa.
Look.
Whoa. Whoa, Joe. Yeah, that's true. Mac is eating.
Digital Sam's is hanging out with the cats.
I don't blame Sam for hanging out with the cats. I honestly would be doing the exact same thing, especially now that I know there are cats here. I would be hanging out with the cats. Yeah, Sam, the social media
so
savant.
hard right now, Joe.
Joe's on his second beer. Honestly, you're really working pretty slow with that first beer. All right, he's finished it. Now he's moving on to his second one.
Yep.
Day one, Donna just showed up. Sup, Donna? What's going on? We're going to be here all afternoon. Anyway, hey. Texans are 6.5-point favorites against the New England Patriots on Sunday's game in Foxborough, Massachusetts. The Patriots are starting Drake May for the first time. Your confidence level should be very high that the Texans will win this game. Mine is a 9 out of 10. My confidence that they will cover this 6.5-point spread entirely due to not the circumstances in front of the Texans. Yes, a team that's going to be missing Kamari Lassiter at corner, but seems like they will have Joe Mixon back on Sunday. We'll see what happens with Titus Howard as well. They are playing against a team that is an absolute effing mess right now. 4 losses in a row. I can't believe they won that first game of the year against the Cincinnati Bengals team that is also 1-4. I look at them and I see a beautiful opportunity for the Texans to finally blow a team out and make everybody see all of the things that they were hoping to see this year. The problem is if they do blow them out, no one's going to care.
But they should, because you're missing guys on defense. You're missing Nico Collins. Like, maybe we see a Tank Dell explosion this weekend where he looks like he's much better in this offense. We see Stephon Diggs, break 100 yards for the first time this season.
Yes.
Has he broke 100 yards yet? No, he has not. Get 100+ yards. See what this offense can look like. Schultz, maybe we'll see more of a role for Kate Stover. Like you said, Joe Mixon practiced today, so that's a good sign for him being back this weekend. So, that's why, even though it's the Patriots, there are still, because of the injuries, it leaves room to be impressed.
Correct.
That if, whoever replaces Kamari Lassiter at the second cornerback spot this weekend doesn't, get killed, that's a good thing. So there's still a lot of good things you can take away from this weekend.
Yeah.
Positive.
Positivity. It's a song in Fallout 4.
Is that what you're playing right now?
No.
What are you playing right now?
No, I have to stop. I'm out on video games. I've been playing this Mountain Blade Bannerlord game way too much.
It's like 4 a.m.?
No, at least last night I stopped playing at 8, but
oh, that's good.
I mean, I started playing as soon as it's a problem.
That was like 1 o'clock?
I wish I'd never been introduced to video games. I really do. It's like the number one turnoff for the broads. It's one of those things.
It was the one thing with my wife that was her least favorite.
Yeah, Josh Beard, who used to be here.
Yeah,
Josh used to tell me some interesting stories about his video game life.
Yeah, I play video games. We'll hang out, watch TV, and then she'll go to bed. I stay awake. That's when I play video games. So, it's a late night activity at this point for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your
Gotta
video
find
game
time.
playing, it's like you're trying to hide it. It's like you're doing crack.
No, it's just like I
It
don't
really
want to.
is.
No, but like
No,
we
you're
only have
so
no,
hiding
no,
it.
no, no. We only have one TV. We only have one big TV.
Okay.
So for me to play video games, I'd have to take the television away from her,
Uh-huh.
and that seems rude.
Wow.
That was one of the saddest things I've ever heard, Joe. You just stay up late by yourself to play the video games.
I can't watch TV when my wife is
Look,
watching
man.
her shows.
It's like it's me time. That's what it is. Video game, fat dip, like we're good to go. Like can't do those things when she's out there.
Wow.
Like
You're making marriage sound great.
Yeah.
it is great.
So late at night, your choice is she goes to bed, you play video games.
And then I show prep. Like in between plays during Madden, it's like what can I find?
What can you find? Got it.
Yeah.
All right. A couple of comments here. This is a great question from the 832. How late do you think Texans fans would make it to NRG Stadium if NRG Stadium was far like Foxborough is to Boston? Think they would make it by halftime? They wouldn't go. It's Woodlands plus from here. Except for, unlike the Woodlands, which are great, it's not good.
Because at least for the most part, people are like not going in because they're tailgating. Like they're there.
Right.
They're just going in late.
Yeah.
If it was that far,
just think about it.
It's tough.
Listen, I'm from the area, and the tailgate is actually all right, all things considered.
Mm-hmm.
But
depends on the tailgate you go to, but yeah.
Anybody who has been to a tailgate down south, you can't go back. It's like going up to a Mexican restaurant in the Northeast after you've had Mexican food down here. It's like going up to a barbecue place up in the Northeast after you've had barbecue down here. You can't go back. They're not showing up early there for the tailgating situations. So imagine if a Texans fan was presented with a situation where this is the tailgate options.
It would be
because you're more into the tailgate probably than you are into the game.
Yeah, like I remember like hearing at one point, like when like the people talk about like the NHL, and it's like if it's not Toyota Center, it's not owned by Tillman. Like, would they build a stadium somewhere away from downtown? I'm like, where? Like, what are you gonna? You're gonna go to Sugarland, put a stadium out there? You think people are gonna go and do that, or the Woodlands? Like, that's insane. Like, it has to be. That's like part of the convenience of it is that everything's downtown. And maybe one day Craneville will be awesome, actually, and maybe it'll open, or like we'll start construction.
Well, it's gonna keep him from re-signing Alex Bregman. So you really want that?
Yeah. Well,
you son of a bitch. I'll fight you.
I mean, in theory, it should make it easier to sign Alex Bregman.
Joe wants Craneville. He doesn't want Alex Bregman.
I want both.
Joe wants to cut Jose Altuve so the Astros can afford Craneville.
Fake news. Fake news. I just miss home plate. I liked that bar.
Home plate?
That was like my go-to.
Gotcha. It's no Highway Cantina. That's what.
No, it's not. But it literally was just so convenient at home plate.
Wow, interesting.
Wait, is that breaking news to you,
That
Paul?
is breaking news to me.
It's gone.
What?
Yeah, it's gone.
No.
Dead.
Is it really?
Yeah, no, legit. Like I found that out because I was working I was filling in for Michael one day and had to edit what's Eric eating, and one of the things he covered is the Highway Cantina dead.
Is this how people felt when JFK was assassinated?
One more time for the memories.
Oh man, this hurts. This would be like if the Texans
lost to the Patriots
on Sunday.
No more than $9.75 tall Texan margaritas.
Oh, I'm gonna go cry in the bathroom. It's Gallant George. Stay put. I mean, does anything even matter, though, if Highway Cantina no longer exists?
Yeah, that's a bummer.
We're at Drift. Drift is the new Highway Cantina.
Yep.
They have cats. Number one in Houston. They have cats and they have ranch water. Happy hour till 8. It's a beautiful day. Get out here. If you don't get out here, I'm going to take that as a personal affront to me because I just told you how awesome it is here. Hey, there's football games this weekend. I like football.
Is it
Do
football
you?
time? Is it football time?
It is football time.
Everywhere.
Not just in Houston. It's football time in, is it in Dallas? I don't know. It's in a rough part of Dallas.
It's around.
Red River Shootout, 2:30 tomorrow, ABC.
Penalty on the play.
Number 1, Texas against number 18, Oklahoma. Wow, Joe. I saw that, you son of a bitch.
Look, man.
Unbelievable.
Thumbs up. Get him.
Yeah, Joe is claiming he's an Aggie. You haven't even done your ring dunk cult thing, which they all have to do. I haven't seen you dress up like a milkman and say a bunch of fun
Paul?
chants like riffity, riff raff, chiffity, chiffity, chiff chap, riff raff, chiff chap. Let's give them a horse laugh.
If they make the college football playoff, I will dress up like a milkman.
I almost did it for Halloween. I almost did.
I mean, Halloween's in 20 days. You got plenty of time.
No, I don't know. Last time I ordered, I order all my costumes from Soviet China, but yeah, I'm not sure if it's going to make it in time. Hey, gotcha. Texas against Oklahoma. Texas 14-point favorites. I want to pick Texas to win by 14. Especially, hey, look, bye week last week. You get to watch Alabama lose. You're going to be a little more focused. But the Red River Shootout is always wild. 14 points is a lot for this one, even if Oklahoma's in a down year. I think Oklahoma covers. I think Texas wins.
Okay. I'm going to take – I wish Arch Manning was playing. I feel better about this game. Quinn Ewers is great. Quinn Ewers is going to get back in the Heisman conversation this weekend. I'm taking Texas minus 14. I think they cover.
Okay.
I've been unimpressed with Oklahoma, so I'll take Texas.
That don't impress you much?
Does not.
Okay.
Sean?
I'm going to go with Oklahoma. Like Paul said, this is always a close game. I've done it, I think, the last couple years where I just read the scores or the winning margin for all these games, and it's like 8, 9, 6, 7, 3. Like that's how it is.
49-point win, but yes.
Yeah, that's how it is. What? I think there's some crazy stat where it's like 12 out of the last 15 years it's been within a touchdown. So, yeah, 2 touchdowns, way too many. It's 1 touchdown too many. Yeah, give me OU.
I remember when I was in Los Angeles 3 years ago with a friend. This is in my unemployed post-Seattle phase, and I went to a Texas-Oklahoma game watch party at a Texas bar. And at this Texas bar, I remember Texas taking the huge lead on Oklahoma, and they blew it.
I mean, Texas,
that was
Oklahoma.
rough. But again, it looked like they were going to run away with it, and then it became close again.
Yeah, Texas, Oklahoma is always fun, though. Like, that's where I found my quarterback of the future, Caleb Williams, in Texas, Oklahoma.
Mm-hmm.
So, Sean, I have a follow-up question to that then. So,
Yes.
Are you actually going to wager on Oklahoma plus 14 tomorrow at LaBerge?
No.
Okay. I was just curious.
Just gonna watch. I mean, there's no
watch.
watching this game is already like you'll see. It looks like torture is is happening to me. Like you think that someone has a car battery hooked up to my nipples while I'm watching this, but like I don't know why I need to add money into this.
I want to see this. Sean, I've never seen you stressed watching sports. You've seen me stressed watching sports. I do want to see this.
Yeah.
Drive.
BMAC remembers last year we watched it again.
Oof.
Yeah.
All right. That's the first game. 6:30. This is a good college football game in terms of the games that are happening. 6:30 NBC. Number 2, Ohio State. At number 3, Oregon. Ohio State, 3-point favorites in this game.
I'm taking
a Big Ten matchup, by the way.
Yeah, Big
for
Ten.
those who didn't know.
Big Ten matchup. Dylan Gabriel, I think, is a total fraud. To be
Whoa!
honest. I'm taking Ohio State. Will Howard. I'm also going to place a wager on him to win the Heisman. You look at his stats; they're comparable with every major quarterback that's at the top right now. He's like 50-1. I'm going to get in there before the game, anticipating he beats Oregon by like 2 touchdowns. So I'll take Ohio State.
Ohio State. Okay. You know what? Again, this is me picking with my heart. And you know why I'm picking with my heart here? I think Ohio State, I think they biffed majorly by letting my new Lord and Savior, Kyle McCord, come to the Syracuse Fighting Orange. Ohio State's going to miss Kyle McCord. I'm actually saying that seriously. I think Oregon covers. Okay. I think Oregon wins.
All right.
PNW pride, baby.
By the way, we all went 3-3 last week, by the way.
We all went 3-3. Okay.
Yeah. Mapes?
Good. That's a great week for us.
That is really good.
Honestly,
500. Wow. Give me Oregon at home. Yeah, home dogs.
I am on my own so far this week.
Yeah.
Quack.
Ohio State hasn't played anybody, and now they have to go on the road and play in a tough environment at night. The teams that have to travel in the Big Ten across 2 or more time zones have like a terrible record so far this year. I think Indiana's the only one to win in UCLA. Other than that, I think they've all lost. There might be one like Rutgers win or something. But yeah, it's tough. That is also a small sample size, but I think in a 2 versus 3 and the home team's getting 3 points, give me Oregon.
Okay. 6:30 ABC, same time. Lane Kiffin and number 9 Ole Miss head to Death Valley, the real one, to take on number 13 LSU. The Rebs are 3-point favorites in this game.
I don't like this one. I think I gotta do something I hate doing.
What's that?
Betting on Brian Kelly.
Betting on Brian Kelly?
I'll take LSU +3.
Okay.
It's my ultimate number one. I have to get their stadium in sports. I have to get to Death Valley.
Yeah.
It looks incredible. I'm gonna take him this weekend. I hate it. I wish we weren't picking this game.
No.
I hate Brian Kelly.
God, you're such a hateful man. So much spite.
You know what?
So much dislike
Guess
in
what,
your
Paul?
heart.
Yes. When you've been through what I've been through in life, in sports.
What's that? Having Notre Dame be good again because of Brian Kelly?
Oh yeah, so good. They only lost by 40 to Alabama in the college football
They still
playoff.
made it. They have to abide by nerd.
It's not good enough. Not good enough.
Not good enough.
Brian Kelly +3.
Okay. Look, you know me.
I do know you.
I'm a bandwagon Tiger fan.
Great jerseys, though.
Go Tigers! They
All
do
right.
have great unis, and I would love to go to Ole Miss someday and basically be Gene Simmons from Kiss on the Dancing with the Stars episode that got widely panned last night, which is to say, creepy. However, I am picking the LSU Fighting Tigers.
Go Tigers!
To not only cover their 3-point dogs, but win. Sean, back at Mission Control, who you got?
I'm also on the Tigers.
Tigers.
Obviously, they play this game every year, and the last time Ole Miss won in Tiger State or in Death Valley, 2008.
Wow.
Yes. So,
yeah, Sean.
Also, you have the whole LSU at night thing, and
That's
they're
true.
underdogs for some reason. Yeah, give me
That
LSU.
is bizarre. All right, let's shift to the NFL. In our pick 6, we picked the 6 best games of the week. This is the best game in the noon slate. The Washington Commanders, 4-1 with Jaden Daniels on the road against the Baltimore Ravens and Lamar Jackson, 3-2. The Ravens are 6.5-point favorites this week. Both Jaden Daniels and Lamar Jackson have fielded questions that are basically comparisons between the two. Hey, Jaden Daniels, do you like Lamar Jackson? Do you think you're like Lamar Jackson? Hey, Lamar Jackson, do you like Jaden Daniels? Do you think you're like Jaden Daniels? Little racist. Just a little bit.
Just a tiny little bit.
Just a little bit. But who do you like in this game? This is going to be a fun one, I think. I'm taking the Commanders to cover. I think the Ravens win. But I think this is going to be a back-and-forth one, and I'm looking forward to it very much.
+6, you said?
6.5 Ravens favorites.
Man.
I know.
There's this throw chart that's going around from Jaden Daniels. Like 95% of his throws are to the right. They're literally throwing to half the field right now. But I can't get enough of Jaden Daniels. I right now I'm gonna go Commanders plus 6.5. I don't love it. This is a tough one because at the same as the numbers feels big.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like it's the Ravens.
Right.
So I'll go Commanders plus 6.5.
Commanders plus 6.5. Okay.
Give me the commies.
Sean, what do you got?
Yeah, as much as I do think that the Ravens are a really good team in the AFC, probably, I mean, depending on how you feel about the Texans, they might be number 2 in the AFC. And I think though that the Jaden Daniels train keeps rolling for one more week because the Ravens are very good, but it seems like their pass defense struggles
Very
a little bit.
Run defense has issues too.
Given the fact that they gave up 5 touchdowns to Joe Burrow a week ago, so
Burrow
yeah,
look great.
give me the commies.
Hoping for a big day from Scary Terry McLaurin.
Is that fantasy
Nice to see
related?
him. Yeah, it is fantasy
Okay.
related.
Whoa,
Nerd.
that's like a first for the show.
I know.
Loser. No one cares.
You say something's fantasy related?
My team sucks.
You mean the Commanders wide receiver 1?
Yeah, you could say
WR1.
I would say their primary ball catcher, but hey.
Otherwise known as wide receiver 1.
Shut up. God. I hate all of you. Hey, more games.
It's not true. You love us.
The pick 6 continues. We got to pick one of these games, and then we pick it against the spread. I think Chargers-Broncos is interesting. The Chargers are 2.5-point favorites. Justin Herbert dealing with an ankle injury. It's an interesting game from this perspective. These two teams, in a year where the Chiefs do look beatable, even though they are 5-0, are in good shape. They're hanging around. So we can either pick that game to watch or Lions at Cowboys.
Ooh.
Lions are 3-point favorites over the Cowboys in Big D. The Chargers, 2.5-point favorites against the Broncos. Which of those games is the better game?
I think I lean Lions Cowboys.
Lions Cowboys.
But I like your reasoning for Chargers Broncos.
There's a part of me that looks at the Cowboys with a side eye right now. I know they're 3-2, but I think most Cowboys fans would look at the 3-2 record and be like, I don't know, Jim. I don't know.
I will say I think both these are easy picks for me.
Okay.
I know exactly who I'm picking in both these games.
But you're on the fence here.
Which one do you want to go?
I think Lions Cowboys.
Yeah, I lean Lions Cowboys.
Sean, you same boat.
Yes, Lions Cowboys, which you can hear here on ESPN 97.5.
Oh, that's why you guys said it.
Good job. Good job, Mapes.
You're just trying to pay the bills. Fine.
I mean, look, I got invited to the suite at the Cowboys game this weekend. I can't go because I'll
Wait.
be in Lake Charles.
You got invited to the suite?
Yeah.
Why can't you go? You can go just drive on Saturday.
We got off the air at 12 on Sunday. We're doing 10 to 12 on Sunday.
Oh, gotcha.
So,
Okay.
yeah, I'm sad.
Just speed.
3 hours from Lake Charles?
Yeah.
That's like a 6-hour drive.
Speed.
4-hour drive, at least.
We go, yeah, you're not going 120 like a man.
That's what you did to get to the remote. You said 112.
Got there on time.
That's true.
Got there
I'll
on
take the
time.
Lions.
Taking the Lions. Sean, what do you say?
Yeah, I've taken all underdogs, I think, so far. So give me the Lions.
Okay.
I'm also taking the Lions here. Sorry. I'm having a hard time with the Cowboys right now.
Me too.
You got the injuries. Hey, you won. You did win last week. So shout out to that victory. But it was one of those games where, I mean, they stole that from the jaws of defeat against the Steelers. And no Micah Parsons, no DeMarcus Lawrence. It's just a lot. A lot to overcome. And the Lions are coming off a bye week. So I think it's going to be the Lions. Shout out to the Lions who have been able to shake off, for the most part, the Super Bowl not making it hangover because they lost the NFC Championship game with a 24-7 lead. All right. We have to watch this. I don't really want to watch it, to be perfectly honest, because I know that a lot of you people who are so unimpressed by a 4-1 football team, because this city has seen so much professional football success, you guys are not looking at this Texans-Patriots game on Sunday in Foxborough as a game that matters all that much.
Mm-hmm.
The Texans 4-1, the Patriots 1-4. The Texans 6.5-point favorites up in Foxborough, Massachusetts.
Well, last week I tried to finally pick against the Texans. I haven't got a Texans game right all year, so we'll see if that continues. Texans are going to win by at least 14 points.
I thought you were about to say 50, and I was like, all right, dude.
No.
Hell yeah.
No, I need 3 more beers for that. Texans minus 6.5.
Texans minus 6.5. Okay. Now, I've had a lot of very fond memories at Gillette Stadium. the only stadium I've been to almost as many times as NRG Stadium.
Mhm.
Been to Gillette about 55 times or so.
Wow.
Incredibly.
Good for you.
Incredibly, the Patriots are 7-0 against them there. It changes on Sunday. The Texans are going to win. They're going to win convincingly. Even though I'm at a 4.999, they're going to cover the spread out of 10. I think that they're going to win this one handsomely, and I think they are going to hurt Drake May. I think he is going to get destroyed out there. If he can actually play through it, I guess I'll feel better about him as a Patriots fan, being able to potentially be the starting quarterback.
At least he's tough.
Listen, Caleb Williams showed he's tough at the very least against the Texans. They were able to create so much pressure against him in that Sunday night football game. So, yeah, I'm taking the Texans to cover here.
All right.
Sean, pick.
Paul, did you say you're 4.9999% repeating?
I don't think that's enough nines, but yeah.
Yeah, percent that the Texans will cover.
4.99999 out of 10.
Out of 10, and then you pick the Texans to cover. That's less than 50%.
Wild card.
I think it was a blowout. 4.9999 for a blowout.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
7 points is not a blowout.
Okay. I just wanted to clean that up.
Listen, we're on Rantwater number 2. Math. What's that? There's cats here.
It's also just like a normal day, so math.
Joe 0-5 so far in Texans games this season.
So you're fading me?
Yes, give me the Patriots. I'm playing the trends, baby. I'm playing the trends.
I love it. That's smart.
That's funny. Good for you, Sean. You're a smart man.
A smart man. All right, guys. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. You want to jump in? 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join us on Twitch as well at ESPN 975. You can join us on YouTube too at ESPN Houston. Stick around. First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie. MyBookie.ag. You enter that promo code BET975 when you sign up, and yes, guess what? They're going to double your initial deposit. Double it. They're going to double the deposit, and you can bet on everything. You can bet on the election. It's right at the top of the page. They got this picture of Donald Trump. His eyes, honestly, creeping me out a little bit. In red, they got Kamala Harris with a smile. Her smile is creeping me out a little bit. You can bet on the election at mybookie.ag. I'm stunned by that. Donald Trump minus 140 to be the next president. Kamala Harris plus 110. Things have changed a lot. Vegas generally seems to know. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. You can also bet on football, baseball playoffs, the NBA right around the corner. The NHL has had its first face-off of the year. All sorts of things you can gamble on at MyBookie.ag. Promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.ag.
It's Gallant and George,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Drift Bar in the Heights.
Hello, high draft pick who started as a rookie. Is there any advice you would give someone in that situation?
Not this week. But no, I'm rooting him on. I hope he does good, not against us, but in his future.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, where our mics are hot. Well, how about that? It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. You can join us on Twitch at ESPN 975. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We are live at Drift Bar in the Heights. Hey now, Texans and Patriots on Sunday. Texans,
Swarming.
7.5. 7.5. 6.5.
There we go.
6.5 point favorites. No lie, a little traumatized by just putting the headset back on and being like, oh, you're live. That's the first time I've ever unintentionally cussed at ESPN 975. And
I think you're okay.
925.
I didn't have my headphones on, so I don't know, actually. Can't verify.
You were both sitting there. I can see you both sitting there, so I thought you were ready to go.
No. I just sat down and I'm like, where am I? Who am I? This is what happened.
How many drinks have you had, Paul?
Oh, shut the hell up.
Did you stumble in today to this show?
No, I did not. I don't stumble into the show.
Well, you stumble into Drift Bar.
That's true.
And where's the show today?
It's at Drift Bar. I mean, I would really have a problem if I were showing up here at 11 a.m. just absolutely Cersei'd.
Okay,
and by Cersei'd, I mean drinking red wine before 11.
I this morning was getting some coffee ready and realized that I ran out of creamer for my coffee.
You need creamer?
No, just the iced coffee that I currently have. I don't love the flavor.
Okay.
It's like your whey protein. I paid for it, so I'm gonna drink it.
I like that.
So I bought creamer for it, just a little bit. I ran out. There was part of me that at one point this morning, I did pick up a bottle of Bailey's and look at it and say,
oh, that little Bailey's.
But I was like, I'm not going to do that right now.
You know, a good.
But I thought about it.
A good 4 shots of Bailey's into your coffee. That never hurt anyone.
It's the best.
It's a Bailey's with coffee.
Yeah.
Instead of a coffee with Bailey's.
Yeah, that's usually as far as I go. It's just Bailey's. I'm not a big whiskey guy.
No?
So, no, not really. First time I didn't drink in high school. Okay.
Yeah,
So,
I didn't either.
So the first time I drank too much, it was on whiskey. So it's been hard for me to drink since.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
To catch my drift.
No, I know this story. You can share it if you ever want to. It's a good story, but you know. Yeah, I started drinking my senior year of high school after football season was done because I was trying to impress Taylor Clavins. Did it work? No. I did take her to the prom, but she only went to the prom with me because she didn't want to go with another guy. I remember finding that out. I didn't get invited to the pre-party or whatever, and I was like, "Oh, okay. There's a pre-party before this," and I didn't even get invited. I know, it was terrible. Absolutely terrible. It was terrible. But
I was too much of a nerd in high school. I was scared of my dad too. So
you're scared of your dad? Well, this might be something worth dissecting.
Well, no, he was my teacher, and people didn't realize that. People forget that. Like kids in high school don't realize that teachers hear everything. So the one time I tried to go to a party. He knew I was going, because the kids were talking about it in class. So I was like, well, I have a bunch of unintentional rats in my friend group, so I just behaved myself.
Did you give them stitches?
No, I was just like, hey guys, don't talk about me in my dad's classroom, or I don't know, any classroom, because they're all friends with my dad. So I got busted.
Damn.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's okay.
You know who's going to get busted? Drake May and the Patriots on Sunday
by
our Houston Texans, who are 6.5 point favorites.
If they win by less than 6, how do you think we'll be feeling? Frustrated? Disappointed?
I'll be annoyed because the same people will be saying the same things, and they will be justified in saying what they say.
Yeah, now they'll be justified. Actually.
Because, look, the style points doesn't matter in a game against Buffalo. The style points do matter against a team like this if there's a bunch of people who, for whatever reason, think that a 4-1 team, one of the best 4 teams in the NFL, isn't one of those best 4 teams. They're going to think that. Why? They're going to think that because they can't smoke teams. And it is interesting. Maybe it's partly because football wasn't here for a while. People were only watching college football, and college football style points are a big thing. At least they were a big thing. But that's how things will go. So it is one of those things where take care of business on Sunday so that we're not having a, oh, God, these guys are frauds conversation.
Yeah, I mean, it almost feels like regardless, like the conversation, like I've been thinking so much. Like I think, Paul, I think they have to win by 20 points for people to like not care that they played the Patriots. And they have to, it might be more than that, honestly. Like if they win 20-0, they'll say, well, they only scored 20. Like I think they need to score like 40 points in this game for people to like be like really, really excited and some fluke Patriot stuff.
It would be nice if the offense could actually, for 60 minutes, be consistent, because the big thing has been first half, we've seen some glimpses of what they can be, but then they get stuck in a certain area of the field. Here is old Bobby Slowick talking about their struggles to move the football between the 30 and the 50.
And, you know, like statistically, we've been good on third down. We've been good in the red zone. We've been good in yards. There's like this void somewhere between the plus 45 and the plus 30 that we've had some issues in. And that right now as a staff is what we're in there grinding and trying to figure out. Because really in the game where we stalled in the second half was we had really three, if you count the 44-second play, times where we got across the 40-yard line and we had no points to show for it, you know, which that gets hard. That's hard to win in the NFL when that happens. So we were fired up as a team that we were able to rally together and get that done.
The end's annoying to me. The end's annoying. I get that they had the drive at the end.
Yeah.
But, okay, it's because of C.J. Stroud mistakes in the fourth quarter that they had to do that. And, of course, the terrible fourth down call that they had in the first half. They could have run away with this thing.
They should have run away with this thing. They dominated. I mean, Josh Allen was 9 for 30. Like, they should have won this game convincingly, and they just didn't.
You sounded like a naysayer.
No, I
but you're right.
Like, they just didn't. Like, it was weird watching it in person. Like, just seeing the how easy it was to how hard it was so quickly.
For sure.
Like, and that is what's jarring about the Texans, is that you don't typically see a football team have so much success with so much ease to then be so bad and struggle so much in 5 minutes.
Right.
It feels like.
Yeah.
It is bizarre. Like, it's not something we typically see.
It's not something we typically see. However, I mean, I'm used to it at this point, and I will be happy with anything different. But for it to happen on Sunday in Foxborough, it's not going to change anyone's opinions about this team, which is unfortunate because they have had a couple of good wins to this point this year. And unfortunately, this is just like a no-win kind of game for them on Sunday.
It really is. It's like it's as much as no one as you can get at this point for the Texans. I mean, who did the Chiefs even play this week? 49ers? Oh no, that's next week. But like, you could be in first place in the AFC, and it's like people just like won't think much of it. So
yeah, for sure.
I mean, but you know what? At this point, like, it doesn't. Oh, Chiefs are on a bye.
Someone on the Twitch suggested the Patriots should rough Kaimi Fairbairn. Put a bounty on Kaimi Fairbairn. That's pretty funny.
That's funny. Oh, did you know? Speaking of bounties, you saw the promo for next week for Thursday Night Football?
No.
It was because it's Sean Payton and the Saints versus the Broncos. When they put out the player graphic, it was Sean Payton. They didn't put a Bronco player. They didn't put Bo Nix.
They have like half Sean Payton as a Saint, half Sean Payton as a Bronco.
Yeah, they just put him like up next to the Broncos logo. Like, that's how they're promoting the game next week. Not rookie Bo Nix, not Cortland Sutton or any of the young players. Patrick Surtain.
To be fair, I don't think I would use those either.
No, like Sean Payton versus Cameron Jordan. Give me Bo Nix versus Spencer Rattler next Thursday night. Can't wait.
He's Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant. It is Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We are live at Drift in the Heights. One more segment to go. Last chance today. That's coming up next. A little garbage time and final thoughts before a fun weekend featuring the Red River Shootout and an underwhelming game for the Texans. Stick around.
Want to talk to you guys about O Athletics, 767 North Shepherd in the Heights. Can't be far from where we're at right now at this point. They offer over 100 classes per week, whether it's weightlifting, agility training, you're trying to lose weight, whatever it is, O Athletic can help you out in 2024. But you shouldn't wait until 2025 gets here to start looking for your goals this year. Look, when you join the gym in January of a year, it's always going to be kind of crazy. You're going to be a little bit behind of what the normal person's doing. And like, it's just not, honestly, like, I just don't think it's as much of a fun experience. Like, it's the worst time of the year to go to the gym. So go right now. Sign up right now. Start working on your goals for whatever 2025 is. To lose weight, to gain weight, to build muscle mass, whatever it is, you can do at O Athletic. Check it out, oathletic.com, O Athletic on Instagram.
You're listening to Gallant and George,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Drift Bar in the Heights.
Last chance to dance, Gallant and George. He is Joe. I am Paul. We are at Drift. Beautiful day. Come on out. Starting to pack up. So, something of note. The New England Patriots will be without their best player on offense from Andre Stevenson on Sunday. He has been ruled out.
I honestly did not even realize that was a potential thing that was happening. So that's huge for them. I mean, he's got the fumbles a little bit, but we are seeing, he had a great week last week. So that's huge for the Texans, just to make things a little bit easier, a little bit harder on Drake May, but easier for your defense. That's just another reason why this weekend, no excuses, blow them out. Like, beat their ass.
Beat their ass.
Like, win by, like, get some Get some revenge.
Get
on
some
Foxborough.
revenge.
Yeah.
All right.
Revenge for the 7 ass kickings.
B-Mac, there's a lot of things for revenge here. A lot that you could potentially
I'm so
get.
confident, Paul, that if CJ Stroud showed up in a Letterman's jacket, I would still think they're gonna win.
Wow.
Yeah.
Damn, dog. I would not. I feel like that's you're just asking for bad things to happen. As someone who watched 2 horrible horror movies on Netflix last night, both starring Samara Weaving.
What'd you watch?
It's like Babysitter and Babysitter 2. Jenna Ortega's in the second one. I don't know. I don't know why I watched this.
What's this one that's going on with the clown-looking guy? It's a new movie.
I want you to keep explaining it because it's this vague description. I mean, it really sounds like you're about to explain it so well.
Look at this. Well, I typed in new clown guy and the movie popped up called The Terrifier 3.
Oh, The Terrifier 3.
Yeah, this scary looking. Oh, it's not even him. This scary looking dude.
Are you scared of clowns?
He looks scared.
He just looks French. He's fine. He's fine.
Yeah, we shouldn't be scared of the French.
No, they lose every war. At least the ones that count.
The Clown also popped up. I love those movies.
You know, the French military, it's sort of like where the Patriots are now. The French military used to be incredible, but they've been losing a little bit.
A little bit.
Actually, more like the Cowboys. More like
a
It's
lot.
been a long run of the Cowboys sucking it up.
Yeah.
At least the Patriots was 5 years ago. That's at least what I tell myself at night.
That's true.
Before the Texans spank that ass on Sunday.
So okay,
Get a
so
little
officially,
squeeze at the end.
So officially, you're rooting for the Texans.
I'm wearing a Seahawks shirt today.
Oh, neutral party.
I have no comment on the matter. I don't know. I'll
mean-
figure it out. I'll figure it out when the game begins. I don't know.
I mean, at this point, but Paul,
I don't know who I am.
You're wearing a
anymore.
Seahawks T-shirt.
Yeah.
A team that the Patriots beat in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I know.
Which then makes me think you should be rooting for the Texans to avenge the Seahawks.
No.
6 degrees of football, not Kevin Bacon.
No, listen. I'm just watching the game to have fun because
Hmm.
football is life. You know. Anyway, on that note, garbage time. On a serious note, I have no idea. This is one of those things where I watch these games between the Patriots and Texans, and I actually never have any clue about who I'm going to root for at the end because so much of my life over the last 13 years or so has been around covering the Texans.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, the Patriots are the reason that I like sports. So it's one of those weird ones where I'm going to figure it out while the game's on. I really don't know.
Yeah, I do understand. I felt conflict in week 2. I didn't share it as much, but
No, I to your credit, you have remained loyal. I mean, I'm a little slut.
No, but like
okay?
it was.
I'm never going to be in a relationship. I'm not.
I do feel like I'm in a relationship.
I'm a
with
little
both.
hoe bag.
I'm with both teams right
A
now.
little skanky wanky right
I'm
here.
I'm in a throuple right now
A throuple.
with the Texans and the Bears.
Those are a thing.
They are.
And you know what? We don't shame
So in
relationships.
today's
here.
society, I feel like I'm allowed to be in that.
As we're a very sex positive show here, the Gallant George radio program, and do what you got to do, be who you want to be. Did anyone see the video of the puppy transforming into a human in Mexico?
Yep. Don't. What's going on?
That's a great question. Chupacabra?
Alien?
I think it's the Chupacabra. I think we finally saw it.
Yeah, but I don't think Chupacabra is turning into people.
Well, I mean, that's the next evolution of the Chupacabra.
Yeah, but that fast?
Yeah, good. Downtown Houston, poop problem. There's poop everywhere.
Yeah, that's not good. It's already a bad vibe.
I agree.
I don't really love going down there.
It's not good that there's poop everywhere. I was there a couple of weeks ago on the date with Woodlands gal, and honestly, it went great. And I did not see poop on the wall.
Yeah, I also I did see the story, and I was like, I guess I'm not walking through the right parts of downtown.
I didn't see any poop in downtown Houston, but apparently there's poop not only on the streets and on the sidewalks in downtown Houston, but apparently it's on the walls. I don't know. You want to go see it? Check out downtown Houston. Also, there's wild gators everywhere in Florida after Hurricane Milton.
I saw the one where the guy went back into his house to see how it was, and he knew there was water in there. He opened up it looked like a door to the kitchen, and there's just a giant ass gator Just like chilling.
It's one thing to see it in your car. It's another thing entirely to see it in your house. It's another thing entirely to, and I just spilled that. It's another thing entirely to see it in your car. I saw a video of a person opening up his car and there was a gator in the car, which was also half submerged in water.
Yeah, it's like, what do you do at that point? I feel like you're just like, you're
I don't know.
screwed.
Florida, they are strong, powerful people, and I hope that they get all the access to drugs that they traditionally like. So
All
that
the
they can-
bath salts.
so they can get through this difficult time. And on that note, guys, it's been real. It's been fun. Big thanks to BMAC here, to Sean Mabes back at Mission Control, to Joe George to my right, to our texters, our Twitchers, YouTubers, etc., etc., etc. I am really Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful weekend. The Killer Bees are up next year at Drift. Peace!
Ooh,
What up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I am Branham. It is Brian here in person. No surprise there. Abigail back at Gal producing today's show. It is great to be back at Drift Bar. It is a beautiful day. Wall-to-wall TVs. I'm going to have sports on later. The drinks are flowing. So good to be back here at Drift Bar. People are out. Chewy's out. Met Rory. Donna's out here. A couple of people hanging out with Donna because she's a people's person. It is good to be back, Blankers.
I love this place. I think it's fantastic. I think that the atmosphere is always great. And whether you're just here to enjoy kind of the ambiance or you're here to watch sports, it's a double banger. It is the place to be, especially on the weekends.
Yeah. They like to watch their football here, which who doesn't? Who doesn't love to watch football here?
LSU bar?
Yeah, they are. Yeah, purple and gold,
baby.
Brian Barrett will be joining us a little bit later to talk a little bit Patriots football. DJ Bieniemy will be here in person. We're going to hand out some winners with BZ money as we always do, and of course, mean text to wrap up. They're already being mean to me on the Twitch too. They're talking about my very pronounced jawline, which I don't know. That's their thing, I guess. Texans play a big one on Sunday, but we'll begin with yesterday's game. You know, watching that game, and I'm a little upset with myself that I didn't see this coming because I actually played the Seahawks side of this. I'm 0-1 to start my week, but I should have known better. The Seahawks had a chance to make it a 2-game lead in the division. 49ers play Kansas City next week. This was an opportunity to kind of not put them away, but distance themselves. Seattle from San Francisco, and I should have known San Francisco was not going to let the NFC West go down lightly. I should have known that San Francisco was going to go into Seattle, and yeah, it was kind of a close outcome at the end, I guess, a little bit. But San Francisco yesterday, they little broed Seattle. They let Seattle know, no, you're still a little bro. We're still the kings of the NFC West. Yeah, you can get this little 2-game lead. That's really, really cute. But we're not going to let it happen, even without Christian McCaffrey. Even with Jordan Mason going down in the first half. Played one snap in the second half. Some bettors are not too happy about that. San Francisco little broed Seattle yesterday in their own stadium.
They really did. And I think that when you looked at what was at stake, and we always make light of the fact that there's no must-win games at this point in the season, no matter who you are, this was a pretty prominent and important game for the Niners simply because they have underachieved. They've given away double-digit leads in multiple games. They looked like they were going to do that again, but they knew that they couldn't go 0-4 in the division to start the season, and they knew how big this one was against the team that was in first place in the division, and they handled their business. I mean, again, Brock Purdy, whether you believe that he's a $60 million a year quarterback or not, he did what he needed to do. They made it work no matter their third-string running back and all the injuries that they've had. That was a game they had to have, and they went and they handled their business.
Yeah, they proved to the rest of that division that division's still ours. This little slow start that we're off to, this, you know, all these injury problems, all of these issues that we're like supposedly supposed to have. Nah. This is still our division. This is still the one that we own. They've won it 3 straight years, and I know Keith from LA is probably going to send a text here. Oh, this is the Rams year. No.
Yeah.
No. San Francisco, despite having no McCaffrey, despite having the Ayuk drama, and I still think that Ayuk's not really playing to the level he's capable of. Is it because he didn't practice? I don't really know. Doesn't matter that you lose Jordan Mason. Doesn't matter that you've had all of these issues in San Francisco. They are still the king of the NFC West, and they proved that to Seattle yesterday.
Yeah, there's a reason why when we were talking about at the start of the year, teams that should win or could win the NFC, they were at top of the list. They haven't had arguably the most multidimensional best running back in the league all year long. And we know the drama that they went through with the receivers and getting Ayuk signed. But the fact is that they're well coached. They got a whole hell of a lot of talent on both sides of the football, and they know how to develop and draft talent. We were talking about D'Amico yesterday. But the Niners and Lynch and his staff do a hell of a job, along with the coaching staff, like when D'Amico was there, finding guys, developing guys, and having next man up step up and being better than you would think they would be, especially all the fantasy football players out there, knowing that when they go to their second or third string guy, he's normally pretty decent.
Well, that's the system. It's the same thing whenever Shanahan, the older Shanahan, was in Denver. Like, whoever's their starting running back is going to run for 1,000 yards. Terrell Davis, we'll just go ahead and undraft free agent him and make him a star right away. It's the same thing with San Francisco. Jordan Mason, and then he gets hurt, and the Garindo guy comes in there and runs for 99 yards. I was really ticked off, though, that he didn't run to the end zone.
He was safe.
I was drafting that guy late in best balls. I have a healthy amount of Isaac Garindo shares. So I was celebrating as he was trotting towards the goal line, and then when he slid, I was cursing his name.
If you're Garindo, are you pissed that Kyle Juszczyk went in the end zone one play later? Like, I thought we were running the clock out, bro. Why are you running it to the end zone?
No, Garindo went rogue there. Like, that's not a situation where you're running the clock out. You take a 2-possession lead there. I thought it was a bad decision.
I did too. I was like, wait a minute, why is he doing this? I understand that they have some timeouts left, but if you make it a 2-score game, like you're doing exactly what you want to do in that position, no matter what giving the ball back to them means. Because the onside kick is like slim and none.
Sure, I thought he should have scored.
Yeah, maybe I'm forgetting the score at the time, but I thought it
was 5.
Right. So so if you kick the field, if you run the clock down, kick the field goal, it's still 1 possession. Okay. Yeah, I get it. Then.
Just get in there. What if you fumble the next snap? What if you hand it off to the fullback, Juszczyk, and then he loses the football if he gets hit? Deebo Samuel was dogging Garindo after the game too. He's like, I don't know why he didn't score. I don't know why he didn't get into the end zone. And then Garindo said that people on the sideline were telling him to get down. I didn't see that.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Why are you looking at the sideline as you're running towards the goal line?
The only thing I think you could be thinking is they're under 2 minutes, but with 3 timeouts and the lead only 5, field goal makes it 8. It doesn't make any sense to kneel down. You're right.
And I am a little biased because I do own a healthy share of Garindo and best ball, and that would have been a nice little 6 points to have. But they proved that they were the best. 713-780-3776. 9506. You guys pronounce Brandon's last name differently. Who's right? I think it's Ayuk.
I thought it was Ayuk.
What was Herb Street saying on the broadcast
yesterday?
Potato. Brandon, I don't think Pro Football Reference does it. Ayuk.
I thought it was Ayuk.
I don't know. I know that he's the
Ime, and it's Ime. I mean, there's a lot of them now.
I haven't studied how to say Brandon Ayuk's name right. He's not a Houston player. If he was a Houston player or coach, I would study the name. Pro Football Reference says it's Ayuk.
Okay.
Yeah.
So who was on that side? You were.
That was me.
I was saying Ayuk.
Yeah.
It's Ayuk.
It's Ayuk. Yeah.
Brandon Ayuk, like an eyeball. It's Ayuk. So
basically, the A is
Brian's
silent.
right. Brian's right. He owes me a beer. 0794. Kittle got me 20 points in fantasy yesterday. Kittle was he was a fantasy beast yesterday.
He's
2
been a
touchdowns.
fantasy beast all year.
He was only targeted 6 times too. It's not like you can't do this, but if you take away the touchdowns, he had 5 catches for 58 yards. It's just where he caught them that were very critical. It was the first time that Deebo Samuel's had a pulse in fantasy, though.
Yeah, on the one breakaway play, there was like a lollipop pop throw from Purdy and he lollipopped it to him, and somehow it just landed right where Deebo was, and he took it to the house. Other than that, Deebo didn't really do anything.
And the safety screwed up that play.
Yeah,
he was kind of caught in between of going for the PBU and then going for the hit, and because he was in between, kind of handcuffed himself. It allowed Samuel to break free, to be loose.
I literally thought that ball was going to get picked or knocked down.
Should have been.
I have no idea how it got through, and I was like, oh, they got a good one there. That was lucky, but they'll cash that one in.
It was the magic of one Brock Purdy is what it was. Brock Purdy's a magician.
The throws he made on the 2 touchdown passes to Kittle, especially the little out route. I mean, the accuracy he had on that out route where Kittle caught it right in the corner at the front of the end zone. Kittle was laying out. The DB was laying out. There was very little room to put that ball. And then the anticipation on the second touchdown to Kittle, where Kittle kind of fakes to the outside, then cuts in between 2 defenders. And there's a tiny little window and a tiny amount of time before those defenders, verge on Kittle and pick that off. I thought he obviously the pass to Deebo for a touchdown, not great, but the 2 to Kittle, Purdy was awesome there.
No, he gets undersold a lot, and I think that it's going to be interesting what they do and how they compensate him at the end of the year. But he's a damn good quarterback, and he's proven that he continues to get better. And whether it's the system or not, he runs the system really well. He's capable of making a lot of good throws.
Yeah, Geno Smith, on the other hand, not very good. One interception he had where he's staring over the middle of the field, he comes over and slams his tablet down. Geno had a rough game yesterday.
It seemed like he thought DK Metcalf, and I heard the broadcast talking about this a little bit too, but it seems like he felt DK Metcalf got too much depth on his route, like he drifted behind the defender, taking away Geno's window to throw the ball. But still, I mean, the defender's right there. If DK's not in position, don't let it go.
They have what Dak and CeeDee Lamb have had for multiple weeks, where there was a disconnect, and at the one point you see where DK goes over and gets the OC on the headset to say, can we throw the ball past the sticks, with a little bit more colorful language, but he was ticked off. You could see they weren't on the same page, and that killed them because Geno's really been hot to start the year, and he's had some big games. He was not good last night.
What did you think of that situation when DK jumped on the headsets and was yelling at his offensive coordinator?
I mean, at a certain point, I don't mind one of my best players giving his input. Normally you would say, hey, I'm open. You guys are missing me. This is that. We should be taking this. But at the same time, I guess I don't mind it because I think that it was all in the spirit of trying to win and get the play to work. but I could understand the other side of it if people don't like the fact that he got emotional on the headset.
Yeah, I'm kind of on the fence about it. I don't think that you should be grabbing the headset and then yelling at your offensive coordinator. I don't think that that's a good thing to do. At the same time, emotional game, heat in the moment. He's a really good player. I'm probably willing to let it slide. Now, if it's something that he's doing all the time, then that's an issue I have. But one isolated incident, I'm okay with it.
The way I looked at it was more like, I don't want Antonio Brown doing the things that Antonio Brown did on the sideline. I'd rather have a guy that cares enough to like get on the headset and say, hey, we got to start looking down the field a little bit more. I'll take that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Antonio Brown, I don't know if he didn't care, though. I don't think Antonio Brown's issue was that he didn't care and want the ball.
No, not that. Just the fact that there's just a way to do it. And the fact is, if you're just screaming and yelling at guys on the sideline, throwing your helmet.
I mean, he was screaming and yelling at his offensive coordinator through the headset, and I've never seen that before.
But you could understand what he said in the fact that he's talking about plays on the field instead of just, Antonio Brown basically saying, give me the effing ball.
Is that kind of what DK said?
He just wanted to throw it past the sticks.
Okay. I think it's a very fine line. Now, again, one isolated incident, whatever, but if DK Metcalf is yanking the headset off of his position coach to yell at the offensive coordinator upstairs, that's not something you want going on your sideline.
Let's be clear in the fact that there should be a conversation today or tomorrow with all parties involved about how to proceed forward with this, because if he gets away with that and no one says anything, then he's going to probably do something extra and more the next time, and it's going to get worse and worse. So they do have to nip it because you can't let that continue to happen. You're right.
Like, what if Stephon Diggs did that this weekend? this city would be losing their mind on Monday.
Antonio Brown and Diggs were the two guys that I thought about, when they did what they did on the sideline, no matter good, bad, or indifferent, or where their hearts were at, they're going to get crushed for that.
Yeah.
DK, at least, he grabbed the headset, but I think that from a coaching perspective, you've got to get right there and handle that, or it's going to get worse.
Have you ever seen that before?
I've not.
A non-quarterback talk to his offense coordinator in the booth? I've never seen it.
No.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. Busy show. A lot of crazy things happening in the NFL. Who said it? We're going to try to get some revenge, try to get a victory in October. DJ Bieniemy will be joining us here at Drift Bar a little bit later as well. But we'll talk to Brian Barrett, who covers the Patriots up in New England. Get his viewpoint of this game coming up on Sunday. 713-780-ESPN. We're on the Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975, on the YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitter at ESPN975, Blankers at Pac-Man Joel, Brian at Sacked by BMAC, I'm at Jeremy Branham. It's the Bees live from Drift Bar on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, a minute from mybookie.ag. Big weekend, college football, pro football, baseball playoffs. There's plenty of sports going on. You want to make those games more interesting? You want to put some money down? Go to the place I always tell you to go to, mybookie.ag. It's the best in the business at taking care of their customers. They're doing it again right now with another double your deposit match for new subscribers. You go on and you start signing up at mybookie.ag. You put money in your account. You use our promo code BET975. Almost instantly, you're going to see whatever you put in, they're going to put money on top of it. More money in your account, more games you can bet on, more chances you can win. They are phenomenal at looking out for you, the customer, and trying to make your experience as fun and as interactive as possible. There's chats going on while you're on their website, while watching games with like-minded individuals. There's the in-game bets and all the different prop action. And at the same time, even when there's games not going on, there's live dealers standing by with all kinds of Vegas games like poker and blackjack that you can play too. No need to fly to Vegas or drive to Louisiana. It's all right there at your fingertips thanks to mybookie.ag. Remember that promo code BET975. Use it anytime and every time that they ask for a code. It's going to help you to get more. And they have a rewards program right now, MyBookie Plus as well. Once you get signed up, it'll start monitoring when you log in and use our promo code every time you're making bets. The more you wager, the more you go up in the tiers of the rewards program, and the better the rewards get. They are phenomenal at taking care of you. You can start the process by going to see them. Go to mybookie.ag and use our promo code. It's BET975, and do what I always tell you to do. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, with the only place I tell you to do it, mybookie.ag.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Drift Bar in the Heights. Here's Joe Blank and Jeremy Branham.
We are live at Drift Bar in the Heights. Fantastic spot to come hang out. Ditch work a little bit early on a Friday. Watch some college football here tomorrow, some pro football here on Sunday. Great spot. The beers are cold. Come out to Drift Bar. We'll be here until 6 o'clock. Come say hello to us as well. Let's go straight out to the HRP guest line, being joined by our friend Brian Barrett. It's Brian Barrett on Twitter, host of Off the Pike on Ringer and Spotify. Get the Patriots' perspective ahead of Sunday's game. Brian, thank you for spending a few minutes. I know that you're helping your buddies move. That's very kind of you. You're a good man, better man than me. I would never help Blankers move. But why are the Texans or the Patriots, why are they making the change this week? Why is it Drake May this week against the Texans? Why did they pick this one to make the move?
Well, first of all, guys, I'm jealous of you guys out there at Drift Bar. It sounds like it's quite a time over there, so I wish I was there.
Is.
But it's interesting, guys, because I made the argument in my pod this week that if you look at this recent 4-game stretch for the Patriots, I go back to the 49ers game because that's coming off the Jets Thursday night debacle for the Patriots where Drake May actually got into that game. And then you go to the Dolphins, of course, who they don't have Tua right now. Their offense is a disaster. So it felt like, hey, you're playing at home. Maybe it makes sense to give Drake May the opportunity there. And then you have this Texans game, and after the Texans game, you have the Jaguars. So the Jaguars have the worst passing defense in the entire NFL. And we as Patriots fans all know what just happened to Josh Allen against that Texans defense last weekend, where Josh Allen played, since he became Josh Allen, arguably the worst game of his NFL career against that Texans defense. Of course, it has a couple of really good edge rushers. Guys, it's really interesting. I had Andrew Callahan on from the Herald yesterday on my pod. And it's really about location. It's really about the fact that this game is at home for the Patriots. In an ideal situation, to be starting next week against the Jaguars. And if this game was in Houston, the likelihood of Drake May starting would be he wouldn't be starting this game. But the fact that it's at home in front of the home crowd, where the home crowd is absolutely restless last week with Jacoby Brissett at quarterback, that's part of the reason, honestly, that they're putting him into this game. And part of it, too, is just the fact that they couldn't justify trotting Jacoby Brissett out there anymore. You look at the Patriots from an offensive perspective, they're averaging 119 passing yards per game. So this is a really difficult situation for any quarterback right now. If you look at ESPN's metrics in terms of pass block win rate, the Patriots are dead last in the entire NFL. And now they're asking a rookie quarterback to come into this situation against a team that has Super Bowl aspirations. It's just a really bad situation for him to come into. But it's two things. Partially, it's at home, and secondarily, it's that Brissett was just so bad. And Brissett is a guy that they thought could at least be professional, could be a guy that doesn't turn the football over, which he hadn't done outside of the San Francisco game. But last week at the end of the game, he throws the ball to Hunter Henry when the Patriots have no timeouts in the middle of the field, and the game just expired. So he's not even giving you that veteran savvy anymore. So I think at this point, they just really look at it. Drake May gives us a better chance to win football games. Not that he's going to beat the Texans, but he gives them a better chance than Brissett.
Brian, it's interesting to me because of the fact that when you talk and hear people talk, especially this week leading up to this game, how the dynasty and the fan base and everybody, the loyalty is starting to wane. Like you mentioned, the home game and the reason why they're making this change. You know, we've heard the fact that the fans aren't selling it out and being as rabid as they were. And there's concerns about Mayo. There's concerns about the way they're making decisions and doing things. How true is all of that? And how much of a factor was that in making this move?
A lot of that is true because if you think about it, now you have Elliott Wolf running the front office and you look at this offensive line and everybody thought the needs for this Patriots team entering the offseason, number one were a quarterback. And of course they addressed that with the third overall selection. They needed a number one bona fide receiver. They tried to do that in fairness. They tried to trade for Ayuk. They tried to sign Ridley, which Ridley to me is not a number one receiver. They viewed him that way. They didn't get Ridley, but the Ayuk thing obviously didn't work out for them. And the other thing they needed was a left tackle, and they don't have a bona fide left tackle, and Venarian Lowe has been better for them. So there's a lot of question marks right now where the organization's at in terms of just the personnel, and the fact that the guy in the front office couldn't figure this out in the offseason is a massive issue. And then you compound that with the hiring of Alex Van Pelt as the offensive coordinator, right? We went from the Belichick era, and one of the critiques of the Belichick era was he hired a lot of his friends, and a lot of times it burns him. I mean, we think back to, when they had Matt Patricia as an offensive coordinator. That certainly burnt the Patriots, right, with Mac Jones in his second year. But everybody criticized him for having Steve Belichick on staff. Well, Steve Belichick is an outstanding defensive play caller, right? And we think about the big hire with the Patriots this year when you have a rookie quarterback is the offensive coordinator. There's a lot of arguments to be made that the offensive coordinator, considering Mayo is a defensive mind, is more important than Mayo. They went to a guy, Alex Van Pelt, that hasn't been a legitimate bona fide play caller since the Obama administration. You have to go back to 2009. Seriously, 2009 with the Buffalo Bills. And the only reason he was a play caller for the Buffalo Bills was because the Bills decided to fire their defensive coordinator, or their offensive coordinator 10 days prior to the season. So there's a lot of concerns with where this organization's at. And specifically, Joel, to your question about Mayo, he has not been good in his first couple of weeks. And look, this is not a good football team right now, but if you look at the end of the first half against Miami, it was sort of an example of, if you're doing a coaching clinic, this is how not to run a 2-minute drill. With 1:42 left in the second quarter, they ran, which makes sense. All right, you're trying to run out the clock. You're not going to go the length of the field. The next two plays, they passed. So Miami didn't have to burn a timeout. Miami had an opportunity to kick a field goal at the end of the half because the Patriots had two incomplete passes. Now, luckily for the Patriots, Miami they were a complete disaster on special teams. They weren't able to execute the kick, but it happened against Seattle earlier this season. Seattle was able to put up points at the end of the half. So Mayo so far is not passing any sort of head coaching grading, if you will. And it's a real concern going forward. I think that's also part of this whole decision, given Drake May the opportunity, is this organization right now is looking for any bit of hope. And Drake May at least gives you that because the guy's a super talented quarterback and this team is not talented. So any bright spot they get from Drake May will be a positive. I really do question the decision to start him against this specific team. That list of games I gave you, any one of those games makes more sense than this one. I just feel like you're putting him into a really difficult situation.
It's Brian Barrett, the host of Off the Pike on Ringer and Spotify. The Mayo thing is interesting because it seems like Robert Kraft has been enamored with him for a very long time. Like, it seems like he's been the head coach in waiting for like almost a decade. I know that's not true, but it feels that way. What is the leash for Mayo if it is a disaster?
Well, I think he has a long leash because, to your point, Kraft loves him. I mean, Kraft legitimately said that he picked him as the head coach of the Patriots when they took a trip to Israel. This is before Gerard Mayo was even on the Patriots coaching staff. He was out of football. He was in business, and he was also working for NBC Sports Boston here locally as an NFL analyst. So he said that he picked Mayo as the head coach at that point. And after that, they had language in the contract that he was going to eventually succeed Bill Belichick as the head coach of the team. And also, he bragged about it on Thursday Night Football when they played against the Jets. And then, of course, the Patriots. Aaron Rodgers had his only really good game of the season against the Patriots. This is after Kraft, of course, bragged about this. So I think the leash is long, but it is sort of one thing that Patriots fans are looking at right now because Mike Vrabel was available this offseason. I mean, you guys know because of the division. This guy took a Titans team that was not very talented with Ryan Tannehill. I don't know if they had Derrick Henry and they had A.J. Brown, but I would say for the most part of at least Vrabel's tenure, that team overachieved. He is a former Patriot that won 3 Super Bowls that Belichick absolutely loved as a player. He was legitimately available, and they didn't even consider him because Gerard Mayo had this wording in his contract that he was going to succeed Bill Belichick. So it's sort of from a Patriots fan's perspective, the fan base was upset about it. Now, hopefully Mayo can sort of figure it out. There's going to be growing pains with the head coach as expected. But at the same point, you're thinking to yourself, like, what if you just hired Mike Vrabel? It would have been a much better operation than what we're seeing right now because Mayo has not been good in terms of answering questions from the media. And the most important thing, hasn't been good on game day. Guys, we're talking about a team that is supposed to be built on defense. They have legitimately one of the worst defenses in the NFL right now. And Mayo is a defensive coach, and this defense is just being absolutely gashed in the running game. And they continually have miscues in terms of the secondary. They gave up a touchdown to DK Metcalf, which was broken coverage. And the same thing happened against San Francisco. Not a touchdown, but they made the game 20-10. And you have Jonathan Jones, a corner for the Patriots, thinks he has help inside. Deebo Samuel gets a 55-yard reception. This happens routinely to this Patriots team. So this team has not been coached well. They don't have a very good roster right now. Other than Drake May and the hope of Drake May being a franchise quarterback, it's a disaster right now. And obviously they have a bright spot in Christian Gonzalez in corner. But other than that, it's been a mess.
Brian, you've been here. You know that the Texans have struggled to try and get over the hump and be the kind of team that this city is clamoring for. And now they're on the precipice of kind of starting a good run. And I'm curious your thoughts from outside looking in, what you see and what you think of this team, and then what they're going to capitalize on. You mentioned some of it with the running game, but how they're going to capitalize on the weaknesses of the Patriots this weekend.
Yeah, it's a massive coaching matchup with D'Amico Ryans against Gerard Mayo. I think that Ryans, of course, if you look at the numbers, the Patriots have been terrible against the blitz, so I would expect they can heat them up. And they don't really even have to heat them up because of the pass rushers they have. But it's interesting to me, guys, and obviously you guys are up there watching every game, but the fact that they're 31st in EPA per play on early downs is just perplexing to me because of the quarterback they have. The good thing about this Texans team is you look at the numbers, and obviously they don't have Nico Collins right now, but C.J. Stroud's third down numbers are absolutely ridiculous. He's number one in the NFL in yards by a wide margin, 501. Dak is at 407. And I think about the dynasty the Patriots built. It was obviously, at the beginning, it was on the defense, but then it eventually became the quarterback. If they can ever figure, and I know they're dealing with the injury to Mixon, but if they can ever figure stuff out on early downs, the fact that C.J. Stroud, I know the numbers last year were so good and a little bit of a step back this year from a numbers perspective, but the fact that C.J. Stroud and Nico Collins were just bailing them out on all those third downs, I think that's only a positive thing for the Texans going forward. Now, I do question some of the play calling, even going back to last year. They like to run the ball so much on early downs, but you have one of the best, 5 quarterbacks in the NFL. I mean, the trio I always look at is Mahomes, Josh Allen, and then I throw Lamar in there, but Lamar's going to prove himself in the postseason. I love Jordan Love. I have him on a ticket for MVP. That's not going to hit because of the injury, but I think that you look at Stroud, he's right up there, man. I mean, the guy's one of the best quarterbacks in the league. I got to ask you guys this, going back to the draft, when the Panthers took Bryce Young, were you guys just celebrating? They took the 5'9" guy that has a bad arm and he's not very athletic. What were you guys like when that happened?
I wanted Will Anderson too. Don't let anybody else tell you differently.
Oh, nice.
He wanted Will Levis.
That's not true.
Out.
That's not true. I wanted Anderson at 2.
See, Brian, I like the way you think because it was crossing my mind even today. What would have happened if they took the other guy? Because at the time, no one had the blueprint to say one guy was definitively better than the other, but most people were pointing and leaning towards Bryce Young being the guy that everybody said should have been the guy taken. So to have it work out like this and for everybody to say for all the work that goes into the draft, I was feeling like more than I was feeling optimistic and really strong about it. I was hopeful that the guy they ended up getting was going to turn out because I just didn't know.
Yeah, it's interesting because I remember thinking back to that draft. I'm like, if you're Carolina and you're giving all this stuff up to go up to number 1, why would you take the guy that's 5'9", right? I would even advocate, and look, we'll see if he turns out to be good. I would rather take Anthony Richardson at that point than Bryce Young. Now, obviously, Stroud's the guy that makes the most sense at that particular point based on what he did at the collegiate level, but it's just bizarre that basically the only way that Young was going to work out is if he was Drew Brees, right? Because of his size and he's not athletic. He basically has to be the most accurate passer in the history of the league. So it was just bizarre to me. But the other thing that's fascinating to me is I thought that Nick Caserio could be on his last legs there in Houston. He has that amazing draft where he has, of course, as we mentioned, Will Anderson. But the fact that you found C.J. Stroud and the Nico Collins thing is fascinating to me. Now, obviously, these injuries are going to be a concern, but I knew he was good last year, and you guys know better than me watching him in every game. But this guy is ridiculous. He's in the family photo as one of the best receivers in the NFL already. And I know they have weapons after him, so hopefully he gets back and he's healthy, ready to go for the stretch run of this season. But I did not, until watching him this year, I did not realize he was that good.
Yeah, he's really breaking out the last couple of years. Size, speed, he's really got the total package. Brian, great insight as always. Hope you have a great weekend and that the Patriots go 0-1.
Yeah, and guys, enjoy Ime. We got Missoula, so we're okay with it.
Yeah.
We're not there yet, Brian. We don't have the squad you have. We're not the basketball season yet.
All right. It's Brian Barrett. You can find him on Twitter at It's Brian Barrett. Also host of Off the Pike on Ringer and Spotify. Check out his work. Really good at what he does if you want a little bit of a New England slant on your sports radio. All right. 713-780-ESPN. When we return, what about if the Texans took Young instead of CJ? Where would this team be? And what are your favorite storylines entering this Sunday's game? 713-780-3776. 552-776. It's the Killer Bees broadcasting live from Drift Bar in the Heights. First admitted on Pro Dunk Hoops. They make the highest quality basketball goals you'll find. Tempered glass backboard, breakaway rims, stainless steel hardware. It's height adjustable too, anywhere from 5 feet to 7 feet. And their new goal, Thor. You can raise and lower the goals with a drill. Lightning adjust feature 5 to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. It's easy to do. It's fun to do. Their accessories, next level, LED light kits for night play, backstop nets, pole pad lettering, and lots more. You can order everything, including professional installation, online. That's right. You can order the installation straight from the pros right on their website at produnk.com. It's great for you because you don't have to mess with a level. You don't have to mess with a ladder. You just let the pros do their thing. Allow them to professionally install your goal at the perfect height, perfectly straight. You don't have to worry about a big box delivered on your driveway and you have to assemble 2,000 pieces. The pros at Pro Dunk will do that work for you, and they will do it perfectly. Give them a call right now, 281-351-9822, 281-351-9822, and visit produnk.com. That's produnk.com.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Drift Bar in the Heights.
Great spot to ditch work, come have a cold beer, great spot to watch your college football, a great spot to watch your pro football, and it's great to be back at Drift Bar in the Heights. By the way, Tom Segura winners have been announced on Instagram and Facebook. Go check out ESPN 97.5 on IG and on Facebook. And Tom Segura, the winner has been decided, so if you're in that contest, head over there and find out if you won. Find out if you won and laugh your tails off whenever he does his stand-up routine coming up a little bit later. All right, Brian brought up the C.J. Stroud, Bryce Young thing. What if the Texans took Young instead of C.J.? Where would this team be?
God, I mean, I was thinking about as much as we put value on the quarterback position, and I think it's the single most significant and important position in any team sport. And you think about, well, what if we were in the Carolina boat? What if you got the guy that didn't turn out to be the guy? How different would this situation be for the Houston Texans? I mean, how much would be singing the praises of this team and Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans? Because as Brian pointed out, too, when we were talking about Caserio, we said in a year's time, if we were questioning Nick Caserio moves yet again after this draft and this offseason and what goes down, it would be fair to put him on the hot seat and see what would happen with him. But yet you did get the right guy, whether you and want to admit there was luck involved or you want to believe that this was the guy that they had zeroed in on all along. We know what happened in that final game, so you didn't control your own destiny. And if they did control their own destiny, it would be curious to see which way they would have went. But if I just think that no matter how much they had done and who they drafted and what they did around that pick, I really believe that we wouldn't be looking at a team that's sitting where it is with the kind of high hopes we've had. And we might, on the other side of the coin, be questioning a whole lot of guys and not just the quarterback that went wrong, but for sure Nick Caserio. And I'm just curious if you guys think that D'Amico would have been feeling some heat.
I want to know why you thought of this 5 weeks into the 2024 season.
I don't know why I have to tell you that. I mean, it just popped into my head.
Yeah, it's odd. Like, I just wondering, like, what makes you tick? Why you're thinking of a Bryce Young-led Houston Texans team instead of a C.J. Stroud-led Houston Texans team? Yeah, the answer is it would be bad. It would not be good to all of your questions. It would be bad if Bryce Young was the quarterback and C.J. Stroud was not.
Well, because, I was thinking because of the fact that it was such a long struggle to get to this point and have a team. Yeah, they've had some success, but we know they've never been to a conference championship game. And I'm thinking, well, the D'Amico, the whole quarterback problem with Deshaun, and that you got out from under that and how that went your way. And we didn't know if Deshaun was going to suck this bad or not. We just knew he wanted out. You had to find a way to make a deal. You had to get the best of that deal. And now you look at it and go, thank God one of the best things that ever happened was Deshaun wanting out and then everything else just to make sure that you got out from under him and you got what you needed. And on the flip side then, too, it was like, okay, and then from the standpoint you got the right guy at quarterback, but what if you had gotten the other guy? Because it would have been a disaster, and it's unreal when we say, all the intelligence and everything that goes into every decision made and how it all works out. But it's crazy how they dodged a bullet with Deshaun. And then for however you look at it, how CJ fell into the laps at 2 because of the fact that Carolina made the move and essentially zeroed in on Bryce Young, that it's worked out so well for them to be in this position for the long term now, it seems.
Yeah, I'm with you. Like, if Bryce Young was the quarterback for the Texans and CJ Stroud was not, things would be bad for the Texans. The Texans would not be a team that had deep playoff aspirations. They wouldn't be a team
would have got that contract.
Is the top of the AFC South. Yes, we would probably be speaking differently of D'Amico Ryans than we're speaking of him now. Having C.J. Stroud instead of Bryce Young set this franchise forward, and Bryce Young would have had them plateaued at rock bottom.
Yeah, I mean, and it went so far for me to think of how Cal has turned it around, and Cal and Hannah now. But Cal was, in the crosshairs, and everybody was critical of ownership, and everybody was saying he had to sell the team. And as much as whether they had help or whatever, they did whatever they could to turn that situation around too. Everything got turned around because you got the quarterback right and because you got the coach and everybody started being looked at in a favorable light. And I just wonder, even from a Cal perspective, if he would be looked at as favorably as he is now.
No, they'd be losing. Like, winning fixes everything. Losing hurts everything. So Cal McNair, whenever he was a buffoon and handlebar mustache, whenever you're losing, you think you have a buffoon owner that is never going to turn it around. And people were saying they're never going to pay attention to the Texans until Cal McNair sells the team. So if they were still at that point, there would be an extra year of resentment towards Cal McNair. No, Cal McNair would not be viewed in a favorable light.
Yeah, it's funny because even Brian said, I mean, how many of the guys that they drafted, they brought in that now are significant pieces that you're looking at as cornerstones and really big players for this team. Would Nico Collins be playing somewhere else real soon? Would he have gotten the deal that he got?
No chance he gets the deal.
Yeah, he wouldn't have gotten the deal that he got. You wouldn't know what Nico Collins was.
But even then, would any other team know what he could do enough?
No.
Yeah, he would be far less compensated.
No, yeah, for sure. I mean, he'd be under contract.
He'd still be here under contract, but right, he would be operating on his rookie deal.
Yeah, Nico Collins would be just a name in wide receiver purgatory if he didn't have quarterback help and he had Bryce Young. 6'2", 6'9", Bryce Young would still be starting if he got here. The coaching here is far superior to the coaching in Carolina. Maybe, but Bryce Young wouldn't be the player that Stroud is here with this coaching. And I would agree that Carolina's coaching last year was pretty bad. I don't think their coaching this year is bad, though. Like, I actually think Canales is pretty good. Now, does Canales have a blind spot to young quarterbacks? Does he have a blind spot to developing quarterbacks? I think the jury's still out on that, because who are the two quarterbacks that he's turned around? Baker Mayfield last year, who was a veteran that's been around, and then, still too small of a sample size, but Andy Dalton did look better in Carolina than Bryce Young did. But is that a blind spot to being able to, develop the young quarterback? I think it might be.
It seems more telling on Bryce Young than it does on developing anybody else, because it seems like the one guy he wanted to wipe his hands clean of that he didn't want to work with was when he demoted Bryce Young. Maybe that's more telling on the fact that Bryce Young's not going to have a career in the NFL like everybody thought.
Yeah, I think that he was just trying to win games. Like we always try to dissect these quarterback moves, whether it's Dalton over Bryce Young in Carolina, whether it's this week Drake May over Jacoby Brissett. We're like, well, why are they doing it this week? Why are they doing it that week? I think a lot of times we overcomplicate why. I think a lot of times the reason is very, very simple. It's that you're trying to tell the other 52 players that are on the team that we're trying the best we can do to win. And we think that this guy gives us the best chance to win this week. I think that a lot of times that we overcomplicate the why, and it's actually very simple. They have a message to the rest of the team, and they feel like they have an obligation to the rest of the team to put their best players in the game. And I think that Canales in Carolina thought that Dalton's better than Young, and I think that that's been proven. And I think the same thing with Mayo in New England. He feels like May's better than Brissett today, so he wants to send a message to the other 52 that are busting their tails during the week. This gives us the best chance to win this one.
I think the way it's looked at from a Canales standpoint is that I'm trying to save my own job. This is my first head coaching job. A lot of people questioned if I was ready to be a head coach in this league. If I want to have my best chance to keep my job and have success, that I'm going to go with the guy that, for now, that's a veteran that has at least done some things in this league, instead of going with a guy that he obviously didn't see enough in, even though he knew he was part of the equation when he was interviewing for the job.
Yeah, I think it's kind of the same thing. Like it's at least the same reasoning, right? You're doing, whether it's for you or whether it's for the rest of your team, you're trying to do what is right for the team. In trying to win games. 550. What if CJ went to Carolina? Do you think he would be who he is with the Texans? No, I don't.
I think he'd still be good because he knows the game, and I think that he would show I think he would show better than Bryce Young and have some success. But you're right. I mean, that you still have to have the system, and you have to have the playbook, and you have to have players. And we said last year that no matter who they had, and Adam Thielen and the veterans, we thought the Texans and the Carolina Panthers had two of the worst receiver rooms in the league. They haven't put a whole lot around Bryce Young if you just want to give him every option to succeed. But I just think that CJ would. I think CJ is such a gamer, and with the talent that he has, better than Bryce Young, I think he'd have a little more success.
All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. What are your favorite storylines for New England and Houston coming up on Sunday? It is the Bees broadcasting live from Drift Bar in the Heights on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
The Killer Bees are broadcasting live from inside the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Drift Bar in the Heights. Now back to Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Yes, we are at the Drift Bar in the Heights. Great happy hour specials until 8 o'clock. $4 draft beer, $5 Wells. The ranch waters are fantastic. Business picking up here inside of Drift Bar, too. It's a great spot to have a drink on what is a beautiful afternoon, beautiful October afternoon in Houston. Great spot to watch your football, great spot to watch your pro football on Sunday as well. Big C on the Twitch says that Bryce doesn't have anything around him. I don't necessarily disagree. Although whenever you go to the beginning of the rookie year between CJ and Bryce, a lot of people thought that the Panthers had more around him than the Texans had around CJ Stroud. And then secondly, who's looked better in Carolina this year with the same exact targets? Andy Dalton's looked better than Bryce Young. And Andy Dalton's his old veteran quarterback that's not a top 32 QB in the world. Like, it's not a Geno Smith type or, a guy who's been a backup that probably is a top 35 quarterback. Like, Andy Dalton kind of hanging on to his position in the league.
I think a lot of people thought he was washed, thought he was done, didn't know when they made this move that he was even still in the league. And yet he comes out in the first week that he takes over the reins and he kills it. I mean, and he puts up great numbers to where you realize that, yes, he still has some ability, but also that maybe Canales does know what he's doing with his offense.
A little bit of pushback on that. That's the same weapons because they added Deontay Johnson from the Steelers in the offseason and they drafted
Bryce Young played with him this year, though. Bryce Young started games this year.
Okay. I thought you were talking about last year because you were talking about what Bryce walked into last year versus what CJ walked into.
I think it's two different conversations.
Okay.
Bryce, CJ, the weapons that they had started last season, everybody was calling the Texans receiver room the worst in the NFL. Everybody was calling Carolina. Not that Carolina was great, but they had Carolina higher on the weapons list than they did Houston at the start of the 2023 season. Now, fast forward to 2024, it's Bryce Young versus Andy Dalton. They both have had the same weapons, and one quarterback has looked greater than the other.
Yeah, no. Well, that we agree. Yeah.
Okay.
That's good.
Lamont would be happy that we're agreeing.
Yeah.
1429 says Big C never has good opinions. Dang, 1429. He's throwing some shots. 0979. Dalton lost his last two games. So did Bryce Young. And then Verlander. Okay. What are your favorite storylines for Texans Patriots on Sunday? 713-780-3776. What are the storylines that are captivating your attention ahead of Sunday's game?
I think that the first thing for me is just that I expect and I'm looking forward to watching this offense flourish even without Nico Collins. And I'm looking for Tank Dell to get more involved. And I'm curious to see what Stephon Diggs is going to do with even a greater role because he has been really good to this point. So for me, it's the excitement of seeing the passing game, even without Nico and how great he's been. And a lot of people concerned about it. I want to see this passing game take off with the other guys getting more involved.
Yeah, that's pretty high on my list too, especially what they do in different personnel and different formations. Like, is Xavier Hutchinson just going to take Nico Collins' job? And then when you see a lot of 12 personnel, Nico Collins on the field with either a Diggs or Tank Dell, I kind of doubt it. I think it'll be a pretty healthy rotation whenever they're in 12 personnel. And then obviously when they're in 11 personnel, they can all be on the field. Joe Mixon's return. What does that look like? Is he going to be on a pitch count because it's the Patriots? Is he going to be unleashed because Nico Collins isn't going to be with the Texans for the next 4 weeks and obviously against the Patriots? That's going to be something that intrigues me. And then on top of that, what does he look like? Like, was the Colts game a fluke because the Colts rushing defense is so bad? Or is Joe Mixon going to be the savior for what has been a pretty disappointing rushing attack minus the opening game of the season against the Colts? On the defensive side, it's how do they handle Drake May? Like, what is the game plan with Drake May? Rookie quarterback. A lot of people, hey, just bring the house, make them feel the pressure like Caleb Williams. And I'm down with that. I think it's going to be pretty similar to the game plan they had last week against the Bills. Drake May's not Josh Allen, but Drake May's pretty stinking athletic. I think people kind of sleep on his athleticism a bit, and he's far more athletic than Jacoby Brissett was. I think it's part of the reason the Patriots are going to Drake May is that their offensive line has not been good, and Jacoby Brissett doesn't have a chance to escape that pressure because he's not that athletic, and Drake May does have a chance to escape that pressure because he is athletic. Also, Ramondre Stevenson has been ruled out for Sunday's game, kind of like went under the radar this week, especially with us taking the Houston angle and the Houston perspective. I think it's a pretty significant loss. I think he's their best offensive player. Yes, he's had fumbleitis, but even with fumbleitis, I think he is their best offensive player. So the Texans aren't the only one that are playing shorthanded.
Yeah, no, and I think to what you said when talking about either both sides on the running game, the big thing to me is I want to see if Mixon truly is in and he's playing. I want to see Mixon coming off of his great start to the season and him being very vocal about the fact that he was leading the league in rushing and he was excited and he got, a BS tackle that cost him all this time. I want to see I want to see Joe Mixon take the running game to another level with the offensive line seemingly figuring out everything that they figured out, because New England doesn't stop the run very well. And if Mixon and the offensive line are on the same page and can do what they did in week 1, then I'm really excited to see this offense, because I think then maybe that'll be a building block to see the true potential of this offense fulfilled from what we've always all season so far been picking apart.
And obviously I want to see Tank Dell unleashed because I'm a big Cougar homer. Go Cougs. Tyler and Conroe, I'm a longtime sufferer of battered Texans fan syndrome. You could have just said Houston fan syndrome. I just know in my heart of hearts that the Texans are going to gift Drake May his first win in his first start. I hope you're wrong. We'll see. They did have success against Caleb Williams earlier this year as a rookie quarterback, although they did hand Bryce Young his first win as a rookie quarterback last year. 3.977 will Mixon be playing. He was practicing. According to all reports, it seems that Mixon's going to play. Mixon was also talking to the media in the locker room yesterday. Usually you're not going to talk to the media if you're not going to play on Sunday. So I think it's pretty much a slam dunk guarantee that Joe Mixon will play unless something is re-aggravated between now and Sunday. The bigger question to me is how many touches does he get? Is he gonna be a bell cow, or are they gonna kind of ease him back into things?
Yeah, I would. You know what? I'm curious to see how it works out. But look, I'm going to border on the side of caution, and I'm going to say I don't need to see too much of Joe Mixon, and I got to believe that he's not in A1 shape because of the time that he's missed. So I'd like to see what he can do. I want to see him get some reps. I want him to start working and ramping it back up. I don't need to see an excessive amount of Joe Mixon. Hopefully he's successful, and hopefully they're in a position with a lead that we don't have to see an excessive amount of Joe Mixon.
Yeah, I'm with you. Like, I don't want him to touch the ball 25 times.
Right.
Like, let's be in the teens. Let's be 15. Win this game comfortably, which might draw my ire. Like, if the Texans are up by 10 points halfway through the fourth quarter on Sunday and they're still feeding Joe Mixon, I'm not going to be a big fan of that. And I think at times, and we had who was it yesterday that was telling us that D'Amico likes to protect? Oh, it was Garrett, stressing and blessing. He was saying that D'Amico likes to protect his players. Maybe once they've had an injury, maybe like when they're not playing in a game. But once the game is kicked off until the game is finished, D'Amico's actually been the opposite, where he doesn't always protect his players. So I don't want to see Joe Mixon in a 10-point lead with 5 minutes left to play, and he's trying to eat out the clock.
No, and especially if it comes true to form, and New England really has struggles when they stop the run. Last week, if you just use that combination, Cam was good in the spurts that he was in there at least getting you some positive yardage. He had good average per carry. You can kind of capitalize on that. Obviously, we know that Dare is going to be in the passing game, and if you get those two guys in the mix as well, no matter what Pierce gives you, and there's another guy, not for the same reasons as Joe Mixon, but I can't believe that since we haven't seen him basically all year, that they're just going to jam him in there and say, hey, just go to town on him. But you got three capable guys. You can rotate the guys, but I'm with you. I don't need to see Joe, and he's protect him first and foremost. But the other guys are capable, and if you want to get Pierce some run, he can get some too, but not excessively.
Big C says, what happened to the CJ Tank Dell combo? It's coming. It's coming. Don't you worry. Tank Dell's going to be just fine. It'll be just fine. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. The big stories in the NFL. Not a great look for Hassan Reddick. I've been convinced on something about Deshaun Watson. And then CeeDee Lamb, he debunks the myth of what he said on the sideline to Dak Prescott. What did CeeDee Lamb really say to his quarterback? 713-780-ESPN, the HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Killer Bees broadcasting live from Drift Bar in the Heights on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. We are indeed live at Drift Bar in the Heights. It's a good time. Drifter Dave is here. Donna's here.
Sure.
Chewy is here. Chelsea is here. Everybody is here. Come hang out with the Killer Bees, Drift Bar in the Heights. Great drink specials until 8 o'clock. If you can't make it out today, well, how dare you? But you come out tomorrow, watch some college football. Great slate of college football games tomorrow, and then a great slate of NFL games tomorrow. Brian just put up hook'em. I said there's a great slate of college football tomorrow, and Brian just went on his own and put up a hook'em.
What's wrong with that? You say go Cougs with every breath.
I say go Cougs when I mention Cougars. I don't say go Cougs when I mention the college football slate.
College football games. What's one of the great games on that slate of college
Isn't
football
that
games?
up for subjective opinion?
Which part?
Number 1 versus number 18.
He can say there's a lot of great games, but it would be his opinion and or my opinion on if Texas is one of those great games.
That is true.
Before we needed to hook 'em.
How often would you say number 1 versus number 18 isn't a great game?
Well, we got
Whenever
2
it was
and
a
3
14.5-point spread.
and we got 2 and 3 playing.
Right, it's not a great game because Texas wins in a blowout.
We got 2 and 3 playing.
Spread.
That's the biggest game of the
They
weekend.
play at night, right?
No, it's 2:30.
Oh, they play at 2:30?
Yeah, they never play that game at night. It's always afternoon. It's
No,
usually
2-3. The 2-3 Oregon's
I
at
thought
night.
you. I'm sorry. I thought you were
about
talking.
Oregon.
Okay.
Don't they usually play Texas Oklahoma at 11 though?
It goes back and forth, but yeah.
I thought it was always an 11 o'clock, like
most of the time.
like traditional
Most
every
of the time.
year.
Yeah, most of the time is 11, but occasionally they'll put it at 2:30.
I wonder if this is an SEC thing,
Could be.
so they can get that window. Because isn't
Could
that their
be.
big TV window now?
Yeah,
on
it
ABC,
is.
SEC on ABC at 2:30. I bet you they moved that game because of TV.
Definitely possible.
I don't like that they did that. I like that game at 11.
Yeah, I do too.
It's just tradition, you know.
Yeah,
I like that game at 11.
I'm with you on that. I think, but all kidding aside, this is a great weekend for college football. There's going to be a lot of great competitive
best
games.
one so far.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to a lot of games tomorrow, and I know game day's at that Ohio State-Oregon game. I'm really curious to see how both those teams look because they really haven't played anybody yet, and to see them both so highly ranked, I'm going to watch that one pretty close.
Chip Kelly back to Eugene.
That's right.
That's a pretty sexy storyline in that one. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited for tomorrow. Bye week for the Cougs. Go Cougs. I'm excited to sit around all day and watch this great college football slate. A lot of crazy stuff happening in the NFL over the last couple of days. Do you see that Hassan Reddick got fired by his agency, CAA?
Yep.
Like, how bad of a representative and a player do you have to be for your agents whose sole way of getting money is through their players? Like CAA, I mean, obviously big company, they're going to be just fine. Don't lose any sleep over CAA. But these agencies take on every player that they can make a dime off of, and they are firing. They sacked Hassan Reddick, who can, if he wanted to play football, make a lot of dimes for them. So how bad is this that Reddick, because he refuses to report, refuses to listen to advice from CAA, gets sacked by his agency? That's embarrassing.
This is not only embarrassing, this is telling of everything that's happened with Hassan Reddick over the last, say, year, from Philadelphia to the Jets to the situation once he got to the Jets, because no agency wants the player. There has to be a reason why he's still unsigned. And if he keeps turning money away, and that's what their end objective is, to make money by getting the money for the player, it's not only the fact that he's been fined something like $5 million total so far, but it's the fact that they're trying to get him a deal and he's probably not signing it. And what this overall big picture look is if the agency continues to stick with him, because at a certain point, they're going to have to pay a price too and say, oh, maybe, and he'll try and blame them and say, it was my agency that was being unruly. We see players cut agents all the time. Good on them for saying, you know what, at a certain point, we're not doing this anymore. We're not getting anything out of it. And the way you are handling all of this basically tells everybody now, this is on you, not the agency.
Yeah, I think this is awesome. Like, I love drama. You know that. I like to sit back with my popcorn and just watch all the drama whenever it's a team that doesn't involve my teams. I'm loving every bit of what's going on with the Jets. Reddick gets sacked by his agent. They fire Robert Saleh whenever they have one of the best defenses in the NFL. Albert Breer came out today and said that Woody Johnson was going to fire Ulbrich a couple of years ago when the 49ers, they came calling asking if they could interview Ulbrich, and Woody Johnson's like, oh, never mind. We don't want to fire him anymore. He was on the brink of firing him until Kyle Shanahan called for permission to interview him for his defensive coordinator job. He's like, oh, never mind. Now we got to keep him because Shanahan was. Like, this is a perfect example of ownership, and like I'm kind of going on in the weeds here, but this is a perfect example of ownership needing to hire football people and then letting football people make football decisions. Woody Johnson going rogue to keep guys and fire guys whenever his little heart desires. That's why the Jets have been a debacle for decades.
Yeah, the the fingerprints all over a lot of these moves and how bad the Jets have been is now finally rightfully getting on Woody Johnson as well. And I believe me, I still think Aaron Rodgers had a role in getting rid of Saleh and this move that was made as it relates to Hackett. But overall, they're saying Woody Johnson never liked Saleh in the first place. But that was when he had another job where he had to step away from football when he was working for the government. And he relied on his son, I believe it is, to get involved in the process to hire Robert Saleh. When he came back and got deeply involved in the franchise again, he didn't like it. And then when the whole Rodgers thing happened, it was like, well, Rodgers can save everything. And he put it all in Rodgers' back pocket. And now here he sits yet again. And we just got done talking about Hassan Reddick, too. And it's, by the way, the same franchise that not only gave up key draft picks to get Rodgers, and that hasn't worked out, but you gave up a third-round pick to get Hassan Reddick and evidently didn't work out any kind of a discussion for a contract if you're going to trade a pick that high for a guy like this. It is embarrassing what the Jets have done.
Yeah, it's funny, though. Love every bit of it. Do you think Deshaun Watson should be benched?
Yeah, I really do. I think that his play warrants the fact that he should be sat down. And I think it's a tough situation because the owner won't let it happen. The owner is the guy that stamped his name firmly on the move to get him, what to give up to get him, and then the contract that came as part of the deal. And so I believe that this is one that is solely out of the hands, as we talk about, with football operations people. I think Kevin Stefanski is a guy that is undeservedly going to pay the price for Deshaun Watson. I think that the general manager, no matter how much pull he's had in other areas, is not going to be able to sit down Deshaun Watson. But we talk about in previous conversations today about doing the right thing for the team.
Yeah.
If you're doing the right thing for the team, Deshaun Watson should be sitting on the bench.
So I've been right there with you up until yesterday. I had my opinion. Look, I'm open-minded. You know that I'm not stubborn at all. I'm willing to listen to one and all opinions and change my mind all the time. Warren Sharp changed my opinion on this because up until yesterday at about 6:03, I was all for benching Deshaun Watson. And then I watched a video of Warren Sharp, and it changed my mind. Here is Warren Sharp with wisdom that led to me changing my opinion about Deshaun Watson being benched in Cleveland.
I am sick and tired of people saying they want Deshaun Watson benched. Yes, we know he's been the single worst quarterback in modern history through 5 weeks. But what you don't know is that he's delivered this disturbingly horrific production against the NFL's easiest schedule of pass defenses. The number one easiest. Every single pass defense he's played ranks 19th or worse. I mean, the toughest defense he's played against the pass is the Raiders. The same Raiders who allowed Andy Dalton to roll off of his couch and throw for 300 yards and 3 touchdowns in his first start with the laughingstock Panthers. The same Raiders who allowed rookie Bo Nix to throw for over 200 yards and 2 touchdowns against them. That's the best pass defense Deshaun Watson has played, and he's still the worst quarterback in history. So why don't I want him benched? Because I'm dying to watch the train wreck that's going to take place when Watson finally plays a competent pass defense. Look at this schedule coming up for the Browns. Gaze upon this thing. How incredible will it be to watch Watson go up against pass defenses like the Steelers and Broncos and Chiefs and Ravens? If he's a bumbling fool against the easiest schedule, for once in our life, let's just see how epic this can get. Don't walk out in the middle of the movie. We need to see how this whole...
Yes, Warren Sharp
That is
convinced
an
me.
amazing
Because,
point.
look, I don't care about other teams in the NFL. I don't care if they're a train wreck. I don't care if they're dramatic. I don't care if they're making the right decision. And we know how Deshaun Watson left Houston. We know the stuff that happened off the field, the allegations of one Deshaun Watson. I don't want to see this train wreck stop. I don't want Deshaun Watson to be let off the hook. Show me what it looks like whenever he's playing good defenses. If this is how bad he looks against bad defenses, let's see it play out. Let's give him the whole year. Let's see how bad of a dumpster fire this can be.
See, this is where the difference is. The logical conversation we were having leading up to that comment is what's the right thing to do for the football team, the franchise, and the locker room. As a Houston fan, watching this from afar, burn, baby, burn, and let it keep on torching because you want to see this get Deshaun to face every bit of the music and have to take every bit of the L's because of what he put this franchise in this city through. So, yeah, from that perspective, let's just keep on watching the drama unfold and have a good old time. Get your popcorn.
Yeah, like you're 100% right on everything you said. I don't care about logic when it comes to the Cleveland Browns and Deshaun Watson. I want to see tragedy. I want to see disaster. I want to see it all come burning, crashing down.
This is like catching a guy in a crime and then just like, all right, well, don't do that again. You go off and don't do it again. We're just going to let you go. No, we're going
to let you go off and do it again, but we're going to give you a whole boat ton of money. Try and do it better next time.
this, like what Warren Sharp brought up, this is the sentence. This is the punishment we've been wanting to see Deshaun Watson go through. Let's make him go through it.
Yeah, don't bench Deshaun. Make him sit through this. Make him. It's like whenever a coach is trying to get ejected out of a blowout.
Broncos. Oof.
Yeah,
He got off in more ways than one when he got out of here, but now he's got to pay the music. I mean, he's got to pay the piper. He's got to face the music, and you want to see him fail miserably. The fact that if you saw any of that game last week, the fact that he was yelling at his coaching staff coming off the field, he was mad when a penalty happened, when he has played like dog crap, and yet he's starting to point fingers. And, man, I hope he just absolutely takes L after L after L.
Well, he was 5-1 last year, Deshaun Watson fans from
they're still texting it.
Are they still texting him?
He literally just texted
it. Oh, my God.
Yeah, let me pull it up here. I wasn't going to read it.
Are they 1-4 right now?
What about the offensive line? Questioning emoji. Deshaun doesn't.
Stop it.
Deshaun don't care. Money bag emoji, money bag emoji, money bag emoji. Laugh at the money bag that all y'all together would never have. Laughing face emoji. I don't think you'll have it either.
So we're giving him credit for like literally stealing money. Like he pulled one over on everybody. So he's going to be rich for the rest of his life, but he's still a scumbag of a person. And on top of that, he can't play dead on the football field, because we've had that conversation too. And he's been involved in that too. The texter about the fact that when he took that much time off and he didn't take the hits and he didn't have the live reps in full speed NFL action, he just had buddies running routes and doing things on the football field in kind of practice form, that he might never be the same player. Not only is he never going to be the same player, he's going to be a whole hell of a lot worse. He's awful.
Yeah, he also probably doesn't get like 20% of that money. Like he's not getting a whole lot of it. A lot of it's going to these settlements that he's made off the field too.
True.
Like he's not getting all of that bag.
Just like the last one. All of a sudden it went away. Well, how does it go away? Mm-hmm. They probably paid her off too, to where, he's probably dished out a whole ton of money, and I don't feel bad for him, but I hope it was a ton. I hope Tony Busby took him to the freaking cleaners.
So CeeDee Lamb, remember he was on the sideline the other day. He was talking to Dak, and there was the one lip reader that said that CeeDee Lamb told Dak that it was a subpar ball, and then of course I have a buddy who's a little bit more sophisticated in the urban dialect than I am, and it was that guy who's more sophisticated in the urban dialect than I am that said he doesn't think that CeeDee Lamb says subpar. So CeeDee Lamb was asked about this whenever he was meeting the media, first time that he's met the media since the game, and here's what CeeDee Lamb had to say about it.
I don't even think people know what I said. Jump ball. I was like jump ball. Yeah, jump balls, bro. He threw a back shoulder. Right. And then obviously I had the height advantage on the guy who got the pick. So I was like, throw it up. You know what I'm saying? He understood it. And the message got through.
CeeDee Lamb said jump ball, not subpar, which makes a lot more sense. CeeDee Lamb saying jump ball, not subpar.
Which is what we said on the show a few days ago. So
yeah, pat yourself on the back.
Killer Bees, great lip readers.
That's right. All right, so that's what CeeDee Lamb. He put the whole subpar jump ball thing, which does come across a little bit better.
Oh yeah, jump ball for is not coaching because they're teammates, but more like, hey, I'm seeing this type of coverage. Yeah, this is how we beat it.
Yeah, this is where I want it. Just get it up there to me, Dak. I got you. Versus subpar where you're criticizing his throw.
Yeah, this to me when I saw it was like social media finally did something positive for an athlete in the middle of a discussion, because he basically took what was said on on social media and said, "That's what I said. It's exactly what I said." And there's no one that believes that he had that kind of calmness to him, that was exactly what he said.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. That was funny, though. 713-780-3776. There were 10 prior to last night. 10 3-2 teams in the NFL. Pick 5 to make the playoffs and 5 to miss the playoffs. 713-780-3776. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, another word from MyBookie. We've got all kinds of action. We got baseball playoffs. We got college football galore. We've got NFL for the full weekend. You want to get in and drop some money down on some of the games you feel good about, you might know something about, or a team you're rooting for, or maybe take the other side in case the team you're rooting for doesn't do well, go to mybookie.ag. It's where I always tell you to go, because mybookie.ag takes care of you no matter how you do in your wagers. They want you to play, bet, and gamble with them. They want to make sure that you're happy with where you're at. And so they do things to kind of make you feel even better about being on a site like theirs when you want to put money down. They have everything right there at your fingertips. And when you sign up for the first time right now, they're doing a double your first deposit up to $1,000. They've done it before. They're doing it again. Just remember our promo code BET975. In fact, use that promo code whenever you can. But in this case, when you sign up and put money in your account, use our promo code BET975. almost instantly. Whatever you put in up to $1,000, they're going to double it. You're going to see it, and you're going to be able to use it to bet on games and play casino games as well. It's fantastic. Just remember the promo code and sign up. They've been in business for over a decade. They're not going anywhere. Neither is your money. They'll take care of it. They'll make it convenient for you, and they'll do the things that they need to do so that you like and enjoy being on their website. There's game updates. There's chats that go on. And like I said, live dealers standing by when there's no games to bet on. When you want to play casino games like poker and blackjack, they get that too. Check them out today. I encourage you all the time, but I always tell you the same thing. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with the only place I tell you to do it. It's mybookie.ag, promo code BET975.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Drift Bar in the Heights.
Great time here at the Drift Bar in the Heights. Beautiful October day. A great spot to have some cold beer. Great spot for a little ranch water. Great spot to watch some baseball coming up tonight. Well, I'm actually captivated. I said I'm such
because the tone in your voice didn't sound captivating.
I'm actually because last week I said I was done with baseball, and it took all but 3 days for me to be back in on baseball.
Padres Dodgers
It's caught my attention. It is captivated me.
It wasn't
really
captivating the other night, and it was disappointing, so
No,
I
it
hope
didn't.
it lives up to billing
Are
tonight.
you openly rooting for the Padres in your house?
Brian, I have no idea what you're talking about right now. I'm just looking at that, hoping
Lisa,
for
turn
a
off the radio. Joel,
Look, let me tell you
actively
something.
rooting?
My wife, as much as she knows sports and she likes sports, and she does not like basketball, and she likes a little bit of football, and she loves UCLA. But the one sport and the one team that she will be dialed into, like the other night when they were wrapping up the blowout win, she stayed up till the final out to make sure that it happened.
Wasn't that an 8-0 game?
Yeah, but she had to see it because she was so ticked off the night before that they lost. The Dodger blue bleeds throughout her family deeply.
It's funny that she doesn't like basketball.
Oh, no.
considering your
Yeah,
background.
even when we were dating, engaged, and I was giving her great tickets for her and her mom to go to games and her and her friends. And she was like, she goes, I went because I wanted, to show you that I'm supporting you at your job. But she's like, yeah, basketball's not my thing. I was
She
like,
did
oh,
nothing
okay,
for her. Yeah.
great.
Well, that's good. That's actually good though. Now that you know she
doesn't like you for the
she
ticket.
didn't. She didn't marry you for your who you are. She married you for love and what
Now,
she thinks of you.
The in between that's dicey in my house is my daughters, but both of them, but my oldest daughter specifically, they're both Astros fans and they're both Packer fans. She doesn't care about the Packers because she's a Packer fan too. But the Astros thing, drives her nuts. And now that they're out, she assumed that they're just going to jump on the Dodgers bandwagon. And I'm like, I'm not going to say anything. As long as the Astros, it's because the Astros are out, then they should root for the Dodgers.
That's funny. That's funny that it bothers her.
Oh, yeah.
There were 10 3-2 teams entering week 6 in the NFL season. Give me 5 to make the playoffs, 5 to miss the playoffs. Obviously, one of those teams is Seattle. They were 3-2. Now they have since fallen to 3-3, but let's keep them in this conversation. 5 3-2 teams to make the playoffs, 5 3-2 teams to miss the playoffs. And here's the teams that we're operating from. 3-2 teams in the NFL coming into this week: Seattle, Atlanta, Baltimore, Buffalo, Pittsburgh, Denver, Tampa Bay, Dallas, Green Bay, and the Bears.
So my computer's slow loading, but I'm going to say of that list that you just rattled off, there's no doubt in my mind Baltimore makes the playoffs. I believe the Jets make the playoffs. I believe Green Bay makes the playoffs.
Jets aren't on that list.
I'm sorry, not the Bills. Okay. The Bills, okay? So I believe that Baltimore, the Bills, and the Packers, to me, are going to make the playoffs. Other than that, of the 3-2 teams,
Seattle was one of them.
Yeah.
And they fall into 3-3.
You know me. I'm not a Geno fan. I'm not a Seattle fan.
Geno did look bad
I don't believe
yesterday.
him. Yeah.
I have 3. I'll jump in and see if
Go
you
ahead.
agree with some of the teams I have. So I agree with 3 of yours. I have the Bills, the Ravens, and the Packers, all as 3-2 teams that make it. My other 2, maybe a little bit. Well, actually, only one of them is probably going to be a little bit of a divisive pick, but it goes off of something I said yesterday, and I think this team's winning this week. But my other 2 are the Broncos and the Bucks, both 3-2. I love the Broncos defense. I love that the AFC, with the Jets being down, the Dolphins being down, the AFC, the Colts not being there, has kind of opened a window for a team like the Broncos. And then I think the Bucks win the NFC South and get that seat.
That's where I was going to say I got to pick one of those 2 teams.
Yeah,
Tampa or Atlanta?
Right, I can't imagine both get in.
No, one of them's going to get in. But the NFC is just so mucked up by a lot of less thans and failures that we thought were going to be successes. Like, the Eagles, starting at the top, the Eagles and the Niners and all the way down, that is there not a chance that both those teams could get in?
I think there's a chance.
I think
there's a chance.
Because I don't believe in the Steelers.
Then you'd have to say either the Cowboys or the Eagles miss it. Because I don't think both the Cowboys and Eagles can get in, and then also the Falcons and the Buccaneers get in.
Yeah, I'll say Dallas and I'll say Atlanta.
Okay. My 5 3-2 teams entering the week to make it: Buffalo, I think they win the division. Baltimore, I think Baltimore wins the division. Dallas, I have getting in. I think they're going to find a way to get in. Yes, I know they have some injuries to Parsons and Lawrence right now. Brandon Cooks is hurt, although I think Brandon Cooks being hurt is actually a blessing in disguise. I think it's going to allow Tolbert to take over as the wide receiver 2, and I think he's the better wide receiver of the 2. I think Green Bay's going to make it, and I think Tampa's going to make it. The 5 3-2 teams that I have out, Steelers, Tomlin still might go 9-8. Like, he might figure out a way to go 9-8. I just don't see them as a playoff team. I don't think their offense has enough juice.
Agreed.
Denver, I have out. The Bears, I've been trying to make the Bears a playoff thing happen, but I actually bet against the Bears missing the playoffs whenever I took a deep dive at their schedule. So I have them out. And then the 2 teams that I struggled with, now Seattle losing yesterday made it less of a struggle. Seattle out, and I have Atlanta out.
Have you so you mentioned the second half schedule, Joel. Have you seen this schedule, the Bears' second half schedule?
Tough.
Yeah.
It's absolutely, because they got it. Obviously, this week they're in London facing the Jags. You think they could probably win that?
I don't know. That's a Jags home game.
And they're there for 2 straight weeks. So they've been there and they're going to stay there.
Yeah,
Not yet.
Bye week.
No,
and then
not this week.
Yeah.
coming out of the bye, the Commanders and the Cardinals. Obviously, Commanders a much tougher game than you would expect. But after the Commanders and the Cardinals, it actually get a layup against the Patriots after that. But after that, they have the Packers, Vikings, Lions, 49ers, Vikings, Lions.
Ooh.
I mean, they could go, what was that, 7 games? They could go a legit 0 for 7 there. That is an absolutely brutal schedule.
If you deep dive a little bit more and watch Caleb play to this point, he's had one really good game last week. He's
great,
had some moments other than that, but with a lighter schedule. Now he's getting into the deeper schedule. So I would, I've always been against them for a lot of reasons, but I didn't think they were going to make the playoffs this year, no matter what they put around him. I really don't think they're going to make it now based on the start that they didn't get off to. I think to me, it comes down to Atlanta and Tampa Bay and the fact that they've got, I think, two matchups. Whoever wins, and if they split, they got one left. I just believe that whoever comes out of that division is going to be the only team of those 2 teams. But I believe it, Kirk Cousins in Atlanta more than I believe in Baker Mayfield and the Bucs.
It wouldn't stun me if 2 teams make it out of the NFC South, though. I actually think that's an underrated division. Texter saying, don't sleep on the Saints. Rattler's going to lead them back. The Saints aren't in this conversation because they're 2-3. But if we want to, let's eliminate the 3-2 idea and just talk about the Saints for a moment. Do we think that the Saints could make some noise in the NFC as a playoff contender?
I don't.
No,
I don't. Their
I don't.
defense has been better than I thought that they would be, and they're decent. But and their offense had moments like the Cowboys game when they went nuts. But overall, I think they've come back to the pack really quickly. Carr's not the answer. He's not the guy. I don't believe Spencer Rattler thrown into that situation is going to succeed. I just don't see the Saints as a playoff team.
No, I don't either. I think they could sneak up and beat some teams, maybe end up with like 6, 7, high-end 8 wins. Even if you think Rattler has talent, rookie quarterbacks that are super talented really don't have tons of success in the NFL. We've seen it like recently, which is kind of an anomaly. We've seen it with Jaden Daniels this year. We saw it with C.J. Stroud last year. But even those guys were number 2 picks of the draft. Like Rattler's is a project quarterback.
5th round.
If you're expecting a 5th-round rookie quarterback to come in and just all of a sudden light the world on fire, it's not going to happen. I'm not going to dismiss Spencer Rattler as a starting caliber quarterback in the NFL at some point, but he's a developmental quarterback.
Yes,
He's not a win-now quarterback.
Look, I think that the knock always on him was the fact that it was between what was going on between his ears, his attitude, his actions. But everybody always thought that he was a highly talented quarterback from the time he was in high school. A lot of people in New Orleans were going head over heels about the steal of the draft being him. He's got a chance. We don't know what he can do in the NFL, but just taking over right now at this point in the season in his first real opportunity in that situation, I can't see it going well for him early on.
713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776, 0979 in Baltimore Bears, Seattle, even after last night, Dallas, Pittsburgh, out, Tampa, Green Bay, Buffalo, Denver, Atlanta. How you feeling about Green Bay?
I'm not feeling great. I feel really uneasy about the game against Arizona.
Jeremy knew that answer.
Yeah,
well,
you are a little pessimistic
I
about
am.
the Packers. I'm talking generally speaking. Like you're usually pretty pessimistic about them.
But it's their defense too. I mean, as much as the new DC has given them a little bit of a different look that's been somewhat effective, I still think that they have holes on defense. They've been being banged up on defense. And again, Jordan Love completed a ball that he threw into triple coverage last week that somehow, some way got completed when it should have been picked off. He threw the "I'm not looking at you, kid" pass that turned a safety into a touchdown. And so I think they're on the fence. They're not going to win the division because no one saw Minnesota doing what they did on top of what the Lions were expected to do. So they have to be a wild card team. This is a big game for them this week in terms of getting against another team that was unexpected in the NFC so far in the Cardinals at home. But they struggle against the running quarterback, and if Kyler Murray gets around the edge, he can cause a lot of havoc for that defense.
That division's nuts, though. Like every
is.
team has a winning record. Only division in the NFL where every team has a winning record. I think the Packers will get a wild card spot. I do think that they're talented. But yeah, you're usually pretty pessimistic about Green Bay. Brian's pessimistic about the Astros. He's optimistic about the Texans. And Joe's really optimistic about the Bears. Like
Yes.
everybody kind of has their tendencies and their biases.
And you love the Cougs.
I do. I am a over-the-top. I bleed red.
Yeah.
I bleed red when it comes to the Cougars.
Come early. Be loud.
We're red.
There you go.
We're red. And then maybe some other colors in November. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Who said it? Today is the day that we end the slump. Blankers with the slump buster. I think that things are going to be good for the Killer Bees today. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. It is debatable if everybody loves it. The Bees haven't loved it a whole lot recently. We were 0 for September at Who Said It.
Currently 0 for October.
Yeah, well, that's lame. That's a lame joke, Brian. Like, we haven't played in October, Brian. It's a
Have
lame
you won?
joke. No, it's a lame joke.
Facts.
Brian, the fact is you had a good month last month, but don't gloat with a month that hasn't started yet. Well, you just soak up.
I like
you
your
kicked
chances.
our ass in September.
I like your
let's just be
chances.
honest.
I like your chances.
Plus,
today.
there's good vibes here. There's good vibes
That's
here
true.
inside of Drip Bar. So we're going to ride those good vibes on to victory. If you're unfamiliar with Who Said It, silly you. Brian's going to read us 5 quotes said by ESPN 97.5 personalities. We guess who said it. What is quote number 1?
All right, and I think you guys are going to do well this week. So I'm predicting a Killer Bees win. I don't know if that jinxes you, but I'm predicting a Killer Bees win.
I don't like this.
All right, quote number 1. So done with people saying that they need more wide receivers. They have enough. They had enough before. I don't think this idea that you can't do an effing thing on offense is true if you lose a receiver when you have C.J. Stroud. When you have C.J. Stroud, I'm sorry, not an issue anymore. Not an issue.
Paul or Lance?
I thought, okay. I know that Paul has been very adamant about that this week. So my mind immediately went to Paul.
The only thing that caught me was, and you tell me where you're at on this, the effing is definitely Paul.
Yeah.
I could see Lance maybe. Other than that, I don't see it.
I really don't either. I hadn't heard Lance say that this week. I did hear Paul kind of have, not this exact quote, but Paul has been a very pro, they'll be fine angle when it comes to the Texans wide receiver room. So my feelings with Paul.
I easily could go with Paul as well. Yeah, that was my first initial thing.
Let's do it. Paul Gallant.
So done with people saying that they
Yes.
need more wide receivers.
Great
They have
start.
enough. They had enough before. I don't think that this
I credit you, Brian, for having no emotion even when we got it right.
I told you guys were going to do well this week. I wasn't lying.
I
All
want to
right.
know.
Quote number 2. If that's your plan, just stick with it. No one thinks you're going to be good. No one expects you to be good. I don't care about a mutiny. I don't care about what the players in the locker room are saying. A lot of those guys aren't going to be around when you think Drake May is ready anyway. So what if they're not happy? Take a terrible year and keep your quarterback from getting his ass kicked.
I was still celebrating win 1 that I missed the first half of that.
Would he go? And my first initial was, would he go Paul back to back? Say it again for him.
I don't think Paul says mutiny. I think that's either Dell or Lance.
You need it again?
Yeah.
All right. If that's your plan, just stick with it. No one thinks you're going to be good. No one expects you to be good. I don't care about a mutiny. I don't care about what the players in the locker room are saying. A lot of those guys aren't going to be around when you think Drake May is ready anyway. So what if they're not happy? Take a terrible year and keep your quarterback from getting his ass kicked.
John?
You think it's not? You don't think it's Lance?
Yeah, I guess it could be.
You don't think it's Dell? The last sentence makes
Would
me
Dell
actually,
say get his ass kicked on the air?
That's what makes me go away from Dell.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah. Mutiny? You think Granato's saying mutiny? I don't think Granato's saying mutiny.
I do.
Really?
Yeah. You think Lance is?
Yeah.
So if you're leaning one way or the other.
I would lean Lance over Granato.
Okay.
The Dell, I'm on Dell into that final sentence, though. Like, I don't think it's Dell in the final sentence. Mutiny. Paul, they could go back to back Paul. I don't think Paul says mutiny. I don't think that was kind of long for Joe who said it.
Maybe Lance, maybe Dell, I could see Dell saying mutiny.
Yeah, it's the last sentence that I'm off on Dell.
What's the last sentence, Brian?
Last sentence was, take a terrible year and keep your quarterback from getting his ass kicked.
I'm out on Dell. I'm in on
Okay.
Lance.
All right, then we'll just go Lance.
Let's do it. Lance Erline.
If that's your plan, just stick
it was
with
Dell.
it. No one thinks you're going to.
Man.
Yeah, it was Dell.
All right there.
1-1. You were
Son of a
almost
gun.
there. I guess I didn't even think that last line was a. You're right. Mutiny probably screams Dell. I didn't.
Yes.
I didn't even think about that line.
I just didn't think Dell would say that on the air.
Yeah.
Neither.
All right.
Clearly.
All right.
Not that
Number
there's anything
3.
wrong with that.
Number 3. I know, but I'm trying to fight against. Why do men not let other men buy us plane tickets? Can't you get comfortable with a man or with having a man buy you one?
What?
What is the context of this? I guess you can't say, can you?
No, not really.
Maybe flying back and forth. There's a lot of thought on social media today on what a real man is.
Is there?
Yeah.
I guess I missed that.
It's pretty funny.
Need it
So,
again?
yeah.
All right, one more time. I know, but I'm trying to fight against. Why do we as men not let other men buy us plane tickets? Can't you get comfortable with having a man buy you one?
Maybe Granado?
I was going to say it's either News of the Weird or it's a Joe and Paul conversation.
Or it's Granado flying back and forth.
Oh, I like that.
But is that too obvious?
No. I could see it's either Joe or John.
You don't think Paul's in the mix?
I don't. Oh, well, topic matters.
Say it again. It's short. It's short. So you can say
Yeah.
Right.
I know, but I'm trying to fight against why do we as men not let other men buy us plane tickets? Can't you get comfortable with having a man buy you one?
I would have no problem with a man buying me a plane ticket for what it's worth.
I would.
Wouldn't bother me.
So you're not.
I don't have a great feel about it.
I think it's either John or Joe.
I could see Joe saying.
See,
I don't
here's
think
my
John would say
context.
it.
I think Paul said something else, and then Joe jumped in with that.
I think it's a good thought. I'm cool with Joe.
We'll try Joe.
I know, but I'm
Lance.
trying to fight against why do we as men not let other men buy us plane tickets?
Maybe John didn't let somebody buy him a
John
plane
and
ticket.
Dale
Was
were
it News of
very
the Weird?
against John. I don't think so. But John and Dale were very against the idea of a man buying them a plane ticket.
Well, so what if it was your old man?
Well, they didn't specify like your dad. That might be a little bit different. But the way that Dale kept phrasing is like flying. Like I want to fly him out. That just it to them it sounded weird. Like I'm going to fly him out. I think it was that phrasing alone that made them weirded out. But anyway, all right, down 1-2. Quote number 4. You're still in it. When you throw it to a big target, it just feels better. You throw it to a wider catch radius. You're throwing to a bigger body. Like Tank could be injured at any time, but just the turf, just falling down, he could get hurt.
That's very vague.
Yeah. I want to say this was the G's.
Really?
Yeah.
So probably Joe.
Yeah. Yeah, that's where I'm leaning.
Because, I mean, Paul was more pro, they'll be fine.
And Joe, even on our show, knows how we feel about Tank being in the wrong situations and the ability for him to get hurt.
Do you say it again?
Sure. When you throw it to a big target, it just feels better. You throw it to a wider catch radius, you're throwing to a bigger body. Like Tank could be injured at any time by just the turf. Just falling down could get him hurt.
Not a ton of analysis, kind of vague. That screams Joe.
Okay, let's do it.
Joe George.
When you throw it to a big target, it just
Lance?
feels better.
We're going to lose again.
Most
for October.
analytical.
For October.
And BMAC thought we were going to win.
I did. I had faith. It was not returned.
Lee Sterling has Locktober. We have October. All right, let's go.
All right, last
play
one
out
for
the
posterity.
stretch.
Last one. All right, I don't know. 8 months pregnant. That's the thing that got to me. I don't. You know what? Cardi B and Stephon Diggs. That's fine. 8 months pregnant. That's birth inducing.
Birth inducing.
That's Joe.
Oh, what a line!
I didn't care if you got this one,
I don't
by the
think
way.
that's Joe. Did you hear it? I don't think Joe. I don't think Joe has that line in him. I don't think Joe has.
You know
the
what?
Birth
You already
inducing
lost. I'll
line
tell
in
you, it's
him.
not Joe.
It's not Joe. Joe doesn't have the birth inducing. That's a hilarious line. That is a great line. That's hilarious. Oh, it could be Paul. It could be Dell.
Could be
It
John.
could be Lance. I don't know.
You don't think John?
I don't think so. I don't think John's going to the birth inducing.
I think he might.
Read it one more time.
Sure.
That's so funny.
I don't know. 8 months pregnant. That's the thing that got me. I don't. You know what? Cardi B and Stephon Diggs. That's fine. 8 months pregnant. That's birth inducing.
I think it's Dell.
Well, we're going to lose, and we've already got one, so we don't get skunked.
I think
So
it's
go
Dell.
ahead.
All right,
Dell.
I don't know. 8 months pregnant. That's the thing that got
It
me.
was John. Wow.
At least we were in the neighborhood on all of them this week.
Oh, I can't believe John said that.
October.
It's labor inducing.
Labor inducing.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
I didn't care if you got that right.
That might be
one
the
right.
funniest thing he's ever said. That is really good. All right, no wins for the Killer Bees. No Lassiter, no Woods, no Ward. What now for the Texans?
No problem.
713-780-ESPN. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Drift Bar in the Heights.
Oh, what a great spot. What a great spot it is here. Great time. Great time to be alive. Wonderful time to be alive. We're at Drift Bar in the Heights. They have wall-to-wall TVs for your viewing pleasure. Great spot. Food trucks out here, right here in the heart of the Heights. Great weather, too. Fantastic spot. Encourage you to come out here at Drift Bar. We'll be here till 6 all day. Football tomorrow and on Sunday as well. DJ Baname will be joining us at 5 o'clock. All the Texans questions that you might have. 713-780-3776. 9805 says he texted in and said I was 4 for 5. No one likes a bragger. 9805. No one stop flexing. 3977. John has gotten nastier as soon as Dell joined the show, and what they do together is most hilarious stuff on radio. But I love y'all's show too. Yeah, I didn't take you complimenting the bench as a slight on us at all. 3977. But thanks for throwing in that little bone. It was pity, is what that was.
That's right. There's room for all of us. We're not on at the same time.
3977 throwing a little pity to the Bees. He's like, their show is the best that exists on radio. But y'all are okay too.
Patted us on the head. It's all right, little guy.
That's right. it's the dog ear scratch.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
3977.
champ.
Throwing us some pity. 9805 was a she. That's my bad. I'm sexist. My bad. I'm sorry. All right. Houston Texans will be without Lassiter this week. They'll be without Woods this week, and they're going to be without Jimmy Ward this week. So what now? One by one here. Which one do you want to start with? Lassiter, Woods, Ward.
Lassiter.
Let's go. No, you know what? I take my question back.
Okay.
Let's start with the easy one, Ward. Because we already saw it. We already saw it on Sunday. Like there's really no other answers here. You don't have Jimmy Ward. What do you do? Okay,
you move on.
I mean, yeah, you're gonna have Bullock back there, and you're gonna have Murray back there. It's simple. Like there's nothing to really even talk about. I think they're a better coverage team when Jimmy Ward is off the field. Now, probably not as good a tackling team with Ward off the field, but I'd rather have coverage for my safeties, to be honest.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Basically, I'm fine with it. We've seen it. We had a guy that we thought had a concussion, then hurt his shoulder, and then re-aggravated a leg injury, and he's out. Okay, great. It's fine. We've learned to deal without Jimmy Ward. We're going to be just fine. And I trust the guys at the back of the secondary. They're going to fill in for him and be adjusted to fill in for him to do just what they need to do in terms of stopping the passing game or helping to stop the passing game. I'm fine with all of it.
Yeah, it's pretty simple on that one. All right, so we'll go to the Lassiter one now. Stay in the secondary. We'll throw Brian a pity bone now. What is the plan now with no Kamari Lassiter? This one to me hurts. Lassiter's been pretty sticky in coverage. Now you're playing an opposition or an opponent where it's not going to hurt you as bad as if you're playing a better opponent with tons of targets. But with no Lassiter, what's the plan now?
I think you got to try to protect him. I mean, whether it's Chris Boyd or D'Angelo Ross, whoever is that corner that comes in and is a technical other starter opposite of Derek Stingley, I think you got to protect him as much as you can. Give him some safety support. Maybe sit in zone to where he's not on an island by himself, having to chase around. Now, granted, a less than stellar wide receiver group with the Patriots. I like Jalen Polk and Demario Douglas, to a degree, but certainly it's not a upper echelon wide receiver group. So I think overall you can get away with it. But I think you protect that other corner with some help with either a zone or a safety in the area.
They like Ross. They've spoken highly since they brought him in about a guy that is at some point going to get his chance. I don't like him being on an island. I think that's Stingley's job, and he'll do it just fine. I think Brian's right. I think you bring some safety help over. You make sure that he doesn't get cooked, and then you just live with the fact that their receiver room isn't great, and you've got a rookie quarterback making his first start. If you're going to have to throw him into the mix, this is probably the ideal situation to at least make the most of it for 1 week.
Yeah, Aaron Wilson reported that he's in line to start. I'm curious how much of the game he plays. Like, is he going to play the entire game defensively? Because the Texans don't really rotate corners. Like, you're a corner, you're going to play the entire game. I wonder if we see Ross. I wonder if we see a little bit of Boyd. I imagine Holman will be active. Like, you're not going to bring in a guy, carry him on the roster, have to cut somebody else, and then not have him active on game day. So I think he'll be active. I saw some people mentioning the idea of King. King's an inside guy. Like, Desmond King doesn't need to be playing outside corner for you. So those, to me, are the three options. I do think we'll see Ross start. I wonder if the other ones will play. I tend to doubt it if Ross is going okay. Now, the Texans love to play zone. They play zone a lot. But against Buffalo, they didn't. They played more man than they generally do. And I think the game plan is going to be pretty similar against Drake May than it was to Josh Allen. So maybe you give him, safety help and things like that. But I do think that second corner is going to have to play man-to-man this week.
That'll be interesting. And then it's going to be, do you believe that Drake May is going to be able to make the throws necessary to capitalize on that? I'll live with that. I'll live with that over the other options. I'll live with that over some of the other guys, and I'll let him get, put his feet to the fire, and then you can truly see what he can do. And I think that they're going to be fine. As long as they don't let Drake May run wild and they force him into situations where he does have to try and capitalize on those, I think they're going to be fine.
Like Hulkamania. You can't let Drake May run wild.
That's right, brother.
Hopefully the Texans defense says their prayers and takes their vitamins.
Mania running wild on the Texans all day Sunday. And then the final one is no Robert Woods. Now, this wouldn't be as impactful if you had Nico Collins, but Woods picked a bad time to be in a walking boot. The same week that you placed Nico Collins on the IR, he's out for Sunday's game. So what now?
It's twofold. It's twofold because he did, as much as he fielded balls inside the 5, he also was pretty big and significant when we talked about some of the returns he was able to give you that set you up for points. But at the same time, you want a veteran you can lean on just for this very scenario. And the fact that he could have stepped in and been a guy that whenever you call his name, he's able to help you out. And that's why he's on this roster type moment. With him out, now you really got to lean on Hutchinson. You might have to look at Mechie. You might have to look at other options that I wasn't personally looking forward to or thinking that they were going to have to make. But I'm fine seeing what Hutchinson can do. I don't know what Mechie can do, and I'd feel a lot stronger no matter who they were playing on the success of the wide receivers first week without Nico if Woods was still a possibility.
See, this bothers me more in the return game than it does actually like in the offense, because the offense, Woods is still your fourth receiver. You're not going to go 4 receivers a ton. Now, if you have another injury, then things kind of come into play. But I don't really love the idea of Sims back returning kicks again and returning punts again. So that's something that's like, I liked what Woods did in the return game. I wanted to see Woods stay in that return role. Yes, eliminate the catches inside the 5. That's foolish. But I'd rather have him back there than Sims back there. So this one's one that kind of bothers me. And then I saw some thought that, hey, just let Tank Dell return punts. I'm not a fan of that. Nope. I might be more of a fan of it if Nico Collins was not hurt. But especially you throw in the fact that Nico is hurt and you're going to rely on Tank Dell offensively. I want him nowhere near the return game special team. Just let Sims do it again, I guess.
That's where I'm at from the standpoint of just looking at Tank, simply Tank. We know what happens when Tank gets put in situations you don't need him to be in, and we don't want it to happen again. No, he's not blocking, but I don't need him to be in harm's way because guys are running at full speed and something could happen in the return game. And now, like you mentioned, because Nico's out and it's even more important that they get him going, keep him going, and that he plays, the kind of role that he's capable of playing. I don't need him in the return game.
Yeah, I'm out with Tank in the return game too. I really don't like him there, period. But especially whenever he's going to be elevated to one of your top 2 receivers as opposed to being the number 3 receiver. To me, it makes more sense if Nico was not hurt. It's like, okay, Tank is only getting 5 touches a game. Here's a way for him to get, 3 extra touches, add his, electricity in the return game. He's not as important as wide receiver number 3 as he is as one of your top 2 receivers. But especially with Nico being out, I don't see how you could play him in the return game. Hey, Sims, don't muff the ball anymore. Make sure you catch the football. Just catch it.
Yeah, exactly. That's right. But you know what? Yeah, catch it there, just like I'm saying the same thing with Hutchinson. Just catch it. Wherever you are on the field, just catch it. I'll be good with it because I sometimes worry about his hands. But, yeah, if those 2 guys can just hang on the football, you'll be fine.
Poor Marine asking on YouTube, are the Texans going to lose this weekend? I
don't think so.
I think they'll be fine. I think the Texans win. I don't think it's going to be like this beatdown of a game, though. Like, I really don't get the sense the Texans are just going to go in there and win by 28.
I think they'll win by a touchdown.
I think they're going to win by 2 possessions, but I think it's going to be a 1-possession game for the majority of it. Like, to me, it'll become a 2-possession game late. I think it's going to be a game that hangs in the balance until about the 8-minute mark of the fourth quarter, and then the Texans will pull away and win by like 11.
I don't feel it. I feel like they're going to be up. They're going to be up in the first by at least a touchdown in the first quarter, and they'll be up by 2 touchdowns. I mean, 2 scores by halftime. I think they're going to be in control of this football game.
They could really use a laugher.
Yep.
Like, that would be – a laugher would be awesome.
And how do the Patriots to stay competitive? I mean,
I think Drake May might give him a little bit of trouble.
I mean, well, that would be the answer because we talked to Chris Mason, who covers them for Mass News or Mass Live News yesterday. And he mentioned the way they stay in the game is through the running game, through Ramondre Stevenson, and now Ramondre Stevenson's out. And Antonio Gibson, he's not a bad runner. He's had a 1,000-yard season with Washington a few years ago, but I don't think he's going to run wild on the Texans. And if it's not that, you got Demario Douglas and a rookie Jalen Polk on the outside. You got a rookie in his first start at quarterback. I just don't see how the Commanders move the ball enough without Ramondre Stevenson to stay in a game unless the Texans offense totally craps the bed.
They shouldn't have the firepower offensively. I mean, the Texans defense has been really good. Like, they're number 3 in DVOA in the NFL.
Right.
Like, the Patriots should not have the firepower to keep up with the Houston Texans. Let's get DJ Bieniemy's input on everything, his opinion on everything. Covers the Texans for ESPN, ESPN.com. DJ Bieniemy live and in person here at Drip Bar in the Heights when we come back. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a minute for Vanderford Air. VanderfordAir.com is where you need to go to see all the different ways that they can help you. They are the best in the business. They do plumbing. They do dehumidifying systems in your AC units. They do EC units. They do HVACs. They do heating issues. But they are the best because they back up everything they do in writing, and everything is satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. When you're looking for companies that do service, you always want a company that backs up their work in writing and also guarantees whatever they can guarantee. The guarantees are so abundant, I try and tell you about as many as I can because they make a difference when you're going to a company for a service. They guarantee that from the time you call, within 24 hours, they'll be at your door. They're not going to be gone. Calling you or you're calling them and waiting days on end, especially when it's something as important as your AC. You call them within 24 hours, they're there to see you. They'll put everything that they're going to do in writing once they analyze what the problem is. They'll give you one written estimate for what it's going to cost to replace a part, another estimate for what it would cost to replace the system. And then from there, it gets even better because from the work that their employees do to the way that the system operates to everything in between, it's all satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. And that's why I always tell you to lock their number in your phone. Whether you need them now or you're going to need them down the road, 281-557-COOL, 281-557-COOL. That connects you with Vanderford Air and gets you on their radar so they can help you with whatever you got going on. Check them out today, VanderfordAir.com, and lock that number in your phone at 281-557-COOL.
Killer Bees at Drift. Well, not yet. Live at Drift Bar in the Heights. DJ Baname. It's the first time I heard that rejoin. That's really good work by MC. DJ Baname joining us live here at Drift Bar. DJ, the story here, of course, DJ covers Texans, ESPN, ESPN.com. You can follow him on Twitter, DJ Baname. Nico Collins. Can the Texans survive with Nico? Is it the same hamstring? Is it only 4 games? Those are all the big questions when it comes to Nico Collins, I think.
Yeah, I think it's the same hamstring. Because again, like it popped up earlier, and obviously he played through it that week, and then it popped back up on a deep pass. So it's probably the same one. Obviously, it's super unfortunate for that situation. Obviously, he was leading the league in receiving yards, and I was really excited to see how far he could take it because I thought with his quarterback being CJ, he could have possibly got close to 2K. Mainly because on script, off script, they were able to do a lot of damage. I think the difference between Tyreek trying to get 2K and Nico trying to get 2K was Tyreek, everything was so much on time and based on rhythm, where CJ and Nico, they could, if it wasn't on time, on script, they could create off script. So I was really interested to see how far he could actually take it. But, obviously he won't get anywhere near that, unfortunately. But I think they could survive without Nico, especially, these upcoming games. I think the real test will be against the Jets. Because even though, they fired their coach, et cetera, I don't think the offense will be much better, but their defense is still going to be stout because it's the same guy calling plays. Like Jeff Ulbrich called plays even with Saleh, and they're built to dominate teams that don't have firepower on offense. I'm not saying Texans don't have firepower, but the Texans with their 3 guys, they'll be able to nullify their cornerback room. But the Jets legit have 3 corners that are towards the top at their positions, right? So I think that's when they can run some trouble, but until then, they should be fine.
So what's the Joe Mixon situation look like? Because we were talking about the fact that even if he's available and even he wants to get back, and we heard the comments in the locker room where he was prior to the cheap tackle, I don't need to see too much of him right away. I just need to see that he's okay. And I'm curious your thoughts on how much they're going to use him and what he's going to do.
Man, I think with them, they probably – because D'Amico is, I don't want to say meathead. That's not the right word. But D'Amico is so old school. Like, if you out there, let's go.
Yeah.
Like he's an all-systems go type of guy. He doesn't strike me as a pitch count type of guy, right? He strikes me more of a, hey, if you're ready to go, let's go. Like, kind of like Aziz. Aziz was under the weather. And, like, they had a conversation. They talked about, like, are you good to go? And Aziz wasn't playing up to his standard. And he asked, hey, do you need to come out the game? And Aziz was like, no, I'm good. And he played the majority of the game. And I think, D'Amico's that type of guy. I remember last year, right, when Steven Nelson didn't practice Wednesday, Thursday, he did like a mini-ish walkthrough on Friday. And they kind of were trying to keep him on pitch count. And before you know, he was playing the whole game against the Bengals. So, and that was a neck injury. If you have a neck injury, hey, you might need to be on a pitch count. But he hadn't played the majority of that game. So, he doesn't really strike me as the type of guy to have guys on pitch count. So I think if he's out there, he's going to get at least 80% of the touches.
Yeah. We were talking about it earlier. Like, that I like to protect my players for sure. I'm like on the opposite end of the spectrum.
Yeah, you are.
When it comes to D'Amico. Like, if Mixon, coming off a high ankle sprain and they're up by 2 possessions, if he's running the ball with 5 minutes left to play, I don't love that. But I do agree with the philosophy that D'Amico Ryans has.
Yep.
It seems like everybody's on the injury report. Kamari Lassiter out, has been ruled out today. Is it going to be Ross? Is Ross going to play the whole game? How do you think they handle that spot?
Because they don't have Jeff either. Man, that's a good question. I mean, they're not in a great spot, honestly, because Jeff was supposed to be that third cornerback. If he could step in, you'd be fine. But I think it probably could be D'Angelo Ross. I mean, I could see a scenario where Troy Pride gets called up. It's not ideal because that's one of their more thin positions.
I guess it's good they're playing the Patriots.
Yes, completely agree. They're playing the Patriots with rookie quarterback, rookie weapons. Their best running back is out. Actually, their best offensive player is out. So they're actually catching the injuries at a good time. Where the Patriots, they're decimated. But I will say this: even though the Patriots are decimated and they're 1-4, the Texans aren't taking them lightly at all. They feel like, from guys I talked to, they feel like that's actually and it's not player speak and like just trying to be, politically correct. They do feel like this is a good football team. that if you don't take them serious, you play around, right? You let them score a touchdown early, maybe get 10 points early, you're going to be in a dogfight. So I expect them to try to put their foot on their necks early, even with the injuries that they have.
Yeah, because I was curious about that. We were talking about that last segment in terms of I feel like this is the game where they kind of break out early, they get up, and they continue where I think they're up 2 scores by halftime, and then they roll. But then we saw the injury report, and I'm curious from that standpoint of what you were just talking about. Robert Woods did good in the return game aside from fielding balls inside the 5. But we knew that he really legitimately was connected to a couple of scores that were key for this team. And then with Nico going out in the news, then when that broke, the fact that, well, we got a veteran to choose from as well as Hutch. We got guys that can come in, fill in. Now he's out. Give me the twofold kind of trickle-down effect of how that affects both the return game, because I don't want to see Tank back there. Neither one of us do. And you know how we feel about that versus you, but I don't want to see Tank in the return game, and I'm curious how it affects the passing game.
I think it'll be Steven Sims to return the punts. I know he dropped one. I think it'll be Steven Sims. But I mean, you don't want to. You can't. Beggars can't be choosing. If you don't want Tank back there, it's gonna be Steven. I don't think he'll drop another punt. I think he'll be fine back there. And then I get, receiver's gonna be Tank. It's gonna be Stephon, Metch, Hutch. Let's see, and let's roll. That's gonna be your main 4, right? It's gonna be those main 4 with Robert out. You're gonna see a lot of Metch. You're gonna see a lot of Hutch. I think you'll see some Hutch in Nico's spot when they go 11 specifically. So I hope that Bobby, kind of use Steph inside and outside. Don't pigeonhole him just to the slot, especially in a game like this. And I think we could see a pretty decent performance. Well, I guess a welcome back party from Tank. I could see that happening this game. But I think if they can run the rock, they should be fine regardless. They won't necessarily have to overly rely on the pass game.
What do you think of the offense as a whole? DJ Bianime joining us. You can follow him on Twitter, DJ Bianime. You look at the yards per game, high. It's 6 now. They went above Seattle after the game yesterday. They're second in the NFL in passing. Seattle actually jumped them in passing, but they're middle of the pack in points. What do you think that the void there is? What's holding them back?
I think it's a multitude of things. I think second half teams adjust to what Bobby's trying to do. I think sometimes Bobby gets a little bit too cute. I think the play where CJ fumbled, right? Obviously, CJ got to still hold the ball, right? But why are you running a fake screen, right? The screen game wasn't working the entire game. Even the one play where Nico was able to get a first down off a screen play, off the tunnel screen, he had to break a tackle. Yeah, it was very clear that the Bills had a good beat on it. And there was another play where he tried to get it. It looked like CJ ended up throwing the ball to Cam, but they were trying to go the opposite way, and it didn't work. And I think there's another play where there's a legal man downfield. I think sometimes he gets a little bit too cute.
The 3rd and 5 with 44 seconds could be
right.
Was cute.
Yeah, exactly. Just run the ball. You know what I'm saying? I think sometimes he tries to get overly creative, when in reality, sometimes you just put your foot on their throat. Right? If you're in a fight, right, and you really beating the hell out of dude, you're not going to try to get cute at that point. You're going to keep smashing them in the face, right?
I like this.
Finish him.
Finish him. Yeah. You're not going to hop on the table now and then try to jump off him. No, you're going to keep punching him in the face. And I think sometimes Bobby needs to continue to punch the defense in the face instead of trying to get all too cute and things of that nature. I think right now, honestly speaking, the team just, at least from an O-line standpoint, the team isn't disciplined enough to not mess up in that aspect when it comes to those penalties, was illegal formations or illegal man downfield, things of that nature. But I think, there could be a wrinkle this week when they go 21 personnel. I won't give it away because I overheard it and I don't want to say it, you know what I'm saying? But it could be somebody interesting at fullback this week when they go 21 personnel. I'm actually very curious to see what that looks like.
They do like him blocking the box.
If they do that, we know you'll be very upset.
Yes. So which backup offensive lineman are they using?
I think you might have nailed it.
From a defensive perspective, DJ, they should get more credit than maybe they're getting, but they've been pretty good on defense. We know what they did to Josh Allen, but yet the edge rushers are taking a little bit of a beating. Where have they been? The casuals are saying we need more sacks. Is this a game where they break out against a young rookie quarterback and a subpar offensive line?
I think, if D'Amico heats them up and blitzing them, I think so. I think if he sits back, I think that could be a problem, mainly because they know, especially on early downs, what the Texans will be in. Are they going to be in cover 3 or they're going to be in cover 4? D'Amico's very vanilla on early down. So I think their OC is going to try to give Drake May some layups.
Yeah.
So I think, if you can blitz him early and get him a little bit uncomfortable against that O-line, then the sacks will come, in my opinion. So I think that they should get at least 3 this week. But I do think that the reason why the sacks aren't coming is because the interior pressure isn't good enough, which is why it's silly that, I think it's a fair criticism that they didn't keep Malik and keep – granted, they were trying to get Armstead, so it is what it is there, but didn't at least keep Sheldon, because Sheldon and Malik were so good at collapsing the pocket from the interior where guys didn't have lanes to step up into. Because, the Neal and Will can get upfield, but if there's no pressure on the interior, quarterback can just step up. You know what I'm saying? Like, there were plenty of times where Josh Allen literally stepped up and then rolled outside, right? So I think, honestly, I think a lot of it just starts with the interior defensive line, and I think that could become a problem down the stretch of the season. So
I think part of it too is the mobile quarterbacks have been playing. Like you got to be able to keep the edge. You got to be able to keep the contain. And I wonder how much of it too is Danico Autry. Like I wonder if they expected Danico Autry to be able to create that interior pressure, but at the same time, I don't know how much defensive tackle they want him to play versus defensive end.
Right. Yes, that's a good question. I mean, I know earlier in camp he was playing D tackle at times. I know he'll probably be on the inside on third down, but I think he's dealing with a little bit of an injury. So I'm not too sure if he'll even be ready by the time he's back. But it's 50-50. I mean, I think he'll be back, but I wouldn't be surprised after next week if he's not. You know what I'm saying? Because it don't sound like it's too clear, like if he will be ready to go.
I guess it's kind of good in the sense that he was hurt while he was suspended.
Yeah,
like you didn't miss
get rid
games.
of. I mean,
like
get the most. Right.
Exactly.
Like he was suspended 6 games, but he might have been injured 6
because
games.
you can still practice if you're suspended during preseason, and he didn't practice or play. So we'll see where he's at once he gets back.
So you got the information, and we've got the questions. Christian Harris. I mean, when do we start broaching the subject again of him being brought back onto the team?
I don't think he'll be back next week. I mean, I think they're being very cautious because it's a calf, and we all know calves can turn into Achilles. And his game
calves turn into cows.
Calves turn into what?
Calves turn into cows.
Calves turn into cows.
Yeah, that's what baby cows.
What'd you think of that joke, DJ?
You loved it, didn't you?
Great on a scale of 1 to 10.
That's for sure a dad joke. On a scale of 1 to
No
10,
doubt.
I'll give it a 1.5.
Thanks.
Okay.
That's what I needed from you.
About where I'm at.
So I think that they're just trying to be safe and cautious because again, like Christian Harris is a young player, right? And I don't, you don't want to rush him and bring him because again, like I know it's crazy to say we're already almost halfway through October, right?
Crazy.
By the next game, we'll be past. I think we'll be October 20th because that's the game. Oh my God, we'll be almost in November. So at that point, you don't want him to pop his Achilles and then like try to like rush back and then like because you saw Jalen Phillips, right? He rushed back with the Achilles and he messed up his knee. You know what I'm saying? So I think they got to just play it safe and be careful with Christian Harris.
I think To'o too might be buying him some time.
Yeah, exactly.
Like maybe you can buy him an extra week or two because of the level of play you're getting there.
Right. Yeah, I think so too. So honestly, just take your time with Christian Harris, and then we'll see where he's at when he's ready to go.
DJ, we appreciate the time. Thanks for stopping by. Safe travels. I'm sure you have a fun trip planned ahead of you tomorrow.
Yeah, I do, kind of. I mean, but it's still Boston though. Boston is boring.
Do you, whenever you go to these cities, do you get local fare? Do you eat the local stuff, or do you kind of go, boring, bland, basic?
So it depends. I mean, I'm on a diet now, so it just depends.
Yeah.
I mean, Minnesota, I ate some wings, but I wasn't eating another juicy whatever the stuff they were talking about.
Juicy Lucy?
Yeah, I heard,
I've never had one.
They put cheese in a burger.
Yeah, it's stuffed.
Nah.
It's stuffed.
That's how you end up. That's how you end up on a hospital bed.
That's my
with
fear.
Tubes in your mouth.
I'm with you. Like, how do you know that meat's totally cooked?
Yeah, exactly. How do you know where they getting that cheese from? How they putting that cheese inside that burger? So I'm good.
I like a little chowder though. I like some chowder.
I do
you like clam chowder?
Yeah.
I mean, I had a cheddar broccoli the other day.
Okay.
From Potbelly. It wasn't good. I threw it away.
Okay. Yeah. So we know where you're at with the chowder. I won't ask you again. DJ, appreciate the time. Safe travels.
No problem.
DJ BNMA covers the Texans, ESPN, ESPN.com, and has no respect for that headphone.
And Brian has no respect because he's talking.
Top 10 offseason acquisitions in the NFL. Any Texans belong on this list? If so, who? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word from a good friend, Doc Linville. Look, a lot of guys think that I sit here with a baseball hat on with no hair underneath. And Donna's here to attest to the fact that, and Alex is here to attest to the fact that when we have parties and other ventures and outings, I'm always free and clear to show you my full head of hair that I got thanks to Doc Linville. Doc Linville is awesome. He's the best in the business. And what he did for me, he can do for you too. It's as simple as going to 975hair.com. Once you go there and you find out what the PRP treatments are all about, when you find out what the NeoGraft procedure can do and how easy it is for you to do, and then to see the results of your own hair coming back, you'll want to do it too. It's phenomenal. Because you listen to us and you want to go see him, you go to 975hair.com. You set up an appointment right now. You get a free consultation with Doc and his staff. It normally costs $150. You get it for free. No signing on the dotted line, no money out of pocket, no commitment to be made. Just a Q&A session and them explaining how they can help you get your hair back. The bullet points that I took away from it, which were key, that you're never going to lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head, no matter how bald you go in other areas. He takes some of that and repurposes it in the NeoGraft, puts it where you need it most. The PRP is like fertilizing your lawn. You still have hair. It's just not as thick and strong as it used to be. The PRP can get you back there as well. He's phenomenal. He's here in the Med Center, and he wants to help Houstonians. That's why he advertises with us, and he wants to see you. Check him out today. Go to 975hair.com.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Drift Bar in the Heights.
Killer Bees at Drift Bar in the Heights. Great spot to hang out after work, ditch work a little bit early. Enjoy their happy hour specials until 8. Enjoy their football viewing tomorrow and their football viewing on Sunday as well. 713-780-ESPN. Jasper liked your joke about the calves turning into cows.
Thank you.
Personally, I loved the joke, Joel, but then again, I'm a dad, so that's not saying much. To be fair, DJ is not a dad. DJ is he is not.
Why
a
does
dad.
DJ need a diet too?
Yeah, DJ was telling us he's on a diet and he eats 2%. Or he's got. I don't think he even has 2% body fat. The dude is a specimen.
DJ, anybody that is on our air does not need a diet.
No, DJ saying he was on a diet made me feel really bad about myself.
No, that's depressing if he's on a diet.
Honey Glazed Branham, the only way we know. Okay, come on, Honey Glazed Branham. Key from LA, whatever you are paying DJ, double it. He deserves it. True insider. I got that text, Key, for while DJ was on with us, but I wasn't going to read it while DJ was on with us because I don't want him to hold that against us in negotiations and hold us over the barrel. So make sure to read that later. Top 10 offseason acquisitions. NFL.com had this list today. Around the NFL, top 10 offseason acquisitions. How many Houston Texans do you think should be on this list? Because the Texans have had several. I think Mixon could be close to this if he would have stayed healthy, but obviously the injury that takes him out. You got Diggs in the offseason. You got Danielle Hunter in the offseason. You got Azeez Al-Shire in the offseason. Who would you have on this list, top 10 around the entire league?
Yeah, top 10 around the entire league. And I saw something on this, and someone made a really good point. I can't remember which player it was because it was kind of an off-the-radar player. I think from a Texans perspective, there's 3 guys that could be on this list for me, and it starts with the guy that I always believe is the underrated best signing of the offseason, and that's Azeez Al-Shire. I just believe that the defense has been taken to another level and has been a lot more effective, athletic, and in control because of the fact that he's in the middle calling the plays. And I believe that whether the national people see it or not, we see it on a play-by-play, week-by-week basis. I just think he has been outstanding.
Yeah, he's been. I was listening to him yesterday. I think it was Aaron Wilson that posted the video. He's talking about what he went through
when he was sick,
with the being in the hospital. He said he went to the ER on Saturday morning. He said he started to feel bad Friday. Saturday morning he was in the ER. Getting fluids, all that. They said they took all the tests, everything, and they really didn't diagnose him with anything. But I'm with you, and I didn't think we would be here. Like I thought he was a really good addition. He's going to be kind of, to borrow a college basketball term, like a coach on the floor. Like your point guard is always that in college basketball. Azeez Al-Shire plays the position that D'Amico Ryans did. They were together in San Francisco. I think D'Amico, in a lot of ways, handpicked Azeez Al-Shire to be that linebacker that's going to wear the green dot and be that guy for him. But I wouldn't have had him ahead of Danielle Hunter at the start of the season. And Azeez Al-Shire is the only Texan on the top 10 of the top 10 offseason acquisitions in the NFL. Little surprised that Stephon Diggs didn't make the list because Malik Willis is number 10. Like, I love that Malik Willis won some games in Green Bay. I don't think Malik Willis is more important to the Packers than Stephon Diggs is to the Houston Texans. So it surprises me that Malik Willis is on here and Stephon Diggs is not. But Malik Willis was 10. Azeez Al-Shire was 9. Tyler Bayadasa, I don't know how to say his name. The center for the Commanders is 8. Justin Fields at number 7. John Grenard, a former Houston Texan at number 6. Kirk Cousins at 5. Xavier McKinney, your guy, safety in Green Bay at number 4. Saquon Barkley, 3? 3? Sam Darnold was at 2. Derrick Henry was at 1. That's a pretty good top 3.
It's a pretty good top 3.
Pretty good top 3. I would say that Stephon Diggs belongs on this list. I would kick off Malik Willis. And I would say that I'm not offended that Azeez Al-Shire is here by any stretch of the imagination. I am just surprised because of what I thought before the season that Azeez Al-Shire is and Danielle Hunter is not.
Yeah, I would agree with that. But, I still think the best is yet to come for Danielle Hunter, and I'm looking forward to that. I actually thought at the start of the year, Autry might be the unsung guy that was going to be the guy that made the biggest impact. And then we went through what we now know was the suspension and now even with what else we're hearing. So the fact is that thank goodness you're right. D'Amico handpicked his guy. And as much as we thought that the interior defensive line was the main reason we were and what they wanted to improve was what we were looking at, part of the reason why they can stop the run or they do the things they want to do is because Al-Shire can play the run. He can still wreak havoc in the backfield, and he can cover in the pass game. And because he quarterbacks the entire offense, the importance level goes way up. So, yeah, I love what he brings to this team and that chemistry with D'Amico, and he makes everybody around him better.
Yeah. John Grenard's number 6. Grenard's number 6. And it's interesting because, I was going back and forth with some people on Twitter, which is very unlike me. I usually don't do that. John Grenard, the sixth best offseason acquisition. Danielle Hunter, not on the list. It's interesting, too, because both players played in both schemes. John Grenard played in D'Amico's scheme last year. Danielle Hunter played in Brian Flores' scheme last year in Minnesota. Would you take John, if you revisionist history, hindsight 2020, we're having this conversation in week 6 of the NFL season. John Grenard or Danielle Hunter?
To me, I'm still going with Danielle Hunter. And I'm going with Danielle Hunter because he gives me more that I know what I know about a guy that's been reliable, that has been a guy for his career that looks like he's one of the most dominant pass rushers in the league. We talked about the injury history of Grenard. We know that he had a really, really breakout good season last year. He's had 2 good seasons. He's also had injury muddled seasons or seasons where it wasn't as great. I'd rather go with the more proven commodity, and I still believe the best is yet to come with Danielle Hunter, than I would go with John Grenard. I think John Grenard is a product of one of the best, if not the best defensive coordinator in the game right now. Not to say that he's bad, but I believe that's also a big factor. Now, you could come back with me.
Yeah, I mean, he had 12 and a half sacks last year.
You could come back to me and say that Hunter
different defensive coordinators, though.
Yeah, he had 12 and a half sacks last year, not in this system.
Right.
He had 12 and a half in Minnesota system. He had 12 and a half sacks last year with the Texans.
In less than a full season.
I understand that. But I think that, look, and you can come back to me and say Hunter played for when he had a great year. He played for Flores as well.
Yeah.
My big thing is I just believe that from everything that was involved in the process, I trust a more proven commodity in Danielle Hunter.
How old do you think Danielle Hunter is?
29?
I was going to say, 29.
I think he's 29.
30?
I was looking at his stuff the other day, and I was actually shocked by his age. I thought he was much older than he is. He's in his age 30 year. I thought he was like 33, 34, if I'm being honest. I think that John Grenard is the better player today than Danielle Hunter is.
I mean, it's fair by stats, right?
Yeah, and usually I'm not a big stat guy when it comes to football, but I think that the stats can be looked at here because they've literally played in the same exact system. You just kind of inverse the year.
Them,
yeah, Grenard played in the Texan system in 23, plays in the Viking system this year. Danielle Hunter in the Viking system last year. Now, Danielle Hunter had tons of sacks last year. So, let's be very fair to Danielle Hunter. He had tons of sacks last year. I think Grenard is slightly better than Danielle Hunter at this moment if we eliminate everything else. You just okay, you go play 50 snaps defensively, you play 50 snaps defensively in the same exact scheme. I think Grenard's going to give you a little bit more production than Danielle Hunter. Not by a great amount. I think it's barely. I think he's slightly ahead. Why I would still go Danielle Hunter over John Grenard, though, is the contract. Danielle Hunter's on the 2-year deal. Yes, handsomely paid, but it's a 2-year deal, $49 million. Nick Casseri doesn't believe in windows, but he believes in those 2-year increments. So give me Danielle Hunter on the 2-year deal, even though he doesn't have the production yet of John Grenard. And I would agree with you, Blankers. I do think it's going to come. I think by the end of the year, Danielle Hunter's numbers are still going to be very, very good. I think a lot of the reasons he doesn't have the sack totals that we're accustomed to is because of the quarterbacks the Houston Texans have played. I think they've had to be a little bit more gap sound. I think they've had to set the edge and the contain a little bit more than they would normally have to if they're going up against pocket passers week in, week out. But I would say, I think it's fair to say Grenard's slightly better, but I'll take the contract of Danielle Hunter, 2 years, $49 million over John Grenard's 4 years, $76 million.
Yeah, I think that's part of it too, and I think you're right. That's one where I wasn't factoring in all the finances, but I know that I had questions about Grenard getting as much money as he was going to get in this contract as he tries to prove that he's going to continue to do what he's done, as opposed to getting a guy that's proven that is also coming home, that wanted to be here, that gave you a shorter deal at still fair numbers. So that also factors in as a big play.
Where do you stand on the Diggs versus Malik Willis?
I think what Malik Willis did for Green Bay was huge. I think that Diggs didn't have to do as much as maybe he would have had to do in another scenario. But now we're about to see how valuable he can really be, because he's been good. But I think everybody expected he was going to be a big wide receiver one, like some of the best wide receiver ones in the league. And there were a lot of mouths to feed, as we know, and Nico got off to an unbelievable start. I think right now, value-wise, they both had great value for their team. I think the Packers are in a world of hurt if they don't have Malik Willis, because they cut their backup quarterbacks, and neither guy was ready to play anyway when Jordan Love went down. So I think Malik Willis on the short term has a ton of value where I think he's a bit above Diggs, but I think Diggs is really about to prove his worth.
They won both his starts, right? They're 2-0 in the 2 games that he started.
Yes, they did. Three. Wasn't it 3?
He played in the third, but he
that's right. He handed over to Love, and they lost to Minnesota.
I know they beat Tennessee.
They beat Tennessee, and the week before they beat Indy.
And then he played in the previous game. once Love got hurt. So he that wasn't. He threw one pass.
Well, I thought Love got hurt in like the second to last play, though, right?
Malik Willis threw one pass in the loss to Philly. So obviously we're not putting that on Malik
Right.
Willis.
No,
and then Willis
no.
played. He had back-to-back starts. Beat Indy 16-10. Beat Tennessee 30-14.
I think I'd put
pretty
Diggs,
big,
It's pretty big, but I think I'd put Diggs ahead because, and this is a credit to the Packers coaching staff, especially LaFleur. But and part of this is obviously the opponents. The Colts and the Titans have not been very good football teams this year. But it kind of feels, and maybe this is me going off my past impression of Malik Willis, but it kind of feels like Malik Willis winning those games, especially considering the opponents, kind of felt like a situation where he could have taken a lot of quarterbacks and done the same thing. So I don't want to take credit away from Malik Willis because he did the job. He played well in that moment. But I think I'd put Diggs ahead because it feels like LaFleur has shown that he can take a lot of quarterbacks and do the same thing with them.
And maybe this is me moving the goalpost too. I think a factor of this is what is left in front of you. Like the Green Bay doesn't want Malik Willis to play ever again.
No.
Whereas Stephon Diggs is pretty critical to the Houston Texans.
Exactly.
So, and maybe that's me moving the goalpost because this is through the first 5 weeks of the season. But I would have Diggs ahead of Willis.
But I think the big thing is I think the Texans are a playoff team with or without Diggs. I think the Packers, when Love goes down, without
is that a point against Diggs though?
No, but I think it's a stronger point for Malik Willis because we remember the year that Breeze went down and Teddy Bridgewater went 5-0. Without Teddy Bridgewater, the Saints are nowhere and they probably don't make the playoffs. I think the same could be said of Green Bay. Those games might be we're talking about them going from potentially fighting for the division to fighting for a wild card. If that's the difference between getting in or getting out, those 2 games that he did win, I think that has a ton more value.
My pushback would be that it was 2 wins against bad teams, Indy and Tennessee. Now it is the AFC
Tennessee
South,
for sure.
The AFC
Indy
South.
scared
me. Indy hasn't been good this year, though. Like Indy's just been disappointing to me.
And Green Bay killed him in that game.
And maybe that's because I had
Josh
a higher
Jacobs
bar.
went
But
wild.
that was the game plan. They just ran it.
Josh
they
Jacobs
had
went wild
unbelievable
in that
rushing
game.
yards, and Willis had a ton of them.
And maybe it was because of where I thought Indy should have been and where I thought Tennessee was at the start of the year. And maybe it's I'm holding them versus expectation. But if you gave Malik Willis 8 starts. I have a better scenario.
Okay.
Let's say you have Malik Willis play the 6 games in division. So he plays every single team in the division twice. Minnesota, Chicago, Detroit.
Yep.
What does Malik Willis do as the starter in those 6 games?
He wins
2?
2.
2 and 4.
Yeah.
I think 2
Yeah.
and 4 is
He's
probably
going to beat the Bears once. He's going to
they'll find a way into another one.
Yeah,
I don't
because
even know
of
if I
LaFleur.
can pick-
Because
yeah.
LaFleur is a really good offensive scheme play caller, utilizing what he's got, and he did that with Malik Willis.
Yeah.
I think he could squeak one more out, but nothing more than that.
I think you take 2 and 4 and you're happy about it.
Probably.
Yeah,
I think,
yeah.
you think you're
No, believe me,
thrilled.
back home, no one thought they were getting either one of those wins. You're taking a guy off another team's scrap heap for a 7th-round pick. You're trying to get him up to speed in the system. He has no idea what it is and what to run and what the playbook looks like because they bring him in right at the end of camp after all the preseason games, and then they expect him to pick it up quickly and do the Baker Mayfield and then win 2 big games for them, and he won them both.
713-780-ESPN. Let's start winning you more money. The Killer Bees have been winning you money each and every week. Most weeks. We've been doing it most weeks. We're going to hand out some winners when we come back. 713-780-3776. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Drift Bar, where they have everyday specials until 8 o'clock. Take advantage of that. Still plenty of time to do that today. Great spot for your Friday after work plans. Get your weekend started here at Drift Bar. Get your football started tomorrow here at Drift Bar, and then, of course, Sunday as well. So we're handing out some winners. Beezy Money. Beezy Money's been killing it this year. We're 10-8. 2 games above 500. We don't pay the VIG, so we're in the black. We've won $55 for you. Brian leads the way at 6-2. I've been mid at 4-4, and in dead last, at the bottom of the cellar, has been Blankers
Bringing
at
up the rear.
3-4-1. Because you're in last, Blankers, we'll let you go first. What's the first game you're selling to us?
Wait, you guys want to make me look like an idiot? Every day that ends in Y. Okay, yes, I own that. I haven't been great. First game is the one we've been talking about all day. The first game is your Houston Texans going to New England. This is one where I feel very confident. And the last number we got was 6.5. I said the Texans were going to be up by a touchdown in the first quarter. I think they're going to win by 2 scores. I think they're going to roll in this game. I love the fact that they're going up against a rookie quarterback. I love the fact that their offensive line isn't great. I love the fact that they have more of their running game back in line with the guys that they're going to use. I think they're going to roll in this game. I think this was an easy one for me to feel confident in. I love the Texans to win by at least a touchdown.
I stayed away from this game as an emotional hedge. I don't hate it. I have the Texans winning this game by double figures, so I'm cool with it. I personally didn't play with it. Pause. I personally didn't play it because of the emotional hedge aspect of it, but I'm cool with it. I like the Texans plus by at least 10.
I do too. It means we're going against Lee Sterling, so I don't want to go big because I trust Lee. Lee had Patriots.
It's been hot.
Lee had Patriots plus the points, but I disagree with him on this game, and I do think the Texans win by double digits as well.
All right, what do you guys want to do? It's fine.
$30?
30 sounds good.
That's good.
I don't want to be mad twice, Yeah,
exactly.
I don't want to be mad that the Texans lose, and then on top of it, I'm mad because I lost a bet.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't play it from a Texans perspective. But I do think they win this game by 10, so I'm good with that.
Okay.
I'm good with that. All right, first game that I'm going to sell to you all. Saints are without Derek Carr. I like Rattler's talent, but I don't like Rattler making his first ever start in his life. Tampa Bay, I think, goes into New Orleans. Not an easy place to win, especially in division. But I think Tampa Bay goes into New Orleans, dominates a rookie quarterback, and wins comfortably against the Saints this weekend.
Yeah, I like this game too. I like it for the reasons you stated. I like it for the fact that Tampa's better than I thought they were. I like it for the fact that Baker hasn't melted down or shown that he isn't a good quarterback this year in this league. And he's got weapons. He's got a running game that I think a lot of people kind of sleep on a little bit. But he's still got Mike Evans. He's still got Godwin. He's got guys to go to as well, and they've been playing good football. I like the Buccaneers in this game as well.
Yeah, the only thing that concerns me is there's an historic domination of Marshawn Lattimore on Mike Evans. Mike Evans, whenever he faces the Saints,
they hate each other.
And Lattimore shuts him down. So this is going to be a game where Chris Godwin in the running game steps up. But, yeah, Spencer Rattler in his first start as a rookie, a fifth-round rookie at that. I think Tampa Bay wins this one by more than the 3.5. So I would bet the Tampa Bay side as well.
$100.
Ooh.
No, I don't like it that
Softies.
50? We want to go big?
I was going to say 40. So
I mean, I have been amazingly average this year. I'm 500 on the year, so keep that in mind.
I
Joel, you said 40?
I said 40.
I'm good with 40.
$40
on Tampa. All right. So my
Baker
first
Mayfield.
game
after that moonwalk backwards a little bit, you're going to still stick with the softie.
All right. So my first game I'm going to give to you guys is shout out to Joe George, his Chicago Bears going to London. I think that look, it's not a home game. Obviously, they're going overseas. So that is a little bit concerning, but Chicago.
It's a Jacksonville home game.
It's a Jacksonville home game, both from just the actual being a home game and because they play there all the time. But yeah, I just don't trust the Jaguars defense, whereas the Bears defense has been elite. And we finally saw Caleb Williams put it all together last week. Had a great passing game. It's been more than the last game. They put up a stat earlier. We were watching ESPN here. Last 10 quarters, Caleb Williams has been great. So it's more than just the one game. I think Chicago's defense dominates. I think Caleb Williams cuts up a bad Jacksonville defense, and Chicago's only favored by a point here. So all they have to do is win the game. I'm going to take Chicago -1.
I don't like this game because Jacksonville's been there and done it before. They go overseas all the time. They know the routine. They don't need to do the sightseeing. They settle in like it's a home game, and they normally play pretty well. They've got a winning record in their games in London. I know it.
Do they really?
Yeah, they do. It's only by a couple games, but
okay.
A game or two. But I just feel like that's strong, and the fact that they got a win last week. They know that they're desperate for every win they can get to try and just stay relevant. And the Bears still, to me, their defense has been their calling card. Caleb Williams, yes, he's been better lately. I just don't believe in him enough, so I stayed away from this game completely. But if I was going to go either side of it, I'd go Jacksonville.
I'm torn on this one because Brian's 6-2. He's been pacing the Killer Bees and BZ money. On the other side, I think the wrong team is favored. I think Jacksonville is going to defend their foreign turf, their home foreign turf. I think Jacksonville wins this game outright. Now, ugly game. It's going to be a terrible game.
You're not going to be fun to watch. Don't get up early for it.
I don't think that you're going to. I mean, it's 8:30, Brian. What time do you wake up? I don't think it's
going
going to be.
Depends how blackjack goes tomorrow night.
I don't think it's going to be a fun game to watch. But I think Jacksonville ekes out a 20-17 win. I don't like this game.
All right.
I don't love that we're going to get up against Brian, who's 6-2 on the year. But yeah, I don't like this game.
So do you want to bet it or you stay
No,
away?
I would have.
You guys said both stay away.
Personally,
Right.
I played Jacksonville money line.
Yeah, if I was going to go one way or another, I felt Jacksonville was going to win the game.
All right, Blakers, what's your second game?
My second game is a team that has really looked good offensively. They're not good defensively, but I don't believe in the Giants' offense without Malik Neighbors. I believe that the Cincinnati Bengals are going to go to New York, and the 3.5 is not going to be enough. I think Cincinnati's offense put up a ton of points on the Baltimore defense. I don't think their defense, which is not great, has as much to worry about with Daniel Jones. I like Cincinnati winning this game by about 6 to 7 points. I like the Bengals over the Giants.
I have the Bengals winning this game by 3. I faded this game. I think that it's going to be a closer game than, I think it's going to be as close as Vegas thinks it's going to be. Giants offense is not bad. Now, Malik Neighbors has been ruled out with a concussion, although Darius Slayton went nuts.
He was great
in his stead last week. I think that Giants offense is actually better than people give them credit for. On top of that, the Bengals defense is a disaster.
Yeah.
Bengals defense is really bad. I do think the Bengals win this game, but I think it's by only a field goal, and I stayed away from it.
Yeah, Tyrone Tracy also stepped up for the Giants last week at running back. It looked really great. So he had some extra juice that I don't think they knew they had before the season. I agree. I think Cincinnati wins, and I don't think we're going to say it's a nail biter. But the half scares me. The half scares me, and I would stay away.
All right, so we're not playing that one. Second game that I want to show you guys. Buffalo Bills, they're not going to lose 3 in a row. Yes, they have some problem with the Jets in the past, but the Jets are a debacle. The Jets are a train wreck. The Jets are terrible. They are terrible. The Buffalo Bills are going to do to the Jets what the 49ers did to the Seahawks yesterday, and they're going to little bro the Jets. They're going to let everybody know that the division belongs to Buffalo. Buffalo wins this game. They roll in this game. I think they win by double figures. So I'll take the Bills giving up 2.5 points on the road Monday Night Football against the Jets.
I don't like it because I think the Jets are going to win this game. I think that for 1 week, riding the momentum of the new coach and the new attitude and the new feeling in the building and the revised hope that may spring for only 1 week, I think the Jets in this game are actually going to win it. I think that they're going to enjoy for 1 week the move that was made for Robert Saleh. I don't think it's going to last long term. I felt like the Jets were going to win.
What's it called? The dead cat bounce?
Yeah, dead cat bounce.
Dead cat bounce for the Jets.
Yeah.
Oil and gas like that one.
Yeah. I think Jeremy read my body language because he already put DNP Bills next to it.
Yeah,
so,
I did,
the Josh Allen has not played well. I mean, 9 for 30 in his last game. He had a single-digit talking fantasy-wise, single-digit point game against, I believe it was against the Ravens. Really hasn't played well since week 2 and hasn't played well in his last couple games against the Jets. I don't like this. I do actually lean Jets at home, the dead cat bounce. I could see Buffalo winning, but I don't think they cover. I think that's like a 1-point win if they win, so I think I'm staying away.
All right. Do not play.
Another
DNP.
3 in a row. We're getting scared here towards the end. All right, last game, mine. I think I've talked about this team quite a bit, both today and over this week, but I think the Denver Broncos are underrated. I do love Jim Harbaugh. I love their established grit style of running the ball, but I don't like it in this matchup. The Denver Broncos defense is first in points per game allowed. They're shutting everybody down, both run and pass. Patrick Surtain has proven you can't pass on them, and the Chargers don't have a lot of wide receivers, plus Justin Herbert is dealing with the bum ankle still. Denver at home. They're the underdog, +3, wrong team favorite. Give me the Broncos.
I just feel like the Bo Nix thing is still not ready for prime time, and I know that he and Peyton got into it last week. Yes, their defense has been very good.
Elite.
Yeah, I don't feel the way you do about the Broncos and making the playoffs, but I believe that Harbaugh is good as a good coach. I like the Chargers defense. You're right that the Herbert injury has me a little bit concerned.
Bosa's questionable.
Who is?
Joey Bosa.
Is that right? Yeah, I don't like this game, period, but if I was going to go one way or the other, I'd go Chargers.
I like Denver. I think this is a coin flip game. Denver's the home team,
Yeah, you're
and
playing
they're
it.
getting 3 points. I think this is a neutral site game. I think it's a coin flip game. And Denver's the home team, and they're getting 3. Give me the Broncos. Give me the Broncos. What are y'all thinking? It's good meeting you too, Drift Dave. Good meeting you, Drift Dave. Drift Dave, loyal listener to the show. He's listened for about 2.5 hours. He's saying goodbye.
Told us about 4 different names over the course of the day.
Jeremy did it too.
He told me. We'll see you later. Thanks for coming out to Drift Bar today. Great time. But I like the Broncos here too. $25.
That's on y'all.
I think on the Broncos.
$25?
I think $25
I'm fine
on
with
the
that.
Broncos.
I'm fine with that.
All right. There we go. So we're putting $30 on the Texans, minus 6.5, $40 on the Buccaneers, minus 3.5, $25 on the Broncos, plus 3.5, or plus 3 rather, at home against the Chargers. All right, time for Mean Text. It's our car wreck of the day every Friday. The mean things that you say to us. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, it's about time of the happy hour on a Friday to raise a glass. If you're going to raise a glass, I always suggest you raise a glass with a little Stella Rosa wines. We normally have Stella Rosa wines when we're in the studio. Stella Rosa wines go with just about anything you're serving. If you've got some big plans this weekend, having some people over, or maybe you want to bring a gift to a house where you're going to be hanging out watching some sports, go with some Stella Rosa wines. They're available at all your local retailers. They're available at your grocery stores and your liquor stores. You serve them chilled, and they're the exact right taste and the exact right amount of alcohol. You may be serving beer and hard liquor, but if you give everybody that at your party another alternative, it's refreshing. It's all real fruit. It's no preservatives. It's great spices to go with it, and it goes with anything you're serving. Stella Rosa wines are delicious. You serve them chilled, and you are going to love them. And I recommend them. They bring them to any party you're going to, or anytime you got people coming through. Check them out today at your local retailer, and please celebrate responsibly.
Hey, sports bettors, Brian, I'm here to tell you about my favorite sports book and casino, and that's BetUS.com. Football is back, so it's time to get in on the action. I endorse one sports book and casino, and that's BetUS. If you want a game plan to win this season, then check out BetUS. BetUS went large for you this season with a huge offer, a 125% sign-up bonus in your first 3 deposits. That's right, a 125% bonus in your first 3 deposits. BetUS offers value other sports books simply do not. Gambler's insurance, crypto bonuses, casino bonuses, plus they have all the products you need. Competitive odds, parlays, live betting, odds boost, and prop betting. When you're ready to lay down your bet, give your bet an edge. Why not combine your sign-up bonus with knowledge? Get that knowledge with expert analysis, picks, and predictions on all major sports on their very own BetUS TV. Get started today at BetUS.com or give them a call at 1-800-MY-BetUS. BetUS, where the game begins.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Drift Bar in the Heights.
It's mean text time. As you can tell by the music, it's awkward thanking Drift Bar so much for having us out and having the mean text music in the background. But thank you so much for Drift Bar having us out. Great time. Thanks to everybody who came on out. And if you're looking for some Friday night plans, this is it. If you're looking for some place to watch some college football tomorrow, this is it. LSU watch party right here. And then, of course, your professional football coming up on Sunday. All right, so all the mean things that you've said to us through the week, 3338 just texted us, and Splink and Branham suck. We should fade them and listen to BMAC. It's up to you. Now, I don't suck. I've been incredibly mediocre. I was 4-4. That doesn't suck. That's incredibly
Very
average.
mid.
That's as mid as it gets. So have a little respect. Honey Glazed Branham. Branham didn't want to play with it because he was emotional. Sounds like my wife. That's Honey Glazed Branham saying that. All right, all the mean things that you said to us throughout the week. This one earlier. Branham, after the TikTok video I saw of the 4 of y'all, y'all don't need any more carnitas. Joel, you're jacked. Well done, senor. BMAC, you're a lost cause. Sorry, mijo. So we're getting body shamed by a keyboard warrior. Tough play. It's tough.
Yeah,
It's tough.
No, I mean I was going to be mad at that, but then DJ told us he's dieting, and now I'm spiraling.
Yeah, DJ, who's
That's unreal.
2% body fat, is dieting, and he said broccoli and cheddar chowder. Which was
Is that all? Is that what he's
funny.
eating now?
He said
He tried it.
He said he tried some broccoli and cheddar.
Here locally somewhere.
I think we said Panera, maybe. You say Panera?
Panera's not a local spot, but
I mean, it's everywhere.
local
it's
restaurant.
everywhere.
Yeah, it's a
I
chain.
mean, it's everywhere.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think he said some
Panera's
broccoli
If you get the real deal in Boston, it's pretty damn good.
Panera's very
chowder,
mid.
clam chowder though.
Right.
Broccoli
Clam chowder.
cheddar.
Yeah, that's not
That's
soup.
chowder.
No,
that's soup.
No,
That's
soup.
what Panera does is not chowder.
No,
They're very mid.
Yeah, I don't know if I don't really have any chowder places in Houston. I'm sure they
No.
exist. I'm sure they're out there, but I've never really found one that I like. I mean, I always save it to when I travel.
I think at like your seafood places and some of your upscale places,
yeah.
like I think like Vic and Anthony's and True Lux, they have
True
clam
Lux is
chowder.
fantastic.
Yeah, that's a good call. They had a little surf
Yeah.
and turf stuff. The weatherman the other day, you had the hurricane that went through Florida. Hope everybody's safe. There was some scary stuff. But you had a weatherman on the Weather Channel throwing some shade at the Falcons. He said the second half of the hurricane was going to be very bad, just like the Falcons in the second half of the Super Bowl. That was very bad. So you have a natural disaster going on in Florida, and you have this snarky, sassy weatherman talking crap about the Falcons.
Too soon?
Yes. It's not too soon with the Falcons.
No.
But the setting was inappropriate.
Right.
Inappropriate setting,
You're supposed to
weatherman.
be telling the Tampa Bay.
Yeah, here's the weatherman throwing some shade at the Falcons.
There's a lot more to go. I think back to, the Atlanta Falcons first half Super Bowl winner. We know what happened to the second half when the Patriots came back.
The guy's in the middle of the storm.
Do not sleep on the second half of Milton. And we're definitely concerned now with the
Unbelievable.
surge, which
Yeah, he could have done better.
Middle of the storm, and he's throwing shade at the Falcons. Day One Donna's here. She said she liked the joke. Have you no heart, Day One Donna? Have you no heart?
You're ruthless, Donna.
Ruthless, like the Twitchers. We had a texter earlier.
Psychotic.
He said Big
You're not.
C never has good opinions. That was not very nice. It wasn't nice by the texter to throw trash. Although he might be right. I'm not sure.
I was
I've
gonna
ever
say,
heard of a Big C
I
opinion that was
haven't tracked all of his opinions.
No, he's had
but
good opinions.
To go to the Jeremy technique on this, give me an example. Give me an example of when
Yeah.
Clarence was actually on top of a
I
good
can't
take.
think of one off the top of my
I
head.
cannot either.
I feel like he doesn't always have bad opinions, but I can't think of a good one he's had.
I can't either.
And there's been so many. I'm sure he's had
Not
some
all of
good
them
ones.
are bad, but we can't think of the good.
I just can't
That's
think of the
right.
good.
That's right.
Yeah. I don't even know Scooble, and I know more baseball than Jeremy. That was Honey Glaze Branham. That might be true. I only follow one professional baseball team. That's the Houston Astros. King saying that Joel has the same vocabulary as my daughter.
Who knew he had kids and he could actually multiply?
I wonder what he means by that. Same vocabulary. Like, what do you say that teenage girls say?
Yeah, your vocabulary is
know.
not. You don't
No.
talk like a teenage girl.
I don't think so.
But do teenage girls, like when they're obsessed with someone, do they stalk them and then Google search them and then dive into their past?
Are you saying you do?
No, I'm saying he does.
Okay.
Yeah.
What gets Google searched?
Oh my God, he and Largo, it's an everyday thing. Everything from all the way back to my college baseball career to where I've worked, what my full name is, and these two guys sit there and they hide behind keyboards.
Did they ever find out your college baseball stats?
Oh yeah, they're out there.
How do I not know them?
Well,
I want to
then
know
Google-
them.
Well, all you gotta do is get in touch with your boys, and they'll help you out.
I don't know if
They'll
I'll
hook
call
you
my
up.
boys, but hey, DM me Blanker's numbers. I would love to, because you know my numbers. I was a 400 hitter in high school, 2 for 5.
2 for 5. Yeah.
We don't know that. We've heard.
No,
that.
I was.
Okay.
I was 2 for 5. I think it is documented somewhere. It is documented that I was a 400 high school hitter, 2 for 5.
If anybody thinks I care about my college stats now, or then, to be honest with you,
You don't love whenever I bring up the fact that high school baseball here is better than junior college baseball in
right?
Wisconsin.
Because you do that, and I know you.
You guys
and
play 3 games
and
a
I know
year
enough
because of
about
the
you, and you do that to poke fun at me. People I don't know that get way personal and bring my wife into conversations, I don't have the same respect for.
Yeah, that's the line that's being crossed there. All right, thanks to Drift Bar for having us out. Thank you, Donna. Thanks for everybody. Drifter Dave for stopping by. Chewy for stopping by. Thanks to Brian, the on-site engineer. Abby doing all the hard work, though. He's Blank. I'm Branham. We'll talk to you on Monday, everybody. Hall of Fame. He actually interviewed a good wrestler today, The Undertaker. And Comic Cast coming up at 8. Goodbye, everybody.